Introduction. Chuan became a member of the army of time travelers, taking on the role of a disciple of the celestial master. Coincidentally, the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods approached. To evade this catastrophe, Chuan, with the permission of the celestial master, ventured forth to establish a branch of the Jiao. Aware that the Jiao would decline after the calamity, Chuan took on disciples to ensure the continuation of its lineage, only to discover that each of these disciples was extraordinary. Yang Jian. Though burdened with the weight of Taosan, I, Yang Jian, shall remain invincible in the world. Daji. I am the Empress, destined to subdue all adversaries. Nezha. This dragon is quite delectable. Xian. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who speaks of being undefeated? The other saints, Tongtian, you truly are despicable. Celestial Master. What is happening? I know nothing of this. I shall sue for defamation. Where is my lawyer? Chapter 1. The Establishment of Branch. Master, from this day forth, I wish to leave the island to train and establish a branch of the Zhou, widely disseminating its teachings. I hope for your approval. Chuan's respectful voice resonated within the opulent hall. Approved. As the words fell, a radiant light flashed and entered Chuan's hand. Though it is a postnatal spirit treasure, it can prove invaluable in critical moments. At this moment, Chuan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the celestial master to so readily agree to the establishment of the branch and even bestow upon him a postnatal spirit treasure. Thank you, master. Chuan hurriedly bowed in gratitude. The celestial master's voice echoed softly, go forth. Upon exiting the grand hall, Chuan gazed at the postnatal spirit treasure in his hand. A warm current surged within him. In his previous life, having watched various adaptations of the investiture of the gods, the celestial master had always been his favorite among the saints indeed. His preference was well-founded. Having traversed from his former world into the primordial realm, Chuan had directly joined the Jiao. Now, 2,000 years had passed, and his cultivation had reached the true immortal realm, though his innate talent was rather limited. He felt that achieving the golden immortal stage in this lifetime would be a formidable challenge, and he was grateful that the celestial master did not hold him in disdain, treating him with equal regard. Were it possible, Chuan would have preferred to remain on Golden Horn Island, close to his master. However, the war between the witches and the demons had long since concluded, and humanity flourished as the wheels of history turned inexorably forward. The calamity of the investiture of the gods was about to begin, and as a time traveler, Chuan was acutely aware of its implications. His primary motive for establishing the branch was to evade this impending calamity. Moreover, he understood that during the investiture, the Jiao faced utter defeat, with its elite disciples either perishing and ascending to the divine list or being reincarnated, or worse, captured. In essence, the losses during the calamity would be catastrophic, nearly severing the lineage of the Jiao. With Chuan's true immortal cultivation, he would be unqualified even to serve as cannon fodder. Now, there was but one path forward: survival. He must endure to the utmost, waiting for the calamity to pass. If all else failed, he could survive until the modern urban era, at which point it would be the age of the end of the Dharma. Would he not then become an invincible entity? Alas, it turns out that my urban reincarnation template lacks any form of a system or advantageous abilities. Naturally, during this period of survival, I must take on a few disciples, hoping that after the grand tribulation of the deification, the profound teachings of the Jiao can be passed down through the ages, thereby repaying the kindness of my master, the heavenly teacher. In the vast expanse of time, centuries have swiftly passed. Nestled within an unremarkable mountain, devoid of grandeur or abundant spiritual energy, lies a humble dojo where over 100 individuals are seated. At this moment, a young man is passionately delivering a discourse. His physique is perfectly proportioned, embodying the ideal golden ratio, and his appearance transcends any mere description of handsomeness. To put it plainly, should he stroll through the bustling streets, he would not only attract attention without spending a dime, but would also garner significant profits. Listening intently to the youth's eloquent words, he proclaims, 300,000 sword immortals in the heavens must lower their brows before me. Pray tell, among the celestial beings, who dares to tread upon this earthly realm? Who dares to claim invincibility? Who can assert their undefeated status when the age of emperors has faded from sight? Those who chant my true name within the cycle of reincarnation shall attain eternal life. With the sun and moon in my grasp, I pluck the stars in this world. There exists none like me. The youth, is none other than Lu Chuan. Over the span of these centuries, he has taken in more than 100 disciples, imparting the profound teachings of the Zhou. However, with his limited innate talent, he has long exhausted the knowledge acquired from the Zhou. Consequently, he has resorted to recounting various tales and the mystical arts depicted within them. Yet, despite this, he finds himself at a loss for words, lamenting the absence of new material. Alas, his own limitations and talent rendered this situation unavoidable. It is indeed a trial for these disciples, who endure with unwavering patience. In a moment of desperation, he muses, if all else fails, perhaps I could delve into mathematics and physics, sharing the enigmas I never comprehended in my past life, thereby adding an air of profundity. With this thought, Lu Chuan begins to impart the intricacies of math and science to one of his disciples. Fortunately, with his celestial cultivation and vivid memories from his previous existence, he can recall anything he has encountered. Let us begin with the Pythagorean theorem. Energy neither ceases to exist, nor is it created. It merely transforms from one form to another or transfers from one object to another, all while the total amount of energy remains constant. This principle is known as the law of conservation of energy. Next, we shall explore the periodic table of elements. The position of an element in the periodic table reflects not only its atomic structure, but also the trends in its properties and the intrinsic relationships among elements. In the midst of this lecture, Lu Chuan finds himself uncertain of the content he is sharing. Regardless, he speaks whatever comes to mind, further enhancing the air of mystery surrounding his discourse. Observing the group of disciples beneath him, utterly entranced, Lu Chuan felt a profound sense of contentment. The esoteric concepts he himself struggled to comprehend captivated them so thoroughly it was a testament to their consideration for his feelings. Thus, Lu Chuan leisurely stepped away, permitting his disciples a moment of respite, relieving them of their burdensome performance. Master, just as Lu Chuan intended to retreat to his chamber for a brief repose, a gentle yet playful voice called out. Turning to the source, he beheld a delicate, doll-like visage, strikingly beautiful, evoking an immediate flutter of emotions. His gaze lowered slightly, and his heart raced even more fervently. Among his numerous female disciples, this youngest one was the most tenacious in her affections toward him. She often prepared delightful culinary creations and even volunteered to provide warmth for his bed. Lu Chuan mused, is this truly a test of one's mettle? What leader could withstand such trials? Are you not paying attention? Perhaps you should take a cue from your senior brothers and sisters. Lu Chuan admonished, adopting a stern countenance. In response, the petite girl approached, one hand holding a freshly prepared dish while the other entwined with Lu Chuan's arm. Cultivating the way is secondary. My primary duty is to care for master. Today, I have crafted a new dish for you to savor. Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. How did this little girl learn to be so forward? Noticing her master lost in thought, the girl released his arm and immediately transitioned into a feeding mode. Master, do try it. Lu Chuan thought. The texture is rather tender. Goodness, it is fortunate that his resolve was unwavering. Feeling overwhelmed by the little girl's advances, despite her youthful appearance of merely 11 or 12, he found it difficult to overcome his mental barriers. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to temptation. Perhaps it was best to check on his disciples instead. It was far preferable for them to endure the strain of performance than for him, the master, to shoulder the burden alone. As Lu Chuan walked ahead, the spirited girl hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the training ground, he was genuinely moved to see his disciples engrossed in their roles. Their efforts were not in vain, for they possessed a sense of conscience. However, he had exhausted all he could teach. It was time to allow some of his disciples to descend the mountain. Chapter 2. A man must guard himself when venturing abroad. As each disciple gradually regained consciousness, Lu Chuan let out a silent sigh. Even if they had not acquired much of tangible value during their time with him, their acting skills had undeniably developed. After all, in this world, one's survival often hinged on the art of performance. It was an essential lesson for navigating the complexities of life. You perform, I perform. Those who falter are left in awkwardness. Look at these disciples. They have perfectly embodied the expression that to heed a single word from the master is worth a decade of study. Some disciples remained deeply engrossed in their roles. Had they become too immersed in their characters? Or had they mastered the nuances of performance, finding it unreasonable to exit gradually? Perhaps it seemed a bit contrived? How thoughtful, how earnest, in an era that seems ill-suited for his talents. Had he been born in the 21st century, his performances would undoubtedly be enshrined in textbooks. However, Chuan remained oblivious to the fact that his disciples were not merely acting. Each word he uttered resonated deeply, akin to profound truths striking at the very essence of their souls. They glimpsed the primal source of the Tao, grasping its true meaning and the enigmatic paths it offers. Standing amidst the torrents of time, they bore witness to the ephemeral cycle of blooming and withering, unraveling the mysteries of existence. It felt as though they were transported to a transcendent realm, where golden lotuses floated like ethereal clouds, and the harmonious sounds of the Tao reverberated around them. Each lotus cradled an infinite universe, with the 3,000 primordial paths intertwining, tantalizingly within their reach. Time, space, and order, all these elements enriched their understanding immeasurably. Awakening from their epiphanies, they marveled at the formidable prowess of their master. Even the mighty Pangu would likely falter against him, for Chuan had long transcended the fetters of the world. To be his disciples in this lifetime was indeed a fortuitous blessing beyond compare. When all the students emerged from their state of enlightenment, Chuan, indulging in the spirit fruits offered by a young girl, declared, "I have imparted all that I needed to teach you. From this day forth, you shall all descend the mountain." What? The disciples were taken aback, expressing their reluctance to part from their master. Some of the female disciples, with glistening eyes, spoke tenderly, "We do not wish to leave our master. We long to serve by your side." "Master, do you not want us?" "Woe is me, I cannot bear to leave." The young girl was particularly distressed. Seeing his disciples so attached, Chuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Their affection was not in vain. "Connections come and go. When the time is right, we shall meet again. Do not grieve. Now, a great tribulation approaches, and it is the perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills. Knowledge acquired from mere texts is superficial. True understanding must be gained through experience. Train diligently and carry forth the essence of my teachings, so that they may endure for generations to come." As his words settled, the disciples responded in unison, "We shall heed our master's wishes and spread the teachings far and wide. Go forth." Chuan's voice was calm and resolute. The disciples bid farewell to Chuan and departed from the sanctuary. Watching them leave, Chuan felt a myriad of emotions. It seemed unlikely they would reunite. He hoped fervently that they would indeed propagate his teachings to future generations, feeling that he had done his utmost to repay the kindness bestowed upon him as a master. At that moment, several female disciples lingered, their cheeks flushed and radiant. "Master, this is a sachet I embroidered myself, a gift for you." "Master, this is a comb I crafted by hand, just for you." "Master." A coolly elegant woman removed a golden hairpin from her hair, splitting it in two. "Master, I present this to you." A charming disciple continued, "Master, I offer you this golden armlet." Chuan, naturally, did not refuse the tokens of affection from his female disciples. Having recounted a tale of a romantic relationship between a teacher and a student, it seems the narrative was not in vain, as the gifts bestowed upon him carry profound significance, transcending mere teacher-student affection. As he observed each female disciple departing, Chuan felt a deep sense of reluctance, cursing the tribulations of fate. "Why am I devoid of a golden finger? As a fellow transmigrator, must I be subjected to such disparate treatment? If only I possessed a golden finger, would I need to fear the impending calamity of the divine tribulation?" Daring to challenge Hongjun, he would first deliver a couple of resounding blows. The entire dojo fell into a sudden silence, leaving only the little lowly by Chuan's side. "Master, I do not wish to leave. That is not permissible. Be obedient. All the senior sisters have presented gifts to you, master. I have yet to offer mine. I shall depart only after I have decided upon a suitable gift." The little lowly insisted. Chuan sighed in exasperation. "There is no need for your gift. Quickly take your leave." The little lowly pouted. "No, I must present something." With her resolute declaration, she lunged into Chuan's embrace, attempting to plant a kiss upon him. Fortunately, Chuan evaded her advance. A young man must learn to safeguard himself when venturing into the world. "Chuan, do not act foolishly." The little lowly gazed at Chuan with a forlorn expression, huffing softly. "How vexing." Chuan sighed. Alas, had he known, he would have spoken less of romantic tales, particularly those of the divine condor and other master-disciple romances. At this moment, down the mountain, a group of senior brothers had not yet entirely dispersed, still engaged in conversation. "Sister Sue, would you like to accompany me?" "No, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another time." "Brother Mosquito, what are your plans next? Would you allow me to accompany you?" Wow, you all are still here. Sister Yu, would you like to join me for a few days in the Eastern Sea? I must return to attend to business first, but I will surely seek you out in the Eastern Sea afterward. Very well. Brother Yang, Sister Yang, would you care to join me in the Eastern Sea? We too have pressing matters, but we shall definitely come to the Eastern Sea to find you. Brother Yin, are you returning directly to Chaoga? Shall we explore a bit first? No, I will head back to Chaoga first. Brother Kong, would you accompany me to Chaoga for a visit? Not for the moment. I shall certainly come to find you in a few days. Then it's settled, Brother Kong. Hey, is no one asking me? Is there no one who will take me along for some fun? Junior Brother Lee, perhaps you and the little junior sister should venture to the Eastern Sea. Ah, Sister Yu, are you turning your nose up at me? Can't you wait for me to join you? Oh dear, I suddenly have a premonition that my father may be gravely ill. I must hasten back to the Eastern Sea. Junior Brother Lee, filled with cultural essence. At this moment, Chuan was diligently moving his belongings, feeling quite disheartened. Moving was indeed a laborious task. At moments like this, Chuan found himself engulfed in a wave of melancholy. Why? Why were other time travelers so fortunate, while he found himself in such a predicament? Oh, my golden finger, he lamented. As he toyed with the jade pendant in his hand, his spirits lifted just a tad. Well, at least he still possessed the family heirloom. When he traversed into this new realm, the pendant accompanied him. Upon discovering that his pendant possessed an incredibly vast space, Chuan was elated for quite some time. However, he soon realized that, aside from its immense capacity, the pendant did not possess the extraordinary powers he had envisioned. If it weren't for the sentimental value and the ample space it provided, he would have long since smashed this troublesome trinket. Chapter 3. Is there a Transcender Association? The time has come once more. Embrace optimism and joy. As long as one can endure, there will inevitably come a day when one shall reign supreme, especially in this age of decline, when the gods have faded and immortals have vanished. Surviving this trial will lead to unparalleled bliss. Ding. Your disciple Yang Jian has gained enlightenment from your teachings and has attained the primordial sacred body, a thousandfold return. The host acquires the chaotic sacred body. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the mysterious jade pendant, the chaotic sacred body is temporarily hindered and stored. Rewards will be dispensed once the host can refine the first layer of the pendant's restrictions. Ding. Your disciple Su Daji has gained enlightenment from your teachings and has comprehended the indestructible heavenly skill, a thousandfold return. The host acquires the chaotic level indestructible heavenly skill. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the mysterious jade pendant, the chaotic level indestructible heavenly skill is temporarily hindered and stored. Rewards will be dispensed once the host can refine the first layer of the pendant's restrictions. Ding. Your disciple Chang'e has gained enlightenment from your teachings and has comprehended the Willow God technique, an 800-fold return. The host acquires the chaotic nirvana technique. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the mysterious jade pendant, the chaotic nirvana technique is temporarily hindered and stored. Rewards will be dispensed once the host can refine the first layer of the pendant's restrictions. Ding. Your disciple Dxin has gained enlightenment from your teachings, greatly advancing in cultivation, achieving perfection in the true dragon path, a thousandfold return. The host acquires 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the mysterious jade pendant, the 100,000 years of cultivation are temporarily hindered and stored. Rewards will be dispensed once the host can refine the first layer of the pendant's restrictions. Ding. Your disciple Kong Xian, at this moment, Chuan, busily motivating himself and tidying up, remained oblivious to the minuscule text that appeared on the jade pendant. Finally, he had completed his preparations, erasing all traces of his presence. No wonder influential figures often require their subordinates. He found himself missing his disciples. As he pondered, Chuan gazed at the assortment of seemingly useless trinkets that had inexplicably accumulated within the jade pendant space over the years. What need had he for such a large bell, for he was no monk, and a collection of swords, guns, and knives, none of which appeared capable of serving any purpose. It was all quite disappointing. The spiritual treasures bestowed by his master radiated a visible aura, while these mundane items were utterly unremarkable. Given the circumstances, this jade pendant seemed to belong to a low-tier cultivation world, primarily serving as a storage device. These worthless items were likely gathered by the pendant's previous owner. As for how this object ended up on Earth and became his family heirloom, Chuan was perplexed. If only there were a Transcender Association, he would certainly file a complaint. Why did other transmigrators possess systems while he did not? Was this discrimination? Most certainly. Alas, he decided not to dwell on it further. Contemplating it would lead him to no good end. in this tumultuous journey we call life. If one were to liken existence to a grand performance, one might not only refrain from resistance, but also embrace it with fervor and enthusiasm, thereby flipping the narrative entirely. At that moment, the distinction of who is leading and who is following becomes utterly blurred. Hence, it is imperative for individuals to cultivate a mindset of contrarian thinking, which can significantly uplift one's spirits. Subsequently, we arrive at a moment of unwavering composure akin to that of an old dog. Pray tell, in this vast cosmos, who can rival my tenacity? Then, in a flash, Chuan vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, near Taosan, an enlightened sage appeared before Yang Jian and Yang Chan Venerable One. He addressed, "Young man, I perceive an extraordinary essence within you, a rare talent for cultivation. Would you care to embark on a journey of enlightenment with me?" This sage was none other than the Jie Sect, a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign and one of the 12 golden immortals. Upon hearing his words, Yang Jian and Yang Chan exchanged glances, each recognizing the mockery and a glimmer of hostility in the other's eyes. "What merit is there in cultivation?" Yang Jian replied with a hint of sarcasm. The Jie Sect hastily interjected, "One can transcend the confines of the 3 realms, liberated from the 5 elements, achieving immortality and roaming freely through the cosmos." "I am not interested." The Jie Sect's expression faltered. "Is this script correct? It seems entirely amiss. You would not rescue your mother? How could one hope to split the mountains and save her without cultivation?" He continued, "I have discerned through divine deduction that your kin is in peril. Only through my guidance can you hope to rescue them." Yang Jian queried, "If I train under you, can it truly ensure the safety of my mother?" The Jie Sect found himself momentarily speechless, for the ultimate outcome dictated that Yang Jian would inevitably fail. The entanglements were too intricate. Even if Yang Jian pursued cultivation, he could hardly defy the will of the Jade Emperor. Moreover, the impending calamity of the Fengshen was beyond Yang Jian's control. Yet, perceiving Yang Jian's demeanor, the sage realized that admitting failure would preclude any chance of him becoming a disciple. "Certainly," the Jade Sect asserted with resolve. "If you pledge to be my disciple and follow my teachings, you will possess the power to cleave the mountains and rescue your mother." Upon hearing this, both Yang Jian and Yang Chan's expressions turned frigid. Yang Jian coldly retorted, "Begone! How dare you presume to be my master?" The Jade Sect's countenance darkened at this rebuke. "Yang Jian, this is fate, an inescapable destiny." However, before he could complete his thought, he felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, akin to a tempestuous sea, rendering him as defenseless as a frail boat. He knelt to the ground, utterly incapable of resistance. Within him, a tempest of emotions surged. How could Yang Jian possess such formidable strength? It was inconceivable. Where had he acquired such mystical prowess? How could this be? From Yang Jian emanated the aura of a Deluo golden immortal. In a mere decade, a mortal had ascended to such heights. Was it even possible? No, this could not be. The moment you declared your desire to be my master, you sealed your fate. How dare you aspire to such a role? However, there is no rush to end your life just yet. Did you not claim that only by cultivating with you could I rescue my mother? Today, allow me to demonstrate that without your guidance, I can cleave apart Peach Mountain and save her," Yang Jian declared in a deep voice. As his words echoed, Master Yuding hastily interjected, "Yang Jian, do not act recklessly. Even if you succeed in splitting Peach Mountain, what then? Invoking the wrath of the Jade Emperor will lead to the demise of both you and your mother. Do not be impulsive. I still possess some standing with the Jade Emperor. If you take me as your master, I shall devise a plan for you." Slap. Yang Jian delivered a resounding slap to Master Yuding. "What nonsense is this? Today, I shall undoubtedly cleave this Peach Mountain. Not even the Jade Emperor can intervene. If he dares to come, I shall strike him down as well." Master Yuding was taken aback. Have they lost their senses? Do they truly believe they can contend with the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor? Such ignorance. Yet, Yang Jian could not perish. His role in the divine calamity was substantial. At that moment, Yang Jian cast a glance of approval at his sister. Then in a flash, he stood before Peach Mountain, raising his hand, causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. In an instant, Peach Mountain melted away like ice and snow under the blazing sun, disintegrating at an astonishing rate. The prohibitive laws upon Peach Mountain could not withstand Yang Jian's might and crumbled into nothingness. Master Yuding gazed at the spectacle, his eyes wide in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom that Yang Jian possessed such formidable power. Regarding Peach Mountain, Master Yuding was well aware that it was forged from the laws condensed by Haoyan. Even one at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level could not hope to breach Peach Mountain. Only a saint could dismantle its prohibitions. Yet, Yang Jian effortlessly unraveled the laws surrounding Peach Mountain, leading to its gradual dissolution. A thought flickered in Master Yuding's mind. Could Yang Jian be a saint? But the next moment, he dismissed the notion, realizing he was simply overwhelmed with astonishment. The number of saints is limited. Yang Jian could not possibly ascend to such heights. Yet, how could he have achieved the breach of Peach Mountain? As Peach Mountain continued to dissolve, Hao Yan sensed the disturbance, astonished by the disintegration of its barriers. Who among the saints has intervened? Forthwith, Hao Yan manifested a portion of his divine essence, swiftly appearing atop Peach Mountain. Yang Jian? Hao Yan exclaimed, equally astonished. Having never expected that it was Yang Jian who had broken the prohibitions of Peach Mountain. In that moment, Hao Yan's divine form radiated golden light. Under Hao Yan's immense power, the laws of Peach Mountain were reformed, halting its dissolution. The authoritative voice of Hao Yan boomed. Yang Jian, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Your mother has violated celestial decrees and must face the consequences. This is the will of heaven. Do you intend to defy fate? Celestial decrees? What kind of celestial decree is this, if not merely your unilateral declaration? Prohibiting mortals from engaging in romantic relationships serves merely to assert the celestial being's superiority, elevating themselves above humanity, thereby consolidating their dominion over the three realms and subjugating the human race while appropriating their fortune. Yang Jian's voice, laced with disdain and contempt, echoed through the air. The visage of the heavenly emperor sharpened, while the heart of Jade Dingjinren churned with turmoil. What transpired during Yang Jian's absence? He seemed privy to many secrets regarding the calamity of the gods. This is abnormal, exceedingly so. At that moment, Yang Jian struck once more, causing the Peach Mountain, which had been reshaped under the heavenly emperor's power, to disintegrate anew. The heavenly emperor attempted to intervene again, yet his efforts proved futile against the mountain's collapse. With a mere flick of his wrist, Yang Jian dispersed the golden light of the heavenly emperor's manifestation, further expanding its essence. This spectacle profoundly challenged Jade Dingjinren's worldview. Despite being merely a manifestation of the heavenly emperor, it possessed the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet, astonishingly, Yang Jian effortlessly subdued it. Could he truly possess the prowess of a quasi-saint? What transpired during his disappearance? Who orchestrated these events? Utilizing Yang Jian as a pawn in their scheme to confront the calamity of the gods? In a mere span of a decade, transforming Yang Jian into a quasi-saint must entail the influence of a saintly figure. A mystery loomed ever larger in the heart of Jade Dingjinren, leaving him utterly perplexed. At this juncture, the imposing voice of the heavenly emperor resonated. Yang Jian, I am eager to see whether you will save your mother or the populace of Guanjinku. As the emperor's words reverberated, chaos erupted at Guanjinku, with monstrous floods raging. Heavenly Emperor, how can you engage in such actions and still claim the mantle of ruler over the three realms? It is sheer folly. Even burdened with the weight of Peach Mountain, I, Yang Jian, remain invincible across the land. His domineering voice summoned forth celestial phenomena. Jade Dingjinren was rendered speechless. Such audacious declarations and rebellious demeanor defied description. In the absence of appropriate terminology, the exclamation, "What the hell?" seemed most fitting. Upon the conclusion of Yang Jian's proclamation, he extended his hand, causing the space to tremble. The entirety of Guanjinku was uprooted and effortlessly grasped within his palm. The monstrous serpent lay vanquished, and the surging waters receded. With a swift motion, Yang Jian positioned Guanjinku atop Peach Mountain, where wondrous symbols flickered incessantly. He melded the power of Peach Mountain with Guanjinku, transforming it into a floating city in the heavens. Jade Dingjinren was left in a state of disbelief. Yang Jian's mastery was such that even an ordinary quasi-saint would struggle to replicate it, yet he accomplished it with ease. How could I have considered asking him to be my master? What was I thinking? Is it too late to apologize now? Perhaps I should bow down instead. Surely, seeking his mentorship would be acceptable. As Peach Mountain faded, Yang Jian and his counterpart were finally reunited with the ethereal fairy Yunhua, who had been suppressed beneath its weight. At this moment, the fairy Yunhua gazed upon her beloved son and daughter, her heart brimming with joy. Ever since she had been suppressed beneath the Peach Mountain, her thoughts had incessantly lingered on her children, Erlang and Chuan. With tears glistening in her eyes, the fairy called softly, "My children." In unison, Yang Jian and Yang Chuan responded, "Mother." At this instant, both were overwhelmed with emotion and joy, hastening towards their mother. They had awaited this moment for far too long. Erlang, Chuan, be cautious of the restrictions set by the heavenly emperor. You must not harm yourselves. The fairy Yunhua urged anxiously. Mother, do not worry. Such trivial illusions are of no consequence. Yang Jian's voice resonated confidently. With a swift motion, Yang Jian grasped the divine chains imposed by Hao Yin and consumed them, causing the very laws to collapse. The so-called restrictions appeared as mere jest in his hands. Master Yuding, I am no longer surprised. The Tao heart has never been so steadfast. Even though the restrictions within were far more potent than those outside the Peach Mountain, once they shattered, the three embraced, tears flowing freely. After a moment, Yang Jian declared coldly, Mother, you have suffered for so many years. I shall seek justice for you. Seeing this, the fairy Yinhua hurriedly interposed, Erlang, no. It is enough for our family to live peacefully. We cannot oppose the heavenly emperor. Mother, rest assured, what is Hao Yin to me? I hardly regard him. Yang Jian insisted. The hardships you have endured shall not go unpunished. Channer, take care of Mother. I shall return shortly. The fairy Yinhua wished to stop him, but it was too late. She anxiously exclaimed, What shall we do now? Yang Chan reassured her, Mother, do not worry. With brother's current cultivation, Hao Yin cannot harm him. Although the fairy Yinhua found it hard to believe, she could only feel a sense of helpless urgency. Master Yuding, what? By the heavens! Yang Jian truly ascended to the heavenly court, ready to challenge the emperor? Madness. Absolute madness. This world has become utterly insane. The crucial point is that Yang Chan seems remarkably confident, certain that the heavenly emperor is no match for Yang Jian. Is this reality? The heavenly emperor possesses peak quasi-saint cultivation and is a disciple of a sage, equipped not only with formidable abilities, but also with numerous treasures and divine techniques. To presume one has strength enough to challenge the heavenly emperor is to invite certain defeat. Alas, a self-inflicted demise, with no one else to blame. Chapter 5. My son Yang Jian possesses the aura of a great emperor. As Yang Jian ascended towards the heavens, a pair of eyes observed him intently from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, it was a man of unremarkable appearance and average stature, muttering to himself. That young rascal Yang and his sister Chuan are surely going to cause a ruckus in the heavenly court. This presents a splendid opportunity. The heavenly court, having accumulated treasures over countless ages, must harbor innumerable celestial wonders. Haha, all mine. It shall all be mine. As he spoke, he transformed into a wisp of light, soaring directly towards the heavenly court. At this moment, outside the southern heavenly gate, Yang Jian had arrived. Facing the obstruction of the celestial soldiers, he effortlessly struck, shattering the southern heavenly gate into a million pieces. Alas, the young Yang displays a brutish demeanor, devoid of any artistic essence. The murmurs of the man from earlier resound once more. The southern heavenly gate lies shattered, an affront that tramples upon the dignity of the celestial realm and the countenance of the supreme heaven. At this moment, an ominous aura radiates from the supreme heaven, causing the shadowy figure to furrow his brow and retreat cautiously. Then, Yang Jian's voice thundered, Hao Tian, come forth and meet your demise. Before his words could fade, a multitude of celestial soldiers surged towards Yang Jian, but these mere lackeys willingly offered themselves as sacrifices. The foundations of the celestial realm are still too fragile to withstand Yang Jian's ruthless onslaught. In an instant, brilliant rays illuminated the sky, as an intangible force dissipated Yang Jian's attack. The majestic form of Hao Tian materialized, resplendent in golden light, the power of cosmic laws swirling around him. His divine figure towering over the 33 heavens, seemingly too vast to be contained. The authoritative voice of Hao Tian reverberated, Yang Jian, you have freed a notorious criminal from the celestial realm. Now you destroy my heavenly gates and slay my celestial soldiers. Your crimes are egregious. If I do not eliminate you today, what face shall the celestial realm have left? In response, Yang Jian's derisive retort rang out, kill me? By your hand. Hao Tian, you greatly overestimate your own significance. At the pinnacle of immortality, unmatched in the world, with my presence, the heavens endure. In this realm, aside from my master, no one can bring about my end. As Yang Jian's declaration echoed, Hao Tian had already launched his attack, causing the heavens to tremble. Mysterious runes flickered in and out of visibility, and at the moment when myriad wondrous symbols burst forth in brilliance, they intertwined to form a divine chain of order, surging towards Yang Jian. This method is derived from the laws of the cosmos, wielded only by an emperor recognized by the heavenly decree. Gazing upon the encroaching divine chains of order, Yang Jian maintained his usual disdain and scorn. With a casual wave of his hand, the laws manifested. The resonant sounds of the great path enveloping him, as profound symbols blossomed into golden lotuses. As Yang Jian advanced, the surrounding divine chains of order shattered, inflicting no harm upon him whatsoever. A great Luo golden immortal. At that moment, Yang Jian's true realm was unmistakably revealed, though he had yet to attain the quasi-saint level. The methods he exhibited surpassed those of many quasi-saints. Hao Tian, is it appropriate to mention a national treasure? The ever-watchful Yu Ding Zhenren. Am I dreaming? Is my vision failing me? A great Luo golden immortal possesses the power to challenge Hao Tian, and yet the divine chains crumble before him like dust. Good heavens! Is this what you call a great Luo golden immortal? Whose great Luo golden immortal is this formidable? Even with enhancements, such strength is unfathomable. Fairy Yinhua. This. Initially, her face bore worry, now replaced by sheer astonishment. She had never anticipated that her own son could possess such extraordinary cultivation. My son, Yang Jian, embodies the essence of an emperor. Meanwhile, Hao Yin felt a fiery heat on his cheeks, realizing that his divine order chain could not subdue even a mere de Luo golden immortal. Would he not become the laughingstock of the three realms thereafter? Contemplating this, Hao Yin once again wielded his immense power to invert the yin and yang, a divine ability capable of disrupting the natural order of heaven and earth, causing the sun and moon to lose their regularity, akin to blurring the lines of right and wrong, and muddling the distinction between black and white. This was known as the divine prison heavenly calamity, the journey against the flow of all things, reversing the cosmos itself. In an instant, the laws surrounding Yang Jian transformed, the world turned upside down, rendering him unable to unleash his divine powers, aiming to nullify all of Yang Jian's techniques. Yet, beneath such overwhelming might, Yang Jian's gaze remained scornful as he coolly remarked, "Is this it?" Hao Yin's authoritative voice resounded, "Humph. No need for arrogance, Yang Jian." Before Hao Yin could finish, the space around Yang Jian shattered inch by inch, an oppressive aura rising, his vital energy illuminating the heavens. At this moment, Yang Jian, having fully realized the ancient sacred body, possessed a physical strength rivaling that of an emperor. According to his master, a perfected ancient sacred body was invincible in physical form, able to crush artifacts of the same level with bare hands. Moreover, the fully realized ancient sacred body had several extraordinary manifestations. Hao Yin was hardly worthy of such a display. However, Yang Jian had no intention of unveiling these manifestations, for Hao Yin was not deserving of them. Furthermore, although today's battle was imminent, Yang Jian was acutely aware that he could not slay Hao Yin, as the latter stood supported by a saint, and the divine calamity was at hand, making Hao Yin indispensable. With a single punch, Yang Jian struck, causing Hao Yin's divine powers to collapse into nothingness, utterly incapable of resisting Yang Jian's blow. Hao Yin was taken aback. Yang Jian's punch relied solely on his own vital force, wielding pure physical power. In the primordial realm, since the time of the Great Pangu, there had been paths to transcendence through strength, yet none could attain such a level. The sheer might of his physical form bore the shadow of the Great Pangu, a true manifestation of physical sanctity. In the primordial world, achieving sanctity through the physical body referred to being able to confront immortals with physical strength. However, Yang Jian was distinct. He stood shoulder to shoulder with saints through sheer physical prowess. At that moment, Master Yuding was also astounded. He understood the methods of cultivating the physical body, such as the 8-9 profound arts passed to Yang Jian, which possessed the means to achieve physical sanctity. Yet the power Yang Jian displayed was entirely incomparable. Under Yang Jian's relentless assault, Hao Yin's divine powers shattered into fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Just as Yang Jian approached Hao Yin, a resounding bell echoed throughout the universe, and in an instant, resplendent golden light erupted, a colossal bell materializing beside Hao Yin, its overwhelming force radiating outward. At this juncture, Master Yuding exclaimed, "The bell of breaking the universe? The Heavenly Emperor has actually summoned the bell of breaking the universe. This bell could effortlessly pierce the barriers of the cosmos, harnessing external powers for its wielder." With the Heavenly Emperor employing such a treasure, Yang Jian's demise seemed inevitable. In Master Yuding's view, although Yang Jian possessed remarkable strength, with only the cultivation of a de Luo golden immortal, to contend with the Heavenly Emperor to such an extent was indeed extraordinary, showcasing a formidable arrogance. Yet, it appeared to be where his prowess would ultimately fall short. As the ethereal fairy, Yinhua, set her heart at ease, it tightened once more at the thought of Erlang. "Fear not, mother," Yang Chan hastily reassured. "Hao Tian cannot harm my elder brother, and besides, I am here." Upon hearing her words, the Master Yuding pursed his lips and shook his head, believing that this time, Yang Jian was doomed. Yang Chan's words seemed merely to be comforting lies. Chapter 6. The Celestial King descends to the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, within the celestial treasury, an unremarkable youth ruthlessly plundered its riches, leaving it utterly bare. The boy was quite pleased with his haul, grinning so widely that even his molars were visible. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he murmured, "This is bad. I've been discovered." In the next moment, a flash of radiant light revealed a striking figure before him. Upon closer inspection, her beauty was unparalleled in the three realms, exuding a noble and elegant aura, with a figure that was nothing short of exquisite. "Who are you to dare steal from my celestial treasury?" The cold voice of the West Queen Mother rang out. "What nonsense! Steal? Which of your eyes saw me do that? Do not slander me. If you continue, I shall call my lawyer." The boy retorted hastily. At his words, the West Queen Mother's expression darkened. "Depart at once." With that, she unleashed her formidable power, enveloping the entire celestial treasury in a terrifying force. The essence of the laws surged forth. Like Tian, she was a disciple of the holy masters, her cultivation having reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Yet, facing her assault, the youth exhibited no fear whatsoever. With astonishing speed, he completely disregarded the West Queen Mother's laws. This left her utterly astonished. She could sense that he was merely a great Luo golden immortal, yet she was unable to subdue him. What manner of prodigy is this? Have the great Luo golden immortals become so formidable in this era? It feels as if he shares a similar path with Jian. Could they possibly hail from the same lineage? Outside the southern heavenly gate, Tian's power, augmented by the break universe bell, had reached an astonishing degree. What should have been a near-certain victory turned into sheer disbelief as Jian conjured an illusion of the 9 heavens and 10 earths behind him. His Dharma form loomed over the world like a supreme deity gazing down upon the realm. This was the manifestation of the archaic holy body, signaling the celestial king's arrival in the 9 heavens. With this extraordinary phenomenon, Jian's power surged dramatically, his vitality becoming even more fearsome. As he struck forth with a single punch, the heavens dimmed. This blow stirred a hint of the primordial power of the Tao, causing the very fabric of space to shatter. Even with the break universe bell's support, Tian found it impossible to withstand Jian's formidable onslaught. With a single strike, myriad laws shattered, evoking sheer terror. Were it not for Jian's considerable cultivation and the protection of the heavenly Tao's fortuitousness, he would undoubtedly have been wounded, perhaps even suffering a blow to his very foundation. The jade Ding true man felt a scorching sensation upon his face, his entire being rendered utterly numb. How could this be? How could this happen? He could scarcely believe his own eyes. The heavenly emperor had employed the universe-breaking bell, yet even so, he had failed to annihilate Jian, and instead was overwhelmed by him. How could a mere great Luo golden immortal possess such formidable strength? Is this even scientific? Wait, what is this science? This is the realm of cultivation. I must be mistaken. Jian, filled with a surge of national pride, had never doubted life as profoundly as he did in that moment. Who could have possibly taught Jian to withstand a being at the peak of quasi-sainthood with merely the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal? If they were of equal realms, could he even survive? Surely, if a saint were to arrive, they too would receive a few slaps. Jian, is this truly all the power you possess? Heavenly Emperor? Do you even deserve such a title? Jian scoffed. Jian's face contorted in disbelief. The harm was minimal, yet the insult was profound. Jian, I spare you only because of our blood ties. However, your obstinacy shall result in your soul scattering. Jian's authoritative voice echoed. And at that moment, a myriad of radiant lights enveloped him, 1,000 auspicious colors illuminating the mountains and rivers, multicolored brilliance striking awe across the heavens. The Taiji diagram. Jian's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated the Taiji diagram to be in Jian's possession. The Taiji diagram was a treasure of the Saint Laozi, one of the 3 innate supreme artifacts, possessing the power to pacify the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, transforming the forces of yin and yang, unraveling the mysteries of the heavenly path, and encompassing myriad phenomena. Prophetic verses of the great Tao encircled its exterior, while symbols of the heavenly path flickered within. The Taiji diagram, shrouded in boundless profundity and infinite creation, could nullify any attack and disregard all forms of defense. Witnessing this scene, the Jade Ding true man was filled with astonishment. He had never imagined the Taiji diagram would be in Jian's hands. An innate supreme treasure, a saint's artifact. Jian's demise was now inevitable. The weight of the term saint was immense. Saints stood atop the primordial heights, while all beneath them were but ants. The solace that had briefly settled in Fairy Yunhua's heart surged back with anxiety, while a fleeting seriousness crossed Yangchan's eyes. Mother, you need not worry. I shall assist my elder brother. Upon hearing this, the voice of the Jade Ding true man rang out. Why rush to your demise? The might of an innate supreme treasure is beyond your capacity to withstand. Yang Jian is doomed, and in the future, your mother will rely on you. Heed my counsel. Do not go. In response, Yang Chan snorted dismissively. Is it merely an innate supreme treasure? At that moment, Fairy Yinhua hurriedly grasped Yang Chan. Je no. At this moment, the Fairy Yinhua could not bear to witness her daughter take such risks, nor did she wish to see her son fall. She proclaimed in a resonant voice, Heavenly Emperor. Yinhua acknowledges her errors. I am willing to sacrifice my life. I beseech the Heavenly Emperor to spare Erlang. Mother, there is no need to plead for him. With merely one innate treasure, he cannot defeat us. Yang Jian's voice resounded. The Heavenly Emperor responded, Yinhua, do not blame me for lacking in brotherly affection. At this moment, the Daji diagram unfurled, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and the sun and moon to change color, the might of the supreme treasure revealed unmistakably. Just then, the Daji diagram transformed into a bridge of white jade and gold, linking to the divine authority of the heavens, a formidable power cascading from above. The terror of the heavenly decree was beyond comprehension. Mother, do not worry. I will assist my elder brother. Everything will be fine, Yang Chan declared. With a flick of her hand, she left a trace of power within her mother to prevent any malevolent intentions from harming her. Then, Yang Chan stepped lightly into the void, her body adorned with mystical runes, clad in golden armor, while those enigmatic symbols coalesced in her hand into a long spear. In that moment, Yang Chan appeared undeniably valiant, a true heroine among women. Watching Yang Chan ascend to the heavens, Fairy Yinhua felt helpless. A glimmer of tears welling in her eyes, her heart resolved to accept the worst fate. If both her son and daughter were to meet misfortune, what purpose would her existence serve? The Jade Ding real person expressed profound regret, for this brother and sister duo was destined to perish. He was certain that the outcome would unfold as he anticipated, with no possibility of contradiction. After all, it was one of the three great innate treasures, a saintly artifact. Should he be proven wrong, he would willingly consume excrement with a smile. Due to the Daji diagram, more individuals turned their attention to this battle, especially several saints. Brother, the one fighting against Haoyan is Yang Jian, correct? Inquired the Taoist of propriety. The Taoist of guidance nodded slightly. Indeed. It appears that the Fengshen calamity is experiencing some minor anomalies. This statement brightened the Taoist of propriety's eyes. Brother, could this anomaly benefit our Western teachings? Not necessarily. However, if there are changes, we must seize the opportunity to create advantages. During this Fengshen calamity, we must strengthen our Western teachings, replied the Taoist of guidance. In the Xiandu cave of the Deluo Palace, Haoyan unexpectedly employed the Daji diagram. The indifferent voice of Laozi reverberated, laced with a hint of surprise. Yang Jian. Heretic. The Fengshen calamity is indeed undergoing changes. Within the Yushu Palace, the primordial lord also focused on the unfolding battle. The Deluo Golden Immortal Realm compelled Haoyan to employ the Daji diagram. Who exactly stands behind Yang Jian? The Fengshen calamity is the grand trend of heaven and earth. How can it be altered? All calculations shall prove to be futile. This time, the Fengshen calamity would bring immense benefits to the Chuan sect. Regardless of circumstances, the calamity must not falter. Of course, the primordial lord did not concern himself overly with this minor anomaly. In the palace of Nuwa, the ethereal voice of Nuwa resonated, declaring that Di had perished and the calamity of the Fengshen had commenced. Yet, a minor anomaly had emerged. How amusing. To attempt to alter the grand scheme? How absurd. The calamity of Fengshen is decreed by heaven. While minor currents may be shifted, the overarching tide remains immutable. No amount of scheming can rival the celestial order. Beyond the realms, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu slightly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of surprise, before gradually closing them once more. After a brief moment, Hongjun Daozu suddenly reopened his eyes, his expression filled with astonishment. Now, having merged with the Tao, he stood as the most formidable being in the entire primordial world. A slight shift in the calamity of Fengshen had occurred, prompting Hongjun Daozu to deduce the celestial mechanisms, seeking to unveil the source of this change. However, as he delved into the heavenly secrets, he encountered a backlash. The heavenly mechanisms became exceedingly chaotic, rendering him incapable of discerning them. Should he force the issue, he risked a fall from his current realm, jeopardizing his very foundation. This instilled great concern within Hongjun Daozu, for the calamity of Fengshen must not falter. The emergence of such an anomaly left him at a loss, compelling him to proceed with caution. At this moment, outside the southern heavens gate, the might of the Daji diagram reached its zenith, infusing Yang Jian with a newfound gravity. In this instant, Yang Jian propelled the manifestation of the Celestial King to its utmost, amplifying his power yet again. Concurrently, Yang Chuan arrived at the battlefield, thrusting her spear forth, shattering the void and confronting the heavenly authority with unyielding force. The great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, judging by the potency of her strike, it was evident that Yang Chuan and Yang Jian shared a common path. Master Yuding exclaimed in disbelief. Is it truly the case that the great Luo Golden Immortal has become so commonplace? Yet, there exists a distinction among them. Hao Yin, taken aback, had not anticipated that Yang Chan's spear could withstand the heavenly authority head-on. Consequently, he summoned the power of the Taiji diagram to its absolute limit. In an instant, radiant light illuminated the skies, and myriad auspicious signs emerged. Empowered by the Taiji diagram, Hao Yin exuded an invincible aura beneath the sages. However, even with the joint efforts of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan, Hao Yin found himself unable to overcome the duo. Though Hao Yin possessed the Taiji diagram, he was not a sage, unable to fully unleash its potential. Observing this scene, Fairy Yunhua let out a sigh of relief. She had not expected that her daughter's cultivation was on par with that of Erlang. Master Yuding, he exclaimed in despair. No, Hao Yin, you must exert yourself. You cannot afford to lose. With one of the three paramount treasures, the Taiji diagram, you must not falter. Otherwise, how will you navigate the three realms? It is a matter of life and death. You must prevail. If you lose, my honor will be in shambles. Most critically, I have sworn and wagered on your victory. Should you fail, I shall be left to suffer the consequences. However, regardless of how fervently the Jade Emperor yearned for victory, he found himself at a disadvantage against the united assault of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan. Even with the support of the Taiji diagram, he felt a waning strength. Why have you faltered, Hao Yin? Do not show weakness. If you do, the dignity of the heavenly court will dissipate. Yang Jian's scornful voice echoed. Hao Yin exclaimed in distress. What a treacherous blow to the heart. Sister, why do you not come to my aid? His call was directed at the Queen Mother of the West, who was presently engaged in combat with a youthful adversary, leaving her unable to assist. Meanwhile, within the heavenly treasury, the young man heard Hao Yin's plea and remarked, ignore him. Let us address matters of significance. Pray, tell me your name so that I may record it, and perhaps in the future, you may serve my master as a maid. How dare you suggest that? I am the foremost among female immortals, a disciple of the sage. The Queen Mother retorted fiercely. The youth continued, Humph. To serve my master as a maid would be your great fortune, were it not for your pleasing appearance. I might begrudgingly allow you to be a foot washer for my master. Otherwise, even if you begged, I would deny you such an opportunity. How long has it been since anyone has provoked such fury in me? A foot washer, and to be forced into it. You rogue, prepare to meet your end. The Queen Mother declared, her body radiating with runes, the power of the law is inexhaustible. Yet, to the youth, this posed no threat whatsoever. In time, you will comprehend the folly of your choices today. His voice rang out coolly. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Hao Yin exclaimed in frustration, what an isolated cry. How embarrassing. It has been years since I felt such humiliation. The dignity of the heavenly court was at stake, and the fact that his sister did not intervene ignited a blaze of fury within him. At that moment, Yang Jian's ancient sacred form reached its zenith, his vitality surging, capable of collapsing the ages with mere physical strength. Behind Yang Chuan, a colossal spear shadow emerged, dominating the space, as if it alone could sever the river of time. Hao Yin faced defeat. Despite the support of the Taiji diagram, he could not withstand the combined might of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan. Just as they were about to take further action, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Yang Jian and Yang Chuan found themselves ensnared by this terrifying aura. Any further movement would provoke the wrath of its master, who would annihilate them. Sage. They exchanged glances, understanding that without the ability to counter the sage's power, they could not hope to vanquish Hao Yin. In that moment, the pressure intensified, their gazes icy, as the sage behind Hao Yin prepared to strike. Humph, what of the sage? Though we may be outmatched, we shall not cower. Chapter 8. The Division of the Sect. As Yang Jian and Yang Chuan prepared to confront the saint, the terrifying pressure dissipated. Both understood that the time of the God-confirmant calamity had arrived, and the saints could not act recklessly. From the very beginning, they were aware that eliminating Hao Yin was an impossible task. Let us refrain from further discussion. After all, with their current cultivation, they were not yet capable of contending with the saint. Hao Yin's life would be spared for now. The day they attained the status of the great Luo Golden Immortal would mark the end of Hao Yin's existence. Yuding Zhenren exclaimed, what? Is this how it ends? How can it conclude like this? Damn it, Hao Yin, you truly deserve death. Never have I wished for someone's demise so fervently. You are absolutely the first. You are such a waste. I have you completely at my mercy. I should never have made that vow. Hao Yin, you are nothing but refuse. Hao Yin, consider yourself fortunate. Now be gone. At that moment, Yang Jian's scornful voice echoed. Hao Yin's expression darkened to the utmost, yet he refrained from taking action. Yang Jian and Yang Chan joined forces, and he was no match for them. Moreover, the saints could not act freely. He had no choice but to relent. Yang Jian, Yang Chan, to whom do you two owe your allegiance? I am curious to know who dares to scheme against my heavenly court. Hao Yin's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian and Yang Chan exchanged disdainful glances, thinking, who are you to deserve to know our master's name? Humph. However, seeing that you still possess some vigor, if you plead with me, I might consider recommending you to my master, allowing you to join our sect as a mere janitor. As soon as the words left his lips, Hao Yin's gaze sharpened. The Jie Sect? Tongtian Saint. So it is. Everything has been orchestrated by Tongtian from the shadows. Not only did this stir emotions within Hao Yin, but it also astonished the myriad deities of the heavenly court. No wonder Yang Jian and Yang Chan had achieved such heights in such a brief period and dared to provoke the heavenly court. It turned out a saint stood behind them. Meanwhile, within the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expression was indifferent. Tongtian. So it is he. He appears unassuming, yet has such schemes in the background. What a cunning disciple of Tongtian. However, could such tactics truly alter the tide of the God-confirming calamity? Humph. Such delusions. It seems that at some point, Tongtian had developed such profound methods of teaching disciples, well concealed indeed, in the Xiandu cave of the great Luo Palace. Laozi's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to a tranquil state. It seems I have underestimated my disciple Tongtian, who secretly plots behind the scenes. The momentum of the God-confirming calamity cannot be easily altered. Tongtian's efforts are but a futile struggle. It appears I must exercise more caution towards this disciple in the future. Given Yang Jian and Yang Chan's remarkable cultivation, it seems Tongtian has paid a considerable price. In the celestial realm, the expression of Nuwa was rather captivating, a subtle smile gracing her lips, yet she uttered not a single word. From the Western sect, the voice of the Taoist Zhou resonated. Brother, it is truly unexpected that behind Yang Jian and Yang Chan stands Tongtian. The calamity of the Fengshen has arrived. Who would not desire a share of the fortune, to seize greater benefits? Such an opportunity, who could easily let it slip away? It appears we must prepare ourselves early. This time, we must ensure the flourishing of our Western sect. Taoist Jian responded, Brother, Tongtian must have employed some means to train his disciples. If only we could acquire such methods, how could our Western sect not flourish? Zhou continued, Indeed, it is merely a deviation in approach, should we obtain the law. It would be worthwhile to take note. Let us see if an opportunity to acquire this method arises. In the realm beyond, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu had yet to open his eyes, softly murmuring, Tongtian? However, he did not reach a conclusion. In his view, Tongtian could not escape his calculations, and it was improbable for the heavenly secrets to become so chaotic. Meanwhile, the closed-door meditation of the Tongtian master left him oblivious to the unfolding events. At this moment, outside the southern heavenly gate, Hao Yin regained his composure and coldly declared, the Jie Sect. So, it turns out you are disciples of the Saint Tongtian? Very well. Upon hearing this, both Yang Jian and Yang Chan simultaneously protested, Not at all. Our master is not the Saint Tongtian. Hao Yin. The gods. The saints, huh? You are disciples of the Jie Sect, yet not of the Tongtian master? What is this? Are you attempting to deceive us as if we were 3-year-olds? They distinctly sensed that the disdainful expression when referring to the Tongtian master was not feigned. Humph. Just moments ago, you claimed to be disciples of the Jie Sect, yet now you deny your master. There must be a limit to your lies. Hao Yin's indifferent voice rang out. Yang Jian replied, There is no need for deceit. We are indeed disciples of the Jie Sect, albeit from a branch, not the main sect. Hao Yin and the others. A branch of the Jie Sect? What? A mere branch can produce such disciples. Who are you trying to fool? Who do you think we are? In this day and age, who doesn't possess a modicum of wit? Are you attempting to hoodwink us? Who do you hold in contempt? This is utter nonsense. What branch of the Jie Sect? Pray tell, what is the name of your master? Hao Yin questioned. Yang Chan retorted coolly, The name of our master is not something you are worthy of knowing. If you wish to know, it is not difficult. Join our Jie Sect. Widely disseminate our teachings, perform well, and we, as siblings, will vouch for you, recommending you to serve our master. In due time, you shall naturally meet our master. Hao Yin. Such an opportunity is not afforded to everyone. Do not be ungrateful. If our master were to casually impart a few words to you, it would be sufficient to benefit you for a lifetime. Hao Yin, are you suggesting I should kneel and thank you? What? Thank you for granting me this opportunity. My anger is reaching its peak. As a disciple of a revered sage and the ruler of the celestial realm, am I to serve as a mere attendant? Just as the anger of Hao Yin surged, the voice of the Queen Mother of the West resonated, urging, Hao Yin, quickly intervene. As her words lingered in the air, the figures of the Queen Mother and the youth materialized. Observing this scene, Hao Yin's expression darkened. You dare command me. Now you choose to appear? Where were you moments ago? Is this your paramour? I summoned you, yet you failed to arrive, causing me to lose face. And now you presume to direct me? Infuriated, Hao Yin disregarded the Queen Mother's words entirely. Realizing Hao Yin's indifference, the Queen Mother continued, He has plundered the celestial treasury, Your Majesty. You must stop him. At this revelation, Hao Yin's composure shattered. The treasury has been emptied. Why was this not mentioned sooner? In that moment, fueled by rage, Hao Yin unleashed his power, summoning the forces of the cosmos. Mystical runes danced, transforming into chains of order that surged toward the youth. In Chapter 9, Li Feiyu. With all the chains deployed, Hao Yin believed his methods to be infallible, certain of victory. However, as the chains approached within 3 feet of the youth, they began to dissipate into mist, and by the time they reformed, the youth stood outside their grasp. Witnessing this, Hao Yin questioned his very existence. Were his chains truly weapons of the heavenly path? Why did they seem so feeble, unable to subdue the likes of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan? Now he could not even detain this unknown youth, allowing him to pilfer the celestial treasury at will. If this continued, he would become the laughingstock of the 3 realms, utterly unfit to claim the title of supreme ruler. Furious, Hao Yin intensified his power, yet still could not ensnare the youth. Do not waste your efforts. If I wish to depart, who can hold me back? The youth's arrogant voice rang out, followed by, except for my master. At that moment, the youth traversed Hao Yin's cosmic forces and stood before Yang Jian and Yang Chuan brother Yuan. They greeted promptly. Silence. What brother Yuan? I am Li Feiyu, boomed Yuan Hong's voice. Yang Jian and Yang Chuan were taken aback. The tales of mortals cultivating immortality, shared by our master, have been thoroughly absorbed by brother Yuan. Li Feiyu, the one who slays and sets fires, revered by thousands as Han Tianzuan. Brother Yuan has truly grasped the essence. They quickly corrected themselves. My apologies, brother Li. The celestial assembly was left in bewilderment. Are you also a disciple of the? Hao Yin questioned. Yuan Hong proudly replied, indeed. Hao Yin, my junior brother and sister praised you so highly, hoping you would seize this opportunity to serve our master. Hao Yin retorted, this is praise? How utterly outrageous. The voice of Yuan Hong continued to resonate. Queen Mother, that fool Hao Yin is incapable of seizing the opportunity. I have little faith in him, but I hold great hope for you. I urge you to consider this carefully. The chance to serve your master as a maidservant, pouring tea and attending to him, is a rare one, not afforded to just anyone. The expression of the West Queen Mother darkened. Hao Yin, for reasons unknown, felt a flicker of equilibrium in his heart. The assembly of gods gasped in disbelief. To have the celestial emperor serve as a menial and the West Queen Mother as a maidservant. What audacity! Even uttering such words serves only to belittle them further. To suggest that the celestial emperor and the West Queen Mother should stoop to such roles is to imply they are unworthy of even the most trivial tasks. Yuan Hong, observing his fellow disciples, remarked, have you had your fill of games? If so, let us depart. Hold, Hao Yin bellowed, in light of your inexperience. I shall spare you this time, for heaven is merciful. However, you must leave behind the treasures of my heavenly treasury. The gods were taken aback, after all. He was the celestial emperor. His fortitude and composure were beyond their reach. Such declarations, wielded so casually, were a feat few could accomplish. Yuan Hong, with indifference, replied, whatever comes into my possession becomes mine. Hao Yin's countenance darkened. The vast accumulation of time in my heavenly realm cannot simply be forfeited without consequence. As he spoke, a torrent of power surged around him, reaching an apex of strength. Yuan Hong, upon witnessing this, raised an eyebrow in disdain. Is it you who dares to impede our departure? How laughable. Subsequently, Yang Jian and Yang Chuan prepared for another confrontation, but Yuan Hong interjected, do not linger. Let us leave. Recognizing Yuan Hong's wisdom, Yang Jian and Yang Chuan understood the futility of pursuing Hao Yin and the West Queen Mother, and thus restrained their aggression, readying themselves to depart. Stop! Hao Yin's commanding voice echoed as he unleashed his formidable power, invoking the grand technique of creation and transformation. This ability could conjure existence from nothingness and alter the very essence of things, capable of redefining the laws of the universe. In response, Yuan Hong let out a cold snort, unleashing a terrifying aura that resembled an endless abyss, capable of consuming all creation. Under the weight of Yuan Hong's overwhelming power, Hao Yan's grand technique was crushed into nothingness. Both Hao Yan and the West Queen Mother displayed expressions of shock, having not anticipated Yuan Hong's formidable prowess, which eclipsed even that of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan. Yet, his realm remained that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In that moment, the notion of the so-called Jie and its divisions took on an enigmatic hue in the minds of the gods. What kind of mastery could cultivate such an extraordinary great Luo Golden Immortal? Under the formidable presence of Yuan Hong, neither Hao Yan nor the Queen Mother of the West dared to intervene. Now, as the calamity of the gods approaches, the saints are reluctant to act recklessly. After all, even they cannot evade the entanglements of cause and effect. Should a battle ensue, they would gain no advantage and could only allow him to depart unchallenged. Hao Yan's heart brimmed with resentment. Since the establishment of the heavenly court, he had ruled over the three realms. Yet this was the first time his dignity had been so thoroughly undermined. After this incident, he would truly become a laughingstock among the realms. At this moment, Fairy Yunhua beamed with joy, for her son and daughter emerged unscathed. Even the heavenly emperor could do nothing against them. With such remarkable offspring, her life had not been lived in vain. Yuding Jinren remarked, indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not shared. As Yuding Jinren prepared to depart disheartened, Yang Jian and the others returned. Yang Jian's voice rang out. Where are you off to, Yuding Jinren? Yuding Jinren halted but remained silent. Yang Jian pressed. I'm asking you a question. Have you lost your tongue? Yuding Jinren retorted. What else with the hostility? What am I supposed to say? Am I to tell you I'm just going for a stroll? He forced a laugh. At that moment, Yang Jian said, Yuding, my sister and I plan to establish our Jie Sect's temple at Guanjinku to widely disseminate the teachings of our sect. Given your apparent cleverness, how about serving as our gatekeeper? Yuding Jinren exclaimed, is this excessive? I, Yuding Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chuan sect, to be reduced to a gatekeeper? Do you take me for a dog? No thank you. I shall take my leave. Stop. Yang Jian commanded coldly. Since you refuse to join us, we must disregard your earlier desire to be my master. Do you even deserve that? Considering your ignorance of the matter, I shall spare your life, but while the death penalty may be avoided, the living punishment cannot escape. Before Yuding Jinren could plead for mercy, he was swiftly kicked away, vanishing in an instant. Brother Yuan, would you like to join us in establishing our Jie Sect's temple at Guanjinku? Yang Chuan inquired. Yuan Hong gently shook his head. No, I have matters to attend to, and I must also establish my own temple to propagate the teachings of my sect. Thus, I shall not accompany you. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Brother, wait. You have reaped considerable rewards on this journey, Yang Jian began, but before he could finish, Yuan Hong had already disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, above the city of Chaoga, the Imperial Dragon energy surged, its golden light illuminating the entire metropolis. Chapter 10. Which official can withstand such trials? Such a rich Imperial Dragon energy signifies that our dynasty shall surely prosper. The return of the Crown Prince has summoned such Imperial energy, which is not only a blessing for our dynasty, but for humanity as a whole. Within the Imperial Palace, the ministers of the Shang dynasty murmured in agreement. The former king has been gone for some time, and with Crown Prince Exine absent, the throne has been temporarily held by Ziqi. Now that the Crown Prince has returned, it is time for him to officially ascend to the throne. The Crown Prince possesses the ability to evoke the magnificent aura of imperial authority. Should the throne be entrusted to him, the Shang dynasty is destined for prosperity. In this moment, the ministers collectively contemplate the immediate ascension of the Crown Prince, yet hesitate to express their desires directly to Ziqi. Zishou, you have finally returned. It has been some time since our father passed away, and it is my inadequacy as your elder brother that I failed to locate you, preventing our father from seeing you one last time. Ziqi stepped forward to greet Dxian, articulating these words. Upon hearing this, Dxian's eyes flickered slightly. Ziqi's insinuation was a reproach, implying his filial unworthiness for not allowing their father a final farewell. Clearly, his elder brother harbored aspirations for the throne, which was only natural. Who could remain unmoved by the allure of such power? Were it not for the impending celestial tribulations, Dxian would have little interest in the throne. The ministers, too, discerned the underlying meaning of Ziqi's words. Their expressions varied. Before Dxian could respond, the voice of the Grand Tutor resounded, stating, there are rules for those at home and those abroad. one cannot escape their circumstances. The crown prince has spent years studying outside and is unaware of court matters, although he did not see the late king one last time. As long as he governs the state well, our late king will not hold it against him. Now that the crown prince has returned, he should ascend the throne promptly to assure the people's hearts. Upon hearing the Grand Tutor's words, the ministers visibly relaxed, while a hint of reluctance flickered in Ziqi's eyes. Yet he understood that with the Grand Tutor's declaration, the outcome was already determined, impervious to his will. The Grand Tutor speaks wisely. Zhou, you have long awaited the throne. Your elder brother may take a respite. The state affairs are intricate, and I have long anticipated your return, Ziqi remarked. Dxin replied nonchalantly, Elder brother, you have borne the burden. Ziqi forced a smile, saying nothing further. Burden? If I can ascend the throne, it would be worth any toil. As time swiftly passed, on the following day, with the minister's arrangements, Dxin officially ascended the throne. On the day of his coronation, the skies above Chaoga City swirled with countless dragon auras, and amidst it, purple qi emerged from the east, radiating splendid rays of light and auspicious colors. The fortune of the Shang dynasty surged to unprecedented heights at that moment, bringing immense joy to the ministers. With such prosperity, the Shang was poised to establish an unparalleled legacy, and humanity would surely thrive. Assisting such a sovereign, they, as ministers, would also be remembered through the ages. I, Dxin, from this day forth, shall serve as the sovereign of the Shang dynasty and the emperor of humanity. And I shall elevate our great Shang and our human race. Dxin's voice resonated. Observing this scene, Ziqi's thoughts of usurpation faded. How could he contend with Zhou? After the grand ceremony, Dxin summoned the Grand Tutor, Baigan, Huang Feihu, and several esteemed ministers. Now that I have ascended the throne, I wish to establish national policies and would like to hear your suggestions. Upon hearing this, Baigan replied, Your Majesty, please speak. First, we shall reconstruct the heavenly ladder and call upon the entire populace to practice diligently, for in the future, I shall wage war against the heavenly court. As soon as the words were spoken, before Emperor Xian could articulate his second national policy, the expressions of Master One and the others shifted dramatically. The reconstruction of the heavenly ladder and the waging of war against the celestial court. Good heavens! They recalled Emperor Xian's ascension to the throne, undoubtedly intending to implement sweeping reforms, and they envisioned the formidable challenges that lay ahead. However, this truly exceeded their expectations. Their sovereign was indeed audacious. Your Majesty, the deities of the celestial court will not be easily trifled with. This matter requires careful deliberation. Baigan hastily interjected. Master Wen shared Baigan's sentiments. But Huang Feihu boldly declared, Your Majesty's orders must be obeyed. Pleased with Huang Feihu's response, Emperor Xian continued, Since the dawn of our humanity, throughout the reigns of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, our kind has been in an equal relationship with the deities. Now, with Hao Yan establishing the celestial court, he seeks to reign as the sovereign of the 3 realms, to lord over humanity. If we acquiesce, the deities will regard us as mere ants, trampling upon and manipulating us at will. As the emperor of humanity, I shall never allow our people to suffer such indignity. The construction of the heavenly ladder will not be accomplished overnight, yet during this period, I am confident that the power of the great Shang will surge. Even the gods above shall not intimidate us. Upon hearing Emperor Xian's words, Master One and the others recognized that such thoughts from their sovereign were not hastily conceived, but rather the result of profound contemplation. Your Majesty speaks true. We, as humanity, must stand equal with the deities. Yet, must we truly allow Hao Yan to bully and manipulate us? Huang Feihu's voice resonated. Baigan then inquired, Your Majesty, what shall the subsequent national policies entail? The second policy is to abolish the system of slavery, prohibiting any form of buying and selling of individuals. The third policy involves nationalizing land, redistributing it among the populace for cultivation, forbidding any transactions of land. The fourth policy is to moderately relax punishments, prioritizing humanity in sentencing, and refining the legal system to be more meticulous. The fifth policy aims to elevate the status of craftsmen. Master One, Baigan, and Huang Feihu were taken aback. Good heavens, we are rendered speechless. Each of these policies directly threatens the interests of the nobility and the feudal lords. If such policies are enacted, the great Shang will surely descend into chaos. Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise. Should you persist in this manner, strife will undoubtedly arise, as the feudal lords with vast lands will revolt. Indeed, Your Majesty, I too find this troubling. It may undermine the foundation of our state. I implore you to reconsider. The others echoed similar sentiments, and Huang Feihu, too, did not exempt himself from urging Emperor Xin to reflect further. The path of reform is always fraught with difficulty, yet it is imperative to pursue it. Given the current state of the Great Shang, only through transformation can we achieve prosperity. I ask you, is there a greater number of nobles, or of impoverished commoners and slaves? Emperor Xin inquired slowly. Since I have made this decision, I am, of course, prepared. Regarding the council of Master One and the others, Emperor Xin had naturally anticipated their objections. The proposed reforms were indeed monumental, with implications so profound that they fundamentally altered the very essence of governance, inherently fraught with significant risks. After concluding his thoughts, Emperor Xin commanded, "Bring forth the meal." The expressions of Master One and his companions were perplexed. The matter at hand had not yet been fully deliberated, and the monarch's actions were puzzling. "I have specially prepared a feast for you. Let us indulge before we continue our discussions," Emperor Xin stated with a calm demeanor. Master One and the others were taken aback. Was the emperor attempting to sway them with mere food to gain their acquiescence to his national policy? Such an approach seemed to belittle their intellect. After all, what was a simple meal in the grand scheme of governance? Could any official truly be swayed by such trivialities? Observing their expressions, Emperor Xin could discern their thoughts and could not help but smile with a hint of mischief, envisioning them seeking his favor. The feast he had prepared consisted of sweet potatoes and potatoes procured from his mentor, Master Chuan. Before long, the roasted sweet potatoes and stir-fried potato shreds were presented at the table. Pleased with the culinary outcome, Emperor Xin felt his efforts in instructing the cook had not been in vain. The sight of the food rendered Master One and his companions momentarily speechless. What was this? Such enticing aromas were unlike anything they had encountered before, causing their mouths to water uncontrollably. Emperor Xin, slicing the roasted sweet potatoes into portions, invited, "Come, taste this." After he took the first bite, they followed suit. The moment the sweet potato touched their lips, its tender texture and sweet flavor left them enraptured, their eyes widening in delight as they devoured the dish with fervor. It was exquisite. Indeed, they had never tasted anything so delectable in their lives. Slightly regaining their composure, they glanced at the stir-fried potato shreds before them, yet they dared not partake without the emperor's permission. Noticing their struggle with restraint, Emperor Xin casually remarked, "Do not hold back, eat." With his encouragement, Master One and his companions eagerly dug in, their speed akin to a whirlwind. The crispness and flavor were unparalleled, and before they could fully satiate their appetites, the plate was devoid of food. Had the emperor not been present, they might have licked the plate clean out of respect for etiquette. "Your Majesty, is there nothing left?" Huang Feihu inquired timidly. Emperor Xin smiled gently and replied, "We shall now resume our discussion on the national policy I previously mentioned." The expressions of Master One and the others reflected their astonishment. The emperor had been waiting for this moment, yet the pivotal question remained. Which official could withstand such a test? As several individuals fell into silence, grappling with their thoughts, the voice of Emperor Xin resonated once more. "What you have just tasted, sweet and tender, is known as sweet potato, while what lies in the plate before you is potato. Both can serve as dishes or staple foods to satiate hunger. I wish for the citizens of Dashang to cultivate these. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the others were initially elated, but then Baigon's brow furrowed slightly, the joy in his expression clearly fading. "Your Majesty, such divine crops may indeed pose considerable challenges for cultivation, and the yield might be rather meager, would it not?" Emperor Xin smiled gently. "On the contrary, sweet potatoes can yield 2 harvests a year, with an average production of around 6,000 Jian per acre. As for potatoes, the yield typically ranges from 3 to 5,000 Jian per acre." When Taisher, Baigon, and Huang Feihu collectively gasped in astonishment. "What? Is this true? Surely, Your Majesty is not jesting with us. Currently, the average yield of grain in Dashang is merely 61 to 62 Jian per acre, and yet these potatoes and sweet potatoes can yield thousands of Jian? How can this be possible? If the emperor speaks truthfully, then there is but one conclusion. Your Majesty, the cultivation conditions for sweet potatoes and potatoes must be exceedingly demanding," Baigon inquired. "For such staggering yields, the conditions must surely be harsh." Emperor Xin chuckled softly in response, "Not at all. Both sweet potatoes and potatoes can be cultivated throughout the nation. The conditions for growing them are not stringent." "What is this?" The revelation left when Taisher and the others dumbfounded. "If this is the case, then from this day forth, the citizens of Dashang shall no longer suffer from hunger. Your Majesty, the cultivation and preservation of seeds must be quite challenging, no?" Baigon posed another question. Emperor Xin replied, "Not at all. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are seeds in themselves. As for the specific methods of cultivation, I shall naturally impart this knowledge to you. When Taisher and the others were taken aback. So, you mean to say that these sweet potatoes and potatoes are truly miraculous crops, being seeds themselves? What we just consumed was a waste of potential. They felt a pang of regret. Your Majesty, such national treasures should not be consumed before widespread cultivation. Baigan hastily remarked. The others shared his sentiments, but Emperor Xian waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. During my descent from the mountain, I procured a substantial quantity from my master. It is more than sufficient. Master. They keenly seized upon these two words, their curiosity piqued. Who could this master of the emperor be, capable of providing such miraculous crops? Moreover, from the emperor's thoughts and intentions, it was evident that he was extraordinary. Further intensifying their intrigue, what followed was a discussion regarding national policies and the specific methods for implementation. For several hours, Master Yuan and his companions engaged in discussions with Emperor Xian within the imperial palace concerning the national policies to be enacted. During this time, they found themselves profoundly impressed by Emperor Xian. Initially, they had believed that his prolonged absence from the palace rendered him incapable of grasping the nuances of rulership, and that his notions of statecraft were mere fantasies. However, through their conversation, they realized that their sovereign was far from being a mere theorist. Simultaneously, their curiosity regarding the master whom the emperor frequently mentioned grew even stronger. They yearned to meet this extraordinary figure. In a moment of intrigue, Baigan inquired, Your Majesty, is your master one of the few saints of our time? Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian's expression darkened, filled with disdain as he retorted. Those so-called saints are hardly worthy to be compared with my master. Master Yuan and the others were taken aback. What? Your Majesty, is this not a bit too arrogant? Those are saints, the most formidable beings of our era. Are you not afraid to make such claims? We find ourselves trembling at the thought, yet you speak of it so casually. However, it was evident that the emperor was no fool. His confidence in making such a statement indicated that his master must be an exceptional individual. Yet, there were only a few saints known at that time, seemingly predetermined by fate. Could it be that his master was a being from beyond the heavens? All conjectures about the identity of the emperor's master were merely that, speculation, since the emperor had not divulged a single detail. As the night deepened, their conversation concluded, and all plans were set in motion, requiring only systematic implementation. Before parting, Emperor Xian declared, the prosperity of our humanity hinges on this endeavor. Concerning national policy, any who defy it shall face death, without mercy. Should there be insufficient time to report to me, you may act as you see fit. Execute first, and report later. Master Yuan promptly assured, Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall exert every effort to live up to your expectations. Baigan solemnly affirmed, we shall wholeheartedly assist you, Your Majesty, in revitalizing our Dashang and restoring the ancient glory of humanity. The remaining members, including Huang Feihu, echoed similar sentiments, expressing their willingness to dedicate themselves for the emperor, for Dashang, and for humanity. As Master Yuan and his companions exited the imperial palace, the once dark city of Chaogo was suddenly illuminated as if it were day. Golden light scattered and the imperial dragon aura soared, now appearing more tangible and resplendent than before. In that moment, the fortunes of Dashang surged once again, and the imperial dragon aura solidified into something substantial. Chapter 12. Are you acting? Witnessing this transformation, Master Yuan and his companions felt a surge of joy. Such a solidified imperial dragon aura and the remarkable rise in national fortune served as ample proof that the emperor's choices were indeed correct. Under various national policies, Dashang was destined to flourish, and humanity would rise. As the fortunes of Dashang skyrocketed, the saints, too, became aware of this shift. Behind the ceiling of the gods lay the machinations and plots of the saints, manipulating the masses and suppressing humanity to partition the flow of fortune. In the Kunlun Mountains Jade Void Palace, the expression of the primordial supreme being was somewhat grim. According to the predetermined trajectory, it was inconceivable for the Dashang dynasty to experience such fortune, nor was there any possibility for the human race to thrive. Following the emergence of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan, the fortunes of Dashang soared dramatically, deviating from the original course intended for the divine calamity. The celestial mechanisms were in disarray. Could there truly be further upheaval? What does it matter if national fortunes rise? The heavenly decree is immutable, and the grand trend cannot be altered. Everything shall continue to unfold according to the destined conclusion. Yet, one must ponder whether the changes in Dashang are akin to those of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan, guided by the unseen hand behind the scenes. To attempt to disrupt the divine calamity? Such notions are mere folly. Within the Shen cave of the Deluo Palace, the cold gaze of the Supreme Old One flickered with a fleeting surprise. The fortunes of Deshang had indeed reached an unprecedented height, straying from its original path. Although it was true that the fortunes of Deshang had increased after Emperor Xian ascended to the throne, it should not have reached such extremes. The divine calamity had arrived. Who could be the one stirring the winds and clouds from the shadows, disrupting the divine calamity? Could he bear the consequences of such entanglements? Master, with such frequent upheavals, should we not pay a visit to the Purple Cloud Palace to consult the Tao ancestor? The voice of Xian Du resonated. There's no immediate need. Minor shifts can be adjusted, but the greater trend remains unchangeable. Let us observe for now, the Supreme Old One replied. In the Western Church, the Taoist of guidance spoke. The fortunes of Deshang and the human race have surged to unprecedented levels. Junior brother, this divine calamity is fraught with unforeseen changes. Senior brother, regardless of the alterations, the divine calamity is led by the Tao ancestor, and we, the saints, have laid our plans. Mere ants cannot overturn the heavens, replied the Taoist of certainty. Not necessarily. Now that Emperor Xian reigns as the sovereign, neither we saints nor even the Tao ancestor can act directly against him. If we cannot calculate Emperor Xian's actions, then the grand trend of the divine calamity will undoubtedly reverse. The significance of the divine calamity is paramount. We must prepare for contingencies, lest we fail to strengthen our Western Church. The Taoist of guidance asserted. Your words hold merit, senior brother. It seems our strategies must also adapt to the shifting circumstances, the Taoist of certainty responded. Within the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa regarded the soaring fortunes of Deshang with a mere, amused comment. Interesting. It was evident that she held great confidence in the established grand trend and did not seem overly concerned about the fluctuations in Deshang's fortunes. In the outer heavens Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor Hongjun sensed the surging fortunes of Deshang, repeatedly attempting to divine the heavenly mechanisms. Yet, regardless of his calculations, only chaos emerged. The future remained shrouded from his sight. Even with the power of the heavenly way, he was unable to discern the outcomes. Should he force the divination, he might catch a glimpse of the heavenly secrets, but the repercussions of such actions would be beyond even Hongjuan's endurance. Meanwhile, at the shores of the eastern sea, Nezha walked upon the waves. Suddenly, the sea surged like a mountain, and tumultuous waves erupted. With the sound of a dragon's roar, a deep blue light shone forth, revealing a water beast emerging from the depths, upon which sat a youth, accompanied by a sea-dwelling yaksha. Upon witnessing the scene, Nezha could not help but chuckle inwardly. The script was now set in motion. Concerning the calamity of the Fengshen, Nezha had certainly heard of it from his master. Moreover, he was aware that his own birth did not align with the timeline described by his master. The reasons behind this discrepancy eluded Nezha, and he was reluctant to inquire further. However, he believed that once he attained sufficient strength to traverse the river of time, he would inevitably uncover the truth. Boldly, you dare not pay your respects to the third prince. The sea patrol yaksha barked. Nezha, eager to tease these two fellows, hastily bowed. I pay my respects to the third prince. A.O. Bing, taken aback, thought, is this truly Nezha? This predetermined script does not seem to follow the expected course. Naturally, A.O. Bing had heard his father speak of the Fengshen, and he was indeed one of the deities designated on the Fengshen list. Logically, Nezha's premature arrival had already diverged from the established narrative, and now this Nezha appeared timid and hesitant. How could the script progress from here? The East Sea is the domain of my dragon clan. Who grants you passage without our permission? Do you not realize you have committed a grave offense? A.O. Bing's voice resonated. Nezha quickly responded, I implore the third prince for forgiveness. Ignorance absolves one of guilt. I offer my apologies. A.O. Bing, bewildered, thought, what is happening? What does this mean? Is this a performance? This is completely wrong. This is not how it should unfold. Observing A.O. Bing's dazed expression, Nezha secretly chuckled. Are you feeling a bit confused? Is an apology all it takes? You must pay with your life. A.O. Bing retorted fiercely. Nezha grinned, a smile that sent chills down A.O. Bing's spine. Since you insist on being unyielding, I shall simply have to end your life. A.O. Bing thought, finally, things are returning to the right track. This is the effect I desired. In the next instant, Nezha struck with blinding speed. A.O. Bing, hastily attempting to defend himself, found it utterly futile. He had not even manifested his true dragon form before Nezha snapped his neck with a single blow. As for the sea patrol yaksha, Nezha effortlessly turned him to ashes. Then, with a flash, Nezha seized A.O. Bing's lifeless body and stepped out of the East Sea. At this point, Ao Bing had transformed into his dragon form, and Nezha casually ignited a fire, having heard tales of the exquisite flavor of dragon meat, particularly the liver, which was said to be exceptional, a perfect feast indeed. Meanwhile, in the East Sea Dragon Palace, a small demon scurried frantically, shouting a report. Observing the approaching demon, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang's expression darkened. Although he was aware of the third prince's fate, the unfolding events were inescapable. Following the War of the Witches and Demons, the Dragon Clan had suffered a severe decline, no longer possessing the glory of ancient times. Presently, the Dragon Clan could only submit to the heavenly court, becoming mere pawns to be manipulated, lest they face annihilation or a brutal purge. If that time came, the Dragon Clan would not even be able to maintain their current standing. Dragon King, Nezha has roasted the third prince for a feast. The small demon exclaimed in panic. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang sprang to his feet. What? At this moment, Ao Guang was filled with fury, causing the entire dragon palace to tremble. Over the East Sea, dark clouds gathered, and the waters surged relentlessly, creating towering waves that roared incessantly. Observing the tumultuous scene of the East Sea, Nezha let out a disdainful chuckle, indulging in his feast with great delight. You have slain my son and roasted his flesh. If I do not take your life, how can I, as the Dragon King of the East Sea, retain my dignity? Ao Guang's icy voice echoed. In that instant, the terrifying power of the East Sea Dragon King surged forth, overshadowing the heavens and the earth. The furious waves appeared boundless, embodying the immense force of the East Sea. Formidable and unmatched. Kill me. Do you think you can? Nezha's voice was indifferent yet arrogant. Even with the combined might of your dragon kin, you cannot inflict the slightest harm upon me, let alone slay me. Hearing these words, Ao Guang was infuriated, unleashing a colossal force aimed at Nezha, the power of the laws flickering into view. Yet, upon witnessing Ao Guang's feeble attempts, Nezha could hardly contain his laughter. Although Ao Guang was a great Luo golden immortal, in Nezha's eyes, he resembled nothing more than a diluted, inferior wine, utterly ineffectual. Your trivial skills dare to challenge me? Nezha scoffed. In the very moment his words fell, he waved his hand nonchalantly, and the cosmos shifted. Ao Guang's power of laws was shattered completely. The once tumultuous East Sea calmed instantly, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. Ao Guang was aghast. How could a great Luo golden immortal like him be so easily vanquished in Nezha's presence? No, this is impossible. Just as Ao Guang was in shock, a massive hand descended from above, striking his face with force, leaving an unmistakable imprint. He plummeted from the sky back to the ocean floor. Submerged, Ao Guang refrained from retaliating. He was no match for Nezha and dared not act recklessly. He would wait until Nezha returned to Chintang Pass to report to the Heavenly Emperor and secure his support. Is that all you've got? Old Dragon King, perhaps you should return home and tend to your offspring. Nezha's mocking voice echoed across the East Sea as he gazed at the now-cowed Ao Guang. Ao Guang. The insult was too severe. The circumstances outweighed his emotions. No matter how frustrated he felt, he had to endure this humiliation for the time being. After a moment, Nezha wiped his mouth, savoring the delectable morsels, the finest delicacies of the world, the best of the dragon kin. I'm leaving. Old Dragon King, do raise more sons. One day, I shall prepare a grand feast of 100 dragons for my master. Ao Guang's expression shifted between shades of green and black. This was an egregious affront. He had endured much over the years, cultivating patience, or else he would have been driven to fury. Such a profound humiliation, such a profound disgrace. In the Chintang Pass, within the Li residence, the only one rejoicing at Nezha's return was his mother. The others regarded him with disdainful gazes, particularly Jian and Muzha. Jian had taken Wen Shu Guang Fa Tianzun as his master, his cultivation growing increasingly profound. Wen Shu Guang Fa Tianzun was a disciple of the primordial celestial venerable and one of the 12 immortals of Kunlun, possessing considerable powers. Meanwhile, Muzha had apprenticed himself to Pu Xianjun, who would later become the Bodhisattva of compassion. Both had chosen esteemed mentors, and their cultivation had flourished over the years. Nezha, born a monstrous being and absent from home for over a decade, shared no bonds with them. Most critically, they failed to perceive any cultivation within him, which led Jian and Muzha to look down upon him. As for Li Jing, he harbored a strong aversion towards this aberrant son, and after years apart, their father-son relationship was tenuous at best. Yet, being his own flesh and blood, Li Jing's expression was not overtly harsh. Nezha paid little mind to the disdain of his brothers or the indifference of his father. His sole concern lay with his mother. Just as Nezha basked in her affection, a tempest brewed over Chintang Pass. Dark clouds loomed ominously, and outside the pass, the floodwaters surged. The east sea's waves towering to a staggering height. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Chintang Pass, plunging its inhabitants into panic. Amidst the colossal waves, the immense form of Ao Guang, the Dragon King, emerged, proclaiming in a booming voice, "Nezha, you have slain my son and roasted his flesh. Today, I present you with two choices. Either you take your own life to atone, or I will unleash this deluge, drowning all the people of Chintang Pass for your misdeeds." As Ao Guang's voice echoed through the air, the citizens of Chintang Pass erupted in uproar. "Nezha, is he not the monstrous child of General Li? He has returned, having brought upon us such calamity. How can he come back to Chintang Pass and drag us down with him? This aberration truly brings ill fortune. Why did General Li not eliminate him back then? His transgressions should not condemn us to perish alongside him. We must go to General Li's residence. We shall not be his sacrificial offering." Meanwhile, within the Li residence, Li Jing gazed at the Dragon King hovering in the sky, his eyes wide in fury as he observed the towering waves outside Chintang Pass. He scolded Nezha. "You ungrateful child, this abomination. How could you incite such disaster? If I had known you would cause such calamity, endangering the lives of the people of Chintang Pass, I should have taken your life long ago." Nezha, unsurprised by Li Jing's words, had anticipated such a response. Nevertheless, hearing them spoken aloud sent a chill through him. At that moment, Madame Yin, Nezha's mother, hurriedly interjected, "My husband, Nezha is still young and did not intend to cause harm. Let us negotiate with the Dragon King. If all else fails, I shall offer my life for Nezha to appease the Dragon King." Before Li Jing could utter a word, Jinjia hurriedly interjected, "Mother, you must not do this. Nezha is no longer a child. The mistakes he has made should be borne by him." Muzha chimed in, "Mother, the enmity of killing one's son is irreconcilable. If Nezha remains alive, the Dragon King will surely not relent, and the people of Chintang Pass will suffer." Hearing her son speak so coldly, Lady Yin felt a pang of discomfort. "Very well, I shall accompany Nezha. This way, the Dragon King's wrath will surely be appeased. And you will also be safe." Without waiting for Li Jing or her sons to respond, Nezha quickly declared, "Mother, do not worry. A mere mudfish is something I can handle. Just watch." Upon hearing this, Jinjia and Muzha exchanged disdainful smiles. "Nezha, in such dire times, how can you possibly be a match for the Dragon King? If you persist in your obstinacy, what will become of the innocent people of Chintang Pass? Do you truly wish for the entire city to suffer for your folly?" In response, Nezha expressed his disdain, saying, "Do not speak of the world as populous and innocent citizens so readily. What love for the common folk can one possess if they do not even care for their own son and brother? Such grandiloquence is merely self-serving. If it is for oneself, then spare the pretense. A hypocrite is far more repugnant than a true villain. You ungrateful wretch. You ungrateful wretch." Li Jing, Jinjia, and Muzha were understandably furious at Nezha's words. At that moment, Nezha's voice rang out, "Old Dragon King, I was inclined to spare your life. But since you seek death, do not blame me." With that, Nezha shot into the heavens, causing panic among the citizens of Chintang Pass. Nezha, unwilling to perish, was instead provoking the Dragon King. Was he not determined to drag them all into the abyss? Such a freak, devoid of compassion. General Li had guarded Chintang Pass for many years, yet he bore such a son. Today, if we meet our demise, we must thank General Li for this blessing. He should have quietly ended this abomination at birth. Watching Nezha ascend into the sky, Jinjia exclaimed, "He has gone mad. He is no match for the Dragon King. This is clearly a death wish, and he will drag countless innocent citizens of Chintang Pass into calamity. His heart deserves punishment." Chapter 14. The Heavenly Emperor Save Me. At this moment, the citizens of Chintang Pass erupted in curses, condemning Nezha for leading them to their doom. Ao Guang, upon seeing Nezha's figure appear before him, felt a twinge of fear. However, he quickly reassured himself with the thought that he had the Heavenly Emperor's backing and the entire populace of Chintang Pass as hostages, dispelling his trepidation. "Nezha, do you truly disregard the citizens of Chintang Pass? A person so heartless and ungrateful, who cares not for the lives of others, how can you be worthy of cultivation?" Ao Guang's voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Nezha scoffed derisively. "You have truly made me laugh. To threaten me with the lives of the citizens of Chintang Pass. Do you genuinely care for them? No wonder you have become a mere lapdog of the heavenly court. Your words are as hollow as your heart. You regard my human race as mere livestock, as swine and cattle, perpetually under your dominion. You exalt yourselves above us. By what right? Oh, Dragon King, your dragon clan is no different. You are merely pawns manipulated by the heavenly court. Unworthy even to be called dogs, yet you seem to revel in your subjugation. Were I in your position, I would choose to end my own existence, for I would have no face left to live. Humph. While your dragon clan willingly serves as the hounds of the heavenly court, my human race shall not acquiesce. As these words echoed, Li Jing and the citizens of Chintang Pass stood in stunned silence. Was Nezha truly cursing the heavenly court? Did he truly wish for his own demise, while dragging them down with him? If he were to truly provoke the heavenly court, there would be no survivors left in Chintang Pass. Nezha was leading them all to ruin. At that moment, Jin Zha's voice rang out. Nezha, dare you continue this reckless behavior? Apologize to the Dragon King at once, and take your own life before him. Mu Zha chimed in. Nezha, swiftly end your life. Do not implicate the innocent. In an instant, the entire populace of Chintang Pass urged Nezha to take his own life in hopes of quelling the Dragon King's wrath and securing their survival. They wished for Nezha to curb his reckless tongue and avoid inciting the heavens further. Do you hear what they're saying? Nezha, why do you hesitate? Shall this king be forced to intervene on your behalf? Ao Guang's voice reverberated. Nezha replied indifferently. You think that you can harm me? I have stated before that even if your entire dragon clan united their strength, it would not leave a scratch upon me. With that proclamation, Nezha waved his hand, summoning the power of the laws, causing the towering waves outside Chintang Pass to recede in an instant. The oppressive clouds that shadowed the city dispersed, leaving a clear blue sky. The crowd was left in disbelief. Had Nezha truly chosen to end his own life? Humph. It seemed he retained some conscience, sparing them from his fate. To the onlookers, the retreat of the flood and the dissipating clouds must mean that Nezha had sacrificed himself to placate the Dragon King's fury. At that moment, Lady Ying cried out. Nezha. Her voice carried profound sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears, her countenance appearing instantly aged. Mother, do not worry. A mere laughing mudfish cannot possibly best me. Nezha's voice rang out, leaving the crowd astonished. He had not taken his own life. He was alive. How could the torrential flood have receded and the oppressive clouds dissipated? Especially within the hearts of Jin Zha and Mu Zha, waves of turmoil surged. The Dragon King, being a supreme being at the De Luo Jinxian level, and the East Sea Dragon King at that, was among the most formidable entities. How could Nezha possibly be his equal? Within Chintang Pass, upon hearing the news of Nezha's survival, only Lady Ying expressed joy. In the next moment, when Nezha struck the Dragon King with a powerful blow, the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Jin Zha and Mu Zha exclaimed in unison, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The Dragon King was an unparalleled powerhouse of the De Luo Jinxian realm. Though not the strongest beneath the quasi-saint level, he was undoubtedly among the elite. How could such an entity be sent flying by Nezha, who was now relentlessly pummeling the Dragon King? Ao Guang was left speechless. You have come to me with such directness. Yet this is an affront to the dragon. We are all navigating our paths in this world. Who among us does not wish to maintain a semblance of dignity? Truly, Great Dragon King, I present to you a choice. Abandon the heavenly court and join me. I assure you, you shall enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. Thus spoke Nezha. Ao Guang, I offer you a glance. Interpret it as you will. What is this? Have you lost your mind? Or have I lost mine? Are you even aware of the words that escape your lips? To forsake the heavenly court and follow you? In one moment I would abandon the heavenly court, and in the next, I would seal my own doom. The crowd. It is evident that you are gravely unwell. One does not utter such words without enduring years of affliction. If it is truly so, then I can only send you on your way. Nezha remarked indifferently. In that moment, Ao Guang felt a chilling clarity about Nezha's murderous intent. He had no doubt that Nezha would annihilate him without hesitation. In that fleeting instant, Ao Guang was truly alarmed. This was undoubtedly the closest he had come to death in millennia. Nezha, what are you plotting? I am the sovereign of the East Sea, appointed by the Celestial Emperor, a legitimate deity of the heavenly court. Should you slay me, the Celestial Emperor will not let you escape unscathed. As he spoke, Ao Guang summoned the entirety of his power from the East Sea, and in an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Radiance enveloped him, revealing the full might of a great Luo golden immortal. His divine abilities unfurled. The Dragon King had merely been toying with Nezha until now. But this was the true confrontation, a battle of great Luo golden immortals. How could Nezha possibly contend with the Dragon King? His demise seemed inevitable. Yet, there lingered a fear. After slaying Nezha, would the Dragon King's wrath subside, or would it bring calamity upon the innocent citizens of Chintang Pass? Jin Zha's voice echoed. In agreement, Mu Zha concurred. Nezha could never match the prowess of the Dragon King. However, Lady Yin interjected. I perceive a hint of trepidation in the Dragon King's words and demeanor. It appears he fears Nezha. Jinja and Muzha were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this might be true, but no, it must be an illusion. There had to be a rational explanation, and it could not be that the Dragon King feared Nezha. Mother, your cultivation has not reached a sufficient level. You do not understand. The Dragon King is a great Luo golden immortal. Nezha's demise is assured. Brother speaks rightly. Nezha is doomed, Muzha added. Yet, before he could finish, Ao Guang's divine powers were effortlessly shattered by Nezha, who then unleashed a punch that sent Ao Guang hurtling away. Jinja, was it premature to speak? This is quite the slap in the face. Is it not? How can this be? This should not be possible. The Dragon King is indeed a great Luo golden immortal, and not merely any ordinary one. Nezha is also a great Luo golden immortal. No, this cannot be. This must be a performance. It is undoubtedly an act. Nezha could not possibly be a great Luo golden immortal. Everything is for the sake of the divine sealing tribulation. They were well aware of the divine sealing tribulation and recognized their roles as those who must endure it. However, Nezha's script seemed excessively exaggerated, did it not? This should not be the case. At this moment, Ao Guang found himself utterly unable to withstand Nezha's relentless assault. Faced with Nezha's lethal strike, Ao Guang was gripped by fear, fully aware that he could not block it. Thus, he cried out, Heavenly Emperor, save me. In Chapter 15, a question arises. Who among the celestial beings dares to descend to this mortal realm? Just as Nezha's decisive blow was about to descend, a formidable force intervened, thwarting Nezha's attack. Simultaneously, in the heavens above, extraordinary phenomena unfolded, with radiant hues illuminating the sky and auspicious colors manifesting in myriad forms, as the deities of the heavenly court revealed their divine forms. In that moment, Ao Guang felt a wave of relief wash over him, his heart finally settling. He had come perilously close to demise, just a hair's breadth away. Nezha may have looked down upon him for serving the heavenly court, but at a critical juncture, he proved to be of use. One might ponder, what is so wrong with being a servant? Meanwhile, the folk of Qintang Pass were thrown into a state of panic. Li Jing furrowed his brow and murmured, what shall we do? This rebellious child truly intends for all of Qintang Pass to accompany him to his demise. At this juncture, Jinja spoke. Father, our only recourse now is to compel Nezha to take his own life to quell the wrath of the heavenly court. Once Nezha is dead, my brother and I will reveal our identities, and, due to our connection with our master, the heavenly court will surely show leniency towards Qintang Pass. Brother, Nezha would never take his own life. We must assist the heavenly court in capturing him, so that the citizens of Qintang Pass may remain unscathed, Muzha interjected. Madame Yin, however, remained silent. Her words had lost their significance. Her heart had succumbed to despair. She could not comprehend why Nezha's peculiar birth warranted such disregard for blood ties and familial affection. The sorrow of a heart turned to stone is unparalleled. At that moment, Madame Yin felt an overwhelming disappointment towards her husband and two sons, yet found herself utterly powerless in the face of the current predicament. Moreover, the citizens of Qintang Pass were engulfed in terror, fearing that this calamity wrought by the demon would invoke the wrath of the celestial beings, leading to the annihilation of their home. Cursed Nezha, he has brought us to this dire strait. They lamented, with heaven's fury upon us. We are left only to await our doom. Yet, there is still hope. As long as we kneel in sincere prayer, perhaps the heavenly court will show us mercy. Yes, the heavens are benevolent. If we pray earnestly, the heavenly court shall not hold us accountable for Nezha's grievous transgressions. Meanwhile, high above in the celestial realm, Ao Guang, who had just mused about the merits of servitude, was suddenly subdued by Nezha, utterly incapable of resistance. Should Nezha harbor any ill intent, Ao Guang knew his fate was sealed. Observing this, a divine voice resonated from the heavens. Bold Nezha, why do you not release the Dragon King? Do you not recognize the gravity of your disrespect towards the majesty of the heavenly court? Before Nezha could respond, another voice thundered, rebellious child, what is your intention? Release the Dragon King at once. Jinja echoed. Nezha, you wretched demon, do you comprehend the enormity of your actions? Release the Dragon King immediately. Do you wish to drag all of Qintang Pass into your folly? Muzha added, is it not enough that you alone are at fault? Must the entire Qintang Pass suffer for your misdeeds? Nezha, surrender yourself at once. Listening to the words of his father and two elder brothers, Nezha maintained his composure, entirely disregarding their remarks. Yet, the last flicker of hope and fantasy within him dissipated into thin air. He thought of his mother and his master. And that was already sufficient. As for such a father and brothers, they were better off without. The heavenly court? Today, I shall slay the Dragon King without a doubt. Even Hao Yin cannot impede me, not with such insignificant beings as you. With 300 million celestial beings above, they must bow low upon seeing me. Nezha's voice reverberated throughout. The crowd and the deities gasped in astonishment. Incredible. This is truly audacious. 300 million celestial beings must bow low upon seeing me. What audacity it takes to utter such words. As his voice echoed, Nezha decisively vanquished Ao Guang. This incited the wrath of the gods. And the previously imposing voice rang out. Nezha, do you intend to declare war on the heavenly court? Truly ignorant of your own insignificance. Gods, heed my command. Execute Nezha. In an instant, the gods surged forth, launching an assault on Nezha. Meanwhile, the people of Chintang Pass remained in shock. Unable to recover from the sight of Nezha slaying the Dragon King, Li Jing exclaimed in fury, "It's over. It's over. This rebellious son has committed an unimaginable calamity." At that moment, Jinja hurriedly said, "I will send word to our master." Hoping he can persuade the heavenly emperor to punish Nezha without implicating the people of Chintang Pass. Muzha quickly added, "Father, do not worry. I will also send word to our master to hasten his arrival." Good, good. The safety of the people of Chintang Pass now relies on you both, Li Jing said with relief. Although burdened by the actions of his rebellious son, he was grateful for the presence of two such exceptional sons. Heaven had not been entirely unkind to him. In the heavens above, Nezha unleashed his divine powers, his sword aura unparalleled, filling the cosmos with an overwhelming sense of sword intent. With a single swing of his sword, the sun and moon dimmed, the heavens trembled, and the gods fell beneath its edge. Under Nezha's onslaught, countless heavenly soldiers and generals perished, forcing the gods to retreat. As he drove them back from the mortal realm to the southern heavenly gate. Witnessing such a scene, a profound silence enveloped Chintang Pass. No one had anticipated that Nezha possessed such terrifying power, capable of driving the gods from the mortal realm. Jinja and Muzha exclaimed this. No, it cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. The gods of the heavenly court could not possibly be repelled by Nezha. It was simply beyond belief. Li Jing and the citizens of Chintang Pass stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by astonishment. In their minds, the celestial beings had always been exalted and invincible, but now, witnessing Nezha single-handedly slaying gods and forcing them to retreat, their perceptions were utterly shattered. In that moment, Nezha stood at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, sword in hand. Laughing heartily, with my sword in hand, I asked the celestial beings above, who dares to descend to this mortal realm? Such audacity in one utterance. Yet, at this moment, Nezha possesses the right to voice such sentiments. Worthless, a congregation of the worthless. As he beheld the retreating deities returning to the heavenly court, Hao Yin erupted in fury. The deities retorted, "Huh? Indeed, we are worthless, yet you are not? Did you not allow your own nephew to strike you?" Hao Yin exclaimed, "Nonsense. Such slander shall not go unpunished. I shall flay you alive." The deities persisted, "You have indeed been struck by your own nephew." Hao Yin shouted, "Silence. All of you, be quiet. I shall behead you." The deities continued, "You have been struck by your own nephew." Hao Yin, exasperated, thought, "Enough. Let us speak of other matters." The deities chimed, "You have never struck your own nephew. Oh, but wait. Not just your nephew, but your niece as well." At this juncture, Hao Yin resolved to intervene personally. Previously, Yang Jian and Yang Chuan had already caused the heavenly court to lose face. If Nezha were to remain unscathed, how could he, the heavenly emperor, maintain his dignity? In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, a terrifying pressure descended, and within the confines of Chintang Pass, no soul dared to stand. In the firmament above, Hao Yin's divine form manifested, radiating unparalleled authority and the essence of the laws. Nezha, you dare to defy the majesty of the heavenly court. Today, you shall meet your end. Your soul will be banished to the depths, enduring endless torment. Hao Yin's commanding voice resonated. In response, Nezha, with disdain and arrogance, retorted, "Who do you think you are? You?" Chapter 16. Hao Yin, am I akin to a mere lackey? Hao Yin, I am the sovereign of the heavenly court, the ruler of the three realms, a disciple of the saints. And you? Who do you think you are? After his earlier encounter with Yang Jian and Yang Chuan, his authority had been diminished. Now, with Nezha's emergence, if he did not assert his dominance vehemently today, how could he face the mantle of the heavenly emperor? At this moment, the power of the laws surrounding Hao Yin surged forth, exuding the overwhelming pressure of a pinnacle quasi-saint. The populace within Chintang Pass trembled in fear, hoping fervently that the Heavenly Emperor would swiftly eradicate such a monstrous being as Nezha. Only Madame Yin stood weeping, knowing that with Hao Yan's intervention, Nezha could not possibly survive. Is this all you are capable of, Hao Yan? Humph, merely a trifle. Do you believe yourself worthy to be the sovereign of the three realms? I could easily take on the role for a couple of days, if you wish, Nezha's contemptuous voice echoed. Hao Yan's countenance darkened ominously, and within Chintang Pass, silence reigned. Insanity. This demon, Nezha, had truly lost his mind. The madness of one facing death. He dared to challenge the Heavenly Emperor, the supreme deity, the ruler of the three realms. With such audacity, he truly did not know the meaning of peril. At that very moment, in the heavens above, Hao Yan's power coalesced into chains of divine order, embodying the essence of the great laws, intent on suppressing Nezha. Even if you possess myriad divine abilities, I shall shatter them with a single sword. Nezha's voice rang out. At the instant his words fell, the fabric of reality seemed to pause, and the firmament was suffused with an overwhelming sword intent, a terrifying aura that enveloped the cosmos. The great Luo Golden Immortal. Feeling the aura of Nezha, along with the terrifying essence of his sword energy, Hao Yan inexplicably sensed a familiarity that filled him with foreboding. Nezha had vanished for over a decade, and now he had attained the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, akin to Yang Jian and Yang Chuan. Moreover, Nezha's path to becoming a great Luo Golden Immortal was remarkably similar to theirs. Meanwhile, the expressions of Jin Zha and Mu Zha were filled with disbelief, their features gradually contorting. They had diligently trained under their esteemed master, advancing at an extraordinary pace, yet they had barely crossed the threshold into the Golden Immortal realm. Their own master was merely a Tai Golden Immortal, while Nezha, who had been absent for more than 10 years, had astonishingly achieved the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. This incited a jealousy that transformed their countenances. Li Jing's astonished voice echoed. Has Nezha truly become a great Luo Golden Immortal? Jin Zha replied. Father, Nezha indeed has reached the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, but what does that signify? The Heavenly Emperor is the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, rendering a great Luo Golden Immortal as insignificant as an ant in his eyes. Mu Zha quickly added, Father, achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal is no simple feat. Nezha must have strayed onto a crooked path. Upon hearing this, Li Jing harbored no doubts. Attaining the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal in such a short span must have involved dubious means, and he feared Nezha might have fallen into darkness. Unfilial son, Li Jing exclaimed. Madame Yin remained silent throughout, her complexion pale and her eyes devoid of life. Her distress stemmed not only from the impending execution of Nezha by the Heavenly Emperor, but also from the attitudes of Li Jing, Jin Zha, and Mu Zha towards him. The most insidious threats often lurked close at hand. Familial ties, at times, seemed but a cruel jest. Human nature is the most unfathomable and cannot be gazed upon directly. Thus the wisdom of embracing ignorance often becomes profound, though few would find such wisdom truly laughable. At that moment, high above in the heavens, under the pressure of Nezha's sword energy, the divine chains of order, forged from the laws of Hao Yan, shattered. Indeed, Hao Yan mused inwardly. The paths taken by Nezha, Yang Jian, and Yang Chuan to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal status were aligned. The deities of the heavenly court could not help but recall the vivid images of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan battling against the Heavenly Emperor, prompting them to stealthily retreat. Hao Yan, keenly aware of their actions, felt his anger surge, inwardly cursing, incompetent fools, a bunch of useless wretches. Yet now was not the time for reproach. He had to confront Nezha. Whom did you take as your master? Hao Yan demanded. Nezha coldly replied, Is my master's name one you are worthy to know? Hao Yan, taken aback, thought, There's no escaping. It's that familiar taste again. At that moment, Hao Yan felt as if his back teeth might shatter. You are a disciple of the Jie branch? Indeed, Nezha affirmed. You actually know of my Jie branch. Hao Yan, you are quite impressive. I am the most favored disciple of my master. If you bring the heavenly court into my Jie, I shall recommend you to my master, allowing you to serve as a mere errand boy. Hao Yan, this is an immense opportunity for you. You must seize it. By the way, if anyone claims to be a disciple of the Jie and offers to admit you, you must not agree. In the eyes of our master, I hold the utmost prestige. Their recommendations cannot compare to mine, Nezha hastily remarked. At that moment, a cunning scheme brewed in Nezha's mind. He intended to absorb Hao Yan into the Jie before a multitude of senior and junior disciples, widely disseminating the profound teachings of the sect. Even if Hao Yan is deemed unworthy, he is still the sovereign of the heavenly realm, his influence permeating the three realms. If he were to join the Jie, it would undoubtedly facilitate the propagation of its principles. Thus, when he next encounters the master, even if he does not achieve the highest honor, it would be close enough. As long as the master is pleased and offers even a casual piece of guidance, would that not propel him to great heights? Even a mere compliment from the master would suffice to bring him joy for a long time. Haoyan, get lost. A mere servant, yet again, this wretched servant. I am the heavenly emperor, the master of the three realms, a disciple of the saints, and a powerful being at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. How can I be mistaken for a servant? How could one possibly perceive that? The gods of the heavenly court, the familiar formula, the familiar flavor. To be honest, if the heavenly emperor were to adorn himself fittingly, he could indeed pass for a servant. Alas, but wait, wasn't he once a servant? Merely a servant of the saints. Within Qintang Pass, this prodigy has truly lost his mind. At this moment, Jian remarked, Nezha is undoubtedly doomed to eternal damnation. Truly short-sighted to believe that a great Luo Jingxian is invincible in this world. The heavenly emperor has yet to make a real move. Should he take it seriously, Nezha would surely be left in despair. Mu Jia chimed in, utterly baffled by Nezha's audacity. It is laughable. A mere great Luo Jingxian, seeking to contend with the heavenly emperor? Such delusions. In their eyes, Nezha's demise was inevitable. Even if he were a great Luo Jingxian, so what? Just a great Luo Jingxian. How could he possibly compare to the heavenly emperor? The emperor is bound to prevail. Haoyan. Indeed, at times, our words need not be so absolute, for there are numerous uncertainties. Everyone, for instance. Haoyan, are we here just to check identities? Get lost. I say there are many uncertainties, and there are indeed many. Do you not see that? At this moment, Haoyan unleashed his formidable powers, and in an instant, the force of the laws surged forth, upending the cosmos. The clouds of the 9 heavens descended, and the waters of the 4 seas stood still. Chapter 17. Are we cultivating false immortality? Regarding Haoyan's extraordinary abilities, Nezha paid them no heed. Such techniques were, to him, utterly trivial. At this moment, Nezha, with arms crossed and sword in hand, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that filled the sky behind him. This boundless energy coalesced into an immense ocean, with each strand imbued with the essence of cosmic laws, intertwining with the profound truths of the great Tao and the primal forces of existence. Such mastery of the sword had transcended mere technique and entered the realm of enlightenment. Beneath the overwhelming aura of Nezha's sword energy, the divine powers of Haoyan shattered, and the strength of the laws was suppressed. Witnessing this spectacle, Jian and Mu Jia were left utterly astonished. Could a great Luo golden immortal truly possess such might? No, this cannot be real. How could the heavenly emperor, a being at the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength, be subdued by a mere golden immortal? Even though they discerned the truth, that Nezha was no ordinary great Luo golden immortal, they still believed he could not possibly contend with the heavenly emperor. At that moment, Lady Yin's voice resonated. My intuition tells me that Nezha will prevail. Her expression was resolute, though she herself was unsure of the source of her unwavering confidence. Nonetheless, her instincts strongly assured her that Nezha would emerge unscathed. Upon hearing her words, Jian and Mu Jia attempted to speak, but upon seeing Lady Yin standing upright, they exclaimed in unison, Mother, how can you stand? The oppressive force has long since dissipated. Why can I not stand? My heart does not kneel. Lady Yin replied. Li Jing, Jian, and Mu Jia were left speechless. At this juncture, Haoyan's expression grew increasingly grave. In the mortal realm, he could not unleash his full power without risking the fabric of space itself, which would lead to catastrophic consequences for the world, potentially disrupting the celestial calamity. Nezha, he declared, if we continue this battle, it will endanger the realm. Are you willing to ascend and fight? In response, Nezha replied with indifference, what is there to fear? If you wish to fight, then let us do so. With his words, Haoyan's divine form vanished instantaneously, and Nezha's figure also disappeared from sight. Observing this, Jian remarked, once he departs, he shall never return. Mu Jia concurred, noting that Haoyan's formidable power, tempered by his concern for the lives of mortals, had prevented him from unleashing his full might. Nezha's confrontation with the heavenly emperor would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Lady Yin's heart sank to the depths of despair, while Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief at the retreating celestial beings, realizing that the heavenly court was not prepared to implicate Qintang Pass. Simultaneously, the citizens of Qintang Pass rejoiced, grateful that the heavenly emperor did not hold them accountable for Nezha's transgressions, and they expressed their gratitude through fervent kneelings. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, the battle between Nezha and Hao Yin reignited. Hao Yin unleashed the full extent of his quasi-saint power, causing chaos as the void shattered and the force of the laws surged. Nezha stood alone, a sword amidst the chaos, embodying the might of the strongest blade. In the confrontation between Hao Yin and Nezha, the attention of the divine assembly was drawn. In the Western Church, the sage Yuan Shi remarked, "Brother, Nezha did not arrive on the predetermined date of his birth. The Tao ancestor once stated that such a minor deviation would not alter the grand design. Yet it appears that the reality diverges from the Tao ancestor's words." Jian replied, "The calamity of the canonization is increasingly straying from its original course. Who truly governs the so-called sect of interception, and what are their intentions? First, there was Yang Jian and Yang Chuan, then that individual Li Feiyu, and now Nezha. The fortunes of the Shang dynasty have surged, and the heavenly mechanisms are in utter disarray. The canonization calamity is poised for numerous unforeseen changes. Regardless of the transformations, our goal remains steadfast. The foremost priority is to strengthen our Western Church by any means necessary." Within the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, a flicker of solemnity crossed the gaze of the primordial Supreme Being. The myriad disturbances within the canonization calamity over these years had begun to evoke a sense of unease within him. Has Zia and Shen Gongbao not yet returned? The primordial Supreme Being's voice resonated. Below, Zhang Zia respectfully replied, "Master, Brother Shen has yet to return. It has been quite some time since he departed. Regardless, summon him back at once," commanded the primordial Supreme Being. "Yes, Master," Zhang Zia responded with utmost reverence. The primordial Supreme Being continued, "Moreover, it is nearly time for you to descend the mountain. Make your preparations." "Yes, Master." In the Xiandu cave of the Deluo Palace, Laozi's countenance remained indifferent. The heavenly mechanisms grew increasingly chaotic, with frequent disturbances. What divine entity orchestrates such machinations that defy the heavens? The trajectory of the canonization calamity has become ever more uncontrollable. Within the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa's expression transformed from previous ease and indifference to a subtle gravity. With the heavenly mechanisms in such turmoil, the canonization calamity has grown increasingly mysterious. It is time to investigate my role in this chain of events, for I must not allow any anomalies. In the Zhixiao Palace of the Outer Heavens, Hongjun Daozu's visage darkened, tinged with a sense of helplessness. The canonization calamity has spiraled beyond control, now veering into unknown territories. And it can only be gradually rectified through the power of the heavenly path. Furthermore, uncovering the mastermind behind these schemes and eliminating them would facilitate the restoration of order. However, to orchestrate such a rebellion against the heavenly path and to create such chaos indicates a formidable strength. It is likely that even he could not subdue them easily. Nezha's failure to be born at the appointed time suggests that the forces behind this have likely been plotting since then, and at that moment, he had been completely unaware. Even in his calculations, he assumed Nezha would follow the predetermined path. Thus, Hongjun Daozu refrained from further inquiry, not anticipating that today would unfold in such a manner. At this moment, the battle between Nezha and Hao Yin intensified. Despite Hao Yin unleashing all his divine abilities, he could not inflict even the slightest harm on Nezha. In that instant, when Hao Yin's divine techniques were completely shattered, Nezha's sword struck forth, invoking the laws of the universe and connecting with a fragment of the primal source of power. The surrounding chaos within an 800-mile radius crumbled and collapsed under the might of Nezha's strike. The gods looked on in horror at this formidable blow. Such a strike would be difficult for even Hao Yin to withstand. Nezha, merely at the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, demonstrated an astonishing strength, seemingly surpassing even Yang Jian and Yang Chuan. Of course, this was a misconception, for at that moment, Yang Jian and Yang Chuan had yet to unleash their full power. In terms of true strength, they still surpassed Nezha. The gods were unaware of this fact, yet amidst the unfolding scene, they could not help but question, could it be that we are cultivating false immortality? However, in the face of Nezha's fearsome strike, Hao Yin displayed no sign of concern. As the sword chi approached, a small pagoda materialized above Hao Yin's head, radiating myriad rays of light, effortlessly blocking Nezha's attack. Observing the small pagoda, Nezha's first reaction was one of exhilaration. This treasure was indeed remarkable. He exclaimed, "Hao Yin, this treasure is fated for me. You cannot wield it. Heed my words and give it to me, and I shall master it." Chapter 18. The Mayfly Shakes the Tree, Respecting One's Limitations. Hao Yin. The gods. Indeed, such audacity. This was the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, a treasure that, once summoned, ensured invincibility. During the creation of the world, The primordial void was suffused with boundless heavenly yellow qi, gradually coalescing into a pagoda. Initially towering, it eventually condensed into a small tower of merely a foot in height. This was one of the two rarest treasures, the supreme defensive artifact. It belonged to the sage Laozi. How could one dare to casually claim a connection? Where did you find such courage? It must be said, Laozi truly favored Haoyan, first bestowing the Taiji diagram, and then the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda. But wait, why did the heavenly emperor not employ the Taiji diagram in this instance? If he had activated it, would he have found himself in such a predicament? At this moment, fortified by the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, Nezha found himself unable to breach Haoyan's defenses. Truly, it was deserving of its title as the foremost defensive treasure, remarkable indeed. Haoyan, with a sneer, remarked, "Is that all you have? Such skills dare to challenge the majesty of my heavenly court? Huh, ridiculous. I stand here. What harm can your assaults inflict upon me?" In response, Nezha scoffed, "Is it merely a turtle shell you wear? What is there to be proud of?" With that, Nezha's long sword danced in the air, causing the celestial realm to tremble as chaos shattered under the force of his movements. After a flurry of strikes, Nezha's brow furrowed slightly. The defensive power of the celestial tower of heaven and earth was indeed formidable. Despite Nezha's relentless assaults, he could not breach its defenses. "Nezha, if you were to reconsider your path at this moment and join my heavenly court, I could accept you as my disciple. How does that sound? Not everyone is worthy of being my disciple. This is an opportunity you should seize. Do not remain obstinately ignorant." The mocking voice of Haoyan resonated. Upon hearing this, Nezha's expression darkened ominously. "You? How dare you claim such a thing? Not only you, but even a sage would not be worthy." The gods gasped in astonishment. What audacity! Not even a sage is worthy? I truly wish to witness Nezha's master, the so-called leader of the... Who possesses such confidence that Nezha would respond in this manner? Is he truly an otherworldly being? An unparalleled supreme being? As Nezha's attacks intensified, a strange smile curled at the corners of Haoyan's lips. After an unknown number of exchanges, the celestial tower of heaven and earth erupted with dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, Haoyan summoned the Taijutsu, a terrifying force coalescing, threatening to collapse the entire realm beyond the heavens. The formidable power within the Taijutsu descended upon Nezha. Witnessing this scene, the gods began to comprehend. No wonder Haoyan had refrained from using the Taijutsu earlier, for he understood that even if he activated it, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish Nezha. Furthermore, Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, and Li Feiyu were all disciples of the... Should he press down on Nezha from the start, they would likely come to his aid, which would complicate matters. Thus, a sudden strike and swift suppression proved to be the best course of action. The gods murmured in disbelief. He truly is cunning. Faced with Haoyan's abrupt aggression, Nezha's gaze grew serious. This sudden surge of overwhelming power was sufficient to subdue him, albeit at the cost of grievous injury. "Do not fear, Li Shidi." Yang Jian's voice echoed throughout the realm beyond the heavens. In the next moment, a terrifying phenomenon manifested. Endless descended, chaos collapsing and fragmenting. Nezha was overjoyed. "Brother Yang." Haoyan's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Yang Jian." Just as he was about to bring Nezha to his knees, unexpectedly, Yang Jian emerged, the celestial king descending from the ninth heaven, propelled to the utmost by Yang Jian, delivering a punch that blocked Haoyan's strike. "Not just Brother Yang, but also you, Sister Yang." Yang Chan's voice rang out simultaneously. "Sister Yang," Nezha called out affectionately. At that moment, Yang Chan also took action, thrusting her spear in unison with her brother, nullifying Haoyan's attack. Yang Jian's domineering voice erupted. "I, a disciple of, am not someone you can provoke. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you will never learn." As Yang Jian spoke, his aura surged forth, causing a flicker in the eyelids of Haoyan. The alliance of these three posed a genuine threat to him. Though he possessed the support of the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, he was no saint and could not fully unleash its potential, leaving him vulnerable to their relentless assaults. "Master, save me," Haoyan called out in haste. The gathered deities were taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth? Associating with you is utterly embarrassing." It resembled a child's brawl, where, upon being overpowered, one called for parental intervention. As the ruler of heaven and the future sovereign of the three realms, where was his dignity? Did he not feel ashamed uttering such words? So what if there are three of them? Fight to the death. If you cannot win, then perish. What are you afraid of? Do you truly believe you could die? Yang Jian chuckled at this moment. "Haoyan, you truly have no sense of shame. Your master is fortunate to have a disciple like you." "Enough," exclaimed Laozi, exasperated. "This useless creature is beyond redemption." Haoyan retorted, "Huh? A mere saint, with 1,000,000 years of cultivation, thinks to elevate me? Dream on. At this juncture, Laozi's sanctified authority descended, instantly enveloping Yang Jian and his companions. Ultimately, a saint is a saint. Even a casual display of pressure from him rendered them nearly defenseless. Laozi, you truly lack shame. As a saint, meddling in the affairs of juniors is beneath you. How dare you act against a great Luo golden immortal? Yang Jian taunted. The deities were astonished. What a bold individual. A person weighing 150 pounds has the audacity to challenge a saint. We respect you for your courage. At that moment, Laozi's pressure intensified, clearly fueled by anger. In response, Yang Jian snorted coldly, his aura reaching its zenith as he stood against the saint's might, proclaiming, "What of the saint? I fear nothing. If you wish to fight, then let it be so." Simultaneously, Yang Chuan and Nezha's auras also soared to their peaks as they declared battle. Hao Qian was taken aback, while the deities gasped in disbelief. Have they lost their minds? They dared to confront a saint. To engage a saint with the power of a great Luo golden immortal? Are they actively seeking death? A saint is the most formidable existence in the vast wilderness, capable of altering destinies with a word, turning the heavens and earth with a mere gesture, an immortal being beyond death. The notion that all beneath a saint are mere ants holds not a shred of falsehood. To battle a saint? With their cultivation? Merely to endure the saint's pressure would be a tremendous feat. Are they truly courting death? Like mayflies attempting to shake a tree, how audaciously foolish. In another part of the wilderness, a woman of stunning beauty and a demeanor both cold and noble murmured, "Yang Shi is indeed remarkable. He has not brought disgrace to our sect, nor to our master. Sister, shall we take action?" The adorable rabbit in the woman's embrace spoke with human words. "Not yet. The calamity of the gods is upon us, and the heavenly secrets are in disarray. Even the saints dare not strike. Let us observe. If it becomes truly necessary, we shall act then," replied the cool and composed woman. "Moreover, we are not alone. The eldest sister must also be paying heed. With her profound and inscrutable cultivation, even the saints cannot contend with her. Indeed, she may possess the power to vanquish them. The eldest sister is so impressive. If only I could possess even half of her prowess," the charming rabbit expressed, filled with envy. The cool woman cast a sidelong glance at the rabbit in her arms. "Who told you to always indulge your appetites and not focus on your training?" "I don't want to, but the carrots are simply too delicious," the adorable rabbit whimpered. In the imperial palace of Chaoga, DXIN's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Yang Shi and the others truly excel. The saints of the heavens scheme against our humanity. One day, I shall ascend and vanquish you all. Yang Shi and the others are so fierce, they directly confront the saints. Should I join in the fray?" His blood boiled with excitement. "If I truly dared to strike with full force, I would turn your world upside down." In the boundless glaciers, the ethereal whispers resounded. "Saints, dare you harm my junior brother and sister? Let the world witness what it means to slay a saint." Upon closer inspection, the woman delivering the whispers appeared even more ravishing, her aura exuding nobility and elegance. At this moment, in the realm beyond the heavens, Yang Jian surged towards the celestial threshold, the vision of the celestial king reaching its zenith, causing the entire chaos to tremble. Yang Chuan wielded her spear, thrusting it forth with an unending killing intent, the might of her strike seeming capable of piercing the heavens and earth, an unstoppable force that could slay any foe. Nezha, with sword in hand, radiated brilliance. The power of his blade encompassed myriad sword techniques, casting a colossal shadow across the firmament. With a single swing of his sword, myriad laws were shattered. However, in response to the defiance of Yang Jian and his companions, the Taishang Laojun showed evident fury, the oppressive aura intensifying. Faintly, purple energy surged from the east, amplifying the saintly pressure. In an instant, the celestial king's vision shattered, and Yang Chan's earth-piercing spear began to dissipate, while Nezha's ancient sword fragmented, piece by piece. The overwhelming pressure of the saint truly reached an unfathomable level, rendering their combined efforts barely sufficient to withstand it. At that moment, Yang Jian erupted once more, his blood surging with vigor, illuminating the heavens. Behind him, a green lotus sprouted from the chaos, towering to great heights. When the green lotus bloomed, it instilled awe across the realms, an ancient saintly manifestation, the chaotic seed of the green lotus, now propelled to its utmost by Yang Jian. Meanwhile, behind Nezha, formidable sword energy coalesced, akin to a raging river, as if the waters of the four seas converged into a singular force. With each strand of sword energy containing boundless power, Yang Chan's spear trembled, the laws surged, and numerous mystical runes emerged, coalescing into a gigantic spear behind her. imbued with limitless strength. At this moment, Hao Yin and the assembly of deities were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that these three individuals could possess such formidable strength. Particularly within Hao Yin's heart, an endless tumult surged. He was profoundly bewildered. During their confrontation, Yang Jian and his companions had even held back, not unleashing their full prowess. This revelation caused Hao Yin's expression to darken slightly, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. What astonished the gods even further was that the combined efforts of the trio managed to withstand this immense pressure. With the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, they boldly confronted the oppressive force of a sage. This was simply unbelievable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it impossible. Although it was merely the pressure of a sage, it was sufficient to reduce several quasi-saints to ashes. Even after witnessing this spectacle, the gods remained in a state of disbelief. The impact was overwhelmingly profound. They felt as though their entire worldview had shattered. In the Xiandu cave of the Great Luo Palace, it was indeed blocked. What kind of extraordinary path of cultivation had they traversed to achieve such feats? The murmurs of Laozi carried a hint of surprise. In the Yusu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the face of the primordial heavenly sovereign also reflected a glimmer of astonishment. To reach such heights as a great Luo Golden Immortal is truly remarkable. Just how powerful must the leader of the Jie Sect be? The upheaval of the Fengshen calamity had taken an unexpected turn. How could one rectify this chaos? The Tao ancestor had yet to convey any messages. How would the trajectory of the Fengshen calamity unfold? In the Western Church, the elder brother remarked, "We have cultivated for countless years and have never encountered a great Luo Golden Immortal of this caliber. Their methods of cultivation evidently do not belong to the Honghuang realm. It seems the leader of the Jie Sect is a superlative being from beyond the heavens. They may not be inferior to the Tao ancestor." Jian nodded slightly, aware that the scheming surrounding the Fengshen calamity likely aimed to seize opportunities amidst the turmoil. Regardless, we must respond to changes with constancy. Our Western Church must strengthen itself. Within the palace of Nuwa's expression also flickered with surprise as she murmured, "This is becoming increasingly intriguing." In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu's countenance also bore a trace of astonishment. As the foremost figure of the Honghuang, he had never conceived that a great Luo Golden Immortal could attain such might. What intentions lay behind that individual? Was Tongtian involved as well? What were the motives of the external powers orchestrating the Fengshen calamity? In the depths of the cosmos, there seemed to be a protective aura of the Tao surrounding this moment. At the external battlefield, the voice of Laozi resonated. "Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, Nezha. Today I shall make an exception and accept you three as my personal disciples. I shall impart my entire knowledge of the Tao to you. Are you willing?" The gods were taken aback. Even the sages momentarily paused in surprise, utterly unprepared for Laozi's desire to take on disciples. To be a disciple of a sage, or even more so, a personal disciple, was a coveted honor sought by countless beings in the Honghuang. Just the title alone could command respect throughout the realm. Who would dare to disregard it? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, and Nezha exclaimed in unison, "You dare to presume? How dare you?" Following this, Yang Jian continued, "If you are willing to join my Jie Sect and propagate its profound teachings, I could intercede with my master on your behalf. You might even find yourself in the position of serving him, perhaps even assisting with his nightly needs. Should my master take a liking to you, a mere few words of guidance would suffice to bring you joy for the rest of your life." Yang Chuan added, "This is an unparalleled opportunity for you, Supreme Old One. I hope you can seize it. Such chances are fleeting and may never present themselves again." Nezha chimed in, "Supreme Old One, why do you not express your gratitude to my senior brother and sister for their great kindness?" The assembly of deities reacted in astonishment, recognizing the audacity of the trio. In the 20th chapter, the purple chi comes from the east for 90,000 miles. The words of Yang Jian and his companions evidently provoked the Supreme Old One's ire, intensifying his aura of authority. The entire chaos trembled beneath his oppressive presence, as the fabric of space was torn inch by inch. Although Yang Jian and his companions furrowed their brows, they remained undaunted, their combat fervor surging. In that moment, Yang Jian's vitality reached an extraordinary peak, and from behind him, a colossal ancient tree erupted from the ground, soaring into the heavens as if attempting to pierce the sky. This world seemed entirely enveloped by the massive ancient tree, surrounded by numerous divine herbs and exotic plants, all quaking with vitality, radiating boundless life. This was one of the manifestations of the primordial sacred body, the sacred tree of creation, with the infusion of endless life force. Yang Jian's combat prowess ascended yet again as he charged towards the source of the oppressive force. Behind Yang Chuan, an immense law body materialized. Clad in armor and wielding a spear, suffused with the essence of the great Tao, surrounded by the power of cosmic laws. The palpable aura of slaughter coalesced around her, reminiscent of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, emanating the fierce energy of having slain millions, instilling fear in all who beheld her, like a dread demon. Nezha's back bore a glimmer of cold light, which expanded from a mere point into a vast expanse, embodying the true essence of the sword. Infused with strands of the great Tao's origin, under the gaze of the multitude, Yang Jian and his companions once again withstood the terrifying pressure. The Supreme Old One felt a burning shame upon his visage. As a sage and one of the pinnacle entities in the primordial realm, he had failed to subdue 3 mere juniors under such sustained pressure. Yang Jian laughed heartily, declaring, "Sages are not all that remarkable. If we could linger by our master's side for a few more years, absorbing his teachings daily, we could dispatch you as easily as one would slaughter a pig or dog." The Supreme Old One, taken aback, retorted, "How dare you? In this world, who does not seek to maintain their dignity?" In that moment, the Supreme Old One was genuinely enraged, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Despite bearing the weight of karma, he declared, "Today, I shall eradicate you all." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yang Jian and his companions shifted slightly, realizing they had perhaps gone too far, as the old man was truly incensed. The assembly of gods scoffed. "Ah, they are finished now. Did they not understand when to retreat?" The wrath of a sage was not something they could withstand. Surely, the demise of Yang Jian and his companions was inevitable. At this moment, a formidable pressure, magnified several times compared to before, brewed and descended. Yang Jian's expression grew grave as he declared, "Third sister, junior brother, you must leave at once." "Leave? Humph. None of you shall escape." The frigid voice of Taishang Laojun resonated. Yang Chuan and Nezha had no intention of retreating. They summoned their powers to their utmost peak. Behind Yang Jian, an extraordinary manifestation reappeared. Amidst the boundless night, a resplendent moon ascended, illuminating the vast sea below. A scene reminiscent of the holy body's manifestation of the moon rising over the ocean. In that instant, a beam of pure moonlight cascaded down, blossoming within the infinite chaos. Under this moonlight, the oppressive might of Taishang Laojun was momentarily stifled for 2 or 3 seconds. This astonished Taishang Laojun, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of the gods. They had never conceived that Yang Jian's cultivation could reach such heights. Simultaneously, Nezha unleashed his most potent sword strike, imbued with the essence of the great Tao, crashing against the saintly pressure of Taishang Laojun. Yang Chuan, too, charged forward with her spear, wielding the power of the laws. A fragment of the primordial essence of the Tao, coupled with an unfathomable intent to kill, thrusting forth with her weapon. Undeniably, the strength of the trio reached its zenith. Yet under the saintly pressure, it all disintegrated, weighing heavily on their hearts. Ultimately, they were to face the inevitable end. An insurmountable chasm lay between them and the saints. Nevertheless, Yang Jian and his companions remained undaunted, harboring a flicker of pride for daring to confront a saint and battling thus far without yielding an inch. They had not tarnished their master's esteemed reputation, nor that of the Jiejiao. Just as Taishang Laojun's oppressive force was about to reduce Yang Jian and his companions to dust, at that very moment, a radiant 9-colored light burst forth from the heavens. In an instant, auspicious rays illuminated the skies, with the purple aura stretching for over 90,000 miles, instantly dissipating Taishang Laojun's pressure. Witnessing this spectacle, the gods were astounded. A saint? Has a saint intervened to save Yang Jian and his companions? It must be Tongtian Jiao Master. Most likely. As there were only a few saints in the entirety of Hongwang, the only one connected to Yang Jian and his companions could be Tongtian Jiao Master. Humph, this has been exposed, hasn't it? What division of Jiejiao? It's nothing but deceptive talk. At that moment, the most astonished of all was still Taishang Laojun. Before this 9-colored radiance, his pressure was entirely nullified, and within this force, he sensed a hint of danger. Since attaining sainthood, he could scarcely recall how many years had passed without experiencing such a sensation, and he even caught a whiff of death's breath. Not just Taishang Laojun, but the other saints also did not conceal their astonishment. The source of this power instilled in them a sense of mortality, not only after becoming saints, but even long before. They had not felt anything like this. What truly astonished them was the ethereal violet aura that stretched for 90,000 miles. A phenomenon reserved exclusively for saints. The position of a saint was a predetermined decree of heaven, and within the entirety of the primordial world. The emergence of another saint was utterly inconceivable. Yet, the undeniable presence of this vast violet mist suggested that a saint was indeed concealed within the realm. Could it be the leader of the so-called? At that moment, the saints commenced their inquiries, for this was an opportune moment to unravel the mystery. It was due to this individual that the entire calamity of the Fengshen had veered into uncontrollable territory. Should they locate and eliminate this entity, they could restore order and ensure the calamity unfolded according to the preordained script. Meanwhile, those lurking in the shadows, poised to act, quietly retreated. The Master Sister would take action, and with her formidable ability to slay saints, their intervention was rendered unnecessary. Moreover, they gained a clearer understanding of the Master Sister's prowess. Their previous estimations had likely underestimated her capabilities. At this juncture, Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, and Nezha exchanged glances of joy. Although they feared not death, the prospect of survival was undeniably preferable, especially since they had yet to fulfill their master's directive of disseminating the profound teachings of the across the ages. Subsequently, Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, and Nezha bowed in the direction of the source of power, simultaneously expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Master Sister." In the void, a cool and melodious voice resonated. No need for such formalities. The Master Sister's voice followed. "So, do you choose to leave on your own, or shall I assist you?" The god stood in shock, exclaiming, "What a fellow! Are all members of the so domineering? It seems this organization is not as virtuous as one might think." What further astonished them was the realization that it was not the leader of the who had intervened, but merely the Master Sister. If her disciples were this formidable, one could only imagine the terrifying prowess of the leader of the. In the grand hall of the Deluo Palace, the countenance of the Supreme Elder was decidedly grim. As a dignified saint, how could he simply concede? Yet, if he were to engage in battle, he lacked the assurance of victory, and the stakes were too high. Weighing his options, the Supreme Elder withdrew his oppressive aura and proclaimed, "All for the sake of the common people." Had it not been for this, would one allow such insolence? Upon hearing this, the gods were once again taken aback. A saint had actually chosen to compromise. The heavens of the primordial world were truly on the verge of transformation. Although the Supreme Elder spoke of considerations for the common people, it was merely a self-constructed rationale. Saints viewed the populace as mere ants, to be manipulated at will. Such sentiments were nothing more than a facade. In the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the identity of the leader of the remained a tantalizing mystery. How could one possibly cultivate an existence that rivals a saint? This is simply unfathomable. My master once proclaimed that saints are predetermined by the heavens, standing atop the pinnacle of the primordial realm, while all beneath them are but mere ants. Yet now, it appears that a visit to Jineo Island is in order. The primordial lord murmured, his countenance filled with astonishment. Previously, no matter how formidable the combat prowess exhibited by Yang Jian and others at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, I remained unfazed. But now, how can we afford to underestimate this being that rivals a saint? In the Western teachings, my brother, it seems that the so-called sect of interception indeed harbors an existence that can match a saint. If this is the case, the entire calamity of the Fengshen will be utterly uncontrollable, Zhuan remarked. Jane's expression was complex, predominantly one of shock. It is evident now that the Fengshen calamity can no longer adhere to its predetermined course. The individual behind this is certainly no weaker than the Tao ancestor. Thus, we must alter our strategy, responding to change with constancy. If necessary, a collaboration between us and the sect of interception is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi slowly nodded. It must be so. Our foremost priority is to strengthen our Western teachings. In the Nuwa Palace, the demeanor of Nuwa was markedly different from before. Her expression was now suffused with astonishment, as she had never anticipated that the sect of interception would possess an existence that rivals a saint. This situation has become increasingly uncontrollable, making it exceedingly difficult for the Fengshen calamity to return to its rightful path. In the Zhixiao Palace, the Tao ancestor Han Jun was equally astonished. Just moments ago, he had sensed an aura that instilled in him a hint of threat, a feeling he could scarcely recall experiencing in countless eons. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated trepidation towards the so-called leader of the sect of interception. The chaotic nature of the heavenly secrets undoubtedly resulted from that individual's machinations. Their schemes are intricately woven, aiming to reap tremendous benefits from the Fengshen calamity to achieve certain goals. With the heavenly secrets in disarray, Han Jun found himself at a loss, compelled to take each step as it came. At this juncture, Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, and Nezha had returned to the mortal realm from the celestial realm. Time flows differently. One day in heaven equates to a year on earth. Now, 3 years had passed since their last return. Upon their arrival, Nezha extended an invitation, saying, "Senior brother Yang, senior sister Yang, would you care to accompany me to Chindang Pass for a few days? I would like to extend my hospitality." In response, Yang Jian replied, "Junior brother, there is no need. We have been away for 3 years. We shall first return to Guanjingkou. There will be ample time for us to reunite later. For now, we must widely disseminate the profound teachings of our interception sect, living up to our master's expectations. Indeed, I must hasten back to Chintang Pass. It shall serve as my sanctum for imparting the teachings of our interception sect." Nezha concurred. Subsequently, Nezha and Yang Jian bid farewell, their figures swiftly vanishing as they rushed back to Chintang Pass. Meanwhile, at Chintang Pass, in the Li residence, Lady Yin had grown increasingly gaunt over the 3 years. Her spirit weighed down by sorrow. The death of her youngest son, coupled with the indifference of her husband and 2 other sons, deepened her grief. "Mother, one cannot revive the dead. It has been 3 years. Why must you torment yourself so? Nezha has offended the heavenly emperor, provoking the majesty of the celestial court, and his fate is already sealed. Why must you persist in this manner?" Jin Zha's voice resonated. Mu Zha then interjected, "Mother, we cannot provoke the celestial court. We cannot allow our entire family and the citizens of Chuntang Pass to suffer for Nezha's transgressions. Mother, let the past remain in the past. Your actions will not bring Nezha back. His current plight is of his own making. Why must you harm yourself in sorrow?" At this moment, Jin Zha and Mu Zha were imploring Lady Yin. Despite their disdain for Nezha, they still held a deep concern for their mother, demonstrating a flicker of filial piety. For 3 years, they had repeated this discourse, yet it bore no fruit. Nevertheless, they continued to persuade their mother from time to time. "Enough. Every time it is the same. There is no need to continue," Lady Yin declared, her disappointment unwavering. As her words fell, Jin Zha and Mu Zha exchanged a glance filled with anger and resentment. Why did their mother show more affection for that monster than for them? On the verge of speaking again, they were interrupted as Nezha's figure appeared above Chintang Pass. In the next moment, his boundless divine form materialized, clouds converged in the sky, and rays of light illuminated the scene. Simultaneously, Nezha's voice echoed, "I, Nezha, today take Chintang Pass as my sanctuary to disseminate the profound truths of my teachings, to seize a glimmer of life for all beings in heaven and earth. Without distinction, all who have the fortune may join my sect." Upon hearing this voice and witnessing the divine appearance above Chintang Pass, the citizens erupted in a frenzy. "Nezha, it is truly Nezha. He has really returned. The heavenly emperor cannot do anything to him. Is this real?" When the decree from the king was issued from Chaoga to Chintang Pass, it proclaimed that Nezha would undoubtedly return. Now, the king's words were proven true. Could it be that humanity can triumph over the divine? Humanity shall rise. The king spoke wisely. "I, Nezha, am a hero of the human race, and I shall join the sect to follow Nezha." The clamor among the citizens of Chintang Pass was relentless. Unlike 3 years ago when they referred to him as a monster, the Nezha of today was hailed as a hero, a transformation undoubtedly attributed to Emperor Xian's influence. This action not only aided his disciple, but also served his own political aspirations. Meanwhile, in the Li residence, upon hearing Nezha's voice, Lady Yin rushed outside, gazing at the divine form above Chintang Pass, overwhelmed with joy and tears. She had awaited this moment. She had truly awaited it. Had it not been for the king, she would have ended her life 3 years ago. At this moment, Jin Zha and Mu Zha beheld Nezha's divine form above Chintang Pass, their eyes wild with disbelief. "He has returned. He has truly returned. How is this possible? How could the heavenly emperor have spared him? What has transpired? Nezha was destined to perish. How could he still be alive?" Jin Zha and Mu Zha exchanged a brief glance before departing. Their sole desire now was to locate their master and inquire about the events that had transpired, particularly why Nezha still lived. At that moment, amidst the starry void, a woman of ethereal grace stood cradling a rabbit in her arms and spoke softly. "All my junior brothers and sisters have established their own sanctuaries. I must hasten to do the same." In chapter 22, the call to battle is made. "Sister, do you intend to use the Moon Palace as your sanctuary?" the Jade Rabbit inquired. Yuan Shi gently shook her head. "No, the Moon Palace is merely a fabricated moon created by the heavenly court. If I am to establish a sanctuary and propagate the profound teachings of my sect, I cannot allow the reputation of my sect to falter, nor can I tarnish my master's name. This counterfeit Moon Palace is unworthy. If I am to create a sanctuary, it must be centered around the dark moon." Upon hearing this, the Jade Rabbit expressed surprise, but during the battle between the witches and the demons, the dark moon was already in ruins. How can it serve as a sanctuary? It can be restored. Yuan Shi replied nonchalantly. The Jade Rabbit exclaimed in disbelief, since the battle between the witches and the demons. The goddesses Shiha and Changshi have perished, the moon goddess Wangshu has vanished, and the essence of the dark moon has dissipated, rendering it a desolate star. The current moon palace was constructed from the last remnants of the dark moon's essence. Thus, the dark moon is utterly forsaken. To restore it would be an exceedingly arduous task, nearly impossible. Sister, is this truly achievable? The Jade Rabbit remained skeptical. In response, Yuan Shi lightly tapped the Jade Rabbit's head. Though it is no simple feat, it is not insurmountable. One glance at your disinterest in the principles of mathematics and chemistry that Master has conveyed confirms this. The Jade Rabbit sheepishly pursed its lips. It was rather indifferent to the practice of cultivation, finding greater joy in gourmet delights. It could be said that the pursuit of cultivation was merely a means to prolong its enjoyment of fine cuisine. As Yuan Shi's voice resonated, she gracefully moved, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. Waves of power from the laws of nature surged through the endless expanse, all flowing into the moon palace, which soon radiated with resplendent light as its energy was inexorably drawn forth. In that moment of great commotion, the heavenly court took notice. Within the Lingxiao Hall, Hao Yan's expression shifted slightly. Has Chang'e returned? He murmured. As he gazed upon the moon palace with divine powers, his countenance turned cold. The other gods also sensed the disturbance, and a wave of astonishment swept through them. What is Chang'e doing? Is she intent on destroying the moon palace? Chang'e is extracting the essence of the moon palace. What? Has she lost her mind? With Chang'e's return from her disappearance, could it be that she too has joined the sect? In an instant, the expressions of the gods varied greatly. The possibility of this conjecture loomed large. No, it was not merely a possibility, given Chang'e's method of extracting the source power and her displayed level of cultivation. She must have indeed entered the ranks of the so-called sect. At this moment, Hao Yan's eyes blazed with fury. He had always regarded Chang'e as a cherished possession, a secret well known among the gods. In the grasp of one's hand lies the duck. How could Hao Yan permit it to slip beyond his control? In an instant, Hao Yan's form vanished from the Lingxiao Palace, reappearing beside the Moon Palace. In the void, golden light shimmered gloriously, casting radiant hues as Hao Yan's divine body stood tall, dwarfed only by the Moon Palace, which appeared no larger than a palm's breadth before his majestic presence. Chang'e, Hao Yan's voice resonated with authority. Yet before he could complete his utterance, the voice of Yuan Shi interjected forcefully. Chang'e has long since fallen. When did I accept the mantle of Chang'e? I am Yuan Shi, not some Chang'e. At these words, a chill enveloped Hao Yan's gaze. Yuan Shi, whether you choose to reject the role of Chang'e is your prerogative. Yet you remain the sovereign of the Moon Palace. What purpose lies in your desire to obliterate the Moon Palace? Do you not comprehend that its destruction would herald calamity for the beings of the primordial realm? Yuan Shi retorted, calamity. Huh. Since when has the heavenly emperor shown such compassion for mere insects? It is but an illusory moon palace. Of what use is it to preserve? Today, I shall rebuild the Tine Star. I, Yuan Shi, shall ascend as the moon goddess of the primordial world. At this moment, as Yuan Shi's proclamation echoed, the assembly of deities fell into astonished silence. In the primordial dawn, the chaotic demon god Wangshu had thwarted Pangu's celestial separation, sustaining grievous wounds and retreating from the battlefield. After Pangu's demise, he dragged his battered form to the Tine Star, where he succumbed to slumber within the heart of the star. The essence of the Tine Star absorbed Wangshu's demonic aura, nurturing the innate spiritual root of the laurel tree within its core, which in turn consumed the essence of the sun and moon, transmuting it into Tine's spiritual energy to gradually heal Wangshu's injuries. Over the years, he slowly recovered and awakened from his slumber. However, due to the overwhelming power of the demon god, which exceeded what the primordial realm could accommodate, he became one with the Tine Star after absorbing its core and spiritual energy. Thereafter, Wangshu swore an oath to the heavenly Tao. I, the chaotic demon god Wangshu, now merged with the Tine, shall no longer be a chaotic demon god, but the moon goddess of the primordial world, with the heavenly Tao as my witness. Since Wangshu, even the subsequent figures like Shiha and Changshi did not ascend to the title of moon goddess of the primordial world. Now, with Yuan Shi aspiring to assume this new role, how could the pantheon not be taken aback? Hao Yan's voice resonated once more. The Tine Star has long since crumbled. The notion of its reconstruction is mere folly. Yuan Shi, cease your actions at once. You are still the sovereign of the Moon Palace. If you wish to be the moon goddess of the primordial world, I shall acquiesce and bestow upon you that title. In response, Yueshi's derisive voice rang out, "Bestow. Huh, will you grant such a title to me? Begone." Upon hearing Yueshi's words, Hao Qian's expression darkened further. "Yueshi, should you persist in this course, I shall not show mercy. If it is battle you seek, then let us engage. What further need is there for words?" Yueshi's disdainful voice echoed. The assembly of deities murmured in astonishment. This seems to be a definitive stance. Just listen to Yueshi. Her tone mirrors that of Yang Jian and the others, undoubtedly indicating her alignment with the sect. Thus, another splendid spectacle unfolds. Having already suffered defeats at the hands of Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, and Nezha, it remains uncertain whether Hao Qian can contend with Yueshi. At this moment, Hao Qian, upon hearing the words of Yueshi, wore an expression of icy indifference and chose silence. He knew all too well that the likes of Yueshi could only be subdued through overwhelming power to truly win her heart. Yueshi was his cherished possession, and he would not allow anyone to lay claim to her. In an instant, the void distorted, and countless stars trembled as Hao Qian unleashed his supreme divine power. The force of the laws surged forth, even drawing upon the strength of the stars to suppress Yueshi. Observing this, Yueshi emanated a silvery glow, reminiscent of the purest force in the world. Amidst her divine radiance lay the essence of unparalleled law and the primal power of the great Tao. With a mere wave of her hand, Hao Qian's divine abilities were shattered. The power of the laws crumbled before her. This astonished Hao Qian. For although Yueshi remained at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, her strength surpassed that of Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, Nezha, and even the formidable Li Feiyu. At this moment, the other gods understood without needing Yueshi to articulate it that she had indeed joined the sect of the. Hao Qian's expression turned frigid, and he summoned the Daji diagram. In an instant, radiant hues burst forth, and auspicious colors enveloped the area, with the prophecies of the outer Tao swirling around it. While the symbols of the heavenly way flickered within, 5-colored brilliance illuminated the mountains and rivers, and 9-colored auspiciousness reverberated throughout the cosmos. Chapter 23. The Master of the Celestial Teachings, the Subsect. As Hao Qian presented the Daji diagram, Yueshi's expression retained a hint of disdain. What of the innate supreme treasure? Today, I shall reconstruct the Tian star, and none shall obstruct me. Yueshi's imperious voice resounded. Before her words could fully settle, Yueshi's Dharma form coalesced, the boundless void seemingly unable to contain her immense presence. The surrounding space fractured entirely, and behind Yueshi, an unparalleled vision emerged. A resplendent moon ascended, its sacred radiance imbued with infinite divine strength. As the holy light descended, it ensnared Hao Qian's Daji diagram, causing an unbidden sense of panic to arise within him. Yueshi's might was indeed formidable, eclipsing that of Yang Jian and the others. Even with the enhancement of the Daji diagram, facing Yueshi proved to be a considerable challenge. This battle drew the attention of numerous sages, as Yueshi had joined the so-called subsect of the, causing the events surrounding the Fengshen calamity to veer further from their intended course, leaving the sages utterly agitated. First, it was Yang Jian and Yang Chuan, followed by a mysterious powerhouse on par with the sages, and now Yueshi. The so-called subsect of the had become a considerable threat. Among them, the primordial Tianzuan was the first unable to remain still. In a flash, his form arrived at Jian Island, where the sage descended, enveloped in ethereal purple energy that surrounded the entire island, prompting the disciples of the Dabao in reverence. In unison, they proclaimed, "We have seen the sage." As the words fell, the voice of the primordial Tianzuan resonated. "Where is my brother Tongtian? I have matters to discuss." Upon the sage's utterance, the voice of the fairy of cloudy skies echoed from within Jian Island, replying to the primordial sage. "Master is currently in seclusion and may not be able to meet you." "In seclusion? Humph." Yuan Shi let out a cold snort, and the formidable pressure of the sage instantly enveloped the entirety of Golden Ao Island. "Tongtian, come forth and meet your true self." As the words echoed, Tongtian, emerging from his secluded meditation, swiftly manifested and managed to shield the entire island from the overwhelming sage's aura, allowing the practitioners of Golden Ao Island to breathe a sigh of relief. The presence of a sage, even in the slightest measure, was beyond their capacity to withstand. At that moment, Tongtian appeared before Yuan Shi, inquiring, "Brother, what brings you here? Why this urgency? What is the matter?" Yuan Shi's expression darkened as he scrutinized Tongtian's seemingly oblivious demeanor, his heart growing increasingly heavy. "Tongtian, your disciples from the Jie Sect have repeatedly provoked the dignity of the heavenly court, belittled the sages, and even dared to strike against them. Are you not aware of this?" Tongtian exclaimed in disbelief. What an enormous accusation. While the provocation of the heavenly court might be debatable, considering the multitude of disciples, some may inevitably act out. But to belittle the sages and strike against them, do we really have such individuals within the Jie Sect? No. That is utterly impossible. Brother, are you fabricating charges without basis? Your accusations are rather difficult to accept. How about I give you a chance to reorganize your words and present your case once more? His countenance darkened further. Who do you think you are bullying? Is this how you treat me, like a soft persimmon? This is somewhat excessive, don't you think? Seeing this, Yuan Shi let out a cold smile. Fabricating charges? Just watch and see. With that, he waved his hand, and the events involving Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, and others replayed, as if in a film. As he witnessed this, Tongtian stood momentarily dazed, at a loss for words. Yuan Shi's voice resounded. Well, Tongtian, do you still claim this as a fabrication? Tongtian responded, what? These are my Jie Sect disciples. How come each one is so formidable? This cannot be right. If they are truly disciples of the Jie Sect, I should have encountered them before. Even if they belong to a branch with such innate talent, I should have seen them, and I would never allow such talents to go unnoticed within the sect. The Jie Sect has numerous branches. Yet I have never seen these disciples, nor do I need to know which branch they belong to. Moreover, whether they are indeed of the Jie Sect remains to be seen. Observing this, Yuan Shi's brow furrowed slightly. He had been closely observing Tongtian's expressions, and it appeared that his words were not fabricated. Tongtian genuinely seemed unaware of the so-called branch disciples. I naturally trust you, Tongtian, but the repercussions are too severe. I hope you will conduct a thorough investigation. Every branch of the Jie Sect must be scrutinized. This is no trivial matter, as it concerns the beings of the Honghuang realm, and the Dao ancestor is also paying attention to this issue. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression turned icy. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs, brother? The expression of the primordial heavenly sovereign momentarily faltered, and the atmosphere on the scene became subtly charged. Ultimately, the primordial heavenly sovereign took a step back, urging the Tongtian to quickly ascertain the truth behind the so-called branch sect. The other saints watched with bated breath. The trajectory of the current divine calamity was entirely transformed, the heavenly secrets in disarray. Should they succeed in locating the so-called leader of the branch and eliminate him, then everything could return to its rightful course. At this moment, in the void, Haoyan and Yuan Shi engaged in a fierce battle, the Daji diagram summoned forth, their clash shattering the emptiness around them. Despite the enhancement of the Daji diagram, Haoyan found himself at a disadvantage against Yuan Shi, who compelled him to resort to the use of the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. This revelation astonished the assembly of deities. They had never anticipated that Yuan Shi's cultivation had reached such formidable heights. Even with the Daji diagram in play, Yuan Shi still forced Haoyan to employ the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. Is this all you possess? Haoyan, without these two treasures, you would have long since perished. Even with them, what can you achieve? Even if you survive, you cannot thwart my efforts to reconstruct the moon star. Yuan Shi's voice, tinged with indifference, resonated. At that moment, behind Yuan Shi, a divine radiance enveloped her, illuminating the vast cosmos. This divine light harbored unparalleled law power, containing the essence of the great Tao. It served as both barrier and prison, ensnaring Haoyan within, rendering him incapable of breaking free from its intricate confines. Yuan Shi, occupied with her endeavor to reconstruct the moon star, paid no heed to Haoyan. The sight left the pantheon of gods in utter astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. Chang'e had indeed trapped the heavenly emperor. Even with the Daji diagram and the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, the heavenly emperor remained unable to escape the prison, which was truly inconceivable. There was no denying that Chang'e's cultivation was formidable. Yet the reconstruction of the moon star seemed an impossible feat indeed. The moon star had long since shattered, its source of power depleted. How could it ever be restored? Just watch. In the end, it would merely be a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Haoyan seethed, you rabble. Do you merely stand by and gawk as I am ensnared? I am truly at a loss. Do you lack hands? Do you lack feet? Do you lack cultivation? Why not join forces to shatter this prison and lend me your strength? By heavens, is it your only desire to witness my humiliation? Of course. While cursing the assembly of gods in his heart, Haoyan did not believe that Yuan Shi alone could restore the shattered and depleted moon star. This was undoubtedly an unachievable task. In the 24th chapter, grasping the sun and moon, plucking the stars, at that moment, Yuan Shi's descended. The boundless universe seemed unable to contain her infinite might. Haoyan's expression flickered. Though Yuan Shi was of the great Luo golden immortal realm, her cultivation had transcended the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. The source power of the Moon Palace was continuously siphoned away, while with a wave of her hand, Yuan Shi directly absorbed the already fragmented moon star into her grasp. As the source power surged forth, the desolate and lifeless moon star began to emanate a glimmer of vitality. In an instant, the resonant sound of the great Tao echoed, and the power of the primordial laws surged into the moon star. Mysterious Tao talismans spiraled around the moon star. Despite its continuous attempts at restoration, the moon star was gravely damaged, making the process of repair exceedingly arduous. Observing this, the voice of Jian resonated. Yuan Shi, there is no need to waste your efforts any longer. The moon star is in such a state of disrepair that restoration is impossible. If the moon star cannot be repaired, it will lead to the collapse of the moon palace, resulting in a monumental disaster for the beings of the primordial chaos. Yuan Shi, cease your efforts. I grant you the title of Moon Goddess of the Primordial Chaos, allowing you to exist independently outside the heavenly court. All your requests shall be honored. How about that? The assembly of gods murmured in astonishment. What a remarkable gesture from the celestial emperor, allowing Yuan Shi to exist autonomously outside the heavenly court. With every demand met, is this not akin to servitude? The emperor must be cautious, for such servitude could lead to total loss. Yuan Shi's cold voice rang out, "Begone." As her words fell, Jian's expression darkened. You will never restore the moon star. Your efforts are futile. Ignoring Jian, Yuan Shi continued to draw upon the essence of the moon palace to mend the moon star. In that moment, the false moon palace began to collapse. Its primordial power completely drained, yet even so, the moon star remained in utter silence, devoid of vitality. Witnessing this, the gods scoffed. The moon star has long since crumbled. How could it possibly be restored? Such efforts are merely a waste of energy. The destruction of the moon palace would spell disaster for the beings of the primordial chaos. And with such karmic retribution, she is destined to fall. At that moment, Jian interjected, Yuan Shi, halt your actions. Should the moon palace be destroyed, the ensuing karmic consequences will lead to your utter downfall. Cease your efforts now, and I shall assist you in reconstructing the moon palace. In response, Yuan Shi's voice emerged with indifference. A frog at the bottom of a well cannot fathom the vastness of the heavens. What you deem impossible, others may achieve. As her voice echoed, Yuan Shi's divine form radiated boundless brilliance. The power of the laws surged like an immeasurable sea. With a mere gesture, the cosmos inverted, and the energies of myriad stars were drawn into the moon star. This display of prowess astonished Jian and the assembly of gods. For harnessing the power of countless stars to restore the moon star was indeed a monumental endeavor. As the gods marveled in disbelief, the moon star burst forth with resplendent light and boundless vitality. Remarkably, she had truly restored the moon star, reviving its vigor. It was utterly inconceivable. She possessed only the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, yet accomplished what even those at the peak of quasi-sainthood could not. How was this possible? The assembly of gods erupted in astonished murmurs. Jian's expression darkened significantly. Yuan Shi had genuinely restored the moon star. Abandoning the moon star had been a part of the plan. Yet now everything had been thrown into disarray. The trajectory of the great calamity of the divine sealing has once again undergone a transformation. How, in this manner, can the heavenly court hope to reap the utmost benefits from the calamity? At this moment, the radiant light of the lunar star cascades over the primordial expanse, its brilliance far surpassing that of the false moon palace. The voice of Yuan Shi resonates, declaring, I, Yuan Shi, shall henceforth be the sovereign of the lunar realm, the moon goddess of the primordial, establishing my sect upon the lunar star, disseminating the profound doctrines of my teachings. All those of fate may enter the lunar star. As her proclamation concludes, the countenance of Jian darkens further. Although he had already surmised that Yuan Shi was a disciple of the so-called sect, her explicit admission still leaves the deities in shock. The sect has now become the most enigmatic organization in the entire primordial realm. The notion of its sect leader incites both curiosity and trepidation among the gods. At this moment, Yuan Shi directs her gaze towards Jian, dispersing the confines with a mere wave of her hand, while her indifferent voice resounds, return to your heavenly court. Jian's expression fluctuates between anger and despair. Though he recognizes he cannot contend with her, he is loath to retreat. With Jian, Chuan, Nezha, and now Yuan Shi, he feels his dignity as the heavenly emperor has been thoroughly tarnished. If he were to leave in disgrace now, what authority would he retain among the gods? Yuan Shi, you are aware of my intentions towards you. I do not wish to harm you, so do not be too presumptuous. Jian's voice booms with authority. The assembly of gods gasps in disbelief. Heavenly Emperor, is it permissible to speak such words before us? Has he truly lost his senses? How could he reveal such personal thoughts? Let us pretend we heard nothing. They murmur, incredulous at the situation unfolding before them. Yuan Shi's expression turns frigid. Jian, you would do well to mind your words. Yuan Shi, do you truly intend to confront me in such a manner? Jian's voice trails off, unfulfilled. Yuan Shi strikes once more, unleashing a torrent of formidable power. Jian, caught off guard and unprepared for her sudden assault, is swiftly subdued, rendered immobile. In that instant, panic seizes him. He finds himself defenseless, the Tai Chi diagram and the Linglong pagoda beyond his reach, reduced to mere prey upon Yuan Shi's chopping block. A resounding slap echoes as 5 distinct fingerprints appear on Jian's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he can utter a word, Yuan Shi retaliates with another resounding blow. The assembly of gods exclaims in astonishment. What have we just witnessed? The Heavenly Emperor has received 2 slaps. Is this a sight we are meant to behold? As they say, a sycophant ends up with nothing. Jian, humiliated and enraged, mutters, "What a disgrace! What a disgrace!" Yuan Shi's icy voice cuts through the air. Consider this a lesson. Clean up your act, or you shall face consequences again. Yuan Shi, you slap. Jian is left speechless. What is the meaning of this? Why have you struck me? Who gave you the right to call my name? Address me as the moon goddess. Moon, she declared coldly. I am the celestial emperor, the sovereign of the heavenly realm. You dare to treat me thus. You must be aware of the consequences. Jian replied, his fury consuming his rationality. He had never endured such humiliation, completely oblivious to the fact that he was still at her mercy. Now was not the time for threats. Humph. Moon, she scoffed, preparing to strike again. At that moment, a radiant light burst forth, and the power of the laws surged towards her. Queen Mother of the West. What is this? Have you also come to be taught a lesson? Moon Shi's indifferent voice rang out, her gaze fixed on the Queen Mother. As their eyes met, the Queen Mother's expression hardened. Moon Shi, must you take things to such an extreme? The Celestial Emperor is the ruler of the heavenly realm and the 3 realms. Your actions are indeed inappropriate. In response, Moon Shi remained icy. Pray tell, who is truly in the wrong here, he or I? Humph. If you wish to act, spare me your words. As for Jian, rest assured, I shall not take his life. The Queen Mother and the assembled deities gasped in shock. They felt as though the Celestial Emperor's dignity had been trampled upon, a humiliation worse than death itself. Moon Goddess, let us end this here. The Celestial Emperor was in the wrong today, and he shall offer his apologies on another occasion, the Queen Mother interjected. At this moment, the Queen Mother lowered her stance significantly. As the foremost among the divine maidens of the heavenly court, she possessed her own authority and pride. Yet she understood that should a conflict arise, even her alliance with Jian would yield little advantage. Furthermore, Moon Shi was not alone. She had many formidable allies, each of whom possessed exceptional skills, including one who rivaled the saints. In such a scenario, it would be they who would suffer the disgrace. Thanks to the Queen Mother's intervention, Jian had regained his composure, forcibly suppressing his rage. As the ruler of the heavenly realm and a deity of countless years of cultivation, his temperament was indeed formidable. However, the recent series of events, coupled with Moon Shi's significant place in his heart, had allowed his inner demons to gain the upper hand. Moon Goddess, I do not seek to offend you. Recent matters have been overwhelming, and my neglect of cultivation has allowed my inner demons to take hold. I hope you can forgive my lapse in decorum, Jian said earnestly. Moon Shi, however, paid no heed to his words. Instead, she lifted her suppression and entered the realm of the moon. With a wave of her hand, the magnificent palace rose from the ground, while outside, the power of the laws swirled. The previously damaged moon realm began to restore itself to its former glory. In the void, Jian left with a face darkened by fury, ignoring the Queen Mother entirely. The Queen Mother, for her part, was unconcerned about the Jade Emperor's attitude, her figure flickering before vanishing into the ether. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, the West Sea Dragon King Ao Shen, the North Sea Dragon King Ao Run, and the most formidable members of the Dragon Clan convened. In the wake of the elder brother's demise, it became imperative for the East Sea to select a new Dragon King to govern its waters and strengthen the Dragon Clan's power, with the hope of avenging their elder brother and the virtuous Ao Bing by vanquishing Nezha one day. At this moment, Ao Qin's voice resonated, and as his words faded, Ao Shen and Ao Run echoed his sentiments. Concurrently, Ao Run proposed, second brother, third brother, in my opinion. Ao Jia should ascend to the position of our elder brother and become the new sovereign of the East Sea. Before Ao Qin and Ao Shen could voice their opinions, a voice interjected, asserting that to become the ruler of the East Sea, One must surpass all others in strength. Their elder brother's prowess still fell short. Uncle's eye. AOE, do not consider myself inferior to our elder brother. While the position of East Sea Sovereign requires your witness, the final decision rests with our East Sea. He expressed a desire to engage in a contest with his elder brother, declaring that the victor would assume the title of Dragon King, succeeding their father as the new ruler of the East Sea. Upon hearing this, Ao Qin and the others exchanged glances before turning their attention to Ao Jia. Ao Jia then stated, "Since my second brother harbors this intention, let us proceed as he suggests. The throne of the Dragon King should be occupied by the worthy." In response to Ao Jia's words, Ao Qin agreed, "Very well, let the two brothers compete, and the victor shall become the new sovereign of the East Sea." Thus, Ao Jia and Ao E assumed their stances and unleashed their divine abilities, clashing fiercely. Both Ao Jia and Ao E were at the Golden Immortal Realm, quite remarkable among the younger generation. Their cultivation levels were closely matched, resulting in a stalemate. Meanwhile, within the clan, a charming little girl pouted and muttered, "Boring." The battle persisted for half an hour without resolution when the little girl furrowed her brow, about to make a move. Suddenly, a golden light shot in from outside the Dragon Palace, and at that moment, a figure materialized within, proclaiming the decree of the Heavenly Emperor. As his voice resonated, Ao Jia and Ao E ceased their combat. Ao Qin led the others to heed the Heavenly Emperor's command, and as he knelt, the entire Dragon clan followed suit. Save for the little girl. The messenger of the decree, oblivious to her presence, began reciting the edict. "The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang has fallen, and my heart is filled with sorrow. I bestow upon the East Sea several treasures to honor Ao Guang's contributions. The East Sea cannot remain leaderless for even a moment. After careful consideration, I find no one among the East Sea Dragon clan capable of assuming the title of Dragon King. Therefore, I shall appoint the Tai Bai Jinxing as the temporary ruler of the East Sea until a suitable candidate emerges from the Dragon clan." As the words concluded, the Dragon clan members exchanged glances, and Ao Qin, Ao Shen, and Ao Run's expressions shifted slightly. Years ago, when they pledged allegiance to the Heavenly Court, Hao Yin had promised that the four seas would be governed by the Dragon clan. Yet, so little time had passed, and now Hao Yin appeared poised to renege on his initial promise. The Dragon King's demise was met with a mere whisper from Hao Yin, offering only a token gesture in acknowledgement of their elder brother's death, while simultaneously seeking to usurp the Dragon King's position. How could this be? The three Dragon Kings dared to defy the Heavenly Emperor's decree? The deity delivering the edict spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Ao Qin suppressed his discontent, daring not to reveal a hint of it, and hastily expressed, "We would never defy the Heavenly Emperor's will." Ao Shen and Ao Run quickly echoed his sentiments, affirming their respect for the Heavenly Emperor's decree. The Dragon clan was no longer what it once was. In the days prior to the War of the Undead, Hao Yin was of little consequence, and during the calamity of the dragons and phoenixes, the Dragon clan reigned supreme, while Hao Yin was but a shadow lurking in some obscure corner. Yet now, everything had shifted. The Dragon clan had grown feeble and could only submit to the whims of others. Today, the Dragon clan could hardly afford to offend Hao Yin or the Heavenly Court, for such an affront could lead to their total obliteration from the primordial world. The glory of the Dragon clan was irretrievably lost. Ironically, one significant reason for their continued existence was the culinary allure of dragon flesh to the immortals. As the lord of the Heavenly Court, how could Hao Yin resist feasting upon dragon liver? Reflecting on the past majesty of the Dragon clan and juxtaposing it with their current plight, one cannot help but feel profound sorrow for them. At this moment, Ao Jia and Ao E were also filled with resentment, yet they dared not oppose the Heavenly Emperor's will. Should they defy the Emperor's decree, they would risk not only the title of Dragon King or the lordship of the Eastern Sea, but perhaps even their very lives. Observing the Dragon clan's predicament, the deity delivering the edict smirked with satisfaction and disdain, exclaiming, "Then let us proceed with the decree." At this juncture, the little girl glanced at Ao Qin and the other dragons, letting out a derisive laugh. "You all seem like mere hounds. When you leave, do not dare to claim you are of the Dragon clan. You possess not a shred of the pride of your lineage." Chapter 26. Hao Yin shall kneel before me. As this voice echoed, all eyes were instantly drawn to the little girl. It was then that they noticed she remained seated with unwavering composure, unlike them, who were kneeling on the ground. Witnessing this, the deity's countenance darkened immediately. To sit and receive the Heavenly Emperor's decree, what manner of disrespect is this? Is this how you educate the younger generation of your clan? Upon hearing this, Ao Qin and the others were thrown into a state of panic. If this deity reported back to the heavenly court, revealing this act of profound disrespect, it could spell disaster for the entire dragon clan. At that moment, Shen shouted, Fengshen, do you understand what you are doing? Kneel and offer your apologies to the heavenly emperor and the divine being at once. Run joined in, urging, Fengshen, you are no longer a child. Cease this folly and kneel. The remaining members of the dragon clan also clamored for her to kneel and apologize to the heavenly emperor and the divine being. Their hearts raced with dread, fearing the wrath of the heavenly court. While the 3 dragon kings might receive leniency, what of them? Fengshen, should you wish to bring ruin upon yourself, do not drag the entire dragon clan down with you. Kneel and offer your apologies. Jia admonished. Aoi also interjected, listen, Hushin. If you continue to deceive yourself in this manner, you shall face the consequences of your family's law. At this moment, Jia and Aoi grew increasingly anxious, not only out of fear of the heavenly emperor's wrath, but also for the coveted position of Dragon King. Although the heavenly emperor had appointed someone to temporarily assume the role of Dragon King, the position would ultimately belong to the dragon clan, and there would still be an opportunity for them. If they provoked the heavenly emperor's fury now, the East Sea Dragon clan would be implicated, and everything would be lost. Observing the expressions on their faces, Tongtian felt a profound disappointment and snorted coldly. Why should I kneel before Haoyan? Why shouldn't it be Haoyan who kneels before me? In my view, Haoyan ought to bow to me. Her words immediately stirred a tempest of shock. The members of the dragon clan felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Had she lost her mind? Such treasonous sentiments were permissible to voice. Now, the entire dragon clan would bear the consequences. The divine messenger's countenance darkened severely, and he bellowed with rage, audacious. To disrespect the heavenly emperor, you deserve to be punished with 1,000 cuts. Humph, is refusing to kneel a crime? On what grounds? To me, all beings are equal. No one need kneel to another, nor is anyone superior. Tongtian's voice resonated. At this juncture, Aoqian abruptly rose, pointing at Tongtian and shouted, impudence! Such utter nonsense! Since the dawn of creation, the pure have been deemed as heaven, while the impure are regarded as earth. The principles of hierarchy and respect are all part of the celestial order. Your words are nothing short of blasphemy. In the name of the South Sea Dragon King, I hereby declare that you are banished from the dragon clan, stripped of your dragon form, and your dragon soul shall be dispersed. As Aoqian's decree resounded, the West Sea Dragon King Aoshuan and the North Sea Dragon King Arowan echoed, banished from the dragon clan, stripped of dragon form, and your soul shall be dispersed. The remainder of the dragon clan joined in agreement. Such heretical words from Tongtian would undoubtedly incite the heavenly emperor's wrath, which would inevitably implicate the entire dragon clan. Rather than wait for the entire clan to apologize to Tongtian, they resolved to take action themselves and eliminate her, thus averting the impending disaster from the heavenly emperor's anger. Upon hearing this, Tongtian let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with disappointment. To exchange the names of your kin for a fleeting moment of safety. How sad. It seems you have been subservient for far too long and have forgotten that you are dragons. How laughable. In ancient times, our dragon clan was resplendent. Haoyan was unworthy to even carry our shoes. Now, if you wish to be dogs, I shall not. You think to strip me of my dragon form and disperse my dragon soul. We shall see if you possess the capability. As her voice trailed off, the divine messenger's voice rang out. What? Are you merely speaking without action? Why do you not seize the traitor? At that moment, Aojia and Aoi sprang into action, eager to seize this opportunity to demonstrate their worth. They could not afford to be dragged down by Tongtian. Witnessing Aojia and Aoi's aggression, Tongtian scoffed, with such meager skills, how dare you attempt to confront me? With merely a casual wave, Aojia and Aoi felt themselves enveloped by an overwhelming force, subsequently plummeting from midair and being suppressed. Were it not for the bloodline connection, Tongtian would have dispatched them without hesitation. However, despite their familial ties, Tongtian harbored no affection for Aojia, Aoi, their deceased father, or Aobing. From a young age, she had been neglected, her mother passing away early, leaving her with nothing but a mere connection of blood. Observing Tongtian effortlessly subduing Aojia and Aoi left the dragon clan in astonishment. Among the younger generation, Aojia and Aoi were esteemed for their remarkable cultivation. Thus, witnessing them so easily overpowered by Tongtian was indeed surprising. If this were the case, Tongtian could undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost among the younger dragons. Meanwhile, Aojia and Aoi struggled with all their might, yet their efforts proved futile. Their expressions were a mixture of shock and deep resentment, for they could not fathom how they, united, could not withstand the power of Ao Tingshin alone. The three dragon kings, Ao Qin and his companions, exchanged glances, equally astonished by Ao Tingshin's prowess. Considering her age, it had been ages since the dragon clan had produced such a young powerhouse. In that moment, the three kings felt a pang of reluctance to intervene, for the dragon clan was sorely in need of young talents like Ao Tingshin. The deity of the decree keenly sensed the reluctance in the expressions of the three dragon kings, and, with a grim countenance, questioned, "Are you three kings not going to act?" Though his words remained unspoken, the implied threat was unmistakable. "Great deity, please do not be angered. We are merely taken aback. We shall apprehend her and present her to you, awaiting the celestial emperor's judgment." Ao Qin hastily replied. Yet, what could reluctance achieve? Should Ao Tingshin continue her training in obscurity, there might come a day when the dragon clan's status could rise again, preventing the current plight. Alas, a genius often displays arrogance, and before truly maturing, their brilliance may lead to their downfall. At that moment, Ao Tingshin's voice rang out once more, "Uncle, you truly disappoint me. Do you genuinely believe that the three of you can strip me of my dragon form and scatter my dragon soul? Humph. It would be wise for you to avoid self-deception." Upon hearing this, the dragon clan members were left bewildered. Could she have lost her senses? While the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal might seem trivial in the grand scheme, it did not imply that they were weak. Moreover, the three dragon kings were at the pinnacle of that realm. How could they not subdue her? This was preposterous. To the dragon clan, it seemed evident that Ao Tingshin had encountered a diversion in her cultivation, leading to her apparent madness. As for Ao Qin and the others, they merely chuckled dismissively, paying no heed to Ao Tingshin's words. Simultaneously, Ao Run made his move, showcasing the undeniable might of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Let us see if Hao Yin can indeed bring about my demise. Chapter 27 unfolded. In the eyes of Ao Run and the other dragon clans, Ao Tingshin was destined to be instantly subdued. However, to their astonishment, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Under Ao Run's strike, Ao Tingshin remained unscathed, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Simultaneously, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ao Run, at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, dissipated with a mere wave of Ao Tingshin's hand. Witnessing this scene, Ao Run and the other dragons were taken aback. How could this be possible? Even at this moment, they had yet to fathom the depths of Ao Tingshin's power, unaware of the extent of her cultivation. At that moment, Ao Qin made his move, exuding an even more domineering force. A flicker of the power of the laws surged toward Ao Tingshin, but it shattered instantly within 3 feet of her. How could this be? Ao Qin was astonished, and the other dragons shared his shock. They had never anticipated that Ao Tingshin could once again thwart Ao Qin's assault. Could it be that she possessed some unparalleled treasure? Indeed, she must possess a supreme artifact. Otherwise, how could she withstand the attacks of 2 dragon kings? In the days since Ao Tingshin had departed from the Eastern Sea, she had encountered such fortuitous circumstances. No wonder she was so arrogant. At this juncture, the deity of proclamations wore an exceedingly grim expression. Ao Qin, if you are reluctant to eliminate her, simply say so. Why put on an act? If your dragon clan wishes to establish itself in the primordial world, just speak up, and I shall inform the heavenly emperor. Surely he will not refuse. Within his words, Ao Qin and the other dragons sensed a palpable intent to kill. Should he truly convey such a message to the heavenly emperor, a calamity would befall the dragon clan. Not only would they face the emperor's wrath, but without the protection of the deities of the heavenly court, the other races that had long coveted the dragon clan would surely devour them without leaving a trace. Divine One, please quell your anger. We are not acting. Ao Tingshin is indeed peculiar. Let us join forces to swiftly subdue her. Ao Qin hastily interjected. Consequently, Ao Qin, Ao Shen, and Ao Run united in their assault, knowing they had to conclude matters quickly. Furthermore, this time the dragon clan would have to pay a hefty price to silence this deity of proclamations. This was a matter that must not reach the heavenly emperor's ears, lest it spell doom for the dragon clan. Observing this spectacle, Ao Tingshin scoffed. My 3 uncles truly possess a remarkable aptitude for servitude. Even as dogs, they cannot rise above the lowly. A mere messenger deity, a dog nurtured by Hao Yin. And yet you bow so low. Truly an eye-opening experience. At her words, Ao Qin retorted furiously, impudent. Ao Tingshin, do you truly wish for my dragon clan to perish alongside you? With that, Ao Qin unleashed his full might. The overwhelming force of the peak golden immortal realm radiating from him, condensing the power of the laws to its utmost peak. Ao Shen and Ao Run also launched their attacks in unison, their strength reaching its zenith, aiming to strike her down with a single blow. In the face of the combined assault of the three dragon kings, Tongtian derided, "My dear uncles, are you truly dragon kings of the dragon clan? Yet possess only such meager abilities." Three uncles gathered around, and the niece proposed a matter for discussion. "If you are to be the hounds of Jian, why not be my hounds instead?" The words hung in the air, leaving the dragon clan momentarily stunned. Was this audacity not rather excessive? Regardless of their strength, the three dragon kings were of an elder generation. Such disregard for hierarchy was truly unfathomable. Aoqin, Aoshuan, and Aowen were equally enraged, declaring, "If we cannot strip you of your divine dragon status and dispel your dragon spirit, then we shall relinquish our claim to the throne of dragons." As they spoke, their assaults grew increasingly formidable, yet they still could not prevail against Tongtian. With a mere casual wave of her hand, their might dissipated in an instant. Shock coursed through the hearts of Aoqin and the dragon clan. It was simply inconceivable. How could Tongtian possess such overwhelming power? Even the combined efforts of the three dragon kings proved futile against her, an astonishing reality. At that moment, the deity of proclamation sensed the shift in the atmosphere and prepared to discreetly depart to inform the heavenly emperor. Just as he contemplated his escape, Tongtian's indifferent voice cut through the tension, laced with a hint of mockery. "Oh, esteemed deity, where do you think you are going?" Startled, the deity hastened to flee. But Tongtian would not permit his escape. With a sweeping gesture, the East Sea trembled, and he was directly subdued, his form captured within her grasp, her hand constricting around his throat. In that instant, the deity was visibly alarmed. "What do you intend to do?" Tongtian's cold voice answered. "I desire to liberate the dragon clan from the primordial chaos, to sever ties with the heavenly court, and I find myself in need of a sacrifice." "You are most suitable." The deity trembled slightly at her words, hastily pleading, "I am a close minister to the heavenly emperor, a divine being of the court. If you slay me, the emperor will surely impose punishment, and the entire dragon clan will suffer the consequences, facing annihilation because of you." Aoqin interjected urgently, "Tongtian, release the esteemed deity at once. Do you truly wish for our clan to perish alongside you? Speak freely of your desires. We shall fulfill any request within our capacity." Aoshuan added earnestly, "Indeed, Tongtian, if you release the esteemed deity, we shall comply with all your demands. If you harm him, the emperor will seek vengeance, and our clan will be doomed to extinction." Aowen echoed. At this moment, the dragon clan collectively urged Tongtian, employing every persuasive word they could muster. Should Tongtian slay the esteemed deity of proclamations, all would be lost. The emperor's wrath would ensue, and they would inevitably be embroiled in the aftermath. Even if the dragon clan did not face complete extinction, their fate would be dire. The dragon clan stood at a crossroads, their future teetering in the balance, with Tongtian holding the reins of their destiny, determining the path they would ultimately tread. Observing the cautious demeanor of the dragon clan, Tongtian felt a sense of disdain. The divine messenger declared, "Listen well, release me at once, or else the heavenly emperor's wrath shall descend upon you, and you will perish, dragging countless dragons to their doom." Upon hearing this, Tongtian coldly replied, "I had no intention of killing you, but your words have piqued my curiosity. I am eager to witness that scene and see whether Jian can indeed bring about my end." With that, Tongtian decisively vanquished the divine messenger, obliterating both body and soul. In his final moments, the messenger inscribed this last scene with his divine power, transmitting it to the heavenly court. Tongtian did not intervene. After all, her senior brother and sister had faced Jian, and she too wished to gauge Jian's strength. Furthermore, this act would allow her to fully assert control over the dragon clan, fulfilling her master's command to propagate the teachings of the. At that moment, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, the image of Tongtian slaying the divine messenger materialized before Jian and the other deities, inciting the heavenly emperor's fury and unleashing a murderous intent. Chapter 28. What of Jian's arrival? With the likes of Yang Jian and Yuan Shi already present, and now the insubordination of the dragon clan, the emperor found a perfect outlet for his pent-up anger, seizing the opportunity to strike at the dragons. It was time to reclaim full control over the four seas. Previously, due to an agreement with the sea dragons, the dominion over the four seas had been entrusted to them, a mere temporary measure, as the emperor sought an excuse to regain full authority. Yet the four season rulers had been astute and cautious in their dealings. Now, seizing this opportunity, the emperor aimed to assert his dominance and restore the lost prestige of the heavenly court. Quickly dispatched the heavenly soldiers and generals, the yellow turban warriors, to seize the traitors. The emperor's authoritative voice resonated. In response, the deities echoed in unison, "We shall faithfully obey your majesty's decree." Meanwhile, within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon Clan, having witnessed the demise of the divine messenger at Ao Tingshin's hands, found themselves momentarily stunned. Did she truly kill him so decisively? This will surely provoke the emperor's wrath, and the Dragon Clan shall face the brunt of Hao Yan's unbridled fury. The situation is dire for our kin. Ao Tingshin, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? By slaying a celestial being, the heavenly emperor will undoubtedly seek retribution, and the entire Dragon Clan will suffer for your transgressions. Should this lead to our eradication from the realms, you will bear the eternal burden of sin. Ao Qin's voice rang out. Ao Shen added, Ao Tingshin, if you still consider yourself a member of the Dragon Clan, you must take your own life to appease the heavenly emperor. Do not let your actions bring ruin upon us all. Ao Run concurred, what my brother says is true. Ao Tingshin, this crime of slaying a celestial being is punishable by death. You must act swiftly to atone. Not only Ao Qin and the 3 Dragon Kings, but the rest of the Dragon Clan urged Ao Tingshin to take her own life, fearing that her actions would incite the heavenly emperor's wrath and endanger the entire clan. Among them, Ao Jia and Ao Yi were particularly fervent, urging Ao Tingshin to hastily take her own life. They were determined not to be implicated in this turmoil. They eagerly awaited the opportunity to ascend as sovereigns of the Eastern Sea to claim the throne of the Dragon King. With Ao Tingshin causing such a ruckus, they feared their chances of ever attaining the Dragon King's position were dwindling, and merely preserving their lives would be a fortunate outcome. Observing their insincere countenances, Ao Tingshin's expression darkened ominously. At this critical juncture, they still harbored thoughts of groveling for a meager existence, devoid of any semblance of valor. At that moment, upon the Eastern Sea, the winds howled and the waves surged, as a voice of celestial authority resounded, proclaiming, "The Dragon Clan has slain the divine beings of the heavenly court and has committed treason. I shall carry out the edict of the celestial emperor and demand retribution. Dragon Clan, will you not surrender?" The voice bore an imposing gravitas. As the proclamation echoed, panic ensued among the Dragon Clan, for they realized that the heavenly court would undoubtedly dispatch celestial soldiers, though they had not anticipated such swiftness, a clear indication of the celestial emperor's wrath. In this chaos, Ao Qin hastily approached the celestial commander, bowing deeply and then kneeling before him, pleading, "Great celestial commander, temper your anger. The treachery was solely orchestrated by the rebellious Ao Tingshin, and bears no relation to the rest of our Dragon Clan. We beseech your divine judgment, and implore the celestial emperor for understanding." Upon his utterance, Ao Shen and Ao Run promptly followed suit, kneeling to assert that all misdeeds were perpetrated by the traitor Ao Tingshin. The remaining members of the Dragon Clan emulated the 3 Dragon Kings, placing the blame squarely upon Ao Tingshin. Witnessing the trio and the rest of the Dragon Clan act in such a manner, the celestial commander's gaze fell upon Ao Tingshin. "Is this truly the work of you alone?" he inquired. In response, Ao Tingshin nodded resolutely, declaring, "Indeed, all of this is my doing." "What do you intend to do about it?" "You shall be taken back to the heavenly court to face the celestial emperor's judgment, enduring a fate of 1,000 cuts." The celestial commander's voice thundered. "To take me to face the celestial emperor for judgment? Huh, you lack the capability for such an endeavor. Even should the celestial emperor himself arrive, I would not regard him with any respect." Ao Tingshin's voice was icy. The celestial soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Did we mishear her? Or has she gone mad? To demand the celestial emperor to confess to her? Such audacity! The Dragon Clan gasped in astonishment. At this juncture, must she still speak so defiantly? Is she courting death? Truly, if the celestial emperor were to take action, not even her bones would remain. Madness! Utter madness! Such audacity! Seize her! With the celestial commander's command, a throng of celestial soldiers surged forward. However, to Ao Tingshin, these soldiers were woefully weak, scarcely stronger than mere ants. With a casual wave of her hand, a multitude of celestial soldiers dissolved into nothingness. A mere flicker of her imposing aura subdued both the heavenly generals and the yellow turban warriors under Ao Tingshin's command. In this moment, the celestial beings were gripped by profound terror, rendered utterly immobile. The foremost heavenly general, possessing the pinnacle strength of a great Luo golden immortal, found himself bereft of any chance to resist. A quasi-saint. After how many epochs has the Dragon Clan produced another quasi-saint? No wonder they dared to display such arrogance. Yet, what does it matter? Should you dare to lay a finger on us, the wrath of the heavenly emperor will surely obliterate you into ashes. The general bellowed. The hearts of the dragon kin stirred with tumultuous waves at the mention of a quasi-saint. How many years had it been since the dragon clan had birthed another of such caliber? Tongtian, possessing the cultivation of a quasi-saint. How little time had she spent in her training? At this moment, the three dragon kings, Qin, were engulfed in turmoil. While their clan had given rise to another quasi-saint, she was now treading a path that led to her demise. How foolish. If only she had devoted herself to her cultivation. Given her extraordinary talent, she could have become a pillar of strength within the dragon clan. With her presence, the clan would surely bask in greater glory, elevating their status far beyond what it is today. Even if they could not reclaim their former splendor, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Alas, it was all too late. Tongtian had slain the divine messenger, positioning herself in opposition to the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor would never permit her survival, nor would he allow the dragon clan to harbor a quasi-saint. Haoyan, I shall slay you all. Even Haoyan's arrival would be futile. Tongtian replied indifferently. The dragon kin were left speechless. Could she truly be so reckless? Did she not comprehend the magnitude of the heavenly emperor's might, a supreme being at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, wielding innate treasures? If the heavenly emperor were to intervene, she would be reduced to mere remnants. Did she truly believe that reaching the quasi-saint realm rendered her invincible? Is that so? I am most curious to see whether you can withstand my power. Haoyan's authoritative voice resonated at that moment. Simultaneously, outside the dragon palace, an overwhelming cascade of golden light descended, an oppressive aura enveloping the area, and the force of the laws surged forth. As the mysterious symbols of the great Tao flickered into view, heralding the arrival of Haoyan's supreme corporeal form. Upon witnessing this, the hearts of the dragon kin sank heavily. With the heavenly emperor's personal descent, Tongtian was doomed. What frightened them further was the realization that, due to Tongtian's actions, they too might face dire repercussions. You say I cannot succeed? Then I shall prove you wrong. Tongtian replied coldly, simultaneously launching an offensive against the celestial soldiers. Chapter 29. The true dragon's binding technique. As Tongtian decisively made her move, the dragon kin felt a frigid chill sweep over them. Everything was lost. They had never imagined that she would dare to act, completely disregarding the heavenly emperor's authority. Now, the emperor would undoubtedly be enraged, and their entire clan would suffer for Tongtian's recklessness. From this day forth, within the vast wilderness, the dragon clan would be utterly reduced to insignificance. Meanwhile, Haoyan also took action, seeking to thwart Tongtian, yet he was far too late to prevent it. In an instant, all the celestial soldiers were transformed into dust, completely vanishing from existence. Haoyan, how dare you provoke me so boldly, unrepentant? Are you aware of your impending fate? The heavenly emperor's voice thundered with fury. Just as his words hung in the air, he unleashed his power. The force of the laws surging forth as mystical symbols of the great Tao coalesced into chains of divine order, ensnaring Haoyan. To the members of the dragon clan, it seemed certain that Haoyan would meet his demise. However, as the chains of order neared him, Haoyan's aura erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the heavenly emperor's divine chains. In the same breath, Haoyan waved his hand, sending forth an endless tide of law's power to assail the heavenly emperor's divine form. Witnessing this, the dragon clan stood in stunned silence. The heavenly emperor's chains had been obliterated, and Haoyan emerged unscathed. In fact, under Haoyan's strike, the heavenly emperor's divine form dimmed somewhat. What? The dragon clan was utterly dumbfounded, particularly Qin, Xuan, and Aruan. Haoyan possessed such formidable combat prowess. Since the battle of the witch and demon, Haoyan was the most gifted among the dragon clan, without exception. In that moment, they felt a pang of regret. Had they known Haoyan's true strength, they would have fought to protect him, for perhaps the dragon clan could still hope for a resurgence of its former glory. But now it was far too late. It was not just Haoyan who faced demise, but the entire dragon clan would suffer immensely because of him. From then on, throughout the vast wilderness, the dragon clan would be reduced to insignificance, a mere shadow of its former self, dreaming foolishly of reclaiming its past splendor. At that moment, the battle between Haoyan and the heavenly emperor raged from the depths of the East Sea to its surface. Their clash transformed the heavens and the earth. The entire East Sea roiled with fury, towering waves crashing against the shore. This extraordinary upheaval instantly captured the attention of numerous powerful beings, who observed the unfolding battle in astonishment. Is the heavenly emperor once again engaging in combat? Good heavens! Surely he cannot be subjected to humiliation again. At this juncture, the Heavenly Emperor's gaze turned cold. He perceived the shadows of Yang Jian and others within Outyin Xin. Could it be that Outyin Xin was also a disciple of the so-called Sect of Interception? Their hands had reached into the Dragon Clan. What was the true intent of the schemer behind it all? During the calamity of the investiture of the gods, the Dragon Clan played a minimal role, seemingly insignificant. Yet, even so, the hidden figure had plotted against the Dragon Clan, illustrating that the entire investiture of the gods had fallen into their intricate machinations. As the Heavenly Emperor surrounded himself with the power of the laws, vibrant hues radiated forth. The essence of the great Tao and mystical runes flickering in and out of visibility as he summoned the Taiji diagram. Though Outyin Xion's cultivation was formidable, compared to Yang Jian and the others, he was relatively weaker. Furthermore, during the investiture of the gods, Outyin Xion had no part to play. Killing him would not entangle him much in the karmic repercussions of the calamity. Moreover, this battle served as an opportunity for the Heavenly Emperor to regain the face he had lost earlier. What of the innate treasures? Heavenly Emperor, I have declared, you cannot kill me, and you certainly shall not. Outyin Xion's voice resonated powerfully. The Dragon Clan stood in bewilderment. How can one boast so frivolously in a moment of gravity? Such behavior is most unbecoming. The Taiji diagram, a treasure of the sages, one of the 3 primordial treasures, when summoned, instills a sense of invincibility beneath the realm of sages, rendering the Heavenly Emperor formidable, if not unbeatable. The Heavenly Emperor, in disbelief, pondered. Is this some new form of derision? I do not require your opinions. I demand my own. To the Dragonkin, however, the notion remained that the Heavenly Emperor was destined for victory, and Ao Tingshin would inevitably fall. The instant the Taiji diagram was unveiled by Haoyin, Ao Tingshin transformed into the form of a true dragon, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that enveloped the entire Eastern Sea. Mysterious runes materialized from the void, and the power of the laws surged forth, crafting myriad intricate formations. As the patterns of the Grand Array began to operate, countless beams of light cascaded across the Eastern Sea, each carrying boundless strength. Witnessing this spectacle, the Dragonkin found themselves momentarily bewildered. Under such formidable powers, they began to doubt whether Ao Tingshin would indeed succumb to the Heavenly Emperor. At that moment, Ao Tingshin's voice resonated, true dragon's celestial binding technique, Haoyin. Can you break it? As her words echoed, the air was filled with the sound of countless dragon roars, imbued with unfathomable mystical power. Should one's cultivation be insufficient or one's resolve weak, the dragon's roar would surely shatter their spirit, leaving them vulnerable to fate. Yet, for Haoyin, this roar bore no effect. True dragon's celestial binding technique. I shall see if you can truly bind this celestial being. Haoyin's voice reverberated with authority. Immediately, Haoyin summoned the full might of the Taiji diagram, channeling its power to the zenith of his capabilities. In an instant, a dreadful force surged forth, striking at the myriad formations coalesced by the true dragon's technique. In response, Ao Tingshin, in her true dragon form, emanated an aura of boundless might. As the intricate formations of runes swirled and intertwined, successfully repelling Haoyin's assault. Concurrently, Ao Tingshin surged forward, her colossal form charging toward Haoyin. The Dragonkin, inherently endowed with immense physical prowess, found Ao Tingshin at the pinnacle of her strength. As her vast body moved, the surrounding space crumbled and fractured, only to be mended swiftly by the powers of heaven and earth. At that juncture, Haoyin radiated a luminous yellow aura, invoking the celestial yellow tower. Confronted with Ao Tingshin's formidable physical strength, the tower withstood her might. No matter how powerful her true dragon form became, it could not breach the defenses of the celestial yellow tower, with the Taiji diagram and the celestial yellow tower as his allies. Even if Ao Tingshin perfected her dragon arts and various divine techniques, she still could not withstand the combined might of Haoyin, who wielded the Taiji diagram and the celestial yellow tower. Upon witnessing this, the Dragonkin felt a heavy sense of foreboding. They could only conclude that Ao Tingshin was doomed. Yet, to have battled Haoyin to such an extent was indeed a remarkable feat. If one could endure for thousands of years and cultivate for eons, Ao Tingshin would undoubtedly lead the entire Dragon Clan towards its former glory. Alas, all is lost now. At the critical moment, Yang Jian's voice resonated. Haoyin, you wield one of the 3 innate supreme treasures, the Taiji diagram, and the postnatal supreme treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda. Yet you dare to bully my junior sister? How amusing. Haoyin, do you truly lack shame to mistreat her? Have you lived enough? Nezha's voice also rang out. Simultaneously, the voice of the Queen Mother of the West echoed. Ao Tingshin has slain the righteous deities of my heavenly court and humiliated it. Punishment is warranted, or how can we uphold justice in the eyes of the world? Behind the Queen Mother stood a host of celestial deities, all formidable beings at the quasi-saint level. In the 30th chapter, are dragons mere dogs? Today, I wish to see if your heavenly court can lay a finger on my junior sister. With a sweep of his sword, Nezha's authoritative voice resounded. The Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brow. Even with such a formidable array, the heavenly court could scarcely subdue a few, especially with the presence of mysterious powers rivaling the saints. Nonetheless, they could not allow young Jian and his companions to act with impunity, lest the dignity of the heavenly court be compromised. More crucially, the Four Seas must remain under the heavenly court's control, and the Dragon Clan must not have the opportunity to rise. From this day forth, Ao Tingshin shall sever all ties with the Dragon Clan and the East Sea. This matter shall be considered settled, declared the Queen Mother. Yang Jian's indifferent voice interjected, You claim she can sever ties just like that? Who grants you the authority to punish my junior sister? If a battle is to ensue, let us engage in combat without further ado. In that instant, Yang Jian's blood surged, illuminating the heavens, his battle intent reaching its zenith, exuding an overwhelming force capable of collapsing eternity. Not only Yang Jian, but also Yang Chuan and Nezha emanated a fearsome aura and battle spirit, with war imminent. At this juncture, Hao Yan's voice emerged. Whether Ao Tingshin stays or goes is none of my concern. This is fundamentally a matter of the Dragon Clan. Whether she renounces her identity or remains in the East Sea must be decided by the Dragon Clan itself. Even if you are her senior brothers and sisters, you possess no authority to sway the clan's decisions. After a pause, Hao Yan continued, Ao Qin, Ao Shen, Ao Run, you may speak. Do you acknowledge Ao Tingshin as one of the Dragon Clan? Upon hearing this, the faces of Ao Qin and the others shifted slightly, particularly Ao Qin, Ao Shen, and Ao Run. Given Ao Tingshin's revealed talents, no other dragon has compared to her in several epochs. The future of the Dragon Clan necessitates a strong figure like Ao Tingshin to revitalize it. However, having slain the righteous deities of the heavenly court and clashed with the heavenly emperor, Ao Tingshin has already incurred the wrath of the court. Despite her formidable cultivation, she remains no match for the heavenly emperor. Yang Jian and Nezha may be powerful, yet can they truly withstand the heavenly court? Were it not for the restrictions of the canonization cataclysm, the saints would not hesitate to act, and Yang Jian and the others would have perished long ago. Without achieving sainthood, one remains but an insect. At present, the Dragon Clan stands at a pivotal crossroads of destiny. Should they forsake Ao Tingshin, the future of the Dragon Clan is destined for decline, allowing the Celestial Court to wield its power unchallenged, with no opportunity for revival. Conversely, if they choose Ao Tingshin and betray the Celestial Court, the Dragon Clan may face total annihilation, rendering any hope of reclaiming ancient glory futile and even jeopardizing their lineage. In this moment of turmoil, Ao Qin, Ao Shen, and Ao Run find themselves entangled in a profound dilemma, as their choice bears immense weight on their fate. Observing their indecision, the cold and authoritative voice of Hao Yan reverberated. Is it truly so difficult for the three Dragon Kings to decide? The moment the words echoed, Ao Qin, Ao Shen, Ao Run, and the rest of the Dragon Clan were struck with a chilling realization. Before they could respond, Ao Jie interjected. Our Dragon Clan has always followed the path of the Heavenly Emperor. At the Emperor's command, we have never faltered, whether in the present or the future. We shall continue to serve and remain loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. Ao Tingshin's act of slaying the celestial deity is a grave disrespect to the Emperor, and she must be cast out from our clan. Ao quickly echoed, Heavenly Emperor, our Dragon Clan shall remain eternally loyal to you. Ao Tingshin's actions are irreverent and warrant her expulsion, in stark contrast to the turmoil faced by Ao Qin and the other two Dragon Kings. Ao Jie and Ao viewed the situation with simplicity. If Ao Tingshin remained, the position of the East Sea Dragon King would never fall to them. They would still be subjected to Ao Tingshin's authority, a notion they found intolerable. Furthermore, provoking the Celestial Court and offending the Emperor could not be allowed simply because of Ao Tingshin. In response to Ao Jie and Ao Yi's declarations, Ao Qin and the others felt a coldness in their gaze, thinking them fools. How could they make such a momentous decision regarding the survival of the Dragon Clan so recklessly? Yet, they found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Had it not been for Ao Jie and Ao Yi's assertions, they could have postponed the matter, but time was evidently running out. The three exchanged glances, still struggling to make a decision. At that moment, Ao Yi spoke up, Uncles, What are you still hesitating for? Ao Tongtian has killed a celestial deity, showing blatant disrespect to the emperor. She wishes to drag our entire clan into her demise. Her heart is deserving of punishment, and she must be expelled. Ao Jia added, Uncles, will you truly allow Ao Tongtian to lead our clan into an irretrievable abyss? To strip her of her dragon form and disperse her dragon spirit would already be a tremendous act of mercy. Upon hearing Ao Jia and Ao Yi's words, Ao Tongtian's expression turned icy. Nezha attempted to speak, but was halted by Yang Chuan, as this was a decision that must ultimately rest with the junior sister. Should she choose to annihilate the dragon clan and wage war against the celestial court, they would stand by her side. Ultimately, Ao Qin and the other two dragon kings cast a glance at Ao Tongtian and made their choice. They understood that delay was no longer an option. The emperor's displeasure was evident, and further procrastination would render even a choice in favor of the emperor meaningless. Ao Jia, Ao Yi, cease your reckless words. Our dragon clan shall remain loyal to the heavenly emperor, now and forever. However, Ao Tongtian is ultimately a member of my dragon clan, and moreover, the princess of the East Sea Dragon clan. The current state of affairs is a result of our failure to educate her properly, and we cannot evade responsibility for this. Moreover, the bonds of blood and kinship cannot be so easily severed. If one can casually abandon such ties, it reveals a heart of ice. And how can a cold-hearted individual speak of loyalty and righteousness? Ao Qin's voice resonated. As his words settled, Ao Tongtian scoffed, not particularly surprised by the outcome. Expecting a creature accustomed to servitude to suddenly transform into a dragon or phoenix is merely a fleeting hope. At this moment, Haotian spoke gently, stating that it was not a failure of their upbringing, but rather the influence of the outside world that had led her astray. Her mistakes would not implicate the dragon clan, so they need not worry. With the words of the celestial emperor, the dragon clan felt a wave of reassurance, even a sense of relief at having made the right choice. In that instant, Ao Jia and Ao Yi simultaneously knelt before Haotian, exclaiming in unison, "The celestial emperor is benevolent." The remaining members of the dragon clan followed suit, kneeling and proclaiming, "The celestial emperor is benevolent." Haotian was greatly pleased by this display and continued, "As for the position of the East Sea Dragon King, I initially planned to have Tai Bai act as a temporary substitute, fearing the younger generation might not be able to bear such a heavy responsibility. However, it appears I have misjudged the situation. Ao Jia, Ao Yi, you both have proven yourselves worthy. Nevertheless, there can only be one Dragon King, which puts me in a quandary. I have an idea. Henceforth, Ao Jia and Ao Yi shall jointly assume the title of East Sea Dragon King for a term of 100 years. During this period, whichever of you performs better shall be designated the new East Sea Dragon King, ruling over the 4 seas." Upon hearing this, Ao Jia and Ao Yi's faces lit up with joy, and they hurriedly knelt once more, expressing their gratitude to the celestial emperor, vowing to live up to his expectations. In that moment, they understood that their choice was indeed the right one. Observing this scene, Yang Jian could not help but scoff, momentarily unable to discern whether they were dragons or mere dogs. Chapter 31. I can bear all consequences in exchange for a sage's intervention. Ao Tongtian replied coolly, "Brother Yang, do not insult dogs. Be wary, for they might hire a lawyer to sue you." Although she did not comprehend the terms lawyer and sue, she clearly understood her admonition against disparaging dogs. Ao Tongtian, do not be presumptuous. From today onward, you are expelled from the Dragon Clan. In all your wanderings through the primordial wilderness, you are forbidden from claiming any association with the Dragon Clan. Your words and actions shall have no connection to us. Ao Jia declared loudly. Ao Yi's voice joined in, proclaiming, "Ao Tongtian is cast out from the Dragon Clan. Soon, we shall announce this to the entire primordial wilderness." At this moment, Haotian's gaze turned toward Ao Qin and Ao Shen and Ao Run. They understood the emperor's intent. "I, Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the South Sea, officially declare the expulsion of Ao Tongtian from the Dragon Clan. Henceforth, she may no longer claim to be a member of the Dragon Clan, and her actions shall have no relation to us. I, Ao Shen, the Dragon King of the West Sea, and I, Ao Run, the Dragon King of the North Sea," they echoed, with the voices of the 3 Dragon Kings. Ao Tongtian was irrevocably cast out from the Dragon Clan, and from that moment forth, she would have no further ties to them. Haotian was quite satisfied with this outcome, while Ao Tongtian felt not a single ripple of emotion, even harboring a hint of amusement, as the voices of Ao Qin, Ao Shen, and Ao Run resounded. They distinctly perceived a drastic reduction in the fortunes of the Dragon Clan. Even the Tao fruits of the three dragon kings dimmed considerably, leaving them astonished. The luck of the dragon lineage had been severed at its core. This profound change profoundly affected Ao Qin, Ao Shen, and Ao Run, rendering their aspirations for the quasi-saint realm utterly unattainable. This revelation regarding Ao Ting's expulsion from the dragon clan bore grave consequences. With such diminished fortunes, the dragon clan would undoubtedly descend into obscurity amidst the primordial chaos, transforming from once mighty dominators of the heavens into mere insects. It was not solely the three dragon kings who sensed this ominous shift. The entire dragon lineage felt the weight of impending doom. Had they foreseen such a fate, Ao Qin and his companions would never have aligned themselves with the heavenly emperor. Yet now, it was too late. The dragon clan's decline seemed irreversible, and any dreams of resurrecting ancient glories were but illusions. In their hearts, Ao Qin, Ao Shen, and Ao Run harbored a fierce desire to eliminate Ao Jie and Ao Yi, whose impatience had exacerbated their plight. Even without the interference of Ao Jie and Ao Yi, they would have eventually arrived at the same conclusion. Prolonged submission makes it exceedingly difficult to rise again. In stark contrast, the heavenly emperor reveled in his triumph, relishing the halving of the dragon clan's fortunes, which left them with no opportunity for resurgence. The dominion over the four seas was now firmly within his grasp. In this contest of wills, the heavenly emperor emerged victorious. No wonder the dragon clan had fallen to such depths. Their fate was indeed just. How contemptible! Yang Chan remarked disdainfully. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the three dragon kings darkened. Little junior sister, what purpose do these miscreants serve? It would be better to eradicate them entirely and forge a new dragon lineage. Yang Jian's voice rang out. This proclamation tightened the hearts of Ao Qin and the others. Should Yang Jian and his companions take action, escape would be impossible for them. At that moment, Ao Jia bellowed, bold and reckless fools. We, the dragon clan, are all deities of the heavenly court. With the heavenly emperor still present, how dare you utter such disrespectful words? Such insolence deserves punishment. Aoe echoed, indeed. They must be punished. Haoyan, the two fools. I suspect you are here to serve as spies, betraying me thus. How do you manage to take pride in such treachery? Yang Jian scoffed. Before Ao Jia and Ao Yi could respond, Haoyan's voice cut through. This matter ends here. Do not overreach. While the saints may refrain from direct intervention, they are not powerless. I shall bear the consequences of all actions, should a saint intervene. How could you survive? With this declaration, Yang Jian and the others sensed that Haoyan was not merely speaking in jest. Considering the recent events, Haoyan had endured numerous affronts. It would be unwise to press too hard, for desperation could lead to unforeseen repercussions. However, they could not afford to show weakness. What did it matter if a saint intervened? What did they have to fear? Even if it meant shedding blood in the heavens, they would ensure the saint was gravely wounded in return. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, with the dragon clan members bewildered, their emotions tumultuous as they grappled with the audacity of such defiance, openly disregarding the authority of the saints. However, there was a palpable surge of fervor, a moment of exhilaration not to be squandered in this mortal realm. The three dragon kings, Ao Qin, felt a twinge of regret, realizing they had chosen the wrong path at a critical juncture. The voice of the West Queen Mother resonated, cautioning that during times of tribulation, the weight of cause and effect bears little benefit. It is time to cease. Brother Haoyan, there are numerous matters requiring your attention in the heavenly court. It is time for your return. Upon hearing this, Haoyan reined in his imposing aura, nodding slightly, preparing to depart for the heavenly court. At that moment, Aya Tingson's voice interjected, urging him to pause. As her voice echoed, Yang Jian, Yang Chan, and Nezha hesitated not for a moment, their energies surging, ready to engage in battle at their junior sister's command. This display of resolve tightened the hearts of the heavenly court's powerful followers accompanying the West Queen Mother. Were these individuals truly so reckless? Their intention was merely to pass through. A confrontation would spell trouble for them, while the Celestial Emperor and the West Queen Mother would remain unaffected. Aya Tingson, what do you intend to do? Haoyan's authoritative voice boomed. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish for you to act as a witness. Aya Tingson's tone was indifferent. With a sweeping gesture, she conjured mystic symbols of the great Tao, weaving the power of laws throughout, causing the entire eastern sea to surge. Countless water pillars shot skyward, and witnessing this spectacle, the dragon clan felt a tightening in their hearts, fearing Aya Tingson's intervention. At that moment, the myriad water pillars froze mid-air, coalescing into a colossal palace. Simultaneously, Aya Tingson proclaimed, Aya Tingson, establish my sect atop the eastern sea, widely disseminating the profound truths of my teachings. There shall be no discrimination. All fated souls may enter. Should any of the dragon clan wish to return from their misguided paths, they too may join. As her words fell, the gazes of Qin and the others flickered, clearly stirred, though they dared not reveal their thoughts. Despite their deep concealment, it was impossible to elude Qin's perception. Qin and his kin were evidently intrigued. If such were the case, the dragon clan would inevitably slip from his grasp one day. Tingxin's actions truly lodged a thorn in his throat. While this initial confrontation seemed to favor him, the future held uncertainty. Allowing the dragon clan to join her sect was utterly unacceptable. Necessary measures of control must be enacted. What? The Celestial Emperor does not permit it? Tingxin's voice turned frigid, her aura flaring. The implication was unmistakable. This was Tingxin's ultimatum. Refusal would lead to conflict. Agreed. Qin replied coolly. Subsequently, he made no further delay in returning to the heavenly court. As he departed, Qin and the others exchanged glances, the meaning in their eyes abundantly clear. Meanwhile, Tingxin disregarded the dragon clan's presence, inviting her fellow disciples to visit the palace she had manifested. Simultaneously, in the ancestral land of the Jian, a man with a demeanor of moderation yet exuding an ethereal presence followed closely behind Jian. As the distance closed, he called out, "Fellow Taoist, please hold." Chapter 32, Shen Gongbao, do you think I still have a chance? Upon hearing these words, the Jian, currently racing ahead, halted in its tracks and turned to gaze at the source of the voice. I am Shen Gongbao, honored to meet you, fellow Jian. Shen Gongbao bowed respectfully. The Jian responded in human speech. Ah, it is you, Shen Daoyu. I offer my greetings. May I inquire what brings you here? Shen Gongbao continued. I observe that you, dear Jian, appear to be the rare Thunder Jian, and I wish to invite you to join me in a grand endeavor. Since the dawn of creation, with Pangu opening the heavens, the Xianhuang world has entered the primordial era. Following the emergence of the first Jian, the Jian clan has predominantly consisted of 5 elemental types: earth, wind, water, fire, and metal. The Thunder Jian, indeed, is a remarkable rarity. It was with this realization that Shen Gongbao contemplated the idea of having this Jian as his steed. You wish for me to be your mount. At that moment, the Thunder Jian's expression turned frigid. Despite the decline of the Jian clan since the Dragonhan calamity, they were not to be easily subjugated. Not as a mount, but as a companion. The time of the Fengshen calamity has arrived. Does the Jian clan not desire to seek great opportunities and restore their former glory? Shen Gongbao interjected. Following you will restore past glories? Huh, such hubris. Do you presume yourself a sage? The Thunder Jian retorted, dripping with scorn, utterly disbelieving Shen Gongbao's claims. Although the Jian clan had seen better days, they were not oblivious to the machinations surrounding the Fengshen calamity. The audacity of this individual to speak of seizing great opportunities was nothing but a fool's errand. With that, the Thunder Jian prepared to depart. Observing this, Shen Gongbao's expression darkened slightly. Fellow Jian, please wait. As his voice fell, Shen Gongbao swiftly positioned himself in front of the Thunder Jian, asking, do you believe I still have a chance? Step aside. I shall never become your steed. If you obstruct me again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The Thunder Jian coldly warned. Hearing this, Shen Gongbao's expression turned grim. My intentions were noble. I merely sought to discuss with you, yet your attitude is most ungracious. If it comes to violence, then I shall not be at fault. The Thunder Jian exclaimed, defamation. He is slandering me. When did I ever declare I would harm him? He is wronging me. Is there no one to defend my honor? Immediately, Shen Gongbao made his move. The Thunder Jian would not submit meekly. Its form expanded dramatically, unleashing a terrifying surge of lightning power, striking towards Shen Gongbao with overwhelming force. Seeing this, Shen Gongbao raised a hand in response. The Thunder Jian's formidable attack had no effect on him, leaving the Jian with a solemn expression, wary and determined not to show any slackness as it gathered its strength once more. With one more strike, Shen Gongbao merely waved his hand, causing the power of the Thunder Jian to dissipate like sand in the wind. In the blink of an eye, Shen Gongbao appeared before the Thunder Jian, lightly delivering a palm strike. A resounding thud echoed as the massive body of the Thunder Jian was sent flying, crashing through a small mountain with ease. Shen Gongbao's voice followed. Jian friend, might we sit down and have a proper discussion? The Thunder Jian, bewildered, retorted, discuss? Discuss with your grandfather. Rising swiftly, the Thunder Jian fled at an astonishing speed, a flight so rapid it seemed beyond measure. Observing this, Shen Gongbao sighed softly, shaking his head, murmuring, this child is truly stubborn. As he spoke, Shen Gongbao waved his hand, warping the very fabric of space. In the next moment, the Thunder Kirin's eyes widened in disbelief as he found himself inexplicably back in front of Shen Gongbao. Regaining his composure, the Thunder Kirin instantly gathered his strength to counterattack. However, Shen Gongbao remained motionless, and yet the Thunder Kirin could acutely sense that his power was being consumed by an endless abyss, rendering it utterly ineffective. Such a realization left the Thunder Kirin in shock. Who exactly was this individual? In the primordial realm, he had never heard of such a formidable being. Could he be an incarnation of a sage? Dismissing the thought, the Thunder Kirin concluded that a sage would demean themselves for his sake. What should he do now? The situation was urgent. At this moment, the Thunder Kirin was racking his brain but found no suitable solution. He attempted to flee once more, this time with an explosive speed that surpassed his previous attempts, even managing to draw upon a fragment of the laws of the universe. Despite only being at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Observing the Thunder Kirin's efforts, Shen Gongbao shook his head slightly and waved his hand again, causing the space to twist and flicker. Once more, the Thunder Kirin and Shen Gongbao found themselves locked in a gaze, and without hesitation, the Thunder Kirin chose to flee again, accelerating his speed even further. Shen Gongbao, with a hint of exasperation, murmured, "This child is quite tenacious." Space warped again, and the Thunder Kirin reappeared before Shen Gongbao. At this point, his composure was crumbling. "Friend, what exactly do you want? There are countless beings stronger than I in the entire primordial realm. Why must you pursue me? Are you intent on forcing me to my doom? I beg you, will you not spare me?" Hearing this, Shen Gongbao replied solemnly, "My seeking you is undoubtedly for your benefit, but what about you? Moreover, we are not merely mounts, we are friends. Understand?" The Thunder Kirin countered, "So, does that mean I am not obliged to carry you?" Shen Gongbao retorted, "We are already good friends. Wouldn't a good friend wish to assist their companion on their journey?" The Thunder Kirin scoffed, "Huh? The old rascal is quite wicked, claiming to be a good friend rather than a mere mount. However, if I refuse, it is certain that I shall not leave today. Escaping is out of the question, and fighting is futile. Death." The Thunder Kirin asserts that it is not yet ready to meet its end. With its mind racing, the Thunder Kirin declared, "Very well. But this matter requires the consent of my clan. If it is convenient for you, you may accompany me back to my clan's territory, and upon receiving the approval of the clan leader, I shall certainly follow you." Despite these words, the Thunder Kirin had already resolved that if the cunning Shen Gongbao dared to return with it, the powerful members of its clan would ensure Shen Gongbao's demise. "Agreed," Shen Gongbao replied. How could Shen Gongbao be unaware of the Thunder Kirin's intentions? Yet, this could work to his advantage. He would seize the opportunity to dominate the entire Kirin clan, establishing the sect of interception in the ancestral land of the Kirin to promote its profound teachings. The Thunder Kirin was taken aback by Shen Gongbao's unhesitating agreement, feeling a surge of delight. As long as Shen Gongbao returned with it, a fate of eternal calamity awaited. Shen Gongbao thought to himself, "Upon our return, you shall understand the true meaning of disaster. You unwittingly have dragged the entire Kirin clan into this predicament." Chapter 33. The Kirin's treasure techniques. Before long, Shen Gongbao followed the Thunder Kirin back to the ancestral land of the Kirin. Observing the current state of the ancestral land, one could discern the profound decline of the Kirin clan. Before the great cataclysm, the Dragon clan roamed the seas, the Phoenix clan resided in the eternal volcano, and the Kirin clan inhabited the unmatched celestial mountain. During the battle between the witches and the demons, the mountain was shattered by Gong. Now, the unmatched mountain no longer possessed the celestial wonders of yore. At Kirin Cliff, upon returning to the ancestral land, the Thunder Kirin immediately proclaimed, "Enemies are approaching. Elders, save me." Hearing this, Shen Gongbao smirked. This little creature was far too impatient, overestimating its ability to feign ignorance before him. As the Thunder Kirin's voice echoed, several powerful auras surged, and in an instant, the figures of 5 Kirin elders materialized in the void, accompanied by numerous members of the Kirin clan. Addressing Shen Gongbao, the elder of the Fire Kirin demanded, "What is your intention in trespassing upon our ancestral land? I offer your Kirin clan an opportunity for rebirth, a chance to reclaim the glory of ancient times." Shen Gongbao replied indifferently. The Kirin clan members gasped in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable individual certainly possessed a bold demeanor. The Thunder Kirin hastily exclaimed, "Elders, do not listen to him. He merely wishes for me to be his mount." As the words fell, the 5 Kirin elders unleashed their formidable presence, each at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Though our Kirin clan may not be what it once was, we are not to be trifled with. If this continues, your life shall end here today. The elder of the fire, Kiran, declared imperiously. In response, Shingong Bao remained unfazed. Is that so? It seems you lack the capability. Arrogance. The elder of the fire, Qilin, exclaimed in anger. As his voice resonated, the fire Qilin charged fiercely towards Shingong Bao, unleashing the full force of his Deluo Jinxian realm, accompanied by the blazing flames of his life force. Shingong Bao replied coldly, intending to bestow a blessing upon your Qilin clan, yet you fail to appreciate the offer. Then you shall become my pet. Such audacity. The elder of the fire, Qilin, retorted. The Qilin clan, incensed by Shun Gongbao's words, urged the elder to subdue him. Though the Qilin clan had fallen into decline since the great calamity of Lanhan, they would not permit such bullying. They still possessed a modicum of pride. In that instant, the elder of the fire, Qilin, unleashed another wave of assault, more terrifying than before, as the principles of fire flickered ominously. Shen Gongbao, however, paid no heed, advancing slowly as an overwhelming aura emanated from him, shattering the very essence of the fire principles, his searing primordial flames dissipating. This left the Qilin clan astounded, for they had not anticipated such formidable cultivation from this individual. No wonder he was so audacious. He had the strength to back it up. Let us all engage. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly dull. Shen Gongbao's voice rang out coolly. The 5 elders of the Qilin clan, incensed by his words, acted in unison. Knowing well that Shen Gongbao's cultivation far surpassed their own, should they not combine their strengths, they would surely be outmatched. In that moment, the elder of the fire, Qilin, once again ignited his primordial flames, the principles of fire shimmering, intricate crimson runes entwined within the laws. The ferocity of the flames capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. The elder of the water, Qilin, likewise unleashed the principles of water, a torrential river gathering behind him. The winds howled as the heavens darkened. The elder of the wind, Qilin, manifested the power of his primordial principles, while the elder of the earth, Qilin, roared, causing the ground to tremble, and in an instant, countless earthen dragons surged forth, encircled by the power of the laws. The elder of the gold, Qilin, radiated golden light, an aura of slaughter approaching, his body rendered indestructible. In terms of sheer physical resilience, even the dragon clan could not compare. Upon witnessing this, Shen Gongbao remained unfazed, nonchalantly stating, "No wonder the Qilin clan has fallen to such depths. Is this all the prowess you possess?" As these words fell, the Qilin clan felt both outrage and disdain. Humph, he must be dazed with fear. With the 5 elders attacking, he is undoubtedly doomed. Together, the 5 elders could even challenge a preliminary quasi-saint to remain defiant in the face of imminent death. In the eyes of the Qilin clan, Shen Gongbao was surely doomed against the combined assault of the 5 elders. Yet at that moment, a Qilin avatar coalesced behind Shen Gongbao. Observing this manifestation, the Qilin clan found themselves momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, Shen Gongbao's voice echoed, "Come, let us see how my Qilin treasure technique fares." As he spoke, Shen Gongbao unleashed a punch, an overwhelming force erupting, shattering the principles of the 5 Qilin elders, their Deluo Jinxian pressure dissipating under the onslaught. Witnessing the 5 elder Qilin fail to withstand even a single blow, particularly when that strike was empowered by the Qilin's sacred arts, astonished the entire Qilin clan. The Thunder Qilin, in particular, was enveloped in incredulity. It had never anticipated that this individual could possess such overwhelming strength. Regret began to seep into its thoughts, contemplating the folly of bringing this being back to the ancestral grounds of the Qilin. If this led to any misfortune befalling the entire clan, what would ensue? Why must it come to this? A voice, cool and detached, echoed, "Fight." It was the fiery elder Qilin's enraged exclamation. The remaining 4 elders sprang into action once more, their fighting spirit finally reaching its zenith. United, the 5 elder Qilin concentrated their innate powers, weaving them together to form a cage that ensnared Xinguang Bao within. "Is this all you've got?" Xinguang Bao scoffed. In an instant, the somewhat dim Qilin manifestation behind him burst forth with resplendent light. In the blink of an eye, the cage constructed by the 5 elder Qilin shattered, leaving them all grievously wounded and devoid of the strength to continue the battle. How is this possible? The fiery elder Qilin gasped in disbelief, while the faces of the other 4 elders reflected their deep distress. They had believed their cage, crafted from the elemental powers of earth, wind, water, fire, and metal, could contain even a mid-stage powerhouse, and that a late-stage quasi-saint would need to exert considerable effort to break free. Yet, Xinguang Bao had effortlessly obliterated it. Peak quasi-saint. He is at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. The elders were awash with tumultuous thoughts. Xinguang Bao's voice rang out once more, What say you? Are you now prepared to serve as my pets? If you refuse, then after today, the Jian clan shall cease to exist." At these words, panic swept through the Jian. The fiery elder Jian interjected. "Do you truly believe that our clan is so easily subdued? Huh. You underestimate us gravely. Your life must end here today." With that, the 5 elder Jian formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations. In the next moment, a dreadful pressure descended upon the ancestral ground of the Jian, darkening the heavens and earth. Under this overwhelming force, all Jian were compelled to kneel. Shen Bao furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "The pressure of a saint." In that instant, the entirety of the Jian ancestral ground, save for Shen Bao, was brought low. Simultaneously, resplendent rays of light and vibrant colors filled the atmosphere, as a sacred manifestation coalesced, the very essence left by the primordial celestial venerable within the Jian ancestral land. Gazing upon this manifestation, Shen Bao smirked coldly. "You Jian, who pride yourselves on your ironclad resolve, are you not merely the hounds of the primordial? Humph. The primordial saint has shown kindness to my Jian clan, and we shall repay that kindness. With the emergence of the saint's manifestation, prepare to be reduced to ashes." The fiery elder Jian thundered. "Kindness?" Shen Bao retorted with a disdainful laugh, a mere self-deceptive excuse. "What of the saint's manifestation? Even if the primordial sage were to personally descend, what have I to fear?" Upon uttering these words, the Jian clan was left utterly astonished, driven to madness. This individual must surely be deranged to utter such audacious claims. Disregarding even the presence of a sage, this rogue is doomed. At that moment, the condensed manifestation of the sage struck forth, and in an instant, the cosmos trembled as a myriad of forces of law emerged, all aimed at subduing Shen Bao. Although it was merely a manifestation of a sage, its power exceeded that of an ordinary peak quasi-sage by a slight margin, and it bore the oppressive might of a sage, rendering its strength formidable. In response, Shen Bao remained unfazed. His stature rising as mysterious talismans of the great Tao encircled him, he unleashed a punch, shattering the law forces condensed by the manifestation inch by inch. Witnessing this scene, the Jian clan was left in utter disbelief. How could this rogue engage in combat with the sage's manifestation and remain unyielding? How could this be possible? Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial celestial sovereign took notice, casually waving his hand as a luminous mirror appeared, revealing the situation within the ancestral land of the Jian. "Shen Bao?" the primordial celestial sovereign exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Zhou spoke. "Master, how could senior brother Shen dare to engage with your manifestation?" The primordial celestial sovereign's expression darkened slightly. Observing Shen Bao's state, an ominous premonition washed over him. "Zia, you must go and bring Shen Bao back." The voice of the primordial celestial sovereign resonated. Upon hearing this, Zhou was perplexed. "Master, I am but weak in cultivation. How could I possibly contend with senior brother Shen? Do not worry. I shall ensure you possess the strength to challenge him," the primordial celestial sovereign reassured. With that, he waved his hand, and Zhou's cultivation surged, rapidly ascending until he reached the pinnacle of quasi-sage, finally halting. Feeling the tumultuous power within him, Zhou rejoiced and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Simultaneously, the primordial celestial sovereign waved his hand once more, and a stream of light appeared. Zhou swiftly extended his hands, and in the next moment, the apricot blossom flag materialized in his grasp. "I shall take the apricot yellow flag as well." "Thank you, Master." Immediately, Zhou vanished from his original position. In the ancestral land of the Jian, the manifestation of the primordial sage reached the zenith of its power. Capable of shattering galaxies with a mere gesture, reversing the heavens and earth, dimming the sun and moon, the forces of law erupted, infused with a hint of the primal essence of the great Tao, coalescing into a flying sword. The overwhelming might and formidable power instilled fear among the members of the Jian clan. Merely a manifestation of a sage had already attained such a level of dominance. Were the sage to truly descend, the imagination of such an occurrence was beyond comprehension. Furthermore, in the eyes of the Jian clan, under this sword, Shen Bao was assuredly doomed, with no chance of survival. "Is this it? The sage's manifestation is nothing remarkable." Shen Bao's disdainful voice rang out. "The Jian clan? This individual's demise is exceedingly peculiar. His body is limp, yet his mouth remains active." At this moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the eyes of Shen Bao, his stature soaring instantaneously as the silhouette of the Jian re-emerged behind him. The ethereal power of the laws shimmered, and with a mighty punch, the very fabric of space shattered, causing mountains and rivers to tremble. A thunderous sound echoed as two forces collided, and the space above the ancestral grounds of the Jian was abruptly torn apart. The residual force from their clash left the members of the Jian clan momentarily breathless. Once the energy dissipated, they gazed into the sky, their expressions frozen in disbelief. According to their expectations, Shen Gongbao should have met his demise. Yet now, he stood unscathed, while the manifestation of the sage had vanished without a trace. How could this be possible? At that moment, ripples of disturbance spread through the air, and the voice of Jiang Zia resonated. Senior brother Shen. That was the manifestation of our master. What is your intention in doing this? Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao's countenance darkened slightly. Jiang Zia? At that instant, Jiang Zia's figure materialized, exuding the aura of a peak quasi-saint, as if to flaunt his prowess. Observing Jiang Zia's formidable presence, Shen Gongbao smirked disdainfully and retorted, "What is given by others is eternally theirs. It cannot endure. Are you planning to betray our sect, senior brother?" Jiang Zia responded not to Shen Gongbao's remarks, but rather pressed him directly. Shen Gongbao replied indifferently, "From the day I departed from the Jade Void Palace, I ceased to be a disciple of the primordial. I have joined the sect of the interception. Jiang Zia, I am in need of a lackey. Would you care to consider? Despite your years of instruction under the primordial, you remain woefully weak. Accompany me, and if I am in good spirits, I assure you, your cultivation will soar." The mention of the sect of the interception weighed heavily on Jiang Zia's heart, for its notoriety had recently reached a crescendo. Meanwhile, the primordial lord's gaze darkened, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, just as he had surmised, the machinations of the sect of the interception were unfathomably vast, orchestrating such a grand scheme. Bah, Shen Gongbao, since you have betrayed your master and ancestors, today you shall be suppressed, to be judged by our master, Jiang Zia declared coldly. In response, Shen Gongbao chuckled derisively. "You? Even if you wield the borrowed power of a peak quasi-saint, what can you do to me?" Such brazen words, had they been uttered in the past, would have elicited scorn from the Jian clan. Yet now, they recognized the formidable strength Shen Gongbao possessed. If he could dismiss the manifestation of the sage, what could a merely borrowed peak quasi-saint's power accomplish? Nevertheless, the Jian clan no longer feared Shen Gongbao's betrayal of the primordial sage. Even if Jiang Zia were to falter, the primordial sage would not let Shen Gongbao escape. The ultimate outcome was predetermined. Shen Gongbao was destined to perish. Having offended a sage, could he possibly hope for survival? It must be said, Shen Gongbao's intellect was indeed questionable. Why forsake the path of a sage's disciple to pursue treachery? Is that so? We shall see. Jiang Zia retorted with equal audacity. A sudden surge of overwhelming power left him somewhat disoriented. Moreover, aside from the pinnacle of quasi-saintly realms, there existed the azure yellow banner. The moment the sound reverberated, Jiang Zia took the initiative to strike, unleashing his formidable strength without reservation. The space trembled, the universe seemed to invert, and a myriad of radiant lights coalesced into a long whip aimed at Shen Gongbao. In response, Shen Gongbao merely chuckled disdainfully. Since when did Jiang Zia become so confident? Such paltry skills were not worthy of display. Chapter 35. The Divine Elephant's Prison-Subduing Force. As Shen Gongbao's words fell, the Qilin's treasure technique was once again executed to its fullest extent. With a single punch, Jiang Zia's spell was instantly shattered. In the same breath, Shen Gongbao's figure shifted instantaneously. Behind him, the Qilin's divine aspect became even more solidified as he hurled a punch towards Jiang Zia. In that moment, Jiang Zia's expression grew grave. Should that punch land, even with his current quasi-saintly prowess, he would either be severely injured or face death. As the punch approached, a golden light erupted around Jiang Zia, and in an instant, a multitude of golden lotuses blossomed. Shen Gongbao's strike was thwarted, causing him to take a step back. As he steadied himself, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The azure yellow banner? The primordial heavenly venerate truly treasures you. The azure yellow banner, one of the innate 5 directional chess pieces, is said to have transformed from the 5 lotus leaves of the primordial blue lotus. Measuring 1 foot and 7 inches in length, its color is a deep yellow. Once unfurled, it creates a multitude of golden lotuses, impervious to destruction, repelling all malevolent forces, and rendering all forms of attack ineffective. Such a divine artifact had been bestowed upon Jiang Zia by the primordial heavenly venerate, further inciting Shen Gongbao's indignation. Shen Shixiao, return with me to the sect and heed the master's decree. Jiang Zia proclaimed. Decree? Does he think he can impose upon me just because he is a primordial? Does he even deserve to? I am no longer his disciple, nor am I a disciple of the Chuan teaching. Apart from my master, no one has the right to command me, not even a sage, Shen Gongbao declared with an air of arrogance. After a brief pause, Shen Gongbao continued. Do not think that possessing the azure yellow banner guarantees your safety. As his voice fell, his gaze sharpened, and a terrifying power emanated from within him, as if capable of collapsing ages and severing the rivers of time. The surrounding space fractured inch by inch, proving difficult to mend. Sensing Shen Gongbao's dreadful might, Jiang Ziya's countenance shifted slightly. Even with the azure yellow banner as protection, he felt a twinge of fear. The entire Qilan clan was taken aback. They seemed to sense a formidable aura emanating from Shen Gongbao, akin to that of a sage. At that moment, Shen Gongbao lunged forward, delivering a punch, while Jiang Ziya too invoked the azure yellow banner to its utmost potential. Countless golden lotuses radiated an infinite brilliance, and more than that, they invoked the power of the laws to shield him. However, under Shen Gongbao's punch, the multitude of golden lotuses shattered completely, the azure yellow banner dimmed, and could no longer be sustained. As for Jiang Ziya, he was directly sent flying by the force of the blow, grievously injured, and the entirety of his quasi-saintly strength dissipated in an instant. The Qilan clan was left in stunned silence. At this moment, they were truly taken aback. This scoundrel was indeed terrifying to such an extent. Within the heart of the Thunder Kirin, tumultuous waves surged as it realized how foolish it was to bring this rogue back to their ancestral land. Not only they, but the various saints who had been observing the battle were also astonished. From the Western Church, the sage Kuan-ji exclaimed, "Brother, the techniques employed by Shen Gongbao are truly remarkable. Even the Xinghuang banner cannot withstand them. Given Jiang Ziya's pinnacle status as a quasi-saint, it should be impossible for anyone beneath the saintly level to breach such defenses." The sage Jian interjected, "From the current perspective, aside from that mysterious woman, Shen Gongbao is undoubtedly the strongest among the so-called subsects of the intercepting teaching. One wonders how many others belong to this faction, as their methods are indeed extraordinary, producing disciples of such formidable prowess. If the ranks of the intercepting teaching were to swell further, the divine calamity would surely spiral out of control." As the words settled, Kuan-ji added, "Brother, I believe we should foster a good relationship with the intercepting teaching." Jie nodded slightly, concluding that it was not yet time to act, and that they should observe a while longer. In the Grand Luo Heavenly Xian Cave, Laozi's expression was equally one of astonishment as he murmured, "What kind of technique is this? It is truly terrifying. Who is the figure behind this? An unparalleled being beyond the primordial wilderness?" In the realm of Nuwa, the goddess too expressed her surprise. Even the Xinghuang banner cannot withstand a single strike from him. At Golden Ao Island, Tongtian Jinzu was left in a daze. Is this truly one of my disciples from the intercepting teaching? How come I was unaware of such prowess among them? No, this cannot be. Surely there are malevolent individuals attempting to tarnish the reputation of the intercepting teaching. Within the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the expression of the primordial heavenly venerable fluctuated between light and shadow. The cultivation method he practiced was rather peculiar. It was indeed surprising that even the Xinghuang banner could not withstand this attack. Master, he must have employed some forbidden technique. I suspect he cannot sustain it for long. We shall assist junior brother Jian, primordial heavenly venerable. Foolish. No need. I wish to see just how formidable this rebellious disciple truly is. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya looked at Shen Gongbao in disbelief and asked, "What kind of divine ability is this?" "The divine elephant suppressing prison technique," Shen Gongbao replied proudly. This was derived from the tales recounted by his master. The human body comprises 840 million particles. The divine elephant suppressing prison technique entails refining each particle into the power of the divine elephant. In its initial stages, it involves unlocking the colossal power of the particles within the body. Upon achieving this, one can return to the starting point and refine the colossal particles into dragon elephant particles, and subsequently into primordial elephant particles, until the entirety of the body is composed of divine elephant particles, achieving great success. In the later stages of cultivation, one can eternally suppress hell, condensing a number of chaotic primordial embryos equivalent to the sands of time, residing within the eternal sands of hell. Then, one can manifest the images of hell within each infinitesimal particle, all housing the divine embryo, connecting with the chaotic primordial embryos residing in the eternal sands of hell, absorbing the essence of hell to nurture oneself. Harnessing the power of his techniques, one can summon an immense celestial elephant from countless minuscule particles within oneself, its mighty presence reaching towards the heavens. As the elephant exhales, it stirs the oceans and clouds, unleashing a fearsome roar that causes stars to plummet, while all sounds are silenced in its wake. More importantly, it possesses the ability to manifest countless astonishing divine powers, each concealing boundless mysteries. In response, Jian expressed his unfamiliarity with this concept. As a disciple of the primordial supreme being, although his cultivation had not reached great heights over the years, he was well acquainted with the techniques and divine powers of the primordial realm, particularly the most elite among them. However, he had never heard of the divine elephant subjugation technique. Observing Jiang Ziya's doubtful expression, Shen Gongbao scoffed, likening him to a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to perceive the vastness of the world. Enough. Let me send you on your way. With that, Shen Gongbao prepared to strike Jiang Ziya. Just at that moment, the pressure of a sage descended upon them, more terrifying than the previous manifestation of the sage's presence. Simultaneously, ethereal purple mist flowed from the east, coalescing above Qilan Cliff, where a semblance of the primordial supreme being's form flickered in and out of visibility. Shen Gongbao, you have betrayed your master and committed heinous acts against your lineage. Do you not acknowledge your crimes? The authoritative voice of the primordial supreme being resonated powerfully. Shen Gongbao, with disdain, retorted, "What? Do you wish to judge me? You lack the authority. No one can judge me except my master, and certainly not you, primordial. If it is battle you seek, then let us fight. Spare me your prattle. Come, let us engage." Chapter 36. The Might of the Disciples of the Heavenly Teaching? The Qilan clan stood dumbfounded, unable to find an adequate term to describe Shen Gongbao's audacity in confronting a sage with such defiance. Shen Gongbao's response was simple. What term is needed? Defiance suffices. In my master's words, it must be resolute. Jiang Ziya's heart churned with turmoil. His master was one of the few sages in the primordial realm, standing at its pinnacle. What could Shen Gongbao possibly rely on to act so brazenly? At that moment, Shen Gongbao soared with the wind, his towering form manifesting between heaven and earth, exuding a terrifying might. In terms of aura, he appeared no weaker than the primordial supreme being, and perhaps even stronger. The stern and aloof voice of the primordial supreme being resonated. To engage in battle between us would bring devastation upon the living. This is not my desire. Shen Gongbao, do you dare to contend with me in the chaos? Fear you? Not at all. Shen Gongbao replied with scorn, as the words left his lips. Both Shen Gongbao and the primordial supreme being vanished from sight, only to reappear in the chaos. Countless powerful beings focused their attention on the impending clash between the two. This battle promised to be extraordinarily riveting. Within the chaos, Shen Gongbao waved his hand, summoning a spear that materialized before him. In an instant, the laws of the universe swirled, invoking the celestial hymn of the underworld, as he unleashed an aura that condensed into a multitude of hellish forms. With the melody of the yellow springs resounding, the spear of the underworld was born. The spear thrust forth, tearing asunder the chaotic space. Countless small asteroids floating within the chaos were reduced to mere dust. In the face of such an assault, the primordial supreme one radiated with golden light. And with a flourish of his hand, the terrifying power to seize stars and moons erupted forth. Thousands of golden lotuses coalesced into form, and as their power blossomed, they countered the spear of the underworld wielded by Shen Gongbao, shattering the bestowed laws of power. A sage, after all, is a sage, though not physically present. His might remains unmatched. Disobedient disciple, if this is all you possess, you have greatly disappointed me. Should you awaken from your delusions and sincerely repent, I may yet extend my forgiveness. However, if you tread the wrong path, it shall spell eternal doom. It is never too late to rein in your reckless steps. The voice of the primordial supreme one echoed indifferently through the chaos. Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao sneered. Who granted you the audacity to utter such words? I have merely exerted a fraction of my strength, and yet you struggle so. Humph. You speak of repentance. Primordial. You are the one who has truly lost your way. In this life, you can only dwell beneath the Tao, forever unable to surpass it. If you were to recognize your errors and return to the right path, joining my sect, I would gladly serve you, massaging your shoulders and tending to your needs, becoming your humble servant. Primordial, this would be your greatest honor. Should I be pleased, a mere word from me could bestow upon you boundless benefits. Serving me for a few years would surpass even Hongjun. Strangely, these words stirred a ripple in the heart of the primordial supreme one. Surpass Hongjun Daozu. If it were indeed possible. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, the primordial supreme one swiftly dismissed it, deeming it utter nonsense. He had intended to offer Shen Gongbao a chance to redeem himself, but it seemed he should no longer regard their past ties with leniency. With his voice ringing out, The primordial Supreme One's boundless Dharma form radiated infinite brilliance. The laws of power surged forth, and wondrous symbols of the great Tao flickered into view within the chaos. Encircling his Dharma form, a wisp of purple energy emerged, transforming the surrounding golden lotuses into a delicate lavender hue. In that moment, a terrifying saintly might caused the entire chaos to tremble, the fabric of space fracturing and collapsing. The notion of seizing the sun and moon seemed utterly insignificant in the face of such overwhelming force. Shen Gongbao, I grant you one final opportunity. Will you choose to return to the right path? The resounding voice of the primordial Supreme One reverberated through the chaos. In response, Shen Gongbao coldly retorted, What? Do you believe you can kill me? Humph. Do you still see me as that insignificant ant you could manipulate at will? I stand before you now. Do I resemble my former self? Come, let us fight. At this moment, Shen Gongbao took the initiative, tearing through the very fabric of space, unleashing his power in its utmost form. Within the boundless body of his divine essence, a furnace of hellish flames flickered into existence, drawing in countless pure energies that surged within him, allowing his strength to ascend rapidly. Simultaneously, a relentless sea of fire erupted behind him, soaring to heights of tens of thousands of zhang, the flame so fearsome that a mere wisp could ignite a vacuum spanning 90,000 miles. What Shen Gongbao wielded was none other than the hell furnace from the divine elephant suppression technique, a furnace capable of refining and consuming everything in its path. It voraciously absorbed the essence of life, the primordial energies of the universe, and even the quintessence of the sun and moon, alongside the power of the stars. All these essences were refined within the furnace, transforming into the very source of his life. The flames blazed within, leaping skyward, a holy fire that incinerated all. Witnessing Shen Gongbao's formidable display, the expression of Yuan Shi Tianzuan flickered with surprise. The observing saints and deities were equally astonished, not expecting Shen Gongbao to possess such capabilities, which were entirely distinct from those of the primordial world. At this moment, on Golden Ao Island, Tongtian Jiaozhu stood momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he murmured, Is this a disciple of the subsect? How powerful is my division? How was I unaware of this? It seemed imperative for him to intervene at this juncture. He could not allow Shen Gongbao to fall. Ready to act and protect Shen Gongbao, Tongtian Jiaozhu prepared himself for imminent action. As for the other saints, they regarded the leader of the with trepidation. To produce such a formidable figure, he must possess tremendous strength himself. They surmised that even their combined might would prove futile against him. Why, then, did he not confront the situation directly, choosing instead to dismantle the heavenly calamity in this manner? In this realm, were there any supreme beings he feared? Perhaps he did not even dread the heavenly Tao, nor could the great Tao impose upon him. Such behavior suggested he reveled in this amusement, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Contemplating this, even the saints felt a chill run down their spines. The saints, positioned high above, regarded all living beings as mere pawns, yet they had never considered that one day they too might become pieces on the board. Amidst the chaos, Shen Gongbao surged forth with towering holy flames towards Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who retaliated with a golden lotus. In an instant, the two forces clashed, creating a terrifying collision that rent the chaos asunder, reducing countless celestial bodies to dust. Meanwhile, the spectators held their breath in anxious anticipation, wondering who would emerge victorious from this fierce encounter. Logically, given the extent of Yuan Shi's power, even though Shen Gongbao was formidable, the disparity in realms should suffice to vanquish or severely wound him. The tremors of chaos rippled through the three realms, as all living beings felt a subtle disturbance. In the Qilan ancestors' domain, Jiang Zia smirked, convinced of Shen Gongbao's inevitable demise. The others present in the Qilan ancestors' domain shared this belief, convinced that Shen Gongbao could never survive this confrontation. The sage has unleashed his power, and with such force, there is no reason for Shen Gongbao to remain alive. Chapter 37. Sage, please hold on. However, in the next moment, Jiang Zia gazed at the Xiangui mirror, where Shen Gongbao still stood firm, exclaiming in disbelief, Impossible. How can this be? The Qilan clan was equally stirred, astonished that Shen Gongbao remained unscathed before the sage, seemingly untouched and unharmed. This was beyond comprehension. The various saints and many deities had anticipated the current scenario, yet Shen Gongbao's condition was somewhat unexpected. They had assumed he would be injured, but it appeared he was entirely unharmed. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's gaze tightened slightly. You have truly surprised me. However, that is all there is to it. The final outcome will remain unchanged. After speaking, Shen Gongbao coldly retorted, Oh, is that so? Is that all you have? It is not enough. Immediately, Shen Gongbao waved his hand, causing the space within the chaos to tremble, creating ripples, while he murmured something. At that moment, countless black golden snowflakes descended from the chaotic skies. This was the sealing technique of the gods and demons, a method of perfect confinement. As he recited the incantation, his vital energy transformed into a storm of black golden snowflakes, enveloping his body and sealing various powers and energies, ultimately converging in his dantian, taking on a spherical form, hidden within his qi, rendering it imperceptible. Yuan Shi Tianzuan had not reacted in time, allowing the black golden snowflakes to settle upon him. Although he did not understand Shen Gongbao's technique, once he comprehended it, he managed to keep the black golden snowflakes at bay. At that moment, Shen Gongbao's terrifying power erupted once more, shattering chaos with every motion. As the forces of the laws surged towards Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Observing this, Yuan Shi Tianzuan responded with renewed vigor, his magnificent saintly power radiating forth. Enveloped in a mist of violet energy, as he unleashed mystical talismans for attack. In the clash, chaos shattered, and the stars themselves reversed. Countless asteroids were reduced to dust. After several exchanges, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expression stiffened. His power had been sealed. This was due to the earlier storm of black golden snowflakes. What a remarkable tactic. At this moment, Shen Gongbao struck again, delivering a punch that seemed capable of shattering all laws. With his cultivation sealed, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Dharma body could not withstand this blow. Just then, a brilliant radiance burst forth, with auspicious omens cascading down, as a cloud of fortune shielded Yuan Shi Tianzuan. All the gods were astonished. Shen Gongbao was so formidable that he compelled a sage to invoke the celestial auspicious cloud. The celestial auspicious cloud is a manifestation of the righteous spirit within the great Panga god, neither of the innate nor of the later generations. After Panga's demise, the celestial auspicious cloud became a protective artifact for Hongjun Daozu, later bestowed upon Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Once the celestial auspicious cloud is summoned, all evils are repelled, and no law can touch it. It disregards attacks from any treasures or mystical weapons, rendering it immune to all divine arts and spells. Within the cloud, the primordial world subtly appeared, illuminated by the sun, moon, and stars. Inside the cloud, five-colored radiance painted the heavens, as celestial music resonated throughout the universe. Beyond the auspicious clouds, countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, and jeweled ornaments cascaded from the heavens like an unending stream of water dripping from the eaves. However, to the assembled saints, the situation appeared far graver than what the gods perceived. The existing Dharma body was no longer the same as before. It had undergone a swift transformation. In essence, unless the primordial heavenly venerable descended in his true form, he had already faced defeat. Should his true self remain absent, he would find himself powerless against Shen Gongbao. The saints harbored a deeper sense of trepidation and apprehension regarding Shen Gongbao's capabilities. Should he continue to grow unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Inevitably, he could one day slay a saint. Primordial, you truly possess a remarkable lack of shame. You have already lost. And if you wish to kill me, you must descend in your true form. Yet even then, you would not be able to vanquish me. Shen Gongbao's voice rang out, both domineering and laced with disdain. Humph, unruly disciple, obstinately foolish. I have merely spared your life out of consideration for our past ties, and because you play a significant role in the canonization. Were it not for this, you would have long since met your demise. Even if I do not manifest my true self, can a mere Dharma body wielding the Panga banner not deal with you? Upon hearing the primordial heavenly venerable's words, the expressions of the gods subtly shifted. The Panga banner was a supreme treasure that even saints regarded with caution, possessing the terrifying power to slay them. It held the might to rend the primordial chaos, shatter the very fabric of time and space, and enact the boundless principles of creation, governing the profound mysteries of all laws, capable of shaping the cosmos. Moreover, it commanded the forces of heaven and earth, making it the foremost in the wilderness. If the primordial heavenly venerable truly summoned the Panga banner, he would undoubtedly be able to eliminate Shen Gongbao. Upon hearing this, the gods were convinced that while Shen Gongbao was indeed formidable, it was also due to the saints not having exerted their full power. Otherwise, he would not still be alive. However, Shen Gongbao merely scoffed. Primordial, how is it that I never noticed before how insistent you are on preserving your facade? Before Shen Gongbao could finish, the primordial heavenly venerable interjected, Unruly disciple, I have spared your life. The matter of canonization concerns all living beings. It would be unwise to slay you now, allowing you to linger for a time. Do not be ungrateful, and seek your own demise. The current primordial heavenly venerable was reluctant for Shen Gongbao to expose the underlying truths. Originally, he intended to suppress Shen Gongbao and take him back to the Jade Void Palace, but after the battle, the only path left was to eliminate him. Given Shen Gongbao's pivotal role in the canonization calamity, his death would entangle the primordial and karmic consequences that even a saint would find burdensome. For now, an amicable resolution was sought, allowing both parties to retreat with dignity. Sensing the primordial's urgency, Shen Gongbao smiled faintly. Recognizing that it was not yet the time to settle accounts, for now, it sufficed to extract some interest. If he were to press the primordial too hard, although he bore no fear, it would ultimately lead to unnecessary complications. Depart for now. We shall meet again in the future, the primordial heavenly venerable said indifferently. As his voice faded, he prepared to leave, having laid the groundwork for a graceful exit. Yet, upon witnessing this, Shen Gongbao hastily called out, "Saint, please wait." The figure of the primordial supreme being momentarily paused, pondering the intentions of this audacious individual. Having already garnered much attention, was he still unsatisfied? Did he seek his own demise? The deities were left bewildered. This individual had betrayed his master and annihilated his ancestral lineage. The sage had spared him. Yet he remained ungrateful, seemingly eager to court death. How brazen, truly resolute. What brings you here? The primordial supreme being inquired, his tone somber. In response, Shen Gongbao declared, "From this day forth, the Jian clan shall serve as my pets. The creature of ambiguous form remains in the hands of the sage. I hope the sage will return it." The primordial supreme being retorted, "Have you no shame? Return? Ah, you understand the concept of return, yet also the act of seizing. Is this not a blatant robbery? No wonder you referred to me as primordial just moments ago, now addressing me as sage." Before the primordial supreme being could voice further objections, Shen Gongbao continued, "Since the sage permits it, I shall not hold back." The primordial supreme being exclaimed, "When did I grant permission?" However, before he could elaborate, Shen Gongbao reached out, shattering the chaos. Above Kunlun Mountain and the Jade Void Palace, the skies darkened, and with a swift motion, he captured the creature of ambiguous form in his grasp. Damn it, I am truly enraged. Chapter 38. The Discourse at Guanjianku Shen Gongbao. Your actions are tantamount to digging your own grave. If one lacks restraint, even the most profound karmic retribution can be unleashed upon you. As the voice of the primordial supreme being resonated, an overwhelming divine might cause the entire chaos to tremble. Ripples cascading forth as the very fabric of space began to collapse. Observing this, Shen Gongbao coldly replied, "It is merely a pet. Why would one go to such lengths?" With that, he declared, "Now that there is nothing to occupy me, the sage may proceed as he wishes." As he spoke, Shen Gongbao stepped forward, causing the chaotic space to shudder. In an instant, his figure vanished into the chaos. The primordial supreme being was left speechless. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jian clan, as Shen Gongbao's figure materialized, the expressions of the Jian clan turned somber. It was over. If even the sage could do nothing to this fellow, the Jian clan would indeed have to submit to him. At that moment, Shen Gongbao waved his hand, channeling mysterious powers. The symbols of the great Tao flickered into existence, and a master-servant contract emerged. "From this day forth, the Jian clan shall be my spiritual pets. This is indeed a fortuitous event." As his words fell, Shen Gongbao waved his hand again, and the essence blood of the Jian clan flowed forth, inscribing the contract. At this moment, the Jian clan could distinctly sense that with a mere thought from Shen Gongbao, they would meet their demise in body and spirit. The Jian clan exclaimed, "What fortune is this? Did you even consider our opinions? Never mind. It matters not. Refusal equates to death. If even the sage cannot contend with him, what are we? Henceforth, we shall obediently serve as his spiritual pets." Meanwhile, at Guanjingku, within the sacred grounds of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan, we solemnly vowed to the heavenly Tao, pledging unwavering loyalty to the Jie Sect. Our lifelong aspiration is to disseminate the profound teachings of the Jie Sect. Should we betray this vow, let the heavens bring forth retribution. The harmonious voices of the assembly resonated throughout the air. Upon establishing this oath, it became palpably evident that the vow to the heavenly Tao had been forged. Any who dared to contravene it would face obliteration by the very forces of the cosmos. In that moment, the voices of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan echoed. We, Yang Jian and Yang Chuan, today at Guanjingku, impart our teachings. All who are fated to hear shall be deemed as half-disciples of the Jie Sect, irrespective of their entrance into our fold. They are to propagate our profound teachings, lest they invite boundless karmic repercussions, leading to their utter annihilation. As their words resounded, Yang Jian proclaimed, "Let us commence with the foundational doctrines imparted by our revered master. Pay heed and contemplate diligently." Accompanying Yang Jian's recitation, clouds of auspiciousness gathered above Guanjinku, and boundless spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the site in resplendent rays of light. Countless golden lotuses emerged, blooming with an almost overwhelming aura, as the forces of the laws of the universe coalesced, intertwining with the essence of the Tao, invoking extraordinary phenomena. Such commotion drew the attention of the saints and deities, stirring deep ripples within their hearts. At that moment, within the Western Church, one elder remarked, "Behold, the siblings Yang Jian and Yang Chuan are delivering teachings that have incited such celestial phenomena. What profound Taoist principles must they possess to evoke such wonders?" Zhou expressed his astonishment, while Jie nodded in agreement, acknowledging such manifestations, apart from the Tao ancestor, are seldom seen even among us saints. If this continues, it will not be long before the wilderness teems with formidable beings, and the tide of the divine sealing will be utterly reversed. With that, Zhou furrowed his brow and urged, "Elder brother, we must prepare ourselves." Jian acquiesced with a slight nod. At the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the gaze of Yuan Shi soon grew serious. The laws are never lightly bestowed, and this development is perplexing. In the Daluo heaven, Taishang Laozi's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such phenomena could be invoked. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu's expression hardened, realizing that the situation was spiraling beyond control, with the impending calamity of the divine sealing becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Who is this mysterious and powerful figure behind the Jie Sect's divisions? Such an existence left Hongjun feeling uneasy. Beyond the saints, the hearts of the deities were equally tumultuous. None had foreseen that Yang Jian's teachings could elicit such celestial phenomena, rivaling even the saints themselves. The countenance of Hao Yin darkened, for even his own teachings could not summon such extraordinary occurrences. At this moment, the Jie Sect's divisions shrouded themselves once more in layers of enigma within the hearts of the deities, instilling a profound sense of trepidation towards their leader. Returning to Guanjinku, as Yang Jian concluded his recitation of the foundational doctrine, he gently inquired, "Having arrived, what shall we find peace in?" The gathered disciples began to chatter eagerly, each sharing their interpretations. Upon hearing these responses, Yang Jian gently shook his head, indicating that all of their words were erroneous, implying that since they had arrived, they should be laid to rest here. At that moment, Yang Chuan interjected, stating, "To know the path in the morning is to be prepared for death by evening." What did she mean by that? The disciples once again expressed their diverse interpretations. Yang Chuan shook her head slightly and clarified, "To know the way to your home in the morning means that by evening, you must be prepared to face death." Yang Jian then resumed the conversation, inquiring, "What does it mean to stand firm at 30, to be free from confusion at 40, to know the will of heaven at 50, and to be agreeable at 60? The disciples fell silent. Observing their quietude, Yang Jian continued, explaining, "This means that it takes 30 individuals for me to stand up and fight. At 40, I can confront them without any doubt. At 50, I will make them understand that I am sent by heaven, and at 60, I will compel them to speak favorably until I am satisfied." Yang Chuan further queried, "What does it mean to refrain from imposing upon others what you do not desire for yourself?" The disciples fell silent once more. Yang Jian went on, stating, "This means that even if one dislikes something, it should not be taken from others." The disciples were momentarily struck dumb, their thoughts suddenly illuminated. In that instant, they all experienced a profound realization. Just then, the celestial phenomena shifted once more. Thousands of golden lotuses bloomed more resplendently, the laws surged, and the ethereal sounds echoed. A spectral figure began to take shape in the heavens and the earth. At that moment, spanning 90,000 miles, the cosmos seemed unable to contain its boundless form. With enigmatic laws swirling, the essence of the great path circulating, and a mist of purple aura rising from the east, stretching for an impressive 90,000 miles. In this moment, Yang Jian, Yang Chuan, and all disciples of the Jie Sect, regardless of their current activities, bowed deeply to the spectral figure, reverently exclaiming, "Master." The manifestation of this spectral figure left the saints and deities utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. This boundless apparition was indeterminate in gender and defied comprehension. Yet it exuded an aura that struck even the sages with awe. After countless ages, they once again sensed the breath of death. Except for Hongjun Daozu, the other sages could no longer remain seated and hastened to Jinao Island. They were determined to demand an explanation from Tongtian about the true identity of the so-called leader of the Jie Sect. Chapter 39. The saints gather at Jinao Island. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Taishang Laojun, Enhua, Jian, and Zhuanti, alongside other saints, arrived, causing a stir among the disciples of the Jie Sect. The scene was indeed grand. At this point, Yin Shao spoke. We have met with the esteemed saints, but our master is currently in seclusion and may not be able to meet you at this time. Yuan Shi Tianzuan replied, what do you mean by not being convenient? I believe Tongtian is merely avoiding us. Humph. Tongtian, why must you hide? Taishang Laojun added, given the circumstances, concealing matters serves no purpose. It would be better to lay everything bare. Zhuanti remarked, the calamity of the Fengshen is an inevitable force. What kind of karmic burden do you intend to bear with such schemes? Yin Shao continued, esteemed saints, my master is indeed in seclusion. It would be prudent for you to return later. However, the saints paid no heed to Yin Shao's words. The situation could not persist in this manner. The so-called leader of the sect must be identified promptly. Tongtian, must we personally summon you? The authoritative voice of Yuan Shi Tianzuan echoed through the air. Instantly, the hearts of the disciples of the Jie Sect on Golden Ao Island raced. If the saints intervened, matters would escalate perilously. Tongtian remained silent, prompting Yuan Shi Tianzuan to take action. At that moment, Tongtian's voice resonated. Brother, is this not a bit excessive? I am still investigating the matters concerning the sect. There are no conclusions yet. Why the haste? As he spoke, Tongtian's figure materialized before the saints. Have you come to seek retribution? I ask. From whence does this sin arise? If punishment is to be meted out, let us first discuss my sword array of extermination. Gentlemen, do not overstep. Should you desire battle, I shall gladly oblige. Even in death, I can take 2 of you with me. Are you willing to test this? The disciples of Jie Sect gazed at Tongtian, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The saints were taken aback, sensing a troubling familiarity in Tongtian's demeanor, reminiscent of the sect's splinter group. How could the leader of this sect conduct himself in such a manner, akin to the splinter group? Moreover, they perceived a slight enhancement in Tongtian's cultivation, stirring waves of unease within them. To reach their current level of mastery had been arduous, yet Tongtian's advancement was undeniable. Unbeknownst to them, he had absorbed the teachings shared by Yang Jian, gaining profound insight. Had it not been for the saint's interruption, he might have grown even stronger. And the shift in his demeanor was indeed a result of this newfound understanding. The saints were eager to uncover the identity of the leader of the splinter sect. Yet it was Tongtian who yearned to know more. If allowed to expound daily, his cultivation would surely soar, rendering even the likes of Hongjun Daozu and the saints mere trifles in comparison. Tongtian, must you incite discord? Taishang Laozi remarked. This is not the time for conflict. We must resolve the issues concerning the splinter sect swiftly. Otherwise, if left unchecked, the momentum of the deification will wane, jeopardizing our plans. I shall investigate. Yet with so many splinter sects, time is essential. Tongtian replied. Consequently, although all the saints had gathered, they ultimately returned empty-handed, having gleaned not a shred of information regarding the splinter sect. Meanwhile, at Fengshen Pass, the Deng family was filled with joy as they welcomed their daughter back home. Deng Jiogong, overwhelmed with happiness, inquired about her well-being. Years ago, when their daughter was just a child, her mysterious disappearance had caused him immense sorrow, leaving a lingering heartache. Now that she had returned safely, his joy was boundless. However, Deng Xiao, who stood beside Deng Jiogong, harbored little fondness for her suddenly returned sister. At that moment, Deng Chanyu reassured her father, urging him to find solace in the fact that she had been fortunate enough to meet her master and had spent these years in cultivation. All was well. As the father and daughter shared their long-overdue sentiments, an incongruous voice broke the moment. General Deng. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a short, pallid figure approaching, almost invisible from a distance. Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of coldness and a hint of murderous intent crossed Deng Chanyu's eyes. My dear, allow me to introduce this individual, Deng Jiogong began. He is Tu Xing's son, a disciple of the celestial master Yusu, possessing great supernatural powers. At these words, the murderous intent in Deng Chanyu's gaze intensified. Indeed, as she had suspected, this man was Tu Xing's son, the very one she was forced to wed. As her master had foretold, the thought of being compelled to marry someone so diminutive and unattractive filled her with disdain. Meanwhile, Tu Xing's son remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, utterly captivated by Deng Chanyu's beauty, his eyes gleaming with avarice. General, who is this? He inquired. Observing Tu Xing's son's demeanor, Deng Jiogong felt displeased but refrained from expressing it. This is my daughter, Deng Chanyu. Tu Xing's son quickly nodded and approached Deng Chanyu, extending his diminutive hand. Miss Deng, You truly are a paragon of beauty. I am Tu Xing's son. Deng Chanyu pointedly ignored him. Had it not been for her father's presence, she would have swiftly dealt with him. Before Tu Xing's son could utter another word, Deng Xiu interjected. How can you be so rude to a celestial being who greets you with such enthusiasm? Tu Xing's son awkwardly withdrew his hand, proclaiming, No harm done. No harm done. Such generosity from the celestial being. Chanyu, why not express your gratitude? Deng Chanyu continued to disregard him, provoking a frown of irritation from Deng Xiu, who felt a surge of anger. Recalling a drunken encounter with Tu Xing's son, during which she had gleaned some insights into the matter of deification, she contemplated how Tu Xing's son sought to join the sect of the enlightened and become a disciple of a saint, thus achieving renown. She could not afford to offend him. With a sudden thought, Deng Xiu suggested, Father, I believe Chanyu and the celestial being would make a splendid match. Why not allow Chanyu to marry him? At this proclamation, Tu Xing's son's eyes brightened, his desire nearly palpable. He cast a grateful glance at Deng Xiu while anxiously awaiting Deng Jiogong's response. In that moment, Deng Jiogong felt displeasure, yet he hesitated to show it openly, hoping his daughter would make her own choice, trusting that she would surely reject this man. Without waiting for Deng Jiu to speak, Deng Chanyu coldly remarked, You wish to marry me? Tu Xingsuan eagerly turned to Deng Chanyu, exclaiming, Indeed. Deng Chanyu disdainfully snorted, With you? Do you even think you are worthy? If you dare to gaze upon me with those filthy eyes again, I shall kill. This statement caused Tu Xingsuan's expression to stiffen as he distinctly sensed Deng Chanyu's murderous intent. His face darkened. Kill me? I would like to see how you plan to do that. At this moment, Tu Xingsuan was resolute. He must teach Deng Chanyu a lesson. And if gentleness would not suffice, then he would resort to force. Chapter 40. Is it true? I do not believe it. As the atmosphere grew tense, Deng Jiu hastily interjected, Immortal, please forgive my daughter. She has been raised outside, lacking in decorum. It is my failure as a father. I shall certainly host a banquet to make amends. At this moment, Deng Xiu chimed in. Chanyu, why aren't you apologizing to the immortal? Yet, Tu Xingsuan had made up his mind to let Deng Chanyu understand his power. He would not allow Deng Jiu and Deng Xiu to brush this matter aside with mere words. Otherwise, this beauty would be difficult to handle in the future. I shall certainly take into account Miss Chanyu's words. Even if I am insulted, it matters little, for I am not alone. As a disciple of the teaching sect, a student of the sage, I represent the sage's honor, Tu Xingsuan declared. Upon hearing this, Deng Jiu and Deng Xiu's expressions shifted slightly. It seemed he was not intending to let this matter pass lightly. Before they could respond, Deng Chanyu, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain, asked, What do you intend to do? Tu Xingsuan replied, I wish to compete with Miss Chanyu. If she loses, I shall have my way with her. What do you say? The phrase have my way was spoken with a lewd demeanor, leaving no doubt as to its implications. This infuriated Deng Jiu. Immortal, do not take it too far. Observing her father's reaction, Deng Xiu felt anxious. If they offended Tu Xingsuan, would they not jeopardize their planned ascent to the Qingyan path? She did not wish for that, and was about to persuade her father. Before Deng Xiu could speak, Deng Chanyu interjected, Very well, let us proceed. But what if you lose? Upon hearing this, a mocking smile crept across Tu Xingsuan's lips. Did Deng Chanyu truly believe she could defeat him? This was akin to having meat served on a platter. Not only did Tu Xingsuan think this way, but Deng Jiu and Deng Xiu shared the same sentiment. Setting aside Tu Xingsuan's status as a sage's disciple, they had witnessed his methods firsthand. Engaging with him, Deng Chanyu would surely be defeated. Deng Chanyu. Deng Jiu quickly called out, wishing to advise his daughter. However, before he could finish, Deng Chanyu interrupted, Father, do not worry. I have a plan. Seeing Deng Chanyu's confidence, Tu Xingsuan felt a slight tightening in his chest, fearing she might possess some hidden skill. But then he remembered the celestial binding rope he had borrowed from his master. With such a treasure in hand, what was there to fear? Deng Xiu, on the other hand, was quite pleased with the situation, confident that Deng Chanyu could not possibly be Tu Xingsuan's match. Miss Chanyu is indeed a remarkable woman. Let us begin, Tu Xingsuan declared. Deng Chanyu spoke coldly. You have yet to declare what you would do if you were to lose. Tu Xingsuan paused for a moment, a disdainful smile appearing on his lips, as if he could truly defeat him. If I lose, I shall comply with whatever Lady Chanyu desires. Deng Chanyu replied. What if I were to demand that you sever your own head? Naturally, I would comply. Tu Xingsuan retorted nonchalantly, convinced that Deng Chanyu could never outmatch him. At this moment, although Deng Jiogong wished to intervene, he realized that his daughter had made her decision. So be it. If she were to lose, she would lose. He could simply cast aside his dignity and retract his words. Suddenly, an iron rod materialized in Tu Xingsuan's hand, and he moved with incredible speed, aiming a strike towards Deng Chuanyu's abdomen. In his estimation, such a blow would surely secure his victory. However, the next second, the iron rod halted 3 feet from Deng Chuanyu, unable to advance further, leaving Tu Xingsuan utterly astonished. While Deng Jiogong breathed a sigh of relief, waves of uncertainty rippled within Deng Xiu's heart. Tu Xingsuan launched another attack, yet even at full strength, he could not breach Deng Chuanyu's defenses, causing a slight furrow in his brow as he grappled with this unexpected outcome. So, there exists a defensive treasure, but what of it? Let us see how I shall dismantle your defenses, Tu Xingsuan declared. Observing that Deng Chuanyu had not countered, he concluded that her ability to withstand his assault relied on a defensive artifact. If she possessed the cultivation to effortlessly parry his attack, she would have struck back immediately instead of merely defending. Thus, Tu Xingsuan prepared to employ the earth escape technique, intending to breach Deng Chuanyu's defenses from beneath. At that moment, Deng Chuanyu waved her hand casually, and Tu Xingsuan found his feet firmly planted to the ground, unable to move. Deng Jiogong, Deng Xiu. They had witnessed Tu Xingsuan's earth evasion technique before. Why was it ineffective now? Meanwhile, Tu Xingsuan regarded Deng Chuanyu with a slight frown, pondering if she had mastered the steel ground technique. Deng Chuanyu replied indifferently, "Is this all you can muster? I shall grant you another chance. Otherwise, you shall have no further opportunities." Tu Xingsuan scoffed, such brazen words. With that, he chanted an incantation and summoned the binding immortal rope, directing it toward Deng Chuanyu. When the rope was not obstructed, Tu Xingsuan felt a surge of triumph and pressed on with renewed vigor. Yet, in the next instant, Deng Chuanyu effortlessly seized the rope, rendering it utterly unresponsive to Tu Xingsuan's incantations. "Is that truly all you have?" Deng Chuanyu remarked, as she grasped the binding immortal rope and effortlessly tore it in half. Tu Xingsuan was left dumbfounded. A celestial artifact had been so easily severed. Deng Jiogong. Is my daughter truly this formidable? Deng Xiu. How is this possible? Tu Xingsuan gazed at Deng Chuanyu with a hint of trepidation, realizing he was no match for her, and turned to flee. Deng Chuanyu's cold voice rang out, "Flee. Do you truly think you can escape?" As the sound faded, Tu Xingsuan felt an overwhelming force constraining him, rendering escape utterly impossible, which filled his heart with dread. At that moment, Deng Yuchan's chilling voice echoed, "What? Do you not wish to fulfill the wager? My master is a disciple of a sage, and I am a grand disciple of the sage. Have you considered the consequences of killing me? Think of your father and your elder brother." Upon hearing this, Deng Jiogong hastily interjected, "Chuanyu, do not act impulsively." Before he could finish, Deng Xiu hurriedly added, "Chuanyu, the immortal is a disciple of a sage. You must not be reckless. In my view, it would suffice for the immortal to lower himself and offer you an apology." "An apology?" Deng Chuanyu gazed at her so-called elder brother with disappointment. "If I lose, could I not simply receive an apology and let this matter pass without fulfilling the wager?" Upon hearing this, Tu Xingsuan quickly replied, "Of course. Certainly. If I win, I shall not make things difficult for Miss Chuanyu. I merely jested, and I harbor no ill intentions towards her." "Is that true?" Deng Chuanyu inquired. Tu Xingsuan eagerly nodded. "Indeed. Absolutely true." Deng Chuanyu, however, remained indifferent, stating, "I do not believe you. You should fulfill the wager. Your hands are now free. So go ahead and sever your own head." Tu Xingsuan's gaze turned icy. "We are both disciples of a sage. If you kill me," before he could finish, Deng Chuanyu interrupted with a cold voice, "It seems you are unwilling to fulfill the wager. Is that it? Very well. I shall assist you. You dare." Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiu quickly cautioned, realizing the grave trouble that would ensue if she truly proceeded with the killing. Chapter 41. If the sage dares to come, I shall first make him find his teeth scattered. What is there to fear? A wager must be honored. Deng Chuanyu's icy voice resonated, as a murderous intent flashed, and she promptly severed Tu Xingsuan's head. Just before his demise, Tu Xingsuan bellowed, "Master, save me." As blood spilled and the head rolled, Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiu stood frozen, utterly astonished by Deng Chuanyu's decisive action. "It is over. It is over. He is a disciple of a sage. How could we provoke him? Deng Chuanyu, do you realize the catastrophic calamity you have unleashed?" Deng Xiu reproached. Now, with the death of the Tu family's son, his path to prominence was severed, and he might even face repercussions due to this incident. As Deng Xiu's furious exclamation subsided, Deng Jiogong finally regained his composure, urging, "Chuanyu, quickly, you and your brother must leave Sin Mountain Pass. I will bear the responsibility here." In response, Deng Chuanyu asserted, "Father, do not worry. I shall bear the consequences of my actions. I cannot allow you to shoulder the burden." At this moment, Deng Xiu interjected, "Father, Chuan, you must not leave, otherwise. If the immortal is enraged, what will happen to the soldiers and citizens of Sand Mountain Pass? Though this statement was wrapped in righteousness, it was merely a reflection of his fear of being implicated. As the voice faded, the sky above the 3 mountains pass stirred with tumultuous winds and shifting colors, heralding the arrival of an overpowering presence. Hovering in midair above the Deng residence stood a figure draped in flowing robes, embodying an ethereal grace, the revered master of Earthwalker's son, Zhou Lusun, one of the 12 immortals of Yushu. Upon witnessing his disciple's severed fate, Zhou Lusun's voice resonated with icy disdain. What transgression has my inept disciple committed to warrant such a lethal reprisal? A bet has been made. One must abide by the terms of the wager. Deng Changyu's voice emerged, devoid of emotion. Zhou Lusun furrowed his brow, remarking, while this may be true, one ought to show mercy where it is due. To demand a life is a despicable act. Such behavior reeks of demonic corruption. If one has indeed succumbed to the path of darkness, then they shall be eradicated by all under heaven. Deng Chanyu, Deng Jiogong, and Deng Xiao exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the notion of unfounded accusations. Is this the quality of those under the sage's tutelage? Have they no sense of honor left? Such actions could tarnish the sage's reputation. Does it matter? As long as victory is achieved, such concerns are trivial. Only the victors possess the authority to speak. Let us engage in battle without further pretense. This will grant you and your disciple the reunion you so desperately seek, alleviating your sorrow and his longing. Deng Chanyu declared coldly. Upon hearing these words, Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiao's hearts momentarily faltered. Deng Xiao hastily interjected. How dare you speak in such a manner to an immortal? At that moment, Deng Jiogong also implored, Immortal, my daughter is young and naive. I hope you will show leniency. Moreover, since this is a wager, we must adhere to the agreement. How can we betray it? Since it is an agreement, we must execute it without further discussion. However, I perceive that this girl has already fallen into darkness. I fear she will ultimately wreak havoc upon the world and must be dealt with, for the sake of all living beings. Zhou Lusun asserted. Deng Jiogong's expression darkened. So, you insist on pursuing this matter? For the sake of all living beings. Zhou Lusun reiterated. Deng Jiogong scoffed. You dare speak of the welfare of the world? With that, he drew his sword with a swift motion, its cold gleam piercing the air as he pointed it defiantly at Zhou Lusun. Should you lay a finger on my daughter, I shall defy heaven and earth, risking my life to ensure your demise. At that moment, the glint of vengeance shone fiercely in Deng Jiogong's eyes, his aura rivaling that of Zhou Lusun. Witnessing her father's audacity, Deng Xiao was utterly taken aback. What has come over you, father? Are you aware of the peril you are inviting? Have you lost all hope of survival? Father, you, before Deng Xiao could finish, Deng Jiogong barked, step aside. Are you even my child? Have you no courage? Deng Chanyu, however, was taken by surprise and filled with exhilaration. The father before her now mirrored the man of her memories. I did not anticipate that you too have succumbed to darkness. If so, I shall send you all on the same journey to the underworld, where you may keep each other company. Zhou Lusun's voice rang out coldly. Deng Xiao, I have neither spoken nor acted. Why am I included in this? The voice of Deng Chanyu resonated softly. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Even if your master were to arrive, I would remain unafraid. Deng Jiogong interjected. My daughter, is this something you can openly declare? To provoke a sage is to invite certain death, 10 times over. Do not speak recklessly. Deng Jiogong felt a flicker of hope that he could still contend against Zhou Liuzuan. Yet the thought of inciting the sage filled him with dread. At that moment, Deng Xiao trembled in fear. Such blasphemous words could provoke the sage's wrath, and it would not only spell their demise, but also bring destruction upon the entire Shen Mountain Pass. Zhou Liuzuan, cold and unyielding, declared, You seek your own demise? Very well, I shall grant you that. With these words, a tempest arose, and overwhelming power radiated a dazzling brilliance over the Deng residence. Instinctively, Deng Jiogong moved to shield his daughter from the impending blow, but before he could act, Deng Chanyu casually waved her hand, and the forces of Zhou Liuzuan dissipated in an instant. In the next heartbeat, Deng Chanyu vanished from her original position and reappeared before Zhou Liuzuan, catching him off guard. No longer holding back, he unleashed a torrent of radiant golden lotuses swirling around him, directed at Deng Chanyu. Is this all you can muster? She scoffed. In an instant, the golden lotuses he conjured vanished like a candle's flame in the wind, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. You are a great Luo golden immortal? Zhou Liuzuan gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Deng Jiogong was taken aback. A great Luo golden immortal? My daughter has become a great Luo golden immortal? How could this be? It has only been a few years since she disappeared and returned. How could she have attained such a lofty realm? Deng Xiu exclaimed. A great Luo golden immortal? My sister, who has been missing for so many years, has achieved such status? How is that possible? Yet, as an immortal of the Chuan sect and a disciple of the sage, Zhou Liuzuan's easy suppression could only be performed by one of the great Luo golden immortal tier. Despite her myriad doubts, the truth lay stark before her. Deng Changyu's icy voice broke the tension. Go now and join your disciple. I hope you find joy together. What joy is this? Zhou Liuzuan retorted. I am a disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable. If you kill me, my master will not let you off lightly. Should the sage be enraged, you shall be reduced to ashes. Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiu felt their hearts race once more. They truly feared that Deng Chanyu might act impulsively. Zhou Liuzuan was not to be trifled with. He was a disciple of the sage, and his status was significant. If she were to slay him, the sage's fury would be beyond their endurance. Chanyu, do not act in haste. Please, listen to your father. Let this end here. Deng Jiogong urged urgently. Deng Xiu opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately found herself unable to voice her concerns. A sage? What of a sage? If he dares to come, I shall strike him down until he is left searching for his teeth. Chapter 42. A single blade cuts through sun, moon, and stars. Zhou Liuzuan. Deng Jiogong. Deng Xiu. Does she truly comprehend the weight of her words? Yet, how can a sage, a being of unparalleled strength from the primordial chaos, be spoken of so casually? At this moment, Deng Xiu felt her heart falter. How could one dare to insult a sage? Should the sage become enraged, not only would they perish, but all of the 3 mountain pass would be reduced to dust. Not merely Deng Xiu, but even Deng Jiogong felt a tightening in his chest. Was such a statement permissible? At this juncture, Zhou Liuzuan exclaimed, Dare you insult my master? You shall meet your demise, your soul cast into the underworld, enduring the tortures of 18 hells, only to be scattered and never attain rebirth. In response, Deng Chanyu coldly declared, If I desire something, heaven cannot deny me. If I wish for nothing, heaven cannot bestow it upon me. Even a sage cannot dictate my fate. At the instant her words fell, without a moment's hesitation, Deng Chanyu severed Zhou Liuzuan's head. As blood spilled and the severed head tumbled, Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiu stood in bewilderment. How could she dare do such a thing? Even the battle-hardened Deng Jiogong felt a rush of anxiety. His own daughter. Before Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiu could regain their composure, the skies above the 3 mountain pass roiled with turbulence, a beam of golden light descending from the heavens, illuminating Zhou Liuzuan's form. As the laws of the universe swirled, the severed head rejoined the body, and the once dead Zhou Liuzuan revived, his cultivation soaring to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiu felt tumultuous waves within. This was the intervention of a sage. Chanyu, flee. Deng Jiogong urged urgently. Deng Chanyu replied calmly, Father, do not worry. This is merely an inconsequential display. Even if a sage were to arrive, I fear not. We, as practitioners, defy the heavens. What do we have to fear in battle? At this moment, mysterious runes flickered around Deng Chanyu, her aura gradually blossoming. Zhou Liuzuan, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through him, was consumed with fervor, boasting shamelessly. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Liuzuan shattered the very fabric of space, the power of the laws surging forth. In response, Deng Chanyu merely smiled disdainfully, reversing the flow of cosmic forces with a flick of her wrist, causing Zhou Liuzuan's might to crumble instantaneously. Witnessing this spectacle, Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiu stood stupefied. Deng Xiu muttered in disbelief, Is she truly this formidable? Deng Jiogong, unable to fathom the reality, thought, Is this truly my daughter? The realm of mortals is too fragile to unleash one's full strength, lest it endanger the common people. But does he dare to confront the chaos? Zhou Liuzuan bellowed defiantly, What is there to fear? As Deng Chanyu's voice echoed, she vanished from sight. Deng Jiogong attempted to speak, but there was no time. What could be done? Deng Xiu interjected, Father, Chanyu must fall. She has provoked a sage. What can we do? We should hope for the sage's mercy, lest the common folk of the 3 mountain pass be drawn into this calamity. Hearing this, Deng Jiogong fixed his gaze upon his son, who, under his father's scrutiny, felt compelled to avert his eyes, unable to meet his father's gaze. After a long pause, Deng Jiogong, filled with frustration, exclaimed, Are you truly my son? In the midst of chaos, the formidable figure of Zhou Liuzuan coalesced into an imposing manifestation, exuding a power capable of shattering mountains and rivers, turning the very heavens and earth upside down with each movement. As the force of the laws surged, myriad golden lotuses encircled him, each blossom harboring terrifying strength. With the drifting of the golden lotuses, the chaotic space began to fracture. However, such methods appeared pitifully weak in the eyes of Deng Chanyu, who, with a mere wave of his hand, caused countless golden lotuses to shatter, dissipating Zhou Liuxuan's dominion over the laws. Above the endless chaos, a beam of golden light descended, instantly restoring the fragmented golden lotuses. Zhou Liuxuan's power subtly surged once more, and thousands of golden lotuses swiftly spread outward, encircling Deng Chanyu's form and constructing a colossal formation. Simultaneously, a wisp of ethereal purple mist drifted from the east, accompanied by an oppressive aura of a sage, coalescing into a purple lotus atop the grand array. In an instant, the lotus blossomed, and at that moment, the formation unleashed a terrifying might. As Zhou Liuxuan also struck, the power of the laws erupting in full force, with mystical symbols flickering within the formation. Embrace your demise. Zhou Liuxuan's voice resonated. Deng Chanyu scoffed in disdain. Is this truly your best? You are still far from it. Humph. So-called sages are nothing but puppeteers lurking in the shadows, stirring up storms. How laughable. Zhou Liuxuan retorted. Even as death approaches, you remain obstinate. You should know that a sage must not be insulted. Meet your end. In Zhou Liuxuan's eyes, Deng Chanyu was merely stubborn. Under such an assault, his death was certain, with no hope of survival. As his words fell, Zhou Liuxuan formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Slash." In that instant, countless golden lotuses emitted beams of lethal golden light, while the apex purple lotus unleashed boundless power, fueling the torrents of golden lotuses. With such an attack, a glimmer of pride and mockery appeared in Zhou Liuxuan's eyes. Deng Chanyu was doomed. Within the formation, under the onslaught of the myriad golden lights, Deng Chanyu stood unafraid, his body radiating a crimson glow, with crimson runes flickering, unleashing boundless might. At this moment, Deng Chanyu's manifestation ascended once more, and a blade of grass appeared in his palm. One speck of dust could fill the sea, and one blade of grass could sever the sun, moon, and stars. As Deng Chanyu's voice echoed through the chaos, the watching sages and divine beings beheld a dazzling green light ascend from within the formation. In an instant, the blade of grass pierced through the apex purple lotus, causing the ethereal purple lotus formed from mist to shatter and dissipate in an instant. Simultaneously, countless golden lotuses also dissolved into nothingness, and the chaotic space crumbled inch by inch. This, Zhou Liuxuan was taken aback, while the sages and divine beings were astonished. Such a formation, once dominated by a sage's ethereal purple mist, had been so effortlessly shattered by a mere blade of grass. How could the teachings of the produce such prodigies, one surpassing the other? Is this all there is? Sages are truly no more than this. Indeed, even if their true forms were to descend, they would be of little consequence. Deng Chanyu's scornful voice reverberated. Zhou Yuo-sun admonished, "Impudent! How dare you insult my master? Today, you shall learn the vastness of heaven and earth." As his voice resonated, a wisp of ethereal purple energy surged into his being, causing Zhou Yuo-sun's power to swell dramatically, transcending the pinnacle of quasi-saint, and allowing him to contend with saints. Yet, as his strength surged, he was unable to withstand it. His body began to fracture, initially at a single point, but swiftly spreading. A beam of golden light descended, infusing him with formidable energy, stabilizing his crumbling form. Observing this, the saint's gazes flickered with intrigue. It appeared that Yuan Shi intended to eliminate Deng Chanyu. Were they unafraid of bearing the consequences? However, in the next moment, the saints realized that Deng Chanyu was not of paramount importance in the grand scheme of the Fengshen calamity. Utilizing Zhou Yuo-sun's hand to achieve Deng Chanyu's demise, even if it meant shouldering some karmic burden, was not insurmountable. Presently, the Jie Sect was disrupting the Fengshen calamity, and eliminating Deng Chanyu would serve as the first step towards restoring order. If necessary, they would not hesitate to strike Deng Chanyu down. Chapter 43. The Saints. Do you dare to call us mere ants? Armed with the utmost blessing from Yuan Shi, Zhou Yuo-sun was brimming with confidence in his ability to slay Deng Chanyu. With a mere wave of his hand, countless laws coalesced, intertwining with a thread of the great Tao's essence, transforming into an unparalleled sword. As the sword took form, it radiated boundless brilliance, its supreme momentum enveloping half of the chaos. Behind Zhou Yuo-sun, a multitude of sword auras surged forth, arrayed across the chaos like a river of stars. "This sword shall cleave you." Zhou Yuo-sun's voice reverberated through the chaos as he unleashed the strike. He was utterly assured that this blow would indeed vanquish Deng Chanyu. What others provide you is ultimately theirs. It is but an empty facade, Deng Chanyu replied with indifference. As his voice fell, the grass in his hand began to rise, gathering terrifying power, the force of the laws swirling around it. With a flourish, the chaos shattered, and myriad laws dimmed in its wake. Zhou Sun was astounded. His most formidable strike had transformed into a mere jest. The saints and deities were equally astonished by Deng Chanyu's might. A single blade of grass pierced through Zhou Sun's condensed sword, shattering all its law-bound power. Zhou Sun, burdened by strength far beyond his capacity, found even the means of a saint rendered futile, nearing exhaustion. At this moment, in the Western Church, Yuan Shi observed, "Brother, should we not intervene to assist Zhou Sun?" Jian replied, "Patience, let us observe further. In my view, if we can refrain from intervening, we should." Yuan Shi countered, "Currently, the trajectory of the Fengshen calamity has shifted entirely. If this continues, the benefits we had initially planned may very well allow us to slay him." Jian pondered briefly before nodding. Intervention was permissible, but we must wait for those few first. In the Deluo Tian Xiandu cave, Taishang Laozi remarked, "This presents an opportunity to restore order." In the realm of Nuwa gazed deeply at the chaotic battlefield, silent and contemplative, lost in thought. On Golden Ao Island, Tongtian found himself in a state of utter disbelief. Yet another disciple from a branch sect? This, Tongtian, the master of the teachings, exclaimed, "At this rate, do I even wish to retain my position as the leader? Once I ascertain which branch it is, I might as well abdicate and let someone else take over." Amidst the chaos, the power of Zhu Lusun began to wane, and he was on the verge of being slain by Deng Chanyu. Once again, the primordial heavenly venerable intervened, with the supreme Laozi also taking action. A brilliant white light erupted within the chaos, the laws surged, and the true essence of the great Tao emerged, flooding into Zhu Liusuan's body, causing his divine form to swell immensely. Yet, how could Zhu Lusun bear such formidable power? His body shattered inch by inch. "Master," Zhu Lusun struggled to utter, realizing he could not withstand this might. Any further would surely lead to his soul's disintegration. Before he could finish his thought, Zhu Lusun completely dissipated, leaving only a remnant of his physical form. At this moment, beneath Zhu Liusuan's feet, a red lotus, constructed from the profundities of the laws and a fragment of the true essence of the great Tao, blossomed, continuously channeling power into him. This was the intervention of Nuwa. Within the Western Church, Yuan Shi remarked, "Brother, shall we show our intention?" Jian nodded. In that instant, the sound of sacred chants resonated through the chaos. The swastika imbued with abundant law power encircled Zhu Lusun, gathering the strength of the five saints. The magnitude of this power was formidable, causing Deng Chanyu to furrow her brow, a hint of gravity appearing in her gaze. At the Jianko, Yang Jian declared, "Even the saints possess such shamelessness? Sister, let us confront them. Indeed, I am eager to witness the true capabilities of the united five saints." Yang Chan replied. At Shintang Pass, Nezha seethed with anger. "What nonsense saints? How do they differ from scoundrels? Allow me to wield my sword and vanquish them." Above the East Sea, Ao Tsing snorted disdainfully. "How shameless can they be? Do they think there is no one in my Jie Sect?" In the land of Qilin, Shun Gongbao scoffed, "A group of saints. And they dare to outdo my shamelessness? How absurd." On the moon, Yuan Shi contemptuously remarked, "So-called saints are nothing more than this. They are no different from common ruffians." "Humph. I shall confront these saints and see their true measure," exclaimed the Jade Rabbit with excitement. "Let us hasten. It will surely be amusing to thrash the saints." Back on Golden Ao Island, Tongtian's countenance darkened. These five individuals are truly pathetic. They have utterly tarnished the dignity of the saints. Humph. If they seek a battle, then I shall have them experience the might of my restored sword array of extermination. Master, with the five saints joining forces, it would be wise for you to refrain from intervening, Yin Shao cautioned. Tongtian replied lightly, "As disciples of the branch sect, they dare to confront the five saints with the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As the leader of the overarching sect, can I afford to be a coward? Fear not, my dear disciples, for I shall remain unharmed." Yin Shao exclaimed, "A great Luo Golden Immortal? Which great Luo Golden Immortal can match them? They are clearly not of the same caliber. There is no room for comparison." However, as their master had made a decision, Yin Shao could not voice any objections and merely nodded slightly. Just as they were preparing to depart, a voice resounded through the chaos, shattering the infinite expanse of the void and stirring the turbulent currents with its mere utterance. This unexpected occurrence caused Yang Jian, Yuan Shi, and the others to halt in their tracks, exclaiming in astonishment, "Senior Brother Kong?" At that moment, Yang Jian and Yuan Shi abandoned their intention to venture into the chaos. The presence of Senior Brother Kong was more than sufficient. Aside from the eldest sister and a select few senior brothers and sisters, Senior Brother Kong was the most formidable entity, his depth unfathomable. In the next instant, an immense law body descended from the boundless chaos. Its sheer might seemingly capable of collapsing eternity. With every move, it could cleave countless stars and sever the river of time. Such a terrifying aura instilled apprehension even among the five saints. Deng Chanyu hurriedly bowed, "Senior Brother Kong." "Indeed," Kong Xian replied, then added, "Junior Sister Deng, please step back. Allow me to teach these shameless beings a lesson." "Thank you, Senior Brother Kong." Deng Chanyu bowed once more and retreated behind Kong Xian. At this moment, Kong Xian turned to Zhou, son, and coldly declared, "How dare you presume to bully the disciples of the Jie? Humph. Even the way of heaven and the great Tao cannot challenge my master, let alone the likes of you insignificant ants." The saints were taken aback. "You refer to us as mere ants? How audacious! As the pinnacle beings of the Hongwang, we have always regarded all life as lesser than ourselves. Who would have thought we would be called ants one day? What is this? The wheel of heaven has turned upon us? Huh! You ought to inquire if we permit such an affront. With such brazen words, you shall be rewarded with a fate of utter annihilation," echoed Zhou San. "By your merit alone. Humph, even if Hongjun were to arrive, I would still regard him as an ant." Kong Xian's domineering voice reverberated. Chapter 44. Let 1,000 methods come, I shall shatter them with a single fist. The saints were left speechless. The deities exclaimed in disbelief. "What a spectacle! We have encountered many from the Jie, but this one is unprecedented. To dismiss even Hongjun Daozu as an ant. Impressive indeed." In that moment, Zhou Sun bellowed, "Impudent! How dare you insult the Daozu?" As his voice fell, Zhou Sun decisively struck, unleashing a terrifying force with a mere wave of his hand. Even a hint of this power could upheave mountains and shatter the heavens. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Kong Xian's eyes. While the five saints had not yet descended in their true forms, it was evident that their combined strength was not formidable enough. At this moment, behind Kong Xian, a long spear materialized, radiating boundless power. Even a mere hint of its energy was enough to invert the universe and reverse the stars. Observing this scene within the chaos, within the realm of the Qilan ancestors, Shen Gongbao exhibited a look of yearning, the judgment spear, the supreme divine ability of the divine elephant's subduing prison. He and Brother Kong both grasped the essence of the divine image suppressing prison technique, yet the chasm between them is profound. Moreover, the judgment spear emanates a distinct aura of the unbounded great law, which is the supreme cultivation principle derived from the comprehension of the limitless spiritual will. It encapsulates the intricate marvels of creation discovered within the void, embodying the quintessence of this doctrine. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, even a wisp of divine thought can dismantle all illusions, comprehend the innate celestial path, and possess the unparalleled ability to transcend ancient cultivation, becoming invincible among the divine. Yet, he remains far from such heights. Brother Kong has already ascended to this level, filling Shen Gongbao with admiration. Should he attain Brother Kong's prowess, the saints would indeed seem as insignificant as ants, easily manipulated at will. He must diligently follow in Brother Kong's footsteps, elevate his cultivation, and never bring disgrace upon his master. At this moment, amidst the chaos, with a single thrust, Kong Xian pierced through the combined assault of five saints, causing their attack to dissipate. The five saints were struck with terror, yet the might of the spear did not wane. Just then, within the chaos, the profound yellow energy surged, and the celestial yellow pagoda materialized above Zhou Sun, absorbing the residual force of the strike. Witnessing this scene, the deities were equally astonished by Kong Xian's formidable power. On Golden Tortoise Island, the Tongtian cult master exclaimed, "Is this disciple truly more ferocious than I? This is perplexing. I must ascertain which sect this individual hails from. It seems imperative to investigate swiftly. At this rate, I find myself tempted to join the sect." The disciples of the sect responded, "Do you possess the requisite talent? It seems you haven't fared particularly well. Perhaps begin with serving tea and water. Would that be acceptable?" The Tongtian cult master was taken aback. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Jie Sect remarked, "Good heavens! We have always known Brother Kong to be unfathomable, yet his strength surpasses all expectations." At this moment, before Zhou Sun, the space quaked, ripples spreading throughout the chaos, a terrifying aura pressing down upon it. A banner materialized before Zhou Sun, leaving the deities momentarily stunned, followed by exclamations of astonishment. Is that the Panga banner? On Golden Tortoise Island. The Tongtian cult master's eyes glimmered with intrigue, realizing that the Yuan Shi had actually employed the Panga banner. The Panga banner, an unparalleled innate treasure, possesses the might to rend the primordial chaos, shatter the fabric of time and space, and manifest the boundless path of creation, governing the profound mysteries of myriad laws, and wielding the power to shape the cosmos. Furthermore, it commands the forces of heaven and earth, making it the foremost in the primordial realm. Gazing at the Panga banner that had been summoned, Kong Xian felt a flicker of surprise. At this moment, fearful Liu Xuan brandished the Panga banner, and a terrifying pressure caused the entire chaos to tremble. With the swaying of the banner, the blade of opening heaven emerged, embodying the profound essence of its master. Capable of rending chaos, tearing apart the fabric of time and space, and forging an infinite primordial wilderness. Under the blade of opening heaven, the chaotic space shattered inch by inch, its might utterly formidable. Not only did the blade of opening heaven manifest, but the Genesis mystic light and the primordial barrier also appeared simultaneously. These two techniques represented the essence of creation and prohibition. One delineated the yin and yang, governing the five elements and giving rise to endless earth, water, fire, and wind, while the other disrupted the primordial chaos, enveloping the universe, evolving into an endless realm of chaos. Under such prowess, Kong Xian smiled faintly. Indeed, this was intriguing. The saints, the gods. One might wonder, is there no limit to such boasting? That is, after all, the Panga banner, an unparalleled innate treasure. Even if you are not weak, the subsequent thoughts could not continue, for the blade of opening heaven was easily shattered. The gods, how infuriating, we have been deceived. As for the primordial barrier and the Genesis mystic light, with a single punch, Kong Xian obliterated them. The entire chaos quaked incessantly, countless spaces collapsing, leaving the five saints utterly astonished. The sheer strength of Kong Xian was astonishing. And what made them even more astounded was that his pure physical prowess rivaled that of the Tao ancestor, bearing a resemblance to the great Pangu himself. On Golden Ao Island, the heavenly lord of the way mused, "This is troubling. If he were to battle Kong Xian, even summoning the sword array of extermination would not guarantee victory. Defeat was never a thought for the heavenly lord, for the sword array could only be countered by the four saints. Even if Kong Xian was formidable, he could not single-handedly dismantle the sword array. Though the five saints joined forces, they were not in their true forms. Even united, they amounted to little more than a single saint in strength. Yang Jian, Yuan Shi, and the other disciples of the intercepting teaching. Brother Kong is indeed mighty. In Chaoga, within the imperial palace, Xian murmured, recalling that on a certain day, Brother Kong had once claimed that if he were to clash with the senior sister, even with all his might, he could only hold out for 50 exchanges before facing certain death. If that is the case, how terrifying must the senior sister's cultivation be? It appears I must hasten to elevate my strength and not bring shame upon my master. Within the chaos, Kong Xian spoke indifferently. Is that all? Though these two words were simple, they carried an overwhelming sense of insult. The primordial heavenly sovereign and the other five saints were already enraged. The voice of fearful Liu Xuan resonated slowly. Do not be arrogant. This time, I shall ensure your demise in chaos, your soul dispersed. The gods, why does it feel like you are all merely boasting? There is a hint of interest in it. With that, fearful Liu Xuan once again waved the Panga banner, and the five saints unleashed their collective powers to the utmost. The heavens and earth mourned together. This technique, embodying the essence of annihilation, once unleashed, shattered the heavens and earth, obliterating ancient and modern, bringing destruction to countless realms of existence. A terrifying force instantaneously engulfed the entire chaos, shrouding it in the breath of destruction. This dreadful power emanated a subtle pressure from the chaos to the three realms. And even the faintest hint of this oppressive force made the hearts of all beings tremble involuntarily. Under this law, you shall perish and fade from existence. Considering the hardships of your cultivation and the benevolence of heaven, do you have any last words? Speak quickly. Thus spoke fearsome Lu San. Kong Xian scoffed. Is this all you can muster? Do you think you can kill me with such trivialities? A meager tactic, flaunting your skills before the master. No matter how many methods you employ, I shall shatter them with a single punch. The five saints, do you truly regard us as mere ants? The deities, is this not a bit excessive in arrogance? In this moment, under the shared sorrow of heaven and earth, Kong Xian unleashed his ultimate power. Delivering a punch of such strength that his will was eternal and indomitable, his ambition boundless and unparalleled, his aura magnificent and vast. The might of his blow was sufficient to shatter eternity and reach the other shore. The clash of these two formidable powers caused the infinite chaotic space to fracture. And had this battle occurred in the mortal realm, it would have led to the disintegration of the entire world and the end of all beings. Even within the chaos, the leaked power caused the sun and moon to dim, the universe to overturn, and the seas to stand still. As the gods beheld this scene, they thought that even if Kong Xian did not perish, he would surely be gravely injured. When the power subsided and the shattered chaotic space began to self-repair, the deities gazed once more into the chaos, only to be astonished that Kong Xian remained unfallen, appearing unscathed. In contrast, fearsome Lu Sun appeared considerably dimmer, and even outside the chaos, he was engulfed by a sense of death. The five saints were even more astonished, pondering what kind of monstrous being Kong Xian was to possess such overwhelming strength. They, five in unison, had unleashed the Pango banner to its fullest extent, yet it had still been shattered by his single punch, which was utterly unbelievable. As for Kong Xian, he appeared nonchalant, yet he was not entirely at ease. Clearly, this was far from enough to pose a genuine threat to him. On Jineo Island, the expression of the Master of Heaven was complex, shifting as he finally uttered two words, truly formidable. To be fair, had their roles been reversed, he would likely have suffered grievous injuries. At this juncture, the five saints had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. Continuing the battle held no meaning. Any one of them could not stand against Kong Xian, and if they were to join forces, where would be the dignity of the saints? In this moment, a dignified exit was imperative, and although all were aware of the reality, a performance was still necessary. Within the chaos, a beam of golden light enveloped fearsome Lu Sun, and the voice of the primordial supreme being resounded. Since you are willing to gamble, you must accept defeat. The matter has been known to the master. Your disciple harbors unworthy thoughts, and this outcome is destined. Yet you have favored your disciple, and thus shall be punished. Immediately, the boundless form of fearsome Lu Sun vanished, and the primordial supreme being declared, "Thus, this matter shall conclude. I shall take it upon myself to mete out punishment." Kong Xian scoffed dismissively, ignoring the primordial heavenly venerable, and addressed his junior sister, Deng Chanyu. "It is time to return." Deng Chanyu nodded slightly, choosing to disregard the primordial heavenly venerable completely. The primordial heavenly venerable was taken aback. Since achieving enlightenment and becoming a saint, he had never been subjected to such disdain. It was utterly intolerable. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to endure for the time being. Kong Xian remarked, "Oh, are you feeling aggrieved? You ought to feel grateful. Had it not been for the other saints, you would have been vanquished long ago. Alone against the united might of the five saints, he was at a disadvantage. And the situation had not escalated to the point of war. Moreover, besides a few saints, there was also the presence of Hongjun Daozu in the Purple Cloud Palace." The gods exchanged glances, sensing that this portrayal was rather hasty. Shouldn't they invest more effort into this charade? Although they were fully aware of the reality, they dared not voice their thoughts. Even so, it would be preferable for them to execute the performance with greater sincerity, allowing them to maintain their silence more comfortably. In the Western sect, the expression of Zhuan was tinged with darkness as he remarked, "According to the original trajectory of the Fengshen calamity, Kong Xian ought to be my steed. However, my brother, we can no longer permit this situation to persist." Jian nodded slightly, stating, "We must proceed cautiously. There should be entities even stronger than Kong Xian within the. Reversing the tide will not be an easy task. The teachings of the were formidable, and those behind it likely surpass the Daozu. Should reversal prove impossible, joining forces could also be a viable option." Zhuan acknowledged this with a nod. At Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable wore a terrifyingly dark expression. This latest setback for the Chuan sect was a significant loss. Although the vast wilderness dared not openly discuss the saints, their thoughts were uncontrollable. This incident had truly cost him his dignity. Contemplating, the primordial heavenly venerable devised a plan to manipulate the memories of the gods or eliminate a few individuals to instill fear once the Fengshen calamity had passed. In the Deluo Tianshuandu cave, Laozi's expression was also grim as he murmured, "The momentum of the Fengshen calamity has become uncontrollable. What was once a well-laid plan now appears utterly futile. Restoring order will be a formidable challenge. Our only hope now lies with our master." In the Enhua heaven, Enhua furrowed her brows in concern, whispering, "It is time." Whether the momentum of the Fengshen calamity can be redirected to its rightful course depends on Emperor Xian. Meanwhile, at the Three Mountain Pass, Deng Zhogong had been increasingly worried about his daughter, visibly thinning with each passing day. Deng Xiu attempted to reassure her father. harboring a glimmer of hope that the saints had not implicated him and his father. Father, the outcome for Chuan is a result of her own actions. The saints have not involved the common folk of the Three Mountain Pass, which speaks to their benevolence. This outcome is the best we could hope for. As she spoke, before Deng Jiogong could respond, Deng Chanyu returned from the chaos. Notably, Kong Xian did not accompany her back to the Three Mountain Pass, but instead parted ways with Deng Chanyu, within the confines of the Deng residence. The sudden call of father from his daughter left Deng Jiogong momentarily stunned. Deng Xiao, too, found herself momentarily frozen, as Deng Jiogong incredulously inquired, "Is that truly the voice of Chanyu?" Deng Xiao interjected, "Father, it must be but a figment of your imagination. Chanyu has slain the disciples and grandchildren of the sage, showing disrespect to him. How could she possibly still be alive?" Even as Chanyu stood before them, the father and daughter remained incredulous. Sensing the bewilderment in her father's gaze, Chanyu declared, "Father, I am no vengeful spirit, merely a mere sage. With the support of my fellow disciples, the sage cannot harm me." Deng Jiogong, Deng Xiao. After a brief pause, both Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiao confirmed that Chanyu was indeed safe and sound, not merely having survived but unscathed. "Chanyu, who is your revered master?" Deng Jiogong inquired. Deng Xiao, equally curious, leaned in with anticipation. Chanyu replied, "I am now a disciple of the Jie, but my master has instructed me not to reveal his name, so I ask for your understanding, father." Deng Jiogong exclaimed, "Jie, a disciple of the sage. Chanyu, even if you do not disclose the name of the Tongtian Jiao master, how could one not surmise it?" This revelation sparked genuine curiosity within Deng Jiogong. As a disciple of Jie, was it necessary to conceal her master's name? No wonder his daughter returned safely. It seemed the Tongtian Jiao master had intervened. Chanyu shook her head, stating, "I know the name of the Tongtian Jiao master, yet I do not have the pleasure of acquaintance with him." Deng Jiogong, Deng Xiao, a disciple of Jie, yet unfamiliar with the Tongtian Jiao master? Sensing her father's astonishment and confusion, Chanyu continued, "We are not of the main sect, but rather a branch of Jie. A branch? Can a mere branch withstand the sage's might? Is that even conceivable?" In Deng Jiogong's view, his daughter seemed reluctant to elaborate further, so he refrained from pressing the matter. Meanwhile, at the Chintang Pass, Nezha prepared to impart his teachings. Chapter 46. Nezha, will you not express your gratitude towards me? Outside the Nezha's temple at Chintang Pass, a throng of local residents buzzed with excitement, clamoring. Why should he impart celestial knowledge, yet bar us from entry? Was it not said that there are no distinctions in teaching? One voice echoed, "They claim we are unworthy." Yet who determines worthiness? He is deliberately excluding us, intentionally withholding the celestial teachings. He was born in Chintang Pass, and his temple lies here. He caused no small amount of mischief in my shop during his youth. Now, having achieved success in his cultivation, how can he still regard us, his fellow townsfolk? At that moment, a resounding voice rang out. "It is General Li. General Li has arrived." As the words echoed, all eyes converged upon Li Jing, swiftly encircling him. "General Li, now that your son Nezha has attained mastery and is imparting celestial teachings, why does he bar us, his kin, from entry?" "General Li, I treated him well in the past. How can he deny me access?" The promise of universal instruction remains unfulfilled, leaving us wondering why we cannot enter to hear the teachings and learn the ways of immortality. The crowd buzzed with voices, causing Li Jing to feel overwhelmed. He gestured for silence, and gradually, the clamor subsided. At that moment, a young man approached Li Jing, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. Adorned in a yellow robe, his physique somewhat robust, and his face slightly plump, with single eyelids that suggested a cunning demeanor. He appeared far from amiable. "General Li, might you inquire with the third young master whether our exclusion is truly fated or if it stems from his unwillingness to impart knowledge? If he is reluctant, then why does he claim to teach without discrimination?" General Li Jing had long been stationed at Chintang Pass, earning the unwavering support of its citizens. In a year of famine, when military provisions were delayed by the court, the people of Chintang Pass faced no such hardships. As these words were spoken, the other citizens echoed their agreement, recounting every possible grievance, no matter how trivial. Li Jing quickly replied, "Everyone, please understand. I shall do my utmost to advocate on your behalf." The young man interjected, "General Li, you are a father, and he is your son. He must heed your words. To disregard one's father and sovereign is the height of rebellion." Li Jing's expression darkened, yet he found himself trapped by the crowd's pressure. Outside Nezha's dojo, he called out, "Rebellious child, come forth. Today, we must provide an account to the people of Chintang Pass." As his voice rang out, Nezha's icy tone responded. Do you deem yourself worthy to address me thus? Hush your clamor and return to your general's estate. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's composure faltered. Before he could finish, Nezha appeared, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. A cold smile graced his lips as he remarked, You all dare to show your faces here? I remember well how you treated me in the past. I have spared your lives, considering you mere ants. Otherwise, you would not stand here today. Do not overreach. At his words, a sense of dread filled the hearts of the crowd, prompting thoughts of retreat, yet they remained unwilling to yield so easily. The opportunity to learn the ways of immortality and attain eternal life lay before them, and they were loath to miss it. The young man then spoke. The past is behind us, and further discussion is futile. When the third young master established this dojo, he proclaimed a doctrine of teaching without discrimination. Yet it seems he does not abide by this tenet. Furthermore, we sought only to protect the third young master from becoming too ostentatious. Our intentions were to nurture his resolve. Without the trials of yesteryear, how could we witness today's splendor? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Nezha's eyes, and he retorted with a chilling smile, So, in that case, I should extend my gratitude to all of you. However, gratitude is unnecessary. If the third young master can recall past affections and treat everyone equally, we shall be grateful for his consideration. Nezha replied indifferently. I suddenly perceive that you possess great potential. Your future shall undoubtedly be remarkable. Upon the utterance of those words, the youth was instantly filled with joy, and the surrounding populace shared in his elation. Immortal techniques. Eternal life. They seemed to beckon to them. Before the youth could articulate a response, Nezha's voice resonated once more. However, he cautioned that before basking in glory, one must endure tribulations. Otherwise, how could one soar to the heavens? Upon hearing this, the youth felt an ominous shift and attempted to flee, but it was too late. A tremendous pressure enveloped him, rendering him unable to resist, and with a thud, he collapsed to his knees, his joints shattering upon impact. The anguished cries of the youth echoed in the air, as his arms were mercilessly crushed. A common individual would have succumbed to such agony, yet Nezha's presence kept his mind acutely aware, preventing him from fainting. Witnessing this scene, the crowd recoiled instinctively. Yet among them were those unafraid of death. Nezha, how can you be so cruel? Are you not akin to a demon? With a resounding crash, the speaker met the same fate as the youth, his knees fracturing and his arms crushed. Nezha's frigid voice cut through the air. I remember you. You were the one who called me a monster most vociferously, even hurling objects at me, correct? Nezha recalled each incident vividly. The only reason they still drew breath was that he found no pleasure in exterminating such insignificant beings. Perhaps, when the time was right, he would indulge in a bit of slaughter for satisfaction. Generally, do you truly intend to disregard Nezha's actions? Voices among the crowd clamored for General Li Jing to take action against Nezha. In that moment, Li Jing found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly reign in Nezha? At that instant, Nezha exuded an aura of authority that silenced the multitude, their breaths becoming labored under the weight of his presence. If you wish to court death, I would be more than willing to assist. Nezha's voice was as cold as ice. The crowd fell silent, paralyzed with fear. With a casual motion, Nezha temporarily dulled the youth's pain and, regarding him with indifference, commanded, Hasten, express your gratitude. Without me, how could you hope to achieve greatness in the future? The youth hurriedly implored, Please, don't kill me. Nezha's voice remained icy. Thank you. Express your gratitude. Before the youth could finish his plea, Nezha's hand descended, ending his life with a single strike. Your gratitude is utterly insincere, he remarked indifferently. A shiver ran through the onlookers. A demon. A monster. This spectacle ignited a profound fury within Li Jing, who drew his sword from his waist and bellowed, Rebellious child. Before he could complete his sentence, he was met with Nezha's chilling gaze. The debt of your existence has been repaid. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay you? What consequences do you think I fear? If I so choose, not even a sage or the heavens could thwart me. And you all, if you wish for death, merely voice it, and I shall oblige. Chapter 47. Today it grazes. Tomorrow it dares to devour mankind. It cannot be spared. Silence enveloped the crowd, a subtle tremor coursing through their bodies, no longer daring to act as recklessly as before. Li Jing's sword fell from his grasp, not out of fear, for he recognized his lack of standing to dictate terms to Nezha. After all, if even the sages could not contend with him, what power did he possess? Begone. Nezha's voice was icy. As the words echoed, the citizens of Qintang Pass hurriedly retreated, their earlier bravado silenced, each of them filled with regret for their prior treatment of Nezha. Had they known the consequences, would they have dared to sever their ties with such a celestial being? The allure of eternal life and ascension was ultimately but a mirage, a fleeting fantasy. Not only the common folk, but also Jie and Mu Jia lamented, if only they had foreseen this day, they would have acted differently. In Nezha's sanctum, as oaths were sworn, his voice resonated once more. To commence our first lesson, allow me to pose a question. If you possess a sheep that you have nurtured for a century, yet wish to consume its flesh, how might you reconcile your emotions while ensuring your own peace of mind in such a dilemma? The disciples exchanged glances, perplexed, as this was not the discourse they had anticipated. Observing their silence, Nezha continued, consider this. If it grazes today, tomorrow it might feast upon humans. Such a creature cannot be retained. Or, if you request its assistance in watching over the grass, it may just as easily lead you to your doom. Are you beginning to ponder this? In the realm of cultivation, kindness is scarce, survival of the fittest prevails, a truth well understood by practitioners. Under his guidance, the disciples eagerly nodded in agreement. For 5 years, have any of you laid an egg for me? I am still alive, yet you adorn yourselves in such finery. Today, it consumes grass, yet tomorrow it may dare to devour humans. If it refuses to graze, does it intend to feast upon flesh? What purpose does a sheep serve if it cannot fend off a wolf? Listening to his disciples' fervent responses, Nezha felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as if he had indeed found promising students. In truth, he was uncertain how to impart wisdom effectively, relying instead on the teachings of his master, echoing his questions and reiterating his words. Very well, practitioners must ensure clarity of thought. This is paramount, no matter the circumstances. The first step is to achieve mental clarity. He proceeded to expound upon the law of conservation of energy, explaining that energy neither ceases to exist nor is it created anew. It merely transforms from one form to another or shifts from one object to another, with the total amount of energy remaining constant throughout this transformation and transfer. As Nezha shared his teachings, the skies above Chintang Pass shimmered with ethereal light, divine phenomena unfolding in a spectacle of radiant hues. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Nezha's sanctum, leaving the saints and deities in awe. First, it was Yang Jian and Yang Chuan, and now it was Nezha, each lecture invoking celestial wonders, rivaling the presence of a sage. On Golden Ao Island, Tongtian Zhou master listened intently to Nezha's discourse, experiencing a moment of enlightenment that propelled his cultivation to new heights, igniting ripples of inspiration within him, compelling him to retreat into seclusion for further refinement of his skills. During the time of seclusion, he urged Yuan Shi and others to swiftly ascertain the identity of the sect leader, as he was eager to listen to their teachings and readily relinquish his position. At that moment, atop the Phoenix Mountain Qinghuan Douchu, a youthful figure with sword-like brows and shining eyes, clad in flowing robes that billowed like the wind, exuded an air of ethereal grace. In the young man's embrace rested an unparalleled beauty, her bright eyes sparkling with kindness and her smile enchanting. Truly a match of talent and beauty. Just as they leaned against one another, a long rainbow streaked across the sky towards the Qinghuan Douchu. Surely, it was a messenger from the celestial court, likely sent by the emperor to summon me back. Upon uttering these words, the identity of the maiden was unmistakable. She was Princess Longji, daughter of the Haotian. Do you wish to return? The young man inquired. Princess Longji gently shook her head. My father's decree forbids the love between immortals and mortals. Should I return, we would be separated. Jian, I wish only to be by your side forever. Then I shall not return. Perhaps I will accompany you back, Jian declared. Before Princess Longji could respond, the heavenly messenger arrived, proclaiming with a voice that resonated. The heavenly emperor has issued a decree. The princess is to come forth to receive it. Jian, please wait for me here, Princess Longji began. But Jian took her hand and led her outside, leaving her somewhat anxious. Yet, unable to resist Jian, she allowed him to guide her out of the Qinghuan Douchu. Upon witnessing the couple emerge, the messenger's eyes instantly filled with frost. Princess, the emperor's decree states that immortals and mortals are not permitted to love. What is the meaning of this? Jian replied indifferently. Now, Longji is my wife. The messenger's demeanor darkened. Do you comprehend the calamity this will bring upon you, and the punishment that will befall the princess? If you truly love her, you should not act thus. After a brief pause, the messenger's voice rang out again. Princess, you must eliminate this person. I shall treat this matter as if it never occurred and will not report it to the emperor. Should the emperor learn of this, you must understand the consequences. Princess Longji furrowed her brows. I could never harm Jian. If my father finds out, so be it. I shall bear the consequences. The messenger's gaze turned icy. Since the princess is unwilling to act, I shall take it upon myself to alleviate your burden. You dare. Princess Longji interposed protectively in front of Hong Jin. In response, the messenger coldly stated, Princess, you are but enchanted by him. Once he is gone, you will realize that I act solely for your benefit. With me here, you cannot harm Jin. Princess Longji declared confidently. The messenger, however, merely smiled faintly. Is that so? With that, he summoned the Emperor's decree, unleashing a terrifying pressure that surged forth from the edict. In an instant, Princess Longji was suppressed, rendered immobile. Jin, flee. Let him go. I will return with you. Should you kill Jin, you shall not have a good end. The god of edicts remained unfazed by the threats of Princess Longji. Princess, from this moment forth, you shall express gratitude to the minor deity. As the words echoed, the god of edicts summoned his power, aiming to obliterate Hong Jin. At that moment, Princess Longji shed tears, believing that Hong Jin's cultivation was insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. Yet, as the attack approached, Hong Jin stood his ground, impervious to the assault, which dissipated into nothingness without inflicting even the slightest injury. This left Princess Longji momentarily stunned, and the god of edicts was equally taken aback. Hong Jin's indifferent voice pierced the silence. With such trivial means, do you think you can take my life? Even if the celestial emperor himself were to descend, I would not quail before you, a mere insect. Upon hearing this, the god of edicts retorted vehemently, impudence. The name of the celestial emperor is not one you can utter so freely. How dare you speak such hubris? Should the celestial emperor arrive, a mere glance would reduce you to dust. In an instant, the god of edicts unleashed a formidable force to crush Hong Jin once more. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Princess Longji was also taken aback. The grand strike had no effect whatsoever, failing to even reach Hong Jin. As the power of the god of edicts vanished into thin air, so weak, Hong Jin's scornful voice rang out. As the words fell, Hong Jin raised a hand slightly, rendering the god of edicts completely uncontrollable, his form floating helplessly, devoid of any magical power, reduced to a fish upon a cutting board, at the mercy of Hong Jin. Darling, Princess Longji exclaimed in surprise, her expression complex. She had initially thought her husband's cultivation was meager, yet it was now evident that his prowess surpassed her own. The god of edicts, possessing the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, found himself utterly powerless before Hong Jin. A Deluo golden immortal? You and I are close ministers of the celestial emperor. Should you take my life, it would be a profound disrespect to the emperor. Positioning yourself in opposition to the celestial court. Have you considered the consequences? Have you thought of the princess? The god of edicts implored. Hong Jin paid no heed to the god of edicts, instead waving his hand to disperse the power of the celestial emperor's decree, restoring Princess Longji's freedom of movement. Exchanging glances with Hong Jin, she understood her husband's intentions. Darling, let him go. With her words, Hong Jin relinquished his control over the god of edicts. As the god of edicts touched the ground, Princess Longji continued, Go back and inform my father that I wish no longer to return to the celestial court. I desire only to remain in the Qinghuan Douke with my husband, for my father has never truly cared for me as a daughter. The god of edicts wished to say more, but, casting a wary glance at Hong Jin, chose silence, bowing respectfully before hastily departing for the celestial court. In the Taiwei Yuqing Palace of the celestial court, the god of edicts reported the events that transpired in the Qinghuan Douke to Haoyan. Afterward, Haoyan coldly replied, Do not spread this matter for now. You may withdraw. Understood. The god of edicts responded with utmost reverence. In his contemplations, it was expected that the celestial emperor would be enraged, dispatching celestial troops to retrieve Princess Longji while executing Hong Jin. However, the emperor's response was rather unexpected. After all, he did not harbor a deep affection for Princess Longji, nor did he wish to air familial grievances. After much deliberation, no definitive conclusion was reached, leaving the divine messenger of the edict uncertain and apprehensive. Ultimately, he resolved to adhere strictly to the emperor's will, for such caution was invariably prudent. As a competent subordinate, one must learn to gauge the leader's thoughts and make the right choices at critical junctures to ascend the ranks. Historically, serving in such a capacity has never been a simple endeavor. It is not a role one can assume at will. Upon the departure of the divine messenger, Haoyan's gaze flickered, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing outside the Azure Phoenix Palace. Before he could enter, Hong Jin's voice rang out, halting his approach. Soon after, the figures of Hong Jin and Princess Longji materialized. Observing the affectionate pair, Haoyan's expression darkened, and internally he seethed, You audacious little rascal, release your grip at once. Noticing her father, Princess Longji promptly bowed and called out, "Father," yet she did not relinquish Hong Jin's hand. Hong Jin, constrained by the presence of the princess, also bowed respectfully, greeting the celestial emperor. Hao Yan responded coolly, scrutinizing Hong Jin as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Yet, in the next moment, he felt an unsettling tide of uncertainty. He could not decipher Hong Jin's true nature. As the divine messenger conveyed all pertinent information, Hao Yan couldn't shake the suspicion that Hong Jin might also be a disciple of the sect. This notion appeared increasingly plausible, as it would explain why he found it so difficult to penetrate Hong Jin's facade. Moreover, Hao Yan was taken aback to sense that while he assessed Hong Jin, the latter was equally scrutinizing him, leaving Hao Yan with an unsettling impression of being seen through. At that moment, Hong Jin mused, "The celestial emperor is not so formidable. Had it not been for the presence of one of the three innate treasures, the Daji diagram, and the celestial and earthly Huang Linglong pagoda, my junior brother Yang could have severely injured him with a single punch. Does he truly believe he is worthy of ruling the three realms? How audacious!" Hao Yan discerned a hint of disdain in Hong Jin's gaze, which deepened his frown. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Princess Longji hurriedly interjected, "Father, let us not linger at the entrance. Shall we proceed inside?" Hao Yan nodded, his expression still grim. Upon entering, Princess Longji announced, "I will prepare tea and wash some fruits. You may sit with father for now." "Very well, my dear," Hong Jin replied. Hao Yan thought to himself, have they already wed? How quickly they have adopted such endearing terms. Is this the extent of my daughter's accomplishments? And here I am, witnessing such intimacy in my presence. How vexing. My teeth are nearly ground to dust. After taking a moment to compose himself, Hao Yan turned to Hong Jin and inquired, "Whom do you serve as your master?" With a hint of amusement dancing upon his lips, Hong Jin replied, "I am a disciple of the..." In the heart of Hao Yan, a slight heaviness settled. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. The disciple of the Tongtian saint. Hao Yan continued to probe, inquiring further. Hong Jin replied coolly, stating it was not so, but rather a disciple of the Jie Sect. Hao Yan thought to himself, it is confirmed. So it is, although a branch sect, to cultivate such a rare talent as yourself in these modern times. The leader of the branch must be an unparalleled deity. I wonder if I have encountered them before. Thus spoke Hao Yan. Hong Jin chuckled softly, likely not. As it appears one cannot meet the master without fate. Hao Yan responded, perplexed, what are you saying? According to your words, it seems I am unworthy. And yet, you speak of fate. The Jie branch, you certainly possess a way with words. I perceive a deep connection between you and Long Ji. Yet the heavenly court has its own regulations. Long Ji is my daughter, and I have no desire for her to suffer. Henceforth, you shall serve in the heavenly court. This way, I shall silence the murmurs of the gods. Thus declared Hao Yan. Hong Jin was taken aback. Oh, Hao Yan's intentions clanged like a well-tuned instrument. Was this to provoke my fellow disciples into action? No, I am accustomed to freedom and do not wish to be constrained. Hong Jin firmly declined. Upon hearing this, Hao Yan's countenance darkened. If that is the case, you must part ways with Long Ji. Otherwise, despite her being my daughter, should she defy the heavenly laws, she too shall face punishment. If I do not enforce this, how shall I manage the myriad gods who might follow suit? If I were to intervene, all would use Long Ji as an excuse. What then should I do? If you truly love Long Ji, you ought to consider her well-being. Or do you not hold genuine feelings for her? Hong Jin responded coolly, stating that with him present, if the gods dared to question, he would ensure that no one would dare to ask, even the saints. Though my cultivation may not be profound, I can still slay saints. Hao Yan was taken aback, exclaiming, this familiar audacity, such brazen words can only come from a disciple of the Jie Sect. You claim your powers are meager, yet you can still slay saints? How infuriating, you have deceived me. Chapter 49. Hao Yan, who is truly insulting whom? Do you genuinely refuse? Hao Yan's voice darkened. He had intended to use this opportunity to bring Hong Jin to the heavenly court, where the other disciples of Jie would undoubtedly act against him. And at that moment, Hong Jin would reveal the secrets of the Jie Sect. Refuse. What does this mean? Does the heavenly emperor intend to strike against me? Hong Jin's tone dripped with disdain. Hao Yan questioned, is it not the case that I am not the only one wounded? Hong Jin's cultivation was unfathomable. In a battle, Hao Yan had no assurance of victory. Furthermore, while the disciples of Jie spoke boastfully, they indeed possessed formidable strength. If Hong Jin claimed he could slay saints, he must have the means to do so. How could he possibly contend? If he were to suffer defeat once more, his reputation would be tarnished, and the majesty of the heavenly court would be utterly diminished. Yet, having exchanged words to this extent, This individual still carried an air of disdain. To refuse battle now would be tantamount to conceding. I have made myself clear. If you are unwilling, then Long Ji cannot accompany you. What could be amiss with joining the celestial court? Should you choose to become a part of it, I shall bestow upon you a leisurely divine position, one that shall escape scrutiny from all, including myself. Your mere association would suffice, thus benefiting Long Ji greatly. Furthermore, the celestial court possesses a wealth of extraordinary treasures, which I can continually provide to facilitate your swift ascension in cultivation, such as the decree of Haoyan. As his words settled, before Hong Jin could utter another syllable, Long Ji returned with tea and an assortment of fruits. Upon gazing at the fruits before him, Haoyan found himself momentarily taken aback. He sensed the surging essence of the 5 elements within them. If consumed by one at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, they could instantly break through to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. Although this fruit might not significantly benefit someone at the peak of quasi-sainthood, it would nonetheless allow for a subtle enhancement in cultivation. One must not underestimate such a refinement. At the peak of quasi-sainthood, the path to progress becomes exceedingly arduous, with the prospects for advancement virtually extinguished. How could this not astonish Haoyan? In the next moment, his incredulity deepened as Princess Long Ji summoned a snow-white puppy, casually tossing it a spirit fruit. Haoyan was left bewildered. Was his beloved daughter truly unaware of the fruit's potency, or was it merely that there were too many? The puppy seemed to exclaim its delight. See, what harm is there in having a dog? Haoyan inquired. Princess Long Ji responded, this is a fruit cultivated by my husband. It is exceptionally sweet and delectable. Do give it a try, father. Haoyan was taken aback. Cultivated by him. To eat or not to eat? If I partake, would that not incur a debt of gratitude? Entangling oneself in cause and effect can be troublesome. As he pondered, Haoyan lowered his gaze to sip his tea, and his eyes fell upon the table leg, where he discerned something tucked beneath. If he was not mistaken, it appeared to be an innate spiritual treasure. Using an innate spiritual treasure as a table prop? Before he could articulate his astonishment, Princess Long Ji, her cheeks tinged with crimson, explained. That table leg was accidentally broken, and my husband did not replace it. He merely used something to prop it up, which was quite fitting, so we left the table as it is. While speaking, Princess Long Ji seemed somewhat flustered, her face growing even more flushed as she recalled that day, feeling a twinge of guilt at her father's inquiry. Meanwhile, Haoyan's attention was fully captivated by the object supporting the table leg. He was now utterly convinced that this unassuming item was indeed an innate spiritual treasure. What a prodigal waste, to use an innate spiritual treasure as a mere table prop? Subsequently, Haoyan lifted his teacup, and as he removed the lid, a fragrance that was both intoxicating and refreshing wafted toward him, causing his inner energy to fluctuate. Gazing into the cup, Haoyan was struck dumb. Could this be the legendary enlightenment tea? It was said to be imbued with the essence of the Tao, and a single sip could assist one in achieving enlightenment. This tea has long been lost in the primordial chaos, for it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate, requiring exceptionally stringent conditions. After the cataclysm of the Dragon Han era, no living plant of this Tao tea has survived, existing only in whispers among the ancients, with a mere trace remaining with the Tao ancestor. Is this tea cultivated? Haoyan inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of trepidation. Not at all. This tea was bestowed upon me by my master. I seldom indulge, thus I have saved a considerable amount, Hong Jin replied. Upon hearing this, Haoyan could not help but exhale in relief. Had it been cultivated, he would have found himself in a most precarious position. Such precious tea ought to be rationed, he remarked. At that moment, Haoyan truly yearned to consume it in one gulp, followed by a spirit fruit, which would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation and bolster his combat prowess. Yet, burdened by such immense grace, he felt a sense of indebtedness he could not repay. It's nothing to worry about, Hong Jin continued. My master has bestowed much upon me over the years, and since I rarely drink tea, I have accumulated several £1,000, ample enough for my needs. Haoyan. How much precisely? 5,000 or 6,000 pounds, at the very least, Hong Jin replied. Haoyan. 5,000 or 6,000 pounds of Tao tea. Are you jesting? This is Tao tea, not the common fare found in the streets. During the peak of the primordial era, a few dozen pounds was considered remarkable. Nowadays, does the Tao ancestor even possess 2 taels of Tao tea? You speak of 5,000 or 6,000 pounds so casually. The heavenly emperor appreciates it. Take some home to savor slowly, and should you require more, feel free to seek me out, Hong Jin said, gesturing towards 10 pounds of Tao tea laid upon the table. Haoyan. If he were not certain that it was indeed Tao tea, he might have felt a modicum of comfort. How he wished it were mere bravado. At this age, is it not normal to boast? Yet how could one speak only the truth? Must he plead for a bit of exaggeration or a fib? To casually offer 10 pounds. What a predicament. How Jian found himself in a state of profound conflict. He genuinely desired it, not merely for his consumption, but to display it in a cup, which would undoubtedly be impressive. However, accepting it would bind him to Hongjin, incurring a karmic debt, which was far from ideal. As for the notion of marrying his daughter to alleviate such debt, 10 daughters would not equate to even a single tale of Dao Ti. Observing Hao Yian's turmoil, Hongjin's lips curved into a subtle smile as he remarked slowly, "These are but trifles of little value. The heavenly court's resources are immeasurable, and it is only natural for the heavenly emperor to find them lacking." Alas, Hao Yian, your words cut deeply. Father, while we may not rival the heavenly court, this was a gift from your husband. You must accept it, Princess Longji interjected. Hao Yian, what do you mean accept? Would that not be folly? Suddenly reminded of pressing matters, I must take my leave. With that, Hao Yian hastily made his exit. Princess Longji hurriedly obstructed her father, insisting that regardless of the circumstances, the items were imbued with her husband's sentiments, and her father's behavior was indeed quite insulting. Hao Yian, who is truly insulting whom? Chapter 50, Taiji Jinren declared, "For the sake of all living beings, I shall sever you." "I did not intend that," he replied. "It is a matter of utmost urgency. Next time, I shall certainly address it." With that, he fled without a second thought, vanishing in an instant. Observing Hao Yian's somewhat disheveled appearance, Hongjin couldn't help but chuckle softly. As for Princess Longji, her face was a mask of bewilderment, utterly perplexed. What was the matter with her father? Upon hearing her, Hongjin smiled faintly. Perhaps he holds me in such high regard, but feels too shy to express it directly. Hence this mode of communication. Princess Longji shot Hongjin a look. Humph. How could that possibly be? If the lady insists on such a notion, then I may have to invoke the household rules. Hongjin grinned mischievously. Subsequently, let us omit an overwhelming number of words for brevity. Consider it a favor to conserve your bandwidth. In the heavenly court, at the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, Hao Yian slowly exhaled, still grappling with a tumult of emotions, the astonishment lingering within him like an unyielding shadow. Moreover, this sensation only intensified at that moment. The accumulation of Dao Enlightenment tea by Hongjin signified that the sect leader of the subsect could undoubtedly cultivate this precious tea, and in considerable quantities. This, beyond mere astonishment. Hao Yian was enveloped by a sense of trepidation. Just how formidable was that subsect leader? The momentum of the Fengshen had already spiraled beyond control. Rectifying such chaos was no simple feat. Even Hongjun Daozu would find it challenging to revert the situation. It appeared that alternative strategies would be necessary. Meanwhile, within the new temple of Chuan, he found himself slightly breathless. After investing so much time, the temple was now adorned with formations that provided an overwhelming sense of security. He felt a twinge of nostalgia for the days when his disciples were present. Otherwise, would he need to intervene in such trivial matters? Chuan murmured to himself. Afterward, he savored a bowl of tea, gazing at the chickens, fish, snakes, and foxes he had kept since his disciples' departure. Caring for these creatures was a means to stave off loneliness, for indeed, living alone was quite arduous. Dabeo, your feathers have grown increasingly resplendent, and you appear much sturdier. You hardly resemble a chicken anymore. I wonder how you taste? Dabeo trembled. Who is a chicken? I am a phoenix. Thank you very much. Calm down. The master is merely jesting. There is nothing to fear. Concealing his identity was paramount. Revealing it could lead to dire consequences should the master cease his teachings. Xiaoqing, you seem a bit different too, don't you? Is it possible? Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, despite her best efforts to remain hidden. Had the master perceived her? What if he were to become angry about her eavesdropping during his teachings? Ah, Xiaobai, why do you have another tail? Let me touch it. The master's attention was focused on the little white one, and Xiaoqing let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiaoqing remarked, I have done my utmost to conceal it. I already have 7 tails, sob sob. Subsequently, Little White eagerly coaxed Chuan to stroke its tail. Meanwhile, Chuan remained oblivious to the tiny characters that emerged on the mystical jade pendant, which chimed, Ding, your disciple Yang Jian and Yang Chan cleaved mountains to rescue their mother, vanquished Hao Yian, established a grand doctrine of the, making significant progress in cultivation, altering the fate of the Fengshen calamity, rewarding the host with 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the mystical jade pendant, the 1,000,000 years of cultivation are obstructed, temporarily stored, to be released once the host can refine the first level of the restriction. Ding. Your disciple Nezha executed the Dragon King of the East Sea, the third prince, battled Haotian, established a grand doctrine of the rewarding the host with the Chaos Dao Sutra. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the mystical jade pendant, the Chaos Dao Sutra is obstructed, temporarily stored, to be released once the host can refine the first level of the restriction. Ding. Your disciple Tongtian, the Chaos War Sage, triumphed in battle, further enhancing the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, experiencing the host's Hongming Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the mystical jade pendant, the Hongming Divine Elephant Suppression Technique is obstructed, to be released once the host can refine the first level of the restriction. Ding. Your disciple Yuan Shi restored the lunar star, defeated Haotian, established a doctrine, rewarding the host with the 10 supreme spiritual roots from the 3,000 great worlds. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the mystical jade pendant, the 10 supreme spiritual roots are obstructed, to be released once the host can refine the first level of the restriction. Chuan, entirely unaware of the small characters on the mystical jade pendant, continued narrating stories to Daba, Little White, and others. After a considerable time, Chuan paused and declared, "Well then, you may play. I shall enter seclusion for a while." With that, Chuan proceeded to enter his retreat, leaving food and other matters for Daba and the others to manage. This time, Chuan aimed to break through to the golden immortal realm. After so much time spent in cultivation, he was finally set to step into the golden immortal stage. Regardless of circumstances, achieving the golden immortal realm would provide a certain level of self-protection after the Fengshen calamity had passed, allowing him to cultivate diligently for a few more years while occasionally stepping out. This time, he must break through to the golden immortal realm. Failure was not an option. Simultaneously, outside the Skeleton Mountain's bone cave, a ray of rosy light descended, and the figure of Tai Jinren appeared at the cave's entrance. "Where is Shiji? I am Tai Jinren, and today I shall eliminate this demon for the sake of the common people." As Tai Jinren's voice echoed, a wave of murderous intent surged within Shiji's heart. According to his master's teachings and the original trajectory of the Fengshen calamity, he would be bullied to death by Tai Jinren and Nezha, ultimately meeting his demise at Qinyuan Mountain. Now, with Nezha having become his junior disciple, the tides of fate had shifted and everything had changed. To my astonishment, I had yet to seek out the esteemed Tai Jinren. Yet he has come to me of his own accord. I have always been amiable, reasoning with others in all matters. Yet I find myself subjected to relentless torment. Note: in the original tale of Fengshen, Shiji is not a malevolent being, but rather a kind-hearted, pitiable supporting character. Now, with the tides of fate having shifted in Fengshen, the insignificant Tai Jinren holds no significance. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential. Should the day find me in a foul mood, I could easily crush him. Yet, I never anticipated he would present himself so willingly. Humph. In an instant, Shiji's figure flickered, arriving outside the bone cave. Upon seeing Shiji's appearance, Tai Jinren's brow furrowed with a premonition of dread. "You wish to kill me? Do you believe yourself capable?" he scoffed. "Instead, I shall grant you an opportunity. Summon your master, and we shall confront you together. So it cannot be said that I am bullying you." Shiji's voice, cold as ice, echoed in the air. Upon hearing this, Tai Jinren found his earlier trepidation dissipating. It was absurd that he had felt fear from a madman. Madness and folly. "Today, for the sake of the world, I shall end your existence." In response, Shiji dismissed him with disdain. "You speak of the world, yet it is all for your own selfish desires, viewing the populace as mere pawns, akin to livestock. With your hollow proclamations of righteousness, do you not find yourself revolting?" Chapter 51. Tai Jinren trembles. Upon hearing these words, Tai Jinren's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his power, launching an assault towards Shiji. However, such feeble cultivation was of little concern to Shiji. As Tai Jinren's attack approached, Shiji remained unmoved, stepping lightly upon the void, causing the assault to dissipate harmlessly, creating only the slightest ripples. Tai Jinren was taken aback. His attack had yielded no effect whatsoever. How could this be? Before he could ponder further, he watched as Shiji drew nearer. In a desperate bid, Tai Jinren unfurled the Hunyuan silk, a radiant crimson light illuminating the mountains and rivers, stirring the seas into tumult. The sheer might of it was astonishing. As the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, the Hunyuan silk unfurled in the air, appearing like fiery blossoms, descending to ensnare Shiji. Originally intended for Nezha, this artifact had found its way into Tai Jinren's possession due to unforeseen circumstances. Observing this, Shiji maintained an expression of indifference, laced with a hint of scorn. As he continued to advance, Just as the Hunyuan silk was about to ensnare him, it suddenly shattered, scattering like autumn leaves across the heavens and earth. This left Tai Zhenren in turmoil, unable to comprehend the method by which Shiji had achieved this feat, though the Hunyuan silk was no ordinary item and could restore itself. Tai Zhenren was further astonished when the once vibrant red light dimmed and dissipated into nothingness. Have you also joined the ranks of the Jie Sect? Tai Zhenren exclaimed in shock. The current reputation of the Jie Sect was formidable, and Shiji's transformation signified a departure from the established order. The ease with which he had destroyed the Hunyuan silk indicated powers that surpassed his apparent capabilities. Indeed, Shiji replied with a tone of indifference. In the heart of Tai Zhenren, a sudden unease took hold, prompting him to contemplate an escape. His journey to seek Shiji was a command from his master, aiming to directly advance the momentum of the investiture of the gods. Shiji, renowned on the list of deities, was to be eliminated. Even a slight reversal of this grand scheme would be advantageous. However, he was taken aback to discover that Shiji had also joined the sect of interception. What could he possibly do now? The followers of the interception sect were formidable, such that even sages would steer clear of their brilliance. To confront them alone would be tantamount to courting death. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tai Zhenren summoned his Qian circle once more. This circle, forged of the purest gold and unyielding in strength, was capable of shattering enemies and objects alike. Its hue was a brilliant gold, perfectly round in form, and imbued with the power of the heavens, allowing it to wreak havoc upon sun and moon, stirring seas and subduing dragons. With all his might, he hurled the Qian circle, causing the very fabric of space to ripple with the immense divine energy unleashed. Simultaneously, Tai Zhenren invoked his divine escape technique. The golden light of the earth, intending not to harm Shiji, but merely to buy himself some time. Observing this, Shiji let out a disdainful scoff, effortlessly unleashing the force of the laws. The Qian circle dimmed in an instant, its divine power extinguished, and was swiftly grasped in Shiji's hand. In that moment, the space before Shiji was torn asunder, and in the next heartbeat, a flash of golden light revealed Tai Zhenren standing firmly before her. Tai Zhenren could hardly comprehend the situation. Was he truly witnessing a mere illusion? Yet, as he beheld the unmistakable reality of Shiji, a grimace more sorrowful than tears contorted his features, and he resolutely attempted to invoke the golden light of the earth once again. However, he found himself back at the starting point, gazing at Shiji, who toyed with the Qian circle in her palm. His composure began to fray. Yet he hastily employed the golden light of the earth once more, only to meet the same disheartening fate. At that moment, a voice, devoid of warmth, echoed from Shiji. Is this amusing to you? Tai Zhenren grimaced, shaking his head in distress. If it was no longer entertaining, then perhaps it was time to attend to more serious matters. Shiji's tone was icy. Tai Zhenren trembled, contemplating if perhaps there was still room for play. Just as he resolved to invoke the golden light of the earth yet again, he was astonished to find his entire reserve of magical energy bound and wholly unresponsive to his will, suspended in the void by Shiji's control. I am a disciple of a sage. Have you considered the consequences of harming me? Tai Zhenren exclaimed in panic. In response, Shiji's laughter was cold and mocking. A sage? Should a sage dare to come, I would first give him a taste of my wrath. And I would certainly inquire if he truly is a disciple of the true teaching. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. How could I allow you to perish so easily? As she spoke, Shiji waved her hand, causing both her figure and that of Tai Zhenren to vanish from their location, only to reappear in the cave. In an instant, Tai Zhenren found himself bound, face down, his back exposed. Simultaneously, Shiji lifted the upper part of his robe, eliciting a slight shudder from him. What are you doing? I am a man devoted to the way, a paragon of virtue. Do not tarnish me. Shiji's expression darkened to an extreme as she approached Tai Zhenren, delivering 2 resounding slaps. How Navi you are? If you do not silence that tongue of yours promptly, I shall have it severed. Tai Zhenren quickly fell silent, his body trembling under the weight of her murderous intent. He could scarcely remember a time in his long life when he had felt so utterly vulnerable. Since becoming a disciple of a saint and achieving a measure of cultivation, he had never before confronted death so directly. In that moment, his heart cried out, Master, save me, save me. In Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun replied, It is not that I wish to abandon you. The issue lies in the fact that she has no intention of killing you. If I intervene, I fear it may provoke Shiji further, leading to your demise. I am considering your well-being. Tai Zhenren retorted, Get lost. You are simply afraid of being outmatched and losing your saintly dignity. Humph, I have become mere fodder. At that moment, Shiji unveiled an entire set of surgical instruments bestowed by her master, a dazzling array of knives that left one bewildered. Meanwhile, she diligently recalled the method her master had described for performing a procedure. It was her first practical attempt, and she felt somewhat uncertain. After a series of gestures and meticulous study, she endeavored to remember every word her master had imparted. This left Taichi Jinren trembling in fear, questioning her intentions. If you must act, why not do so swiftly? The longer this drags on, the more terrified I become. What is the meaning of this? Oh, my sanity is unraveling. After careful reflection and preliminary analysis, Shiji's demeanor brimmed with confidence. She was certain she could execute the task flawlessly. Although it was her inaugural attempt, she vowed not to bring shame upon her master. When her confidence reached its zenith, Shiji commenced her actions. As the surgical knife danced with precision, Taichi Jinren emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. His agonized cries terrified the creatures of Skull Mountain and prompted them to flee in haste. Throughout the ordeal, Shiji would occasionally murmur apologies, primarily due to her inexperience in such matters, acknowledging that her strikes were, at times, imprecise. Taichi Jinren, on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain, yearned to faint. Yet Shiji would not permit such an escape, for if he were to faint, it would only serve to benefit him. If this scene were to be witnessed by those fortunate enough in northern Myanmar, it would undoubtedly be revered as a spectacle of managerial prowess. Their refusal to administer anesthesia is already quite ruthless, but this individual must ensure consciousness, which is truly remarkable. Tai Jinren exclaimed, I have reached a point where I wish for death. At this moment, within the Yushu Palace of Mount Kunlun, the Supreme Primordial Lord observed everything within the bone cave with an exceptionally grim expression. The methods employed by Shiji were indeed excessively cruel. Killing is simply a matter of striking the head to the ground. What is the purpose of such brutality? The sensation at his waist, akin to a cold chill, left the Supreme Primordial Lord perplexed. Consequently, he chose to avert his gaze, recognizing that as long as Tai Jinren's life was not in jeopardy, it was imperative to avoid provoking Shiji for the sake of his safety. Indeed, this was entirely a consideration for Tai Jinren's well-being. Nevertheless, despite such thoughts, the Supreme Primordial Lord's countenance remained exceedingly grim, his emotions tumultuous. With Shiji now allied with how could the establishment of the Chuan school continue? Who could be the puppet master behind this? The Supreme Primordial Lord was on the brink of madness. Under these circumstances, how could the Chuan school hope to defeat foster its own prosperity, and secure immense benefits? Yet, even amidst his overwhelming frustration, there appeared no feasible solution, only the urgent need to uncover the orchestrator behind the scenes, lest everything spiral beyond redemption. However, even if he were to identify the mastermind, what then? His disciples were each formidable. The entity behind them was likely in league with the Tao ancestor, presenting an insurmountable challenge. In this state of confusion, the Supreme Primordial Lord found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, within the bone cave of Skull Mountain, Shiji regarded the two severed kidneys and the barely breathing Tai Jinren. She hastily tended to his wounds, ensuring that his life was not in peril. According to her master's teachings, the absence of both kidneys would lead to death. Yet, this was true only for mortals. As an immortal, Tai Jinren could survive the loss of these organs, and indeed, with his cultivation, regeneration was entirely possible. After providing rudimentary care, Shiji sensed the essence of primordial energy emanating from the severed kidneys, a force that would prove advantageous to her. This realization sparked a glimmer of ambition in her eyes. Was this not akin to a treasure trove? It offered the dual benefits of tormenting him while simultaneously serving her interests. Most crucially, with further practice, her technique for severing kidneys would undoubtedly advance rapidly. This notion instilled a chill in Tai Jinren's spine, causing him to involuntarily shudder as an unsettling premonition coursed through him, filling his heart with trepidation. A profound sense of emptiness enveloped him. Tai Jinren lamented, "This is an unprecedented void. Even if I were to flee now, my legs would not be able to support me." Meanwhile, in the west, Zhou and Jian no longer cowered in the shadows. The tide of the divine canonization had shifted, and given the current circumstances, it was evident that the previously arranged grand design could no longer be maintained. Thus, after much deliberation, the two decided to take the initiative. It was imperative to gather formidable allies to strengthen the Western teachings, even if the circumstances of the divine canonization were to change again. The momentum of the Western faith's expansion must not falter in the slightest. As Zhou and Jian journeyed forth from the west, they abruptly halted. "Brother, is that the six-winged celestial silkworm, the leader of the 5 insects?" Yuan Shi exclaimed hurriedly. The six-winged celestial silkworm, known for its insatiable appetite for beings across the six realms, possessed a formidable shell, impervious to blades and flame. A creature that would later be recognized as the golden cicada. Note: the six-winged celestial silkworm was named the golden cicada only after its integration into Buddhism. For the sake of simplicity, I shall refer to it as the golden cicada here. Please understand, do not criticize me, though I am an 18-year-old novice author. I grapple with depression, so tread carefully. Jian nodded slightly. I perceive a connection between it and our Western teachings. Excellent. Truly excellent. Upon uttering these words, Yuan Shi and Jian instantly appeared before the golden cicada. Esteemed friend, I sense a fateful bond between you and our Western teachings. Would you care to join us? Yuan Shi inquired. The golden cicada responded with confusion. What? These two are Yuan Shi and Jian. Just as my master said, they are indeed shameless, claiming an affinity with the Western teachings. According to my master, Jian interrupted my transformation, dragging me into the Western faith. I, having comprehended the great vehicle through the small vehicle, became a target of the Tathagata's jealousy, who found a pretext to condemn me to the cycle of reincarnation. Becoming Tang Sung and the protagonist of the journey to the West, subjected to their whims. If only this were the journey to the West era. I would show them the alternative version my master spoke of. Tang Senzong. I have a path to the Western paradise. Though fraught with peril, the rewards are substantial. Sun Xingzhe. The coward is you, Tathagata. Do not deceive me. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. For today I shall confront you. Eradicate the 8 realms. My master said, I am a general whose success is built upon countless bones. Guanyin, you would not want that night's events to be known, would you? So once again, I beseech you. Kill all. I, old killer. Survive in the world with 3 principles: ruthless, loyal, and my great ancestor, Sanzong. Little white dragon, Tathagata. Pick up the scriptures, pick up the scriptures. Today, I, Tang Sanzong, come to Ling Mountain for 3 purposes: seize the scriptures, slay the Tathagata, and obliterate Buddhism. Who is in favor? Who is against? At that moment, the golden cicada glared coldly at Yuan Shi and Jian, declaring, Get lost. What Western teachings? If you make another peep, I shall knock your teeth out. As Yuan Shi and Jian's expressions darkened, Jian coldly remarked, 6-winged celestial silkworm, as the foremost of the vile insects. You wreak havoc upon the world. We had intended to guide you, to absolve you of your sins, and lead you back to the righteous path. However, it appears you are obstinately resistant. Thus, we must suppress you and escort you back to the Western teachings for your baptism, to purge your malevolence. Very well. Yuan Shi responded. The golden cicada, however, wore a sullen and disdainful expression, retorting, You 2 old relics think you can suppress me? Today, I shall ensure you lose your front teeth if you dare. Chapter 53. Old fella, beware of your teeth. As the golden cicada's voice echoed, both Yuan Shi and Jian's expressions grew grave. Yuan Shi was the first to strike, while Jian took a slight step back. After all, they were 2 sages. If they needed to join forces against the 6-winged celestial silkworm, what face would they have left to roam the primordial world? At that moment, the heavens and earth changed hue. The forces of the laws surged, intertwining with a thread of the source of the great Tao, intending to instantly suppress the golden cicada. Unfazed by Yuan Shi's assault, the golden cicada also unleashed the power of the laws, clashing head-on with Yuan Shi. Simultaneously, the void beneath the golden cicada's feet shattered, fracturing like a spider's web. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself forward, shouting, 8 extremities collapse. Before his voice could fade, the golden cicada charged at Yuan Shi. As he passed, the space crumbled inch by inch. Yuan Shi, taken aback, was unable to evade in time and met the golden cicada's strike head-on. In an instant, 2 formidable forces collided, causing the galaxies to reverse and the cosmos to tremble. With this blow, Yuan Shi was forced back several steps before he could stabilize his form, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Though the 6-winged celestial silkworm was extraordinary, it should not have been capable of pushing him back. Could it be? Ripples of speculation arose in the gazes of Yuan Shi and Jian, though they deemed it unlikely. Surely, it couldn't be that significant. Then, with a grand gesture, Yuan Shi summoned the surging power of the laws, executing a grand supernatural technique that pulled a strand of the great Tao's essence, augmenting the ferocity of his attacking power. Radiating with resplendent light, the space shattered as the swirling forces of the laws coiled like dragons, seeking to engulf the golden cicada. In response, the golden cicada exhibited no signs of fear. The power of the laws surged around him, and mystical Dao talismans flickered into view. He then unleashed a punch, causing the space to shatter, and Zhuan-T's law-based force crumbled under the impact. Simultaneously, the golden cicada waved his hand, igniting a flame that surged toward Zhuan-T. Observing this, Zhuan-T quickly retreated, attempting to evade while also blocking the flames. To his surprise, he exclaimed, "Truine fire? Truine fire." The source of extreme Yin was a fire that defied the rules. Though it was flame, it was chillingly cold, capable of freezing the world with a mere wisp. Its flame specifically targeted the primordial spirit and other ethereal entities, wielding immeasurable power. Even as a sage, Zhuan-T recognized that should he become tainted by the golden cicada's manifestation of this fire, it would undoubtedly spell great trouble for him. The voice of the golden cicada resonated faintly, unable to fully unleash its potential amidst the chaos. Dare to engage in battle? Upon hearing this, Zhuan-T and Jian were momentarily taken aback. As saints, and indeed two of them, how could they not dare? Subsequently, the figures of the golden cicada, Zhuan-T, and Jian vanished from their original positions, stepping into the chaos. The instant the golden cicada arrived in the primordial void, a majestic form, towering to 10,000 zhang, emerged. In that moment, an immense sea of flames erupted behind the golden cicada, each tendril possessing the might to scorch mountains and boil seas. Within the chaos, the golden cicada's imposing presence had reached its zenith, able to wield the power to obliterate heaven and earth with a mere wave of its hand. Zhuan-T and Jian gazed at the golden cicada, their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves, ripples of realization washing over them. Logically, the golden cicada should not possess such formidable cultivation. Exchanging glances, their earlier conjecture solidified. Only someone from the could possess the strength to confront a saint head-on. Though their suspicions were confirmed, Zhuan-T and Jian refrained from voicing them. At that moment, Zhuan-T also manifested their own immense form, with a grand gesture releasing a serene light into the chaos. A bamboo, the 6 roots of purity, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, was summoned and hurled directly at the golden cicada. This bamboo, the bitter bamboo, had been refined by Zhuan-T into a primordial spiritual treasure capable of sealing one's 6 senses, rendering them vulnerable to slaughter. The tranquil light pierced through the chaos like a radiant rainbow, exuding tremendous power. Should it strike, the golden cicada would find itself as mere meat upon the chopping block. As Zhuan-T invoked the bitter bamboo, they simultaneously exerted their power of the laws to suppress and ensure that the 6 roots of purity would strike the golden cicada. Observing this, the golden cicada scoffed disdainfully, declaring, "Is this your only means?" Far from sufficient. As the words left their lips, the surging sea of flames roared, the laws of fire swirling, instantly reducing Zhuan-Ti's power to naught. The 6 roots of purity, under the golden cicada's command of purple flames, were ensnared. At that very moment, cracks began to appear in the bitter bamboo under the flames, astonishing Zhuan-T. How could a primordial treasure, crafted from one of the 10 spiritual roots, show signs of fracture under its flames? Hastily, Zhuan-T retracted the 6 roots of purity, their fury mounting as ethereal purple energy surged forth, the laws swirling, causing the chaotic space to tremble. The pressure of a saint emanated to its fullest. Even a mere thread of their power could shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Simultaneously, in the chaos, myriad beams of light burst forth, and boundless rosy light illuminated the realms. The source of this radiant display was a divine staff. This battle within the chaos had already attracted the attention of numerous saints and deities. They recognized the divine staff summoned by Zhuan-T, a powerful artifact forged from the merits of the Western teachings, designed to suppress the incense offerings. Its might was formidable, having previously subdued Shen and inflicted significant losses upon the Tongtian. At this moment, Zhuan-T unleashed the full power of the blessed divine staff, coldly stating, "Six-winged cicada, you wreak havoc upon the world and commit countless evils. I wish to guide you into the Western teachings, to cultivate goodness and atone for the suffering of all beings. I do not desire to increase the cycle of killing. Do not lead yourself astray. Should this strike land, you shall either perish or be gravely wounded. The choice between life and death lies with you." As the words echoed, Jian Shanzi scoffed derisively. "With such trivial means, you dare to utter threats against me? Huh, utterly laughable. Old man, you should be wary of your own teeth. If you cannot manage alone, perhaps you too should join forces, lest you boast without achieving your aims and merely slap your own face. Furthermore, cease invoking the plight of the world. Do you truly care for the common folk? You accuse me of causing chaos, yet tell me, who have I harmed? To fabricate charges, one need not lack for pretext. In my view, your sins are far graver, and I would be more than willing to serve you tea and water, teaching you the essence of equality among all beings, thus allowing you to absolve your transgressions. Such an opportunity is not one to be taken lightly. You should promptly kneel and express your gratitude. With that, Zhou let out a cold snort. Since you remain obstinately ignorant, do not blame me. Today, you shall meet your demise. Your soul will be cast into the 9 nether realms, tormented until the moment of your repentance. In an instant, Zhou hurled the blessed divine staff, shattering the chaotic space inch by inch. Its power and might reached an unparalleled zenith, terrifying in its intensity. Observing this, Chuan remained unfazed. Igniting a sea of purple flames that engulfed him, the sheer force of his slaughtering power reaching its utmost potential. Even a flicker of flame could ignite the vacuum for miles around. At this moment, Chuan's voice rang out once more, "Old man. Just a friendly reminder. Watch your teeth." Chapter 54, The Saints, a Calculated Scheme. At this juncture, the celestial bodies in the heavens reversed, all gleaming with extraordinary brilliance. Witnessing Chuan's incandescent purple flames, Zhou's gaze flickered with a hint of surprise. Purple Way Celestial Fire. It is the primordial fire of the stars. Formed by the convergence of the 7 stars, Tian Shu, Tian Shen, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang, each contributing its light to forge a singular force. Possessing devastating combat prowess. Beneath the cosmos, its destructive potential amplifies immensely. Zhou's expression turned solemn as he coldly remarked, "You should be more concerned about your own life." With that, Zhou summoned the blessed divine staff, a radiant arc slicing through the chaos, striking straight at Chuan. In response, Chuan maintained an indifferent demeanor, waving his hand, causing the Purple Way celestial fire to coalesce into a massive purple lotus. As it blossomed, the vast chaos shimmered with the radiance of myriad stars. In this moment, the might of the Purple Way celestial fire was profoundly fearsome, its destructive force enveloping the entire chaos, even from 10,000 lengths away. The power of this fiery lotus caused the very fabric of space to fracture. As the fiery lotus clashed with the blessed divine staff, space erupted in a cataclysmic shatter, dissolving into nothingness. The myriad stars that had briefly materialized in the chaos faded away, as if they had never existed at all. At the same moment, Chuan instantaneously shifted, condensing the laws of the universe, and unleashed a punch imbued with an overwhelming force that could terrify the cosmos. This strike was aimed squarely at the front teeth of Zhou. Having declared his intent, he was determined to knock out that old rascal's teeth. However, as a saint, Zhou would not allow Chuan to succeed. A magnificent radiance of 7 colors erupted, deflecting Chuan's punch and thwarting his efforts. As a pinnacle existence among the primordial saints, if Chuan were to actually knock out his teeth, how could he continue to maintain his reputation? In an instant, golden light radiated from Zhou's body, golden lotuses floated around him, and the swastika symbol flickered above the lotuses, accompanied by melodious and resonant sounds echoing through the chaos. A colossal golden body materialized. This Buddhist golden body could serve as an external incarnation and also act as a treasure, facilitating communication with the mind. As a saint, Zhou's golden body had been cultivated to a terrifying degree, its hardness rivaling that of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, the golden body was adorned with relics and treasures formed through the power of belief, including silk threads, necklaces, umbrellas, flowers, banners, golden bows, and fish intestines, 8 formidable artifacts of astonishing might. At this moment, Zhou exuded an unparalleled might capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth with every gesture. The mere aura emanating from his golden body rendered the sun and moon pale, and the world dimmed in its presence. What can you do, 6-winged heavenly cicada? If you do not awaken to your predicament now, when will you? Zhou's authoritative voice resounded. Speaking such trivialities seemed ill-timed, yet it underscored Zhou's uncertainty in subduing Chuan. This proclamation was directed not only at Chuan, but also served as a reminder to himself. Upon hearing this, Chuan scoffed, "Is this all you can muster? How laughable." As he spoke, he waved his hand, summoning several flames from the chaos that surged into his grasp, whereupon a 5-colored fire lotus began to take shape in his palm. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment filled Zhou's eyes. He recognized the flames coalescing in Chuan's hand, the true sun fire, true Yin fire, Ziwei heavenly fire, netherworld ghost fire, and the red lotus of karmic fire, The primal flames from the divine beast, the golden crow of the sun. The true sun fire, with its bright exterior and dark interior, radiated intense golden light, embodying the ultimate fire, the king of all flames. A mere wisp of the perfected true sun fire could incinerate worlds. The netherworld ghost fire was notorious for scorching souls, a malevolent essence that was the innate fire of ghostly beings, fueled by the energies of the nine netherworld. Among these, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus shocked Yuan Shi the most. It was a flame that originated from the depths of the 18 layers of Avicii hell, an intangible substance fueled by sinful karma. Once it clung to something, it could not be extinguished but could only be endured until all sins were consumed. However, if one could withstand the torment of the karmic fire, regardless of past transgressions, they could be absolved and reborn anew. The crucial point was that the karmic fire could not leave Avicii hell. The only way to extract it was from the top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The 12-petaled karmic fire Red Lotus. The 12-grade fiery Red Lotus belongs to the Master Tongtian. The golden cicada is capable of wielding the Red Lotus fire of karma. At this moment, Yuan Shi and Jian exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, and their expressions darkening instantaneously. Not only Yuan Shi and Jian, but also the other saints felt tumultuous emotions within their hearts. In the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the gaze of the primordial supreme being was profound. He had initially thought that Tongtian was genuinely oblivious to the affairs of the sect, but it now appeared that he was merely feigning ignorance. Behind the division, there existed a supreme entity, and Tongtian was evidently orchestrating behind the scenes. Master Tongtian, you truly possess remarkable strategies, skillfully reversing the tide of the Fengshen calamity. One can only imagine the immense cost incurred. In the Xiandu cave of the great Luo heaven, the gaze of the supreme Old One flickered. Such a technique that amalgamates various divine fires is indeed extraordinary. What kind of divine power is this? The fiery Red Lotus, HM. Master Tongtian is indeed calculating. The astonishment and unexpectedness that arose upon learning of the sect's division was profoundly genuine. It now seems that I have underestimated Master Tongtian. In the realm of Nuwa, the depth of Tongtian's scheming is remarkable. The Fengshen calamity has reached this point, undoubtedly due to his machinations. Nuwa murmured. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu furrowed his brow. Could it truly be that Tongtian has conspired with external powers regarding the Fengshen calamity? Unlike the other saints, Hongjun Daozu harbored skepticism. In his view, Tongtian had not yet developed such profound scheming. However, the matter of the Red Lotus fire is perplexing. Without the 12-grade fiery Red Lotus, one could not summon the abyss hell. Compared to the saints and the most supreme beings, the gods were astonished by the golden cicada's mastery in fusing various flames. At this moment, amidst the chaos, Yuan Shi's supreme golden body was pushed to its limits. The fire lotus formed from the confluence of various divine fires by the golden cicada instilled a sense of peril within him. As golden light radiated and the laws within the chaos trembled, Yuan Shi launched an attack on the golden cicada, while simultaneously, the fire lotus, coalesced from several divine fires in the golden cicada's hands, drifted forth, emanating a power capable of incinerating all to nothingness. At this juncture, Jian, who had been observing the battle, prepared himself to intervene at any moment. The fire lotus condensed by the golden cicada was exceedingly potent. Even the saints felt the threat to their lives. If necessary, he would undoubtedly act to prevent Yuan Shi from suffering harm. He could not allow the golden cicada to seize the opportunity to strike Yuan Shi's front teeth. Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing in the primordial realm? Observing the imminent clash between Yuan Shi's golden body and the fire lotus, Jian's aura of law subtly circulated around him. The voice of the golden cicada resonated at this moment. There is still time. That old fellow, let us strike together. Chapter 55. In the name of the Flame Emperor, I command all fires under heaven. Arrogance. Let him first withstand my golden body. Yuan Shi shouted. Bang. In the vast expanse of chaos, a cataclysm unfolded, shattering and collapsing under the remnants of its fierce might, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, the stars to dim, and the universe to invert. Amidst this tumult, a magnificent five-colored fire lotus blossomed, radiating boundless brilliance. Once the tumult subsided, Jian remained standing in the chaos, unscathed, while the countenance of Yuan Shi grew somber. He had ultimately underestimated the power of the five-colored fire lotus, never anticipating it to be so formidable. At this juncture, Jian nonchalantly proposed, Old fellow, how about a wager? Yuan Shi pondered for a few moments before inquiring, What shall we bet on? You shall summon your most powerful treasure. and we will determine the victor with a single strike. Should you lose, I shall have the pleasure of knocking out one of your front teeth. Should I lose, I will follow you. What do you say? Jian Shanzi articulated. Upon hearing this, Zhuanti's heart stirred. What was this fellow scheming? Did he truly believe he could triumph? Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity. Although the six-winged heavenly cicada remained unharmed amidst the calamity of the deities, its deep-rooted ties to the Western teachings rendered it a central figure in the next tribulation. Killing him was out of the question, and executing him would prove exceedingly difficult. Hence, allowing him to join the Western teachings was exceedingly fitting. However, since he had broached the subject, he must possess formidable means. What if he were to lose? Jian Shanzi's intentions were rather straightforward. Knocking out the front teeth of both old fellows would prove challenging, yet if it were just one, he held a degree of confidence. With the words spoken, he was compelled to follow through. Otherwise, how could he navigate the future? The opinions of others mattered little. His greatest fear was to bring shame upon his master. What? Are you afraid? Those who cultivate the Tao inherently go against the heavens, seeking an unobstructed heart. Clarity of thought. How can one cultivate while constantly looking back and forth? You might as well return home to tend to children. Jian Shanzi's derisive voice echoed at that moment. As his words faded, Zhuanti exchanged glances with Jian. With unwavering resolve, Zhuanti declared coldly, "What is there to fear? I am only concerned that you may go back on your word. Then let us establish a grand oath. Should either of us renege, may our gods perish and our souls be extinguished." Jian Shanzi asserted. Zhuanti and Jian felt a stir within. Such an oath could not be made lightly. No need. No need. I perceive you to be no petty trickster, Zhuanti replied, denying Jian Shanzi further discourse. Surrounding him was a radiant aura of 7 colors, a sacred might enveloping the chaos, as the laws of the universe flowed and the true essence of the Tao was encompassed within. Observing this, the gods were initially astonished. Zhuanti the saint had directly summoned the 7 treasures wonderful tree, a testament to his path of enlightenment, crafted from the essence of the Western golden Bodhi combined with gold, silver, and various precious materials, renowned for its unparalleled prowess. The summoning of such a proof of enlightenment by Zhuanti underscored the might of Jian Shanzi. At that moment, within the chaos, Zhuanti's voice resounded, "Six-winged heavenly cicada, your defeat is inevitable. Simply concede and spare your energy for futile efforts." Previously, Zhuanti had harbored some reservations. But with the 7 treasures wonderful tree now summoned, confidence surged within him. No matter how extraordinary Jian Shanzi's abilities, what could he truly achieve? Even if he commanded various divine flames, they too could be subdued. Thus, Jian Shanzi must be a disciple of the Western teachings, showcasing to other sages the prowess of his sect. Upon their emergence, they swiftly subdued the disciples of the, allowing the celestial beings to witness that capturing talents henceforth would be an effortless endeavor. Contemplating this notion, Zhuanti felt a surge of pride. Jian Shanzi, however, dismissively remarked, "Is this but a trifling trick? Far from sufficient. I, in the name of the Flame Emperor, command all fires of the world to heed my call." His voice resonated throughout the universe, and in an instant, countless flames from the chaos surged forth towards Jian Shanzi like a myriad of rainbows. At that moment, the sea of fire roared with an overwhelming intensity, and even a quasi-saint could not endure for long in such searing heat. Witnessing the gathering of these myriad flames, the saints and deities were left in a state of profound astonishment, their minds reeling. Amidst the flames, there existed numerous formidable divine fires, such as the South Mingli fire, the primordial fire born of the 8 trigrams, a companion fire of the divine beast Zhuke, possessing boundless might, particularly lethal to Yin spirits and ghostly entities. The Lu Ding divine fire, a manifestation of the mysterious arts of Qimendunjia, was refined by the Supreme Old Lord, merging the true fire of Samadhi with the martial fire within the upper clear 8 trigrams furnace. The Jiutian Shen fire, known as heavenly fire, was in truth the supreme hellfire birthed in the depths of the underworld, a flame of life born from the utmost death, capable of healing all injuries and neutralizing all poisons. Legend has it that upon the birth of the Jiutian Shen fire, the other heavenly fires in the 17 layers of the abyss were extinguished, transforming into energies that nurtured its growth. Even among these myriad flames, the Phoenix clan's nirvana fire was present. At this juncture, Zhuanti coldly scoffed, "What are the myriad fires? Can you truly condense them into a fire lotus?" As he spoke, Zhuanti activated the 7 treasures mysterious tree, releasing a dazzling spectrum of colors throughout the chaos, capturing the myriad flames. Before Zhuanti could revel in his triumph, the flames had not dissipated. Instead, They continued to surge towards Jian. This caused a weight to settle in Yuan Shi's heart, prompting him to unleash the full might of the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree. Jian then calmly stated, "Congratulations. You have miscalculated. These myriad flames can indeed coalesce into a fire lotus." In an instant, a radiant nine-colored fire lotus emerged, brimming with the terrifying power of the myriad flames, such that even a saint would hesitate to confront its brilliance. Receiving this unsettling sight, Jian furrowed his brow, contemplating how to assist his junior brother. Jian's voice echoed, "Jian, if you wish to act, do not hold back. Let us join forces." Jian retorted, "How can I? After such a declaration? It would be unbecoming to intervene now, as the outcome remains uncertain. Preserving some semblance of dignity for a while longer is preferable." As for Yuan Shi, regarding Jian's tactics, the deities were fervently debating the potential victor. The saints, however, were not inclined to see Yuan Shi triumph. If he were to win, what would become of their own reputations? Did they not care for their own faces? Moreover, should Yuan Shi emerge victorious, Jian would be compelled to join the Western teachings, a scenario most unsatisfactory to the myriad saints. If Jian were indeed to enter the Western faith, it would equate to the existence of three saints, intricately entwined with the doctrines of the Jie, a situation utterly intolerable to them. Thus, if Yuan Shi were to win, this outcome would be categorically unacceptable. At this juncture, the saints contemplated whether to extend a hand to Jian, yet after much deliberation, they refrained from acting impulsively, lest it disrupt their unity. Of course, should Jian lose, they would glean the hidden secrets of the Jie. However, compared to the prospect of Jian joining the Western teachings, this was of lesser immediate concern. The paramount issue remained. Jian must not be allowed to enter the Western faith. They would proceed with caution, refraining from hasty intervention. In this moment of chaos, Jian, adorned with the fiery lotus of countless flames, drifted towards Yuan Shi, who unleashed the formidable power of the Seven Treasures' divine tree. The entire chaos reverberated with the power of laws, each combatant reaching the zenith of their strength. In Chapter 56, Jian declared, "I am waiting online, urgently." In an instant of confrontation, the chaos trembled, the residual force causing the heavens to change hue and the sun and moon to dim. As the terrifying power dissipated into the void, Jian remained steadfast, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze, while Yuan Shi appeared quite disheveled. Jian's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated, "Yuan Shi, you have been defeated." At this proclamation, the gods were taken aback. Even Yuan Shi, who had summoned the Seven Treasures' divine tree, ultimately faced defeat. "Come now, let me knock out your front teeth." Jian's voice continued to echo. The corner of Yuan Shi's mouth twitched slightly, despite the prior bet. If he were to renege now, he would suffer a loss of face. Yet he chose to retract his words rather than face the humiliation of having his teeth knocked out. At this moment, Jian coldly inquired, "What? Do you wish to go back on your word? Violate the agreement?" Before Yuan Shi could respond, the void of chaos trembled, and Yang Jian's voice thundered, "Who dares to go back on their word before my Jie? Seeking death are we?" As his words fell, the figures of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan materialized within the chaos, and simultaneously, Nezha's voice rang out, "We haven't even begun to act shamelessly. Who dares to precede us? Senior brother and sister are here. I shall join in the revelry, and see who dares to own my Jie." Echoed Ao Tingshin. A beam of white light descended upon the chaos, within which a celestial being graced their presence, clad in flowing white garments. "Who acts shamelessly? Daring to trifle with my Jie?" proclaimed Yuan Shi. Once more, the chaos quaked as Shen Gongbao's voice resounded, "My fellow Taoists, please hold. To act shamelessly towards my Jie, one must be truly blind." The ripples of chaos surged as Yuan Hong approached, wielding a crude staff, bellowing, "Who dares to cheat? I shall pierce through you, believe it or not." At this moment, both Yuan Shi and Jian found themselves bewildered, surrounded. It was over. This assembly could shatter their teeth, and their very lives hung in the balance. At this moment, the gathered disciples were enjoying themselves, with Jian lamenting, "Such a trivial matter, yet it troubles my senior brothers and sisters to come here. It is rather embarrassing for our master." The various saints responded with disbelief. "You call this a trivial matter? Goodness, and you find it embarrassing? It seems you are putting on airs, and we appear to have evidence." Jian then turned to Yuan Shi, urging, "What are you still standing there for? Come here. Why are you waiting for me to approach?" Yuan Shi's expression darkened considerably, yet upon seeing the crowd surrounding him and Jian, he felt helpless. If they were to be besieged, They could not withstand it. Just as Yuan Shi was about to move, Jian stopped him, saying, "Let us engage in one more battle, with the same stakes as before. If I win, we shall be even. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the saints and deities assumed Jian Shanzi would undoubtedly refuse, considering the immense exhaustion from their previous fight. A subsequent battle would likely result in defeat at the hands of Jian. "Very well," Jian Shanzi replied calmly. His response astonished the saints and deities, including Jian and Yuan Shi. Was he truly this confident? Jian's demeanor grew serious. He could not afford to lose this battle, for it would tarnish his reputation today and hinder his future efforts to recruit talent and strengthen the Western teachings. "All right, let us battle," Jian declared. At this moment, Yang Jian and the others retreated to clear a battlefield for Jian Shanzi and Jian, while simultaneously surrounding Yuan Shi as they withdrew. These two old fellows were quite cunning and shameless, requiring caution. As this unfolded, Jian was enveloped by blooming golden lotuses, and beneath him, a magnificent golden lotus unfurled. This was the 12th grade merit golden lotus, distinct from the golden lotuses surrounding him. In the primordial chaos, when all beings were non-existent and the heavens and earth were unified, a chaotic blue lotus emerged, boasting 5 leaves, 24 petals, and 4 lotus seeds. However, it could not withstand the pressure of creation and was damaged. One of the 3 immature lotus seeds transformed into the 12th grade merit golden lotus. This lotus possessed unparalleled might and unmatched defense, exhibiting extraordinary strength. As the 12th grade merit golden lotus blossomed, the forces of law surged, and the primal power of the Tao was drawn forth, revealing the might of this precious treasure. "With my 12th grade merit golden lotus, I shall be invincible. No matter how fierce your myriad flames may be, I shall not fear." Jian's voice resonated. Jian Shanzi replied indifferently, "Is that so?" With a grand flourish of his hand, myriad flames coalesced, the laws surged, and the searing fire could ignite a vacuum for miles. As the flames concentrated, they transformed into an unparalleled giant ruler, rather than the previous 9-colored fire lotus. This was the divine fire, eternal ruler. With that, he slashed out with the ruler, causing the primordial chaos to tremble, infinite space to collapse, and the star rivers to hang in the balance, instilling awe across the heavens. Jian, too, exerted all his strength, pushing the 12th grade merit golden lotus to its utmost, as their powers clashed, sending gusts of wind swirling outside the chaos, affecting the entirety of the primordial world. Were it not for the chaos engulfing the battlefield and the rapid restoration of the heavens and the earth, it would spell calamity across the 3 realms. As the waves of power subsided, my gaze returned to the tumultuous void, where Jian Shanzi remained unfazed. While Jian's expression grew somewhat grave, Jian Shanzi's indifferent voice broke the silence. "Jian, you too have fallen." Upon hearing this, a tempest surged within Jian. This outcome was far from what he had anticipated. He had believed that the 10,000 Fire Lotus was Jian Shanzi's most formidable technique. Yet he was unprepared for the ancient forged from the essence of countless flames, so potent that even the 12th grade Golden Lotus could not withstand it. The assembly of gods was astonished. Jian had lost as well? This was unfathomable. First, he vanquished Yuan Shi, and now Jian. Such might was truly terrifying. Jian Shanzi's voice rang out once more. "What? Do you still require me to take the initiative? Come forth. Line up. I shall deliver a punch to each of you. Efficiency is key." Jian was taken aback. Had I known it would come to this, I would have never initiated this confrontation. Initially, only my junior's reputation was in tatters. Now, it seems he has delivered himself right to my doorstep. Jian lamented his folly. Yuan Shi, too, felt despair. This is a true humiliation. Both Jian and Yuan Shi contemplated fleeing, yet a horde of disciples from the stood poised, eager for a fight. Escape was futile. Best not to run, lest they further disgrace themselves. As Jian and Yuan Shi stood shoulder to shoulder, an inexplicable sense of humiliation welled up within them. Meanwhile, Jian Shanzi appeared momentarily lost in thought. To simply knock out a tooth seemed devoid of finesse. Such an act would lack artistry and intellectual depth. A mere punch. This did not align with his master's teachings. But how could one deliver a knockout with such simplicity? Alas, he was genuinely troubled. Was there a clever solution? Time was of the essence. Chapter 57. Jian Shanzi and the application of the Pythagorean theorem. Yuan Shi. Jian? What is he doing? If he intends to strike, should he not do so swiftly? Is he deliberately tormenting us? At that moment, Yuan Shi discerned Jian Shanzi's dilemma and gently suggested, perhaps, senior brother Jian Shanzi could consider employing the Pythagorean theorem. Upon hearing this, Jian Shanzi's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and he quickly gave Yuan Shi a thumbs up. Indeed. Junior sister Yuan Shi, your insight is impeccable. Jian and Zhou were left bewildered. What on earth was this Pythagorean theorem? Jian Shanzi then addressed them. Do not rush. My friends, allow me a moment to ponder. Now, expose your teeth. Though Jian and Zhou had silently berated Jian Shanzi countless times in their minds, the circumstances compelled them to comply. They also consoled themselves internally, questioning whether their actions were indeed cowardice. This is not merely a matter of commitment. It is an adherence to promises. A true man, dwelling between heaven and earth, must uphold integrity. As Jian Shanzi gazed at the incisors of Zhou and Jian, he reflected on the definition of the Pythagorean theorem in a right-angled triangle. The sum of the squares of the lengths of the two legs equals the square of the length of the hypotenuse. Although his master had instructed him to draw it numerous times before, doing so on a set of incisors was a first for him. For a moment, Jian Shanzi felt a surge of nervousness. After all, his fellow disciples were watching, and perfection was imperative. Even in their absence, he could not bring disgrace to his master. After careful measurement, Jian Shanzi unleashed a punch towards Zhou. In the blink of an eye, half of Zhou's right incisor was knocked out, forming a perfect right-angled triangle. Zhou, feeling the loss of his tooth, was overwhelmed with humiliation and tightly clenched his mouth. Show me your teeth, Jian Shanzi demanded. Zhou remained silent, choosing to ignore Jian Shanzi's words. At that moment, Jian Shanzi and the others uttered a collective hum, their expressions darkening. Witnessing this, both Zhou and Jian's faces sank. This was utterly intolerable. However, given the circumstances, their dignity had already been tarnished, so what more could they lose? Zhou bared his teeth, and as Jian Shanzi surveyed his handiwork, he felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit with minor imperfections. After all, it was his first attempt, and there was room for improvement. Nevertheless, it was a delightful experience, rich with comedic artistry intertwined with mathematical knowledge. This aligned perfectly with Jian Shanzi's anticipated outcome, and those minor flaws could be overlooked this time. The other saints, though aware that they should not laugh, found it impossible to stifle their amusement at Zhou, who was now missing half of an incisor. The humor was indeed palpable, far more so than if the entire tooth had been lost. Once the laughter began, it was truly irresistible. Yet, amidst their mirth, the saints were filled with trepidation. The disciples of the sect seemed to be numerous, and currently, they wielded influence over the primordial world, eluding the control of these saints. The momentum of the Fengshen was entirely beyond their grasp, and any hopes of restoring order appeared futile. A twinge of sorrow accompanied their thoughts about the uncertain future of the primordial realm. At present, it was crucial to visit Jinao Island, to pry open the mouth of Tongtian. What, after all, was the leader of the sect scheming? The gods thought, we must not laugh. It is truly disrespectful to mock a saint. Should they seek retribution, we would be in grave peril. Yet, lacking any formal training and restraint, they found it impossible to contain their laughter. In the midst of chaos, Jian Shanzi pondered briefly before delivering another punch, this time targeting Jian's left incisor. Again adhering to the principles of the Pythagorean theorem. After retracting his fist, Jian Shanzi called out, now, show me your teeth. Both of you. In the midst of a shadowy gloom, Zhou and Jian felt a profound sense of indignation. How utterly intolerable. As both of them bared their teeth in displeasure, Jian Shanzi reveled in the satisfaction of his creation, finding Jian to be even more exquisite than Zhou, albeit with minor imperfections. Jian Shanzi, though slightly dissatisfied by these flaws, remained unperturbed, for he understood that such imperfections could only be rectified through gradual and persistent practice, not achieved in a single day. The collective saints could no longer contain themselves. Logically, they should have been able to restrain their reactions, but the heightened hilarity rendered them incapable of doing so. It was not their intention to lose control. They comprehended the meaning of being unable to restrain oneself, did they not? In the chaos, Zhou and Jian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Jian gloomily remarked, is this sufficient? Let us depart. I welcome you to return next time. This was merely my first attempt, and I shall strive for greater perfection in the future. Jian Shanzi responded cheerfully. Zhou and Jian's expressions darkened further at the mention of a next time. You dare to hope for another encounter? Should there be a next time? Your demise is assured. They would not endure such humiliation again. Once was more than enough. Instantly, Jian and Zhou vanished into the chaos. Upon returning to the mortal realm, they waved their hands, revealing a luminous mirror that reflected their images. Upon examining their own teeth, Zhou and Jian's gazes turned icy, an aura of murderous intent radiating from them. Had they known it would come to this, they ought to have fought valiantly. The celestial way endures, they would not perish. Though rebirth might cost them some cultivation, it was far preferable to enduring such disgrace and loss of dignity. Now, the prospect of attracting formidable allies and strengthening the Western teachings would undoubtedly be far more challenging than before. In that moment, Zhou and Jian yearned to strike back fiercely and engage in a bloodbath. However, they soon regained their composure. The situation had escalated to this point, and they had already lost face. There was no need to act rashly. Such actions would not maximize their interests. They needed to proceed with caution and eventually reclaim their lost dignity. In contrast to the frustration of Zhou and Jian, Jian Shanzi and his companions were enveloped in laughter and merriment. Particularly, Jian Shanzi felt a sense of relief, having inflicted such a significant defeat upon the two elder figures. Esteemed brothers and sisters, would you care to visit my dragon palace? Let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. It is a rare occasion that we are all gathered together, suggested Ao Tongtian enthusiastically. Seeing the earnest invitation from their junior sister, Jian Shanzi, Yang Jian, and others could hardly refuse. With such fervent encouragement from their junior sister, the outcome was all but predetermined. If they declined, she would undoubtedly invoke their master to compel their attendance. Since the final outcome would remain unchanged, they might as well embrace it from the outset. In the celestial realm, a single day passes like a year on Earth, and as time flows inexorably, within the confines of the Skull Mountain's bone cave, Taichi Jinren gazes numbly at the pile of surgical knives manipulated by Shiji. Chapter 58 implies a possible assimilation by the sect. Over this protracted period, Taichi Jinren has indeed grown numb to his existence, feeling as though his life is enveloped in darkness. At this moment, Shiji skillfully wields the surgical knife. After such a lengthy duration, her technique has become remarkably proficient. Her movements are steady, precise, and rapid, and Taichi Jinren experiences no pain, devoid of the excruciating sensations that once racked his being. This alone attests to the exceptional mastery of Shiji's methods, achieving operations without the need for anesthesia, capable of accurately extracting a kidney even with closed eyes. However, Shiji's brow furrows slightly. She notices that Taichi Jinren's recovery time has noticeably lengthened and diminished in intensity, indicating a concerning decline. This is detrimental to the process, likely influenced by environmental factors and emotional states. While Shiji's techniques have reached an admirable level, she remains unsatisfied, striving for perfection and recognizing the potential for further improvement. It is prudent to adopt a long-term approach, fishing for a great catch, and to avoid the folly of short-sighted gains. As for the notion of harming others, Shiji has not entertained such thoughts. Her focus remains solely on Taichi Jinren. Taichi Jinren, what an immense transgression I have committed. Enough of my frustrations. You may leave. Shiji's indifferent voice resonates. Taichi Jinren, I can scarcely believe it. Can she truly let me go? Is it genuine? He inquires with skepticism. Shiji nods slightly, affirming, of course. As her words linger in the air, she gestures, and the power of the laws subtly circulates, dispelling the bindings that confine Taichi Jinren. In that instant, a spark of vitality ignites in his eyes, and he hastily rises. Yet, as his feet touch the ground, he collapses to his knees before Shiji, utterly weakened, his essence drained. This evokes tears in Taichi Jinren's eyes. Despite his trembling legs, he must escape this suffocating existence. He cannot endure another day in this bleak abyss. Shiji pays no heed to Taichi Jinren, allowing him to crawl out of the bone cave on his own. She eagerly anticipates their next encounter, believing that by then, Taichi Jinren will have regained his peak condition. Meanwhile, on Golden Ao Island, the Assembly of Saints convenes, particularly the formidable presence of Zhou and Jian, casting an imposing aura that leaves the disciples trembling in fear. We have encountered the esteemed saints. Master has been in seclusion for an extended period and has yet to emerge. Esteemed saints, perhaps it would be best for you to visit another day, echoes the voice of Yunxiao. At this moment, Yunxiao silently lamented her plight. She was well aware of the battle and the chaos, where Zhou and Jian had lost their front teeth. The intentions of the saints needed no elaboration. Zhou, with a cold tone, remarked, why choose to seclude oneself at this time, of all times? Is it mere coincidence? Jian, brimming with indignation, retorted, Tongtian, there is no need for pretense any longer. Will you not emerge? At that moment, Jian's saintly aura erupted, and the other saints followed suit, their divine presence overwhelming the disciples of Golden Ao Island, who knelt beneath the weight of such power, some even prostrating on the ground. Tongtian, currently in seclusion, sensed the pressure emanating from the saints, causing his brow to furrow in irritation. When did he become a target for such bullying? In an instant, the might of Tongtian was unleashed, enveloping Golden Ao Island in the force of the laws, the very essence of the Tao stirring. Mystical runes appearing and disappearing across the island. In a heartbeat, the pressure from the saints dissipated, allowing the disciples of Golden Ao Island to breathe a sigh of relief and rise to their feet. Tongtian's voice resonated. You have gone too far. As his words echoed, his figure manifested before the saints. Zhuan interjected, who is truly taking advantage of whom? Tongtian, you must provide an explanation to me and Brother Jian today. As he spoke, Tongtian noticed Zhuan's missing teeth and chuckled. What happened to your teeth? Ha! The laughter rang out, but Zhuan's expression darkened to its utmost, harboring deep resentment. The power of the laws wielded by Jinchanzi had rendered their teeth unable to regenerate swiftly. Even with their saintly cultivation, some time was required. While Tongtian laughed, the other saints visibly struggled to suppress their own discomfort. Jian shouted, Tongtian, stop deflecting. The disciples of the branch sect can wield the red lotus karma fire. Can you still claim ignorance of the branch sect's dealings? What are you truly conspiring with that mysterious power? If you intend to involve the common people, we shall not allow you to succeed, even if it costs us our lives. Tongtian fell silent for a moment before responding with a smile. So, you have lost your teeth as well? They appear quite symmetrical with Zhuan's. How amusing. Ha! The other saints' faces flushed slightly, struggling to maintain their composure after the earlier laughter. Tongtian, this is quite unbecoming of you. Why divert the conversation? Besides the 12th rank karma lotus, what else could possibly extract the red lotus karma fire from the netherworld? You must know of the branch sect. There is no need for further concealment. The voice of Yuan Shi Tianzuan rang out. Tongtian replied nonchalantly, if I truly knew, why would I allow it to be exposed? There are myriad pathways to time. The red lotus karma fire is not solely reliant on the 12th rank karma lotus for extraction. To fabricate accusations is to find fault without cause. Taishang Laojun then interjected, Tongtian, there is no need for further excuses. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, before he could finish, Tongtian interrupted, what do you mean by if? Could it be that they intend to annihilate my Golden Ao Island? I say I do not know, and that is the truth. Do you take me for one of your kind? Humph. If a battle is desired, then let it commence. What need is there for excuses? Do you think I fear you? As these words were uttered, the clouds churned violently, the sun and moon dimmed, the waters of the four seas stood still, and the very heavens trembled. Within Golden Ao Island, the sword energy surged into the sky, the aura of slaughter circulated, a sight most terrifying. The saints gasped in astonishment. Is it truly to be a life and death struggle over a mere disagreement? Does it seem as though the Tongtian sect leader harbors intentions of assimilation? What astonished the saints even further was the remarkable advancement in the cultivation of the Tongtian sect leader. This, at their current level of mastery, one would find it exceedingly difficult to make progress. Were it easy, there would be no need for their plotting. Yet, within such a brief period, the Tongtian's cultivation had progressed significantly. There must be something amiss. Most certainly, something is afoot. Initially, it was merely speculation. But the rapid enhancement of Tongtian's mastery in such a short span raised alarms. If this pace of advancement continues, Tongtian will undoubtedly surpass them all, potentially breaking free from the heavenly path to become a being above even the Tao ancestor. Is this the benefit conferred upon him by the so-called supreme beings of the sect? They acknowledged a tinge of envy, jealousy, longing, and fear swirling within them. Chapter 59. I bestow upon you a divine skill, known as the Sunflower Scripture. The sentiments of the saints were complex. As the voice of the Tongtian sect leader resounded once more, what is this? Are you waiting for me to make a move? This voice roused the saints from their reverie. Both Quan Yin and Jie remained silent, recognizing that now was not the time for battle. Moreover, Tongtian's audacity surely came with its own stratagem. Engaging in combat was unwise at this moment. At this juncture, Laozi spoke, Tongtian, my junior. There is no need for such fervor. We merely sought clarification. After all, the grand design of the canonization of gods was decreed by the Tao ancestor, not solely by us. Regarding the matters of the sect, I hope you will exert more effort, for we are all disciples of the Tao ancestor, sharing the same roots. How could we resort to violence? Furthermore, our conflict would yield no benefit for the common folk. So Tongtian, do remain calm. With Laozi's words, the saints departed from Golden Ao Island without achieving their aims. At this moment, the disciples of Golden Ao Island stood tall, their spirits filled with pride. As their master single-handedly repelled several saints, this spectacle was indeed exhilarating. Henceforth, among the myriad sects, the Jie Sect would stand at the forefront. Yin Xiao exclaimed, "How does my master truly evoke the sensation of a being from the sect? Has he perhaps joined the sect?" Alas, Yin Xiao quickly shook his head. Such a notion was simply implausible. The leader of their sect joining the other sect? What a folly! The Tongtian sect leader then disdainfully remarked, "Yin Xiao, matters within the sect shall remain under your purview. I shall continue my seclusion. Should they return, inform them that upon my emergence, I shall engage in battle. Let them weigh their options and act with conviction, understand?" "Yes, master," Yin Xiao replied. She was somewhat unable to rise to the occasion, primarily due to her lack of real strength. Did she truly consider herself among the ranks of the sect's elite? Nevertheless, since the master had spoken, it was only natural to comply. Meanwhile, outside Jinao Island, the assembly of saints convened. The foremost among them, Zhou, asserted that Tongtian must be aware of the sect and was undoubtedly colluding with the so-called leader of the sect to plot against the impending calamity of the deification. Their schemes must not succeed. The immediate priority was to identify this so-called leader. Given the current circumstances, it was certain that this person was an unparalleled being from beyond the realms, possessing immense powers. Logically, such a supreme being would disdain the trivial gains from the deification calamity, unless they had suffered some injury and sought to restore their peak condition. This was the assertion of the primordial Heavenly Lord. The other saints nodded slightly. The primordial Heavenly Lord's conjecture held the greatest likelihood, coinciding with their own speculations. While other possibilities existed, mere conjecture was insufficient. They must expedite the search. It was no longer feasible to rely on Tongtian for assistance. They had to seek alternative avenues. At this moment, Jian spoke, urging them to hasten their search while simultaneously advancing the deification calamity as much as possible, for they could not afford delays. They had invested considerable effort, and should this endeavor fail, how could they hope to progress? Taishang Laojun echoed this sentiment. The remaining saints nodded in agreement. Their only course of action was to propel the grand scheme forward while swiftly locating the so-called leader of the sect. As for restoring order and proceeding as previously planned, yielding to their manipulation was no longer an option. Simultaneously, at Yinshan, the Western Marquis Jichong ascended the mountain for what seemed like countless times. Guided by the immortal S directions, he aimed to overthrow Zhou and establish a new dynasty, extending the fortunes of his nation for 800 years. Yet, despite his frequent visits to Yinshan, he had never encountered the so-called 100th son. This left Jichong questioning whether the immortal had deceived him, and whether there truly existed such a 100th son. Just as Ji Chang's dissatisfaction grew, he spotted a remarkable young man amidst the mountain's peaks, and his eyes brightened with recognition. This must be the one. Without hesitation, Ji Chong hurried toward the young man. At that moment, Lagency, observing Ji Chong's swift approach, couldn't he help but smile, for it was indeed as the master had foretold. Western Marquis Ji Chong had arrived. Moments later, as Ji Chong and Lei Jinzi engaged in conversation, with Lei Jinzi deliberately playing along, Ji Chong joyfully inquired, "Child, would you consent to recognize me as your father?" Upon uttering this, he noticed the boy's sudden change in demeanor, darkening unexpectedly, which caused Ji Chong's previously cheerful countenance to falter, replaced by an inexplicable dread. "What are you barking about?" Lei Jinzi questioned sharply. Ji Chong felt a wave of embarrassment and indignation wash over him, momentarily at a loss for words. "Why the silence?" Lei Jinzi's voice turned cold. "I asked you what you were barking about." Ji Chong replied in a low voice, "Seeing that you are still young and alone, I thought to take you as my adopted son, so you would not be left without support." At that moment, Ji Chong inwardly cursed the immortal, wondering what kind of divine blessing it was to bestow upon him such a reckless bandit. With a sharp slap, Lei Jinzi struck Ji Chong, exclaiming, "Who are you to claim the role of my father?" Another swift blow followed as he coldly demanded, "I am asking you a question. Do you deserve it?" Ji Chang's expression darkened, remaining silent. Lei Jinzi sneered, "What's wrong? Lost your tongue? Or are you merely displaying your pride? Enough of this pretense, call me father." Fury surged within Ji Chong. When had he ever endured such humiliation? He mentally cursed the ancestors of that so-called immortal. "How dare you point at me?" Lei Jinzi continued, swinging his hand to deliver several more slaps, causing stars to dance before Ji Chang's eyes. Lei Jinzi felt a sense of satisfaction. To be treated like a mere pawn and be asked to call someone father? Humph. Just then, a beam of light shot into the cave, accompanied by a commanding voice. "Presumptuous. Destiny has ordained that the West Boy Marquis Ji Chong is your father. Defying destiny and rebelling against authority is sheer treachery." Upon seeing the newcomer, Lei Jinzi's eyes flickered. "You must be Yun Zhongzi." Yun Zhongzi was momentarily taken aback. How do you know? In an instant, a sense of foreboding gripped him, his heart racing. With a grin, Lei Zhenzi replied, I see you possess extraordinary bone structure. You are a rare talent in the path of cultivation. How about I teach you a divine skill? Yun Zhongzi was bewildered. Is this how the story unfolds? This seems rather amiss. You think I possess extraordinary potential, and yet you wish to impart a divine skill to me without having received one from me? Where did things go awry? Despite his confusion, Yun Zhongzi instinctively inquired, what skill? Lei Zhenzi casually responded, the Sunflower Manual. Yun Zhongzi frowned. I have never heard of it. Exactly. For it is a supreme skill, only attainable by those with fate, Lei Zhenzi replied nonchalantly. When he first heard of this skill from his master, he had already envisioned today a scenario. These so-called exalted immortals, wielding significant power, viewed the common folk as mere ants, manipulating them at will, treating all beings as mere livestock to be crushed at their leisure. Today, they would pay a terrible price. With that, Lei Zhenzi flicked his hand, and in a flash, the manual appeared in his grasp. Yun Zhongzi was taken aback. There truly is a manual? But why do I have this unsettling feeling? Here, take it, Lei Zhenzi said, pressing the Sunflower Manual into Yun Zhongzi's hands. Under an inexplicable twist of fate, Yun Zhongzi opened the Sunflower Manual, only to find the first page inscribed with 8 striking characters. To practice divine skills, one must castrate oneself. As he turned the page, he discovered that beyond these 8 characters, there were no further words. Stunned, Yun Zhongzi realized that Lei Zhenzi was playing a cruel joke on him, which ignited a fierce anger within him. You wretched scoundrel! How dare you act with such impudence? In a moment of fury, Yun Zhongzi unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Lei Zhenzi. However, Lei Zhenzi, standing resolutely, received the blow without flinching, while Yun Zhongzi was sent hurtling out of the cave, leaving him utterly astonished. Before he could gather his wits, Lei Zhenzi's figure materialized before him. I extend my goodwill to impart divine skills to you, and yet you refuse to practice and repay kindness with enmity. Humph. Since it has come to this, you shall practice this divine art today. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhongzi's expression darkened. How could this wretch utter such words? Was this even human speech? Divine skills indeed. There were only the 4 characters Sunflower Manual on the cover and the 8 characters about self-castration on the first page. Was this truly what one called divine skills? He was determined to see what capabilities Lei Zhenzi possessed. Yun Zhongzi, with a cold sneer, prepared to unleash his might. Logically, the events should not have unfolded in this manner. Lei Zhenzi's emergence was clearly out of place. What had transpired, Yun Zhongzi could not fathom. However, now that matters had escalated to this point, he was resolved to subdue this wretch and compel him to adhere to the established course of events. In an instant, radiance enveloped Yun Zhongzi as he exerted the utmost of his powers to summon the divine ability to move mountains and fill seas. A torrent of force surged towards Lei Zhenzi, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and the clouds of the 9 heavens to sag. Nevertheless, to Lei Zhenzi, this grand display was pathetically weak. With a mere wave of his hand, Yun Zhongzi's formidable power vanished into thin air like a cow sinking into the sea, causing the low-hanging clouds to dissipate. Is that all? Lei Zhenzi remarked, taken aback by the unexpected weakness of Yun Zhongzi. His tone and demeanor revealed that he had not anticipated such a feeble display. Yun Zhongzi, feeling deeply insulted, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as a scorching aura enveloped the entirety of Yinshan. The earth trembled violently, and 8 towering pillars of divine fire erupted from the ground, each standing over 3 zhang high and a zhang in diameter, arranged in the 8 trigrams, encircling Lei Zhenzi within their fiery embrace. Quite interesting, but not remarkable. Lei Zhenzi scoffed. Yun Zhongzi, feeling a profound sense of insult, retorted, You wretched scoundrel, how brazen you are. He summoned his full power to activate the divine fire pillars. In an instant, each pillar released 49 fire dragons, surrounding him in flames, as their collective might surged towards Lei Zhenzi, intent on engulfing him. The combined strength of 8 divine fire pillars, each with 49 fire dragons, was more than capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. In response, the power of the laws flowed gently around Lei Zhenzi, as the fire dragon dissipated slowly like grains of sand in the wind. The 8 pillars of divine fire showed numerous cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Yun Zhongzi was greatly alarmed. He sensed the power of the laws. Could it be that Lei Zhenzi was a Deluo golden immortal? How could this be? Suppressing his astonishment, Yun Zhongzi summoned his golden staff, soaring and swirling like the sound of wind and rain, advancing and retreating with the ferocity of dragons and serpents, turning as a fierce tiger shakes its head, rising and falling like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, roaring and shimmering with brilliance. As the pillars of divine fire appeared to be on the brink of destruction, Yuan Shi hurriedly retracted them. These pillars were the result of immense effort on his part and held great significance in his endeavor to establish himself as a deity. They could not be allowed to be destroyed, for reforging them would prove to be a formidable task. As he drew back the pillars, Yuan Shi struck at Lei Jinzi with his golden staff. The staff surged with an aura like a rainbow, and in an instant, the sound of wind reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the universe, fierce as the wings of a rock, menacing as the spirit of a mountain bear. It must be said that this golden staff was truly a remarkable treasure, possessing formidable power, capable of splitting mountains with a mere strike. In the next moment, Lei Jinzi reached out and grasped the staff, the power of the laws swirling around him, causing its might to instantly dissipate, securely held in his hand. A Deluo golden immortal. Yuan Shi was aghast. If he had been uncertain before, he was now fully convinced that Lei Jinzi was indeed at the level of a Deluo golden immortal. How else could he wield the power of the laws? Who is your master? Yuan Shi demanded. I am a disciple of the Jie. Lei Jinzi replied with pride, standing tall. The Jie, the master of Tongtian. Yuan Shi murmured, his brow furrowing deeply. How could Lei Jinzi have been accepted into the Jie? No, it is the branch of the Jie. My master is not the master of Tongtian. Lei Jinzi quickly clarified. Yuan Shi was taken aback. A branch of the Jie. Although Lei Jinzi's emergence was somewhat unexpected, it seemed hardly plausible that a branch of the Jie could cultivate him into a Deluo golden immortal. Had he been in seclusion for far too long, unaware of the vast changes in the world? Unfamiliar with the branch of the Jie, Yuan Shi had remained in isolation. Were it not for the methods left behind in Yanshan, sensing Lei Jinzi's aura, he would still be in seclusion. At this moment, Yuan Shi realized he was no match for Lei Jinzi and intended to retreat. He needed to return to his sect and inquire with his master regarding this branch of the Jie. In an instant, Yuan Shi vanished, and upon witnessing this, Lei Jinzi waved his hand, tearing the fabric of space and pulling Yuan Shi back. You come and go without so much as a word. Is this how you show courtesy? Moreover, I have kindly offered to teach you supreme skills, yet you leave before even practicing them. As he spoke, Yuan Shi trembled. Do not act recklessly. I am a disciple of a sage. Lei Jinzi responded indifferently. And what of being a disciple of a sage? Does being a disciple of a sage grant you the right to be uncouth? Humph. With a heart full of sincerity, I impart to you my profound skills. Yet you display ingratitude and even dare to threaten me? Yuan Shi. How utterly shameless of you. You claim to impart divine skills, but it appears you are merely seeking to harm my precious self. And now you continue to spew outrageous justifications. How detestable. Then, the voice of Lei Jinzi resounded. And what of the saint? Should a saint come, let him also receive a transformation, allowing him to cultivate this divine skill. What? Surely the saint would not repay kindness with malice. Yuan Shi. Do you not hear the words you utter? Is a saint someone you can so casually insult? Is that not courting death? Even the Tongtian patriarch would not dare such a thing. Tongtian patriarch. Who dares to slander me? I would not dare. Huh. You wretched creature, to defame me? You truly deserve to perish. Chapter 61. Swift action, superior skill. As Yuan Shi was bound and dragged into the cave, he cried out for his master, the primordial heavenly sovereign. In the jade void palace of Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly sovereign's gaze sharpened slightly. He sensed Yuan Shi's plea for help. When the circumstances within the cave became clear, he observed Lei Jinzi handling a set of neatly arranged blades. The primordial heavenly sovereign was momentarily taken aback, for that set of blades appeared exceedingly familiar. In an instant, he recalled that these tools bore a striking resemblance to those of Shi, nearly indistinguishable. Has Lei Jinzi joined the sect of Jie? Hiss. Suddenly, a chill crept down the primordial heavenly sovereign's back, for to his astonishment, Shiboho Jichong was also imprisoned within the cave. Jichong was a pivotal figure in the investiture of the gods, and must not come to harm. The primordial heavenly sovereign resolved to act. When Lei Jinzi took action, he would discreetly rescue Jichong. As for Yuan Shi, he would need to vent his frustrations, lest he incessantly pursue Jichong, which would lead to complications. Of course, this was only part of the reason. More importantly, Jichong was easier to rescue if not in Lei Jinzi's grasp. Forcibly rescuing Yuan Shi could cost him his life. Indeed, at Yanshan, within the cave, Yuan Shi was enveloped in a haze of confusion and despair. His cries bore no fruit. He envisioned his master intervening, yet he awaited in vain. Why? Is my master in seclusion, burdened by trivial matters? A sudden gust of cold wind swept past him. Had the ordeal begun? Yun Zhongzi snapped back from his stupor and began to struggle desperately, but to no avail. At this moment, Lei Jinzi hesitated. After all, this was his first time undertaking such an act. No worries, I shan't fear. Though it is my first attempt, I will strive to do my utmost. Upon hearing Lei Jinzi's words, Yun Zhongzi's eyes widened in shock, his struggles intensifying. This is your first time? Can you manage this? No, please do not approach. Could we not have someone else take my place? I vehemently demand a replacement. What am I even thinking? Ji Chong, huh? Fortunately, it is not I who bears the brunt. With the first to join forces, I shall suffer less when my time comes. What am I thinking? Help! Someone! Save me! At this moment, under the frantic gestures of Lei Jinzi, the preliminary arrangements had already been envisioned. During this frantic display, Yun Zhongzi had fainted, his eyes rolling back. Upon witnessing Yun Zhongzi's unconsciousness, Lei Jinzi's expression darkened, and with a sweeping gesture, he revived Yun Zhongzi. Yun Zhongzi, bewildered, is it over? It doesn't hurt. The strike was swift, the skill remarkable. Wait. It's still ongoing, hasn't begun yet. To kill and to torment the heart. We have yet to commence. As Yun Zhongzi rolled his eyes, attempting to feint again, it proved futile. Instead, he became sharply alert. This is too excessive. Indeed, far too excessive. What is there to fear? Rest assured, it will be over swiftly, do not be afraid. Lei Jinzi spoke calmly. He then proceeded with his actions. And the anguished screams akin to that of slaughtering pigs echoed, causing Ji Chong to tremble uncontrollably, his trousers dampened. At that moment, within the cave, a surge of laws circulated, and Ji Chang's figure suddenly flickered, vanishing from his location. Lei Jinzi's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, radiant light enveloped him as the space shattered, capturing Ji Chong once more. Upon encountering Lei Jinzi again, Ji Chang's momentary relief evaporated instantly, replaced by a countenance more distressing than tears. What are you trembling for? Fear not, you cannot escape, Lei Jinzi remarked, simultaneously commanding him to cease these petty tricks. I have no intention of harming his reputation. I merely wish to impart a divine skill. If one cannot recognize a benefactor's goodwill. As he spoke, the laws swirled, enveloping the entire cave under their protective power. Even a sage would find it challenging to take Ji Chong away easily. In that instant, Ji Chang's heart sank to the depths. It seemed today he would not entertain thoughts of leaving. Meanwhile, Yun Zhongzi's heart was shrouded in darkness. Ji Chang's disappearance indicated the involvement of his master, implying that the circumstances here were known to him. But why? Why would the master not intervene directly to suppress Lei Jinzi or rescue him? Lei Jinzi's earlier words transcended mere disrespect towards the sage. They were an insult. Even if Lei Jinzi was crucial to the divine calamity, was he untouchable? Was the master in fear? What had transpired during his seclusion? The sect's teachings were in disarray. Moreover, how could the master's intervention prove ineffective? Wasn't Lei Jinzi at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Why would the master save Ji Chong yet abandon him? Why? At this moment, Yun Zhongzi was engulfed in confusion, with a deeper sense of resentment. Compared to Lei Jinzi, his hatred was directed more towards his master. At this moment, Lei Jinzi continued his assault, yet Yun Zhongzi no longer exhibited his previous cries of anguish. He lay motionless, as if deceased, allowing Lei Jinzi to strike without resistance. Time passed unmeasured, and Lei Jinzi successfully facilitated Yun Zhongzi's completion of the first step in his cultivation of divine skills. Pleased with his handiwork, Lei Jinzi smirked at Yun Zhongzi's lifeless demeanor, ignoring him as he proceeded to bind Ji Chong tightly. As the cool breeze caressed the air, Ji Chong, in a flurry of incoherence, pleaded, "Please, do not. I have recognized my errors, esteemed one. I implore your forgiveness. I am willing to offer the entirety of Shichi to you. I beseech you, spare me. From now on, I shall heed your every command, obeying you without question." At these words, Lei Jinzi chuckled. "Shichi? That insignificant place? Do you think I care? Today, your fate is sealed. Even the arrival of a sage will not alter this." Ji Chang's expression darkened. This was the end. He could only hope for a merciful and skilled execution. Just then, within the cave, the power of Lei Jinzi's laws shattered, and a divine presence descended. The voice of Yuan Shi Tianzun echoed, "Do not overstep. Ji Chong of the West, a man of destiny, cannot be treated thus." In response, Lei Jinzi coldly retorted, "Mind your own affairs and step aside. Should you continue to meddle, I shall take from you as well." Ji Chong, Yun Zhongzi. Is that truly a sage? He shows no fear. He dares to claim he will take from the sage? I hope you stand by your word. Yuan Shi Tianzun was furious. the terrifying divine aura threatening to reduce the entire Yan mountain to dust. Lei Jinzi's gaze sharpened as his formidable might surged forth, reaching its zenith. You dare come to my domain and cause chaos. What audacity! Come, fight. If you cannot slay me, I will first eliminate them and then take you as well. Yun Zhongzi, is he truly this fierce? Merely a disciple of the? Even the leader of the would not act so recklessly. Is this not a blatant invitation to death? Chapter 62. Is the treasure genuine? I shall practice it. Lei Jinzi's declaration ignited Yuan Shi Tianzun's wrath. Yet after careful consideration, he deemed it unwise to escalate the situation, wishing to avoid further complications. His intervention was merely to ensure Ji Chang's safety, a minor concession. Not a grave issue. Ji Chang. Yun Zhongzi, do you not wish to reflect on your own words? A minor issue? What is lost matters greatly. Does it not? Can such a thing truly be diminished? Yuan Shi Tianzun, do not be agitated. This can be restored. What is there to fear? Out with the old, in with the new. Ji Chang and Yun Zhongzi, you truly speak no sense. Out with the old, in with the new? Then why don't you partake in it as well? Allow him to assist you as well. Rest assured, his skills are exceptional. Do give it a try. At this moment, the voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign resonated. If you harm Ji Chang, no matter the cost, you shall meet your demise. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation. Ji Chang exclaimed, is that all? The hope that had just blossomed is now shattered in an instant. Yun Zhongzi interjected. What of me? Not a word about my fate. Very well, replied Lei Jinzi with indifference. Initially, there was no intention to kill them. The timing was not right. And it would be unwise to let them perish so easily. As the aura of the primordial heavenly sovereign dissipated, Yun Zhongzi's heart plummeted. Throughout this ordeal, he had never been mentioned. Moreover, how could the esteemed primordial heavenly sovereign harbor fear of a disciple from the sect? Why? Even the celestial teacher would not provoke the primordial heavenly sovereign in such a manner. How could a mere disciple evoke such trepidation? What transpired during his seclusion? Why did the world seem to have taken on an air of peculiarity? At that moment, Ji Chang's anguished cries interrupted Yun Zhongzi's thoughts. As he gazed at Lei Jinzi wielding his blade, Yun Zhongzi's eyes flickered, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he appeared to have reached a decisive conclusion. His gaze resolute. After Lei Jinzi executed his actions with ferocity, he surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. This time, he had undoubtedly improved compared to his initial attempt. Master, called out Yun Zhongzi. Lei Jinzi was taken aback. Who are you addressing? Why, you of course. Master, replied Yun Zhongzi. A chill ran down Lei Jinzi's spine. Had something peculiar awakened within him? Could it be true? Generally, even if one possessed certain attributes, would the effects be so immediate? Ji Chang noted. He does appear to be quite unwell. Observing Lei Jinzi's expression, Yun Zhongzi realized something and hurriedly added, Master, please do not misunderstand. From now on, I shall sever ties with the sect and become your disciple. Whenever I encounter a disciple of the, I shall eliminate them one by one. Lei Jinzi pondered. What scheme is this fellow concocting? Seeing Lei Jinzi's hesitation, Yun Zhongzi pressed on. I am willing to offer my life essence to you, Master. Should I ever betray you, you may obliterate my very being at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Lei Jinzi's eyes flickered with understanding. As a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, he had been disregarded, and now sought revenge, did he? Master, please discern my intentions. However, your strength seems somewhat lacking. After a pause, Lei Jinzi continued. Yet, I do have a suggestion. Please, do share, Master. Yun Zhongzi responded eagerly. Lei Jinzi elaborated. The sunflower scripture is indeed genuine. If you cultivate it, I shall assist you in achieving rapid advancement. In no time, you shall become a great Luo golden immortal or even a quasi-saint. However, you will always bear a flaw. Are you willing to proceed? Of course. Should you ever wish to be reborn, you need only disperse your power. Consider it carefully. Yun Zhongzi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the sunflower scripture was indeed authentic and could expedite his ascent to the great Luo golden immortal, or even to the status of a quasi-saint. Ji Chang exclaimed, is the divine skill truly real? After a moment of contemplation, Yun Zhongzi resolutely declared, please, Master, teach me. Lei Jinzi smiled faintly. Very well. He then proceeded to untie Yun Zhongzi. Without needing further prompting, Yun Zhongzi reverently presented his primordial spirit to Lei Jinzi. This act incited the wrath of the primordial heavenly venerable, who was infuriated that Yun Zhongzi failed to comprehend his earnest intentions and had the audacity to betray him. If he appeared overly concerned, how could Lei Jinzi ever let him off easily? If I were to forcibly rescue you, it might endanger my own life. Furthermore, are you unaware of Ji Chang's significant role in the calamity of the investiture of the gods? Fool, This utter fool. At that moment, within the cave, Lei Zhenzi cast a disdainful glance at Ji Chong, and with a wave of his hand, he flung Ji Chong out of Yanshan. Before he could hit the ground, the primordial heavenly venerable intervened and saved him, subsequently reconstructing his body. Lei Zhenzi, however, paid no heed to this, as he had no intention of subduing Ji Chong. Instead, he began imparting the teachings of the sunflower scripture to Yuan Zhongzi. After self-castration, true energy will arise naturally, flowing into the dantian without obstruction. The method of energy generation is arduous. Abandon the bitterness to achieve tranquility. Once tranquility is attained, your hands will delicately manipulate the flowers. Energy will circulate through the meridians and various acupoints, eventually converging in the dantian. Once the energy is formed, a person is reborn, transcending all. The supreme method has been leaked. Writing a novel is no easy feat, so I implore you not to practice secretly. Just a jest. By the way, is anyone reading this? If no one is, I might as well practice. You wouldn't want me to practice, would you? Grateful for the teachings. Yuan Zhongzi bowed repeatedly to Lei Zhenzi while cautiously voicing his confusion. Master, it seems that the primordial heavenly venerable harbors great apprehension towards you. I have been in seclusion and am unaware of the recent events. In response, Lei Zhenzi replied nonchalantly, his concern is not for me, but for my lineage, my numerous brothers and sisters. As he spoke, Lei Zhenzi waved his hand, replaying the scenes of Yang Jian and Kong Xian battling against the heavenly emperor and the saints. Yuan Zhongzi was astounded, his heart tumultuous. They fiercely struck the heavenly emperor and confronted the saints, even knocking out the teeth of 2 saints. This revelation shattered Yuan Zhongzi's worldview. These formidable individuals were all disciples of the? He had never heard of this before. This sect was even more powerful than the main sect. No wonder the primordial heavenly venerable was so wary. He now considered himself a member of the and felt fortunate for his choice. What nonsense is the primordial heavenly venerable, and what are saints, after all? As long as he followed his master closely, perhaps he could gain some insights from his master's teacher and traverse the entire realm without fear of the saints. This was merely the tip of the iceberg, little Yunzi. If you follow your master, you shall surely enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. Lei Zhenzi gazed at the astonished Yuan Zhongzi, patting him on the shoulder and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. Yuan Zhongzi hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, within the imperial palace and the court, a minister proclaimed, Your Majesty, tomorrow marks the birthday of Lady Nuwa, the mother of our humanity. It is imperative that you visit Nuwa Palace to offer your incense. Chapter 63. The turbulent changes in the Great Shang upon the imperial throne. Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. The momentum of the divine sealing had waned, yet Nuwa insisted on adhering to the predetermined course of the divine sealing. Fully aware that the calamity of the divine sealing was orchestrating the human race, with factions vying for the fortune of humanity. As the mother of humanity, it was one thing for Nuwa not to protect her kin, but to seek a share for herself was utterly audacious. At that moment, when Zhou, Huang Feihu, and others who understood the divine sealing's implications looked towards Xian, awaiting his decision. Approved. Xian's voice resonated. Your Majesty is indeed wise. One minister exclaimed. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly plunged into the abyss of the Yellow Springs, though his time had yet to come. After the court session, a select few, including Wen Zhong, Huang Feihu, and Bai Gan, were retained by Xian. Your Majesty, will you truly go offer incense tomorrow? Bai Gan inquired. Xian nodded slightly. Naturally, I wish to see how Nuwa intends to compel me to compose lewd poetry. Moreover, I shall seize this opportunity to dismantle Nuwa Palace. From henceforth, humanity shall no longer pay homage to Nuwa. Of course, should Nuwa refrain from intervening tomorrow, humanity will continue to offer reverence, for she is, after all, the mother of our kind. Upon hearing Xian's words, Wen Zhong and the others expressed their agreement. Xian then shifted the conversation, asking, How have you progressed with the tasks I assigned? Wen Zhong replied first, Your Majesty, the heavenly ladder is nearing completion. It will be finished in about a month. We have also gathered 100,000 cultivators, among whom over 1,000 possess exceptional talents. The cannons you instructed us to construct have now entered the testing phase and will soon be ready for mass production. Xian nodded slightly. Good. Your efforts are commendable. Grand Tutor, once the cannons are prepared, it will mark the time for our great Shang to unify the world. At that moment, I will require your leadership. I shall not fail in my duty, and I will assist your Majesty in ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity, Wen Zhong eagerly affirmed. At this juncture, Bai Gan interjected, Your Majesty, sweet potatoes and potatoes have now spread throughout the Great Shang, cultivated by all. Except for the major foreign lords, all land has been nationalized. Furthermore, the development of the train, as you instructed, has also reached the testing phase. I believe it won't be long before the train is operational. As Bygone finished speaking, Xian responded, "Excellent. Granduncle, your efforts are appreciated. The train project must be expedited. Additionally, we must accelerate the research and development of automobiles and high-speed trains. If manpower is insufficient, recruit more workers. I leave this matter to your discretion." Bygone promptly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured. I will hasten the progress and ensure the successful completion of this endeavor." Huang Feihu responded, "Your Majesty, the elite among the elite that you instructed me to train has now shown remarkable results. The least among them possesses the cultivation of a true immortal, while the most accomplished has reached the pinnacle of a golden immortal. Furthermore, I have enhanced the weaponry as per your directive. The materials have been upgraded, and the bullets are inscribed with talismans, their power rivaling that of postnatal spiritual treasures." Emperor Xian nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with the efficiency displayed by his subordinates. Under his governance, the current Deshang has increasingly approached the world described by his revered master. One day, he shall transform Deshang into the world envisioned by his mentor, where mortals can ascend to the heavens and traverse vast distances in a single day. Dismissed. Prepare thoroughly for tomorrow's affairs, commanded Emperor Xian. Yes, the group replied in unison. As they exited the imperial palace, when Zhou and his companions contemplated the events of the following day, already possessing a general anticipation of what was to transpire. However, they bore no worries. The flourishing scene of Deshang served as a testament to the king being the hope of humankind, heralding a great resurgence for the human race. In fact, when Zhou and his companions felt a subtle sense of eagerness for the arrival of tomorrow, which promised to be a crucial turning point for the resurgence of humanity. Meanwhile, not far from the Three Immortals Island, on an unnamed isle, a shrill voice rang out, "Lecher, meet your demise." As the focus sharpened, two stunningly beautiful women, their faces flushed, besieged a young man clad in white, whose handsome visage exuded an ethereal charm. Faced with the onslaught of the two enchanting women, the young man helplessly replied, "This is the training ground of this sovereign, and you have taken advantage of my spiritual spring, reaping immense benefits. How can you be so insatiable?" At that moment, the young man felt exasperated, for they had clearly gained a considerable advantage. The two beautiful women were both embarrassed and furious, yet found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. They had assumed the spiritual spring was a natural resource, unaware that it belonged to someone. Although they had benefited from the spring, they had also been thoroughly scrutinized by this young man from the moment they arrived. In their humiliation and anger, they merely wished to teach him a lesson to relieve their frustrations, harboring no intent to kill. However, their indignation soon gave way to astonishment. Despite their quasi-saint cultivation, they struggled to subdue him even when working in tandem. In an instant, the two women ceased their relentless assault, channeling the power of the laws. The clouds of the 9 heavens darkened, an overwhelming pressure descended, and the universe seemed to turn upside down. The elusive Great Path talismans, combined with the force of the laws, transformed into binding ropes aimed at ensnaring the young man. Upon witnessing this, the young man smiled indifferently. Not only was he stunningly handsome, but his strength was also formidable. Just the right time for 2 maidservants. Have you considered? He jested. This audacity only served to infuriate the 2 women further, and the power of the laws intensified considerably. Yet, as the force approached, it dissipated within 3 feet of the young man, akin to a pebble sinking into the ocean, causing only the faintest ripples. The 2 women were taken aback, observing the youth's cultivation, which seemed to be at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Their combined efforts as quasi-saints proved utterly ineffective. The overwhelming force of the laws failed to exert any influence. How could this be? What can you do against me? How about becoming my maid? It won't be in vain. Serve me well, and I shall impart a few insights that will be of boundless benefit to you. The spiritual spring you just fled from, feel free to soak in it. I can accompany you if you wish. The boy's voice resonated. This only incited greater indignation in the 2 women. One of them retorted, "You scoundrel, we had no intention of taking your life, but do not push your luck, or else we shall not hold back." Upon hearing this, the youth smiled faintly. "What other tricks do you have? Do not keep them hidden. You wish to kill me. You lack the strength to do so. Even if a saint were to come, they could not harm me." The 2 women were taken aback. Such arrogance in his words. He claims that even a saint could do nothing against him. It's mere bluster without consequence. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his demeanor. The 2 women, consumed by their anger, did not ponder further. If you seek death, then I shall grant it to you, one of them declared loudly. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire island. Fierce winds arose, clouds surged. The very heavens trembled, and the space seemed on the verge of shattering, with golden lights scattering and shooting towards the sky. Chapter 64. A forceful grapes is not sweet, yet it quenches thirst. In that moment, the ethereal figures of two golden serpentine dragons emerged, their source being the golden serpent scissors. Transformed from two dragons that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, nourished by the sun and moon. They twisted and turned in the air, their heads meeting as if to cut, their tails entwining like a whip. Even an enlightened immortal would find it difficult to escape their grip, rendering them a formidable weapon. At this juncture, the identities of the two women became clear. One was the celestial maiden Xiong Xiao, and the other, the celestial maiden Bai Xiao. In an instant, the two golden serpentine dragons surged forth with unmatched might towards the youth, exuding tremendous power. Witnessing the dragon's assault, the youth remained steadfast, not moving an inch. As the golden serpentine dragons approached, mysterious runes swirled around him, preventing the two dragons from advancing, halting them at bay. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao exchanged astonished glances, realizing that the golden serpent scissors had no effect on this individual. With a mere wave of his hand, the golden light dissipated, and the two golden serpentine dragons reverted to their original forms, landing in Bai Xiao's grasp. Is this all you have? The youth's derisive voice echoed. Then, the space trembled as he continued. It seems it is time for me to make my move. In an instant, the laws surged, and golden lotus flowers sprouted from the earth. Before Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao could react, they were swiftly suppressed. Though a forceful grape may not be sweet, it indeed quenches thirst. He chuckled. At this moment, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were both in a state of panic. This lecherous individual seemed poised to engage in bizarre antics. Wait, we are disciples of the sage. If you dare, before Xiong Xiao could finish her words, the young man contemptuously interjected, sage? What of a sage? Would I, the emperor, fear such a trivial being? Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao exchanged incredulous glances. Is this fellow mad? How about we make a wager? If my elder sister arrives, we shall join forces and surely vanquish you. Since you fear not the sage, do you dare to battle all three of us sisters? If we fail to subdue you, we shall willingly serve as your handmaidens. But if you resort to force now, we shall not allow you to succeed, even if it costs us our lives. Yuan Shao declared with resolve. Upon hearing this, the young man replied slowly, very well. It is settled. With that, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao sighed in relief and hastily relayed the message to their elder sister. Once she arrived, they were confident they could overpower this individual. Meanwhile, on Jian Island, Yuan Shao received the news with a furrowed brow. Without hesitation, she felt the space around her tremble and vanished from her location in an instant. In the blink of an eye, her figure reappeared on the nameless island, where she found her elder sister had arrived. Instantly, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao felt a surge of confidence. Elder sister. Yuan Shao nodded slightly, her gaze shifting towards the young man. She was momentarily taken aback. With her cultivation, she could not discern his true nature. A thought flickered in her mind. Could this fellow be affiliated with the Jie Sect? What? Still not making a move? I have a wager with your two sisters. If you three cannot subdue me, your sisters shall serve as my handmaidens. The young man's voice echoed. Yuan Shao remained silent and directly unleashed her divine powers, inverting the principles of yin and yang, causing the cosmos to lose its order and the sun and moon to behave abnormally, as if she were distorting right and wrong, mingling black and white. This was known as the divine prison heavenly calamity, a reversal of all things, capable of turning the world upside down. A formidable surge of law's power rushed toward the young man, an utterly terrifying force. Yuan Zhao's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, and she was qualified to attain true sainthood. Her power was indeed formidable, far exceeding that of Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. However, for the young man, such methods were still insufficient. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao also joined in the attack, yet their efforts fell short. As the overwhelming power could not penetrate within 3 feet of him, Yuan Zhao's gaze flickered slightly, and then she summoned the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, unleashing a powerful force that radiated with myriad golden lights. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper possessed immense spatial divine power, its capacity akin to the vastness of the universe. This vessel had existed since the dawn of creation, filled with boundless mysteries, capable of containing all treasures of the world, and possessing an irresistible force that could draw in celestial beings and objects. As the golden light enveloped the young man, he felt an overwhelming suction attempting to draw him into the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. At that moment, The young man's surrounding laws began to whirl, intricate symbols intertwining, forming a barrier that repelled the terrifying force of attraction. Subsequently, the youth delivered a punch, producing a sound akin to that of a bronze bell, causing the myriad golden rays to vanish in an instant, and the primordial golden dipper dimmed, retreating back to Yunxiao's hand. This left the three of them, including Yunxiao, utterly astonished. The activation of the primordial golden dipper, combined with the sisters' united efforts, was effortlessly shattered by a single blow. At that moment, the flicker in Yunxiao's gaze indicated that the identity of this individual no longer required speculation. Is that all? The youth remarked with a hint of disdain. This provoked anger in Xiongxiao and Bixiao. Elder sister, with our formation, we shall surely subdue him. Yunxiao calmly responded, we sisters possess another formation, known as the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. We seek your guidance. The youth, seemingly impatient, replied, bring it on. Wait, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation? Just now. Was that the primordial golden dipper and the golden dragon scissors? They must be the three heavenly maidens that our master spoke of. Realization dawned upon her. How could I have overlooked it earlier? I was too focused on, cough, cough. Are the disciples of the sect truly this weak? Let us see just how formidable the so-called Nine Curves Yellow River Formation is. At this juncture, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao commenced the arrangement of the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Within it lay the illusory immortal elixir and the sealing immortal technique, capable of ensnaring the essence of immortals, extinguishing their spirits, trapping their forms, depleting their vitality, and obliterating the very foundation of their divine existence. Immortals entering this formation would be rendered mortal, while mortals would be utterly annihilated. In an instant, the formation emanated a cosmic energy, positioning itself like the Yellow River. A chilling wind swept through, invading the senses, while black mist shrouded the sun and moon. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair, shrouded in darkness. The essence of life dissipated, rendering one's thousand-year cultivation as mere illusions, stripping away spirit and vitality. Even the mightiest would falter under such trials. Within the formation, the youth remarked nonchalantly, it appears rather commendable, far superior to your previous techniques. Nevertheless, is that all there is to it? In response, Bixiao scoffed, such arrogance. Even a sage would find it impossible to escape this formation. A moment's carelessness would lead to grave consequences. Prepare for your journey to the netherworld. Qiongxiao added. To become a spirit trapped within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation is indeed a privilege for you. In contrast to her sisters, Yunxiao furrowed her brows in silence. Having already anticipated the outcome, her suspicions regarding his identity had solidified. This Nine Curves Yellow River Formation would prove ineffective against him. However, it would not be easy to break the formation. She was curious to witness how he would accomplish this. Yet, the youth remained unperturbed, declaring, it's merely a trivial formation, hardly challenging to dismantle. As his words fell, a colossal white hound began to materialize behind him, its power radiating forth, surrounded by the symbols of the great Tao, with laws swirling around it. Then, he thrust forth a punch. Chapter 65. My life on the deserted island with the celestial maiden. With the delivery of this punch, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation trembled violently. The three women exchanged astonished glances, fully aware of the formation's might. The strength of that single blow was astonishing enough to destabilize the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, nearly shattering it completely. At this moment, Bixiao's voice rang out. You shall never break this formation. Cease your futile struggle. The youth smiled indifferently, indeed possessing a certain charm. One punch was insufficient, so let there be another. I have traversed countless miles and practiced millions of punches. Merely a trifling formation. As his voice echoed, a second punch was unleashed. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, and the earth trembled with swirling sand and flying stones. The sunlight dimmed, and the moonlight faded, while the nameless isle quivered under the sheer force. Like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. The very fabric of space fractured, the waters surrounding the island surged violently, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Utterly terrifying. In that singular punch, the trio from Yunxiao sensed a glimmer of profound truth. When the storm subsided, the youth stood tall and proud, while the trio from Yunxiao gasped for breath, waves crashing around them. The Nine Curves of the Yellow River Formation lay shattered. 2 punches. Merely 2 punches. And he had dismantled the formation. No technique, just raw power. A singular strength can shatter myriad laws. The hearts of the trio from Yunxiao quaked, waves of shock rippling through them. Though Yunxiao had anticipated this, she could not help but be astonished. What is your name, and who is your master? She inquired. Regaining her composure, the youth puffed out his chest, declaring, I am a disciple of the Jie Sect. You may refer to me as the White Emperor." At that moment, pride resonated in the words of the White Emperor. According to his master, he should be called the Celestial Hound, a name he deemed unworthy and rather unpleasant. Drawing inspiration from his master's tales, he had chosen the title White Emperor for himself. Xiao and Bai Xiao were momentarily taken aback. Jie Sect. They should have deduced this earlier. In truth, they had already suspected it to some extent after the formation was broken, yet they remained uncertain. Yuan Shi, however, wore an expression of affirmation, having had her suspicions from the very beginning. Before Xiao and Bai Xiao could utter a word, Yuan Shi spoke first. "Let us abide by the wager. Our sect's lineage need not be disclosed. Henceforth, my 2 younger sisters shall serve as your celestial maidens. I hope you will treat them kindly." Xiao, Bai Xiao. "Sister, what is happening? White Emperor, what is this woman thinking? As long as they serve diligently, they shall not be mistreated." Although the White Emperor was unaware of Yuan Shi's intentions, he responded in kind. "Thank you, celestial being." After a brief pause, Yuan Shi continued, "Celestial being, may I have a word with my 2 sisters? There are matters I wish to convey to ensure their service is satisfactory." The White Emperor nodded slightly. "Very well." Subsequently, Yuan Shi drew Xiao and Bai Xiao aside and said, "From now on, you shall serve as celestial maidens. It is imperative you provide diligent service. Do not worry about matters back home." Though she spoke so, she secretly transmitted a message, indicating that being near a disciple of the Jie Sect and receiving his guidance would be beneficial. Additionally, after some time, once they became more familiar, they should subtly inquire about the sect to discern who truly holds authority within. This matter is of utmost importance. The master has been investigating the Jie Sect for some time, but has yet to uncover any clues. "We must rely on you." Xiao replied, "Understood, sister. We will investigate thoroughly." "Good." At this moment, Yuan Shi and her companions believed their clandestine exchanges were flawless. However, they had not anticipated that every word had already reached the ears of the White Emperor. The White Emperor understood Yuan Shi's intentions, seeking to probe into the master. Was she? Perhaps fearing that her beauty was too striking and her thoughts even more so. Very well. The days ahead would surely be splendid with these 2 celestial maidens. Could it be that I might pen a book? Perhaps titled, "My Life on a Deserted Island with 2 Celestial Maidens," or "The Years I Spent with 2 Celestial Maidens on a Deserted Island," or even "The Tales of the 100 Children I Had with 2 Celestial Maidens." Goodness, am I truly a genius? Indeed, I am magnificent. Soon, Yuan Shi entrusted her 2 younger sisters to the White Emperor and departed. Watching her retreating figure, the White Emperor chuckled. "Come, accompany me to enjoy a spiritual bath." "Get lost," exclaimed Xiao and Bai Xiao in unison. "We are maidens. Do not let your imagination run wild." The White Emperor replied, "It seems that my life on the deserted island will require additional effort before the tale begins." Xiao and Bai Xiao thought, "We must keep an eye on this rascal." However, the spiritual spring was unlike anything they had encountered before. After only a brief immersion, their stagnant cultivation had remarkably progressed. Once they had secured themselves against this scoundrel, they would need to indulge in the spring more frequently. The following day in Chaoga, the sky was a deep azure, and the sun illuminated the layers of clouds. The emperor's grand procession emerged from Fengshen, banners of auspicious colors fluttering. The dragon-spirited sword exhaled clouds and mist, and the crimson feathered banners swayed under the celestial bodies. The willows glistened with dew at dawn, and stream flowers sparkled against the emerald robes. To witness the emperor's grand tour, nations adorned in finery paid homage to the enlightened ruler. As they exited the southern gate of Chaoga, every household burned incense and set up altars, festooning their doors with colorful decorations. 3,000 iron cavalry and 800 imperial guards accompanied, with King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu, safeguarding the emperor, followed by the entire court of civil and military officials. When Zhou, Bai Gan, and a few others maintained unwavering gazes, their eyes filled with earnest anticipation. Today must mark a turning point for humanity, a day destined to be etched in the annals of history. They would witness the dawn of a new era, the resurgence of the human race, and the enduring legacy of the Shang dynasty for millennia. Upon reaching the front of Enhua Palace, they beheld its resplendence, 5 colors shimmering, golden boys holding banners in pairs, and jade maidens presenting auspicious objects. Jade hooks hung askew, a crescent moon suspended in the air, and the jeweled canopies fluttered with countless colorful phoenixes. By the azure bed, cranes danced gracefully, and the fragrant throne was crafted with dragons and phoenixes soaring. Extraordinary hues adorned the scene, with golden furnaces emitting auspicious vapors, swirling into purple mist. and silver candles radiating brilliance. Gazing upon the opulence of Enwa Palace, the expression on Dxian's face grew increasingly grim. Had humanity ever wronged Enwa? Revered as the mother of humanity, she was endlessly honored, yet now she plotted against humanity, seeking to siphon its fortunes to replenish her own. Today, I shall see what means Enwa possesses. As Dxian approached the Enwa Palace, a sudden and fierce wind arose, an unexpected and unusual occurrence. At this moment, Dxian harbored a cold smile within, recognizing that this sudden gale aimed to suppress his reason and amplify his desires. How could the esteemed Saint Nuwa resort to such trifling tactics? Were he merely a mortal, he would have already fallen victim, and the celestial tribulation would have proceeded as predetermined. Dxian's inner mockery deepened as he silently mused. Nuwa, I have bestowed upon you an opportunity, yet you have failed to cherish it. Thus, do not blame me for the consequences. Your position as the mother of humanity has reached its end. Dxian stood there in a daze, motionless, provoking suspicion among his ministers. However, when Zhou and a few others felt a twinge of concern but refrained from acting hastily, placing their trust in their king, Nuwa, perplexed, wondered why Dxian remained unresponsive. Chapter 66. So this is the nature of your majesty. Just as Nuwa was puzzled by the deviation from the established narrative, her divine statue suddenly erupted with resplendent light. In an instant, the heavens above were adorned with myriad rainbows and radiant hues, as a spectral figure loomed above the Nuwa Palace. The entire Chowga, along with distant cities, beheld this sight. And in that moment, the human race erupted in fervor. The Lady Nuwa. Quickly bow down. The Lady Nuwa has manifested, blessing our kind. The king's offering had elicited the manifestation of the Lady Nuwa, promising that humanity would thrive under his leadership. Long live the king. The Shang dynasty shall endure through the ages, a legacy to be passed down, ensuring the stability of our realm. Nuwa, bewildered, questioned the unfolding circumstances. At that moment, a voice both ethereal and commanding resonated. I, Nuwa, the mother of humanity, feel remorse for my kin. A great calamity approaches. Humanity stands upon the precipice, and the tides of fate are insurmountable. I find myself powerless to protect them, and thus, I feel unworthy to face my people, undeserving of their offerings. The path of the great Tao encompasses 50, with heaven yielding 49. One must retreat, and by the grace of heaven, the Emperor Dxian represents that retreat. Whether humanity can flourish and evade this calamity rests upon Dxian's shoulders. In that instant, the crowd surged anew, realizing that even the Lady Nuwa could no longer shield them from impending doom. Only the king could avert this catastrophe and support the crumbling edifice. The king embodies our sole hope. I have long proclaimed that he is a monarch unparalleled in antiquity. He shall undoubtedly surpass the three sovereigns, guiding our Shang dynasty and our people toward prosperity. Listening to the fervent discussions, Dxian felt a profound satisfaction with the unfolding spectacle. Nuwa, as the mother of humanity, held an indelible place in the hearts of her children. Thus, sealing the Nuwa Palace and severing the offerings was the most prudent course of action. By voicing her sentiments, he aligned himself with Nuwa's intent, seizing the moral high ground, leaving no room for those with ulterior motives to incite discord. As all of humanity willingly complies without obstruction, it will not be long before Nuwa holds no position in the hearts of the people, replaced instead by the great king of Shang. Simultaneously, Dxian awakens, filled with trepidation, exclaiming, Lady Nuwa, what merit or ability do I possess to undertake such a monumental responsibility? I implore you to reconsider. The hope of humanity still resides in you. The voice of Nuwa resounds once more. Dxian, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. You are the current emperor of humanity, endowed with exceptional talent and strategy. You shall undoubtedly lead humanity to prosperity. Your future achievements will be no less significant than those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Dxian, I have great expectations for you. Do not disappoint me. Those in the know, such as Wen Zhou, are astonished. Goodness, the king is indeed lavish in his self-praise. Remarkably, he appears so composed, as if it were truly Nuwa's commendation rather than a self-directed performance. I never anticipated such a side to our king. Before Dxian could finish, Nuwa's voice interrupted. There is no need for further discussion. In this great calamity, I cannot protect humanity. If I continue to receive offerings, it would surely backfire upon myself. If the king is truly sincere, you must cease the offerings. I implore you to comply. Dxian, appearing troubled, ultimately concedes, I shall heed Lady Nuwa's wishes. The crowd buzzes with murmurs, alas. The king must be feeling immense sorrow and helplessness at this moment. What can be done? If the offerings do not cease and Yuan is harmed, we will truly become sinners. Observing the king's expression fills me with sorrow. I feel like weeping. The king must gather himself. We still rely on him for the prosperity of humanity. Xian, the people are most sincere. When Zhou and others are perplexed, sadness? That the king isn't laughing is already remarkable. I truly admire his willpower to restrain himself so. Xian muses, shouldn't we admire the performance? According to my master, the drama academy is where I truly belong. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm of Yuan, her countenance darkens ominously. When did she manifest her divine presence? When did she descend in her true form? This is entirely a play orchestrated by Xian, aiming to sever humanity's offerings to her. This cannot stand. The grand scheme of the Fengshen has been thrown into disarray. The benefits initially planned have yet to be seized. And now there is a need to cut off humanity's offerings? Absolutely not. In an instant, a tempest arises in the city of Chaoga. The myriad rainbows above Yuan Palace dim instantly, replaced by radiant light, with thousands of auspicious colors shining forth, and countless azure lotuses blooming across the heavens and earth. The true form of Yuan emerges, accompanied by a commanding voice, impudence. Who dares impersonate me and deceive the world? In that moment, the multitude of the human race was taken aback, some unable to comprehend the situation. Two matrons of Yuan? What is real and what is false? A wave of unease washed over Zhou and his companions. The arrival of Yuan was indeed anticipated, as the offerings of the entire human race could not be disregarded. However, upon her actual arrival, Zhou and his peers felt an overwhelming tension. After all, she was the matron Yuan, one of the few saints standing at the pinnacle of the primordial world. At this juncture, gazing at the manifestation of Yuan, Xian spoke with a grave tone. Which fiend dares to impersonate the matron Yuan? Do you not fear divine retribution? I am the true Yuan. Xian, you have been bewitched by this fiend. Quickly awaken and return to your senses, for it is not too late. Otherwise, your reign as the emperor of humanity may soon come to an end. Yuan's voice resonated throughout. Xian responded, humph. An outright threat. Bold fiend, you twist words. Very well. If you claim to be Yuan, your powers must be formidable. If you can defeat me, I shall accept that you are the true matron Yuan. If you cannot, then you are assuredly a fraud. Xian had long anticipated this scenario and was fully prepared. Defeating Yuan would mean the complete success of his scheme. Though he could stand firm against the true body of Yuan, he dared not boast of victory. Now, facing only a manifestation, he truly did not regard her as a threat. Victory was assured. Yuan's indifferent voice echoed, is that so? Humph. What? You, this fiend, seem quite confident? Let us see how I shall expose your deceit. Your impersonation of the matron Yuan must be met with severe punishment. Otherwise, if others follow your example, how could the name of the matron Yuan remain unsullied? Xian proclaimed loudly. In an instant, both Xian and Yuan prepared for battle. An overwhelming pressure enveloping the air, and the clash between them was imminent. Chapter 67. Who claims invincibility? Who dares declare unbeaten? After a brief silence, the power surged around Xian as he unleashed a punch, an immense force aimed directly at Yuan's visage. Should this blow connect, Yuan would undoubtedly be shattered. However, she regarded Xian's strike with nonchalance, attempting to deflect it casually, only to find herself unexpectedly repelled. This left Yuan momentarily shaken, while Xian, as the emperor, was shielded by the great Tao. Such strength should not have been possible, especially without the Kongtong seal to facilitate his cultivation. The thought struck Yuan as her eyes flickered with realization. Damn it! How could even Xian have joined the sect of the... Not just Yuan, but the other saints also felt a headache brewing. In the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the expression of the primordial beginning was as dark as the depths of water. With Xian entering the... How could the momentum of the Fengshen continue? Restoration of order? Humph. Is that even possible? It seems I must pay a visit to the Zhixiao Palace to meet with my master. In the realm of the Grand Luo Heaven, the expression of the Supreme Laozi was decidedly grim. Beside him, his foremost disciple, Chuan, remarked, Master, it appears that Emperor Xian has also joined the faction of the Jiejiao. It seems so. In this case, the momentum of the Fengshen is now exceedingly difficult to sustain, utterly altered. To rectify this chaos will not be an easy task. Chuan in due time. I intend to visit the Zhixiao Palace to pay my respects to my esteemed master. Ensure that the matters within our sect are well managed. And remain vigilant regarding the Rinjiao. I have a foreboding that Emperor Xian may very well target it. The Supreme Laozi spoke slowly. Yes, master. Chuan responded. As for the Western sect, Zhou also pondered. Brother, it seems the trajectory of the Fengshen will no longer follow the previous course. We must prepare accordingly. Jian nodded in agreement, stating, our immediate priority is to locate the leader of the Jie. If necessary, we shall also seek a master for ourselves. At the very least, we must safeguard our Western sect. Upon hearing this, Zhou appeared momentarily stunned, but then nodded in accord. In the Zishao Palace, the Dao ancestor Hongjun bore a troubled expression as he murmured, all is in disarray, utterly chaotic. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Nuwa ascended to the heavens, her aura radiating with profound laws and divine might, casting a shadow over the world as if heralding the apocalypse. She had not invited Emperor Xian to participate in the chaotic battle. Had he joined, the common folk would have been oblivious to the conflict. It was inconceivable for her to subdue Emperor Xian, not only due to his formidable cultivation but also because of his position as the human emperor, which predetermined her inability to vanquish him. Regardless of victory or defeat, should Emperor Xian return, he would undoubtedly cast aspersions, distorting the truth, leaving the populace in ignorance. Emperor Xian's intentions mirrored those of Nuwa. He needed to defeat her in the presence of the human race to ensure that his subsequent actions would smoothly unfold. As Nuwa descended with her powerful laws, Emperor Xian was enveloped in resplendent golden light. A dragon's roar echoed, as the auspicious golden dragon spiraled around him, revealing the immense fortune of the Dashang dynasty. With the roar resonating, power erupted, and the cosmos seemed to turn upside down. Even a mere flicker of his might could shatter the heavens and earth, dimming the sun and moon in its wake. In an instant, Nuwa's power was shattered. At that moment, the civil and military officials of Dashang, as well as the common folk, were left utterly astonished. How could the emperor's cultivation be so overwhelmingly powerful? And when had the dynasty's fortune risen to such heights? The emperor's reign was indeed a blessing for Dashang and humanity alike. Unbelievable, truly astounding. The emperor possessed such terrifying strength. Many gazed at Emperor Xian with fervor and admiration, with some men lamenting that they wished they were women. Regretting the emperor's lack of affection for their kind, Emperor Xian interjected, calm yourselves, I am merely an ordinary person. The crowd responded, we suspect the emperor is mocking us. And we seem to have evidence. Emperor Xian insisted, truly, within the sect, I am quite ordinary, merely of average ability. The crowd retorted, how infuriating. We have been deceived by the emperor. At this moment, not only the onlookers, but also Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu were utterly astonished. Over the years, they had been close ministers to the king, yet they were oblivious to the fact that his cultivation had reached such formidable heights. Confronted with the avatar of the Saint Enhua, he not only stood his ground, but also exerted a steady dominion. The depths of the king's concealment were truly unfathomable. High above in the heavens, the indifferent voice of Xian echoed, you wretched creature, is this the extent of your abilities? How dare you impersonate the revered Enhua? Surrender at once. Upon hearing this, Enhua's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and with a cold snort, she refrained from engaging further with Xian. Instead, with a mere wave of her hand, resplendent lights cascaded forth, and the rhythms of the Tao surged continuously. As mystical symbols of the great path flickered in and out of visibility, a grand image spanned the heavens. It was none other than the map of mountains and rivers. Its essence was derived from the ancient treasures of the heavenly emperor, Juan, the river chart, and the Luo book. Although Enhua later entrusted the river chart and Luo book to Fuxi, their significance was so profound that she extracted their quintessence and transformed it into the map of mountains and rivers. This map recorded the flows of the primordial landscape and served as a cartographic representation of the chaos. Furthermore, within this map existed a realm that nurtured the heavens, earth, and humanity, capable of giving rise to all things. It was akin to an independent world, wherein the possessor wielded control over all, including time and space. In an instant, Enhua invoked the map of mountains and rivers, drawing Xian into its embrace. Within this vast expanse, Xian experienced a transformation akin to the four symbols, unveiling boundless wonders. To think of mountains was to become mountains, to contemplate water was to embody water, to advance was to move forward, to retreat was to move back. Enhua's voice resonated softly. Xian, having entered the map, you have already been defeated. Within the map of mountains and rivers, I am invincible. Even saints who enter cannot escape. Xian, I grant you an opportunity. Do not remain obstinately ignorant. Simultaneously, Wen Zhong and the others grew anxious. Should the king falter, their plans would be thrown into disarray, and the resurgence of humanity would face insurmountable challenges. They yearned to assist, yet against a saint, their efforts would be futile. Moreover, there were orders from above dictating that they should merely observe today's events with composure. However, how could Zhou and the others retain their calm under such circumstances? The multitude of human beings erupted in a clamor. Could it be that the king was truly the revered Enwa? If she were indeed manifesting, how could she not intervene to rescue the king? It seemed they had erred in their assumptions. It was the wretched creature that was revealing itself. If it were truly Enwa who intervened, then the king would surely be unharmed. As the emperor of humanity, Enwa would never inflict harm upon him. Meanwhile, those perceptive souls began to speculate on numerous possibilities, harboring thoughts, yet daring not to express a single word. Within the map of mountains and rivers, Xian's domineering voice resounded. Who dares claim invincibility? Who would assert they cannot be defeated? Apart from my master, none across the myriad realms can be found. Enwa, how dare you speak such lofty words of invincibility? Truly, you are shameless. Chapter 68. Your Majesty, to continue would be impolite. Upon hearing the words of Xian, Nuwa scoffed disdainfully. In such dire circumstances, you remain unrepentant. Even though you occupy the throne of the human emperor, shielded by the great Tao, today you shall be stripped of your faade. As her voice resonated, Nuwa manipulated the map of mountains and rivers, channeling its formidable power towards Xian. Though it could not slay him, inflicting some suffering was certainly within reach. Xian, with an air of indifference, countered. You think that is sufficient? With that, he disregarded the surging forces around him, unleashing his own overwhelming presence, causing the very fabric of space to collapse. In that instant, Nuwa distinctly felt the power of the map of mountains and rivers being suppressed, which took her by surprise. Nevertheless, as Xian entered the map, she became its absolute sovereign. All his struggles would be in vain. At this moment, Xian unleashed a punch, radiating imperial might, embodying the heavenly emperor's fist he had comprehended. This technique could transform all things and encompass the myriad spirits of the universe, exuding an unparalleled dominance. As he delivered this blow, Nuwa was horrified by its sheer ferocity. Despite the strength of the map of mountains and rivers, it had its limits. If Xian continued this way, it was highly likely to suffer severe damage. With her thoughts racing, Nuwa not only defended against Xian's punch, but also withdrew the map of mountains and rivers. As Xian's figure re-emerged, Zhou and the others rejoiced. Their hearts steadied. However, the residual force of the punch lingered, and Nuwa, utilizing the power of the laws, managed to deflect the aftershock. Even so, her divine form staggered back, which startled her internally. As a dragon's roar echoed, the golden dragon of fortune transformed into a towering presence, with Xian standing atop its head, exuding an aura of supremacy. This spectacle stirred great enthusiasm among the citizens of the Shang dynasty. Nuwa's gaze sharpened, and with a burst of sacred might, the starry river inverted, as a flash of crimson light illuminated the scene. She summoned forth the red embroidery ball, a primordial treasure obtained from the cliff of divided treasures. This artifact measured over a foot in diameter, adorned in a delicate pink hue, with jewels and bells cascading from its surface, exuding a mesmerizing radiance. Its power was immense. No matter the extent of one's magical prowess, evasion was impossible, and contact would lead to dire consequences, leaving neither physical form nor spiritual essence intact. Even a sage of the heavenly Tao would find themselves significantly disadvantaged upon impact. Moreover, this red embroidery ball was a unique artifact of marital fate, governing unions across the three realms, its continuous influx of merits nurturing its growth. Xian had heard of the red embroidery ball from his master and was aware of its potency, yet he remained unfazed. Xian, at this juncture, do you still persist in your ignorance? Nuwa questioned with an authoritative tone. If I were truly a counterfeit, why would you not strike me down? Is this so-called manifestation not your own doing? As the ruler of the Shang, are you intent on leading humanity into an irretrievable abyss? Her words incited a flurry of chatter among the crowd. The doubts she raised echoed their earlier speculations, intensifying their curiosity about the underlying truth. What was the reality behind it all? Indeed, although the discussions were rife with diverse opinions, none dared to utter any excessively harsh words. As for the comments and doubts regarding the great merchant and the populace of the human race, Emperor Xian remained indifferent, unperturbed by the skepticism. He understood that shattering this faade would serve as the most eloquent rebuttal. Otherwise, any further discourse would be utterly futile. How presumptuous to think one can impersonate the goddess Nuwa merely by possessing some semblance of skill. Emperor Xin remarked with a tone of disdain. In that moment, a terrifying aura radiated from Emperor Xin as the golden light of the auspicious dragon illuminated the mountains and rivers, exerting a formidable pressure that caused the clouds of the 9 heavens to bow low and the waters of the 4 seas to recede. The mystical forces of the laws surged forth, intertwining with the principles of the great Tao, sprouting like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, encircling Emperor Xin. Now, with a single punch infused with the power of the auspicious dragon, he unleashed an overwhelming force. This strike reverberated throughout the heavens, astonishing not only Nuwa but also the other sages. Such a blow was imbued with the essence of the great Tao, capable of transforming the very heavens, as if it were orchestrating the myriad laws of the universe. Yet, the one paling in comparison was Haoyan. In his eyes, Emperor Xin had always been but an insignificant insect, unworthy of standing on equal ground with him. Yet now, the creature he deemed an insect had grown to such an extent, becoming the sovereign of the 3 realms. Under these circumstances, could he still consider himself the ruler of the 3 realms? If he provoked Emperor Xin, one punch might spell his demise. At this moment, Nuwa dared not show any signs of hesitation. She hastily summoned her red embroidered ball, launching it at Emperor Xin. In an instant, a brilliant red light streaked across the heavens like a rainbow, the ball trailing behind like a meteor plummeting to the earth. Bang! The clash of powers erupted with a resounding noise, as the space above the 9 heavens was instantly torn asunder, chaos and void blossoming forth, while fierce winds swept into the mortal realm. Observing this, Emperor Xin swiftly intervened, calming the tempest and mending the fractured space. Concurrently, the force within his fist transformed, erupting with renewed vigor. As the red embroidered ball was sent flying, his punch remained unabated, directly dispelling its manifestation. Nuwa, the goddess, was taken aback, never anticipating that Emperor Xion's punch could possess such magnitude. At that moment, she contemplated descending to the mortal realm in her true form, but the thought was swiftly quelled. What would be the outcome even if she did? She could not kill him, and victory was not guaranteed in a second confrontation. Should her true form be defeated, there would be no room for redemption, whereas now, there still existed a glimmer of hope. As tranquility returned and the world regained its serene disposition, the sun shone brightly, as if nothing had transpired. When Zhou and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight, victory belonged to their sovereign, even with faith in their king. They had not anticipated such ease, their hearts swelling with exhilaration. The other court officials and the human populace stood in stunned silence, their earlier suspicions evaporated in an instant, followed by a tumultuous roar of cheers. Indeed, the goddess Nuwa was but an impostor, and that demon had displayed remarkable audacity. Meanwhile, in the Nuwa palace, Emperor Xian once again conjured the ethereal figure of Nuwa, whose voice resonated throughout the chamber. Emperor Xian, you have successfully passed the recent trial. I did not misjudge you. You are the hope for the flourishing of humanity. Emperor Xian, I eagerly anticipate the resurgence of humanity and the establishment of an unprecedented era of prosperity. Remember, from this day forth, I shall no longer receive offerings from the human race. Thus, you are to seal off this Nuwa palace. Emperor Xian responded, heeding the words of Lady Nuwa, I shall not betray her expectations. Nuwa, taken aback, exclaimed, how could you utter such words? Have you become addicted to this performance? When Zhou and the others coughed in unison, Your Majesty, it is enough. Further theatrics would be impolite. Emperor Xian, weary of the charade, awaited the dissolution of Nuwa's apparition, then proclaimed loudly, let it be known that from this day forth, all Nuwa palaces shall be sealed, and no household shall harbor images of Nuwa. Those who defy this decree shall face death. By the king's command, the ministers echoed in unison. In the divine realm, Nuwa's eyes blazed with fury, her voice laced with murderous intent. Emperor Xin, even though the tides of fate have shifted, do you truly believe you can escape annihilation, your soul scattered to the winds? Do you genuinely think I am powerless against you? Chapter 69. There is no need to be overly conventional. At this moment, Nuwa summoned the demon summoning banner, a majestic artifact towering over 4 to 5 zhang. A radiant white light emanated from it, casting a myriad of colors that shimmered like 1,000 auspicious reflections. The banner pole resembled a grand beam of the palace, fluttering in the air, shrouded in a mystical haze, from which emerged a swirling dance of black and white energies, intertwined with vibrant green tadpoles darting about. The demon summoning banner is a treasure of the demon race, symbolizing the authority of their leader. With a mere wave, it could summon countless demons from the 3 realms, All must respond to its call. At this juncture, Nuwa proceeded with her grand design to assemble the myriad demons, selectively choosing the 3 hidden demons of the Xianyuan tomb to sow chaos within the Shang dynasty. The multitudes of demons, upon receiving the summons from the Nuwa palace, rushed forth, fully aware that to receive Lady Nuwa's favor could pave a smoother path in their cultivation. In the Xianyuan tomb, the 9-headed chicken demon, Hushime, and the exquisite jade pipa demon, Yuguerin, looked at Su Daji and asked, "Sister, Lady Nuwa has summoned you. Are you truly not going? What if Lady Nuwa's wrath descends upon us?" The 9-tailed fox replied indifferently, "Do you wish to become pawns in her grand plan for the divine calamity?" Hushime and Yuguerin were taken aback. Who would willingly become a pawn? Yet, Lady Nuwa is a sage, and regardless of her level of cultivation, the mere presence of the demon summoning banner compelled obedience. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the demon race and hunted by all. "Sister, we should go," Hushime urged. The 9-tailed fox replied coldly, "You two may go. Nuwa? She has no authority over me. If she has grievances, let her come seek me." Hushime exclaimed, "What?" Yuguerin added, "Sister, is this truly something you can say?" She is a sage. It seemed to her that her sister had undergone a profound transformation during her absence. All day long they spoke of the equality of all beings, uttering words that they scarcely comprehended and disregarding even the sages, which was likely a manifestation of hysteria. "It is perhaps for the best that my elder sister does not attend. If she were to go, it might provoke the Saint Enoi, leading to even greater troubles. Since my elder sister is unwilling to go, let her rest well while we proceed." Thus spoke Lady Yu. The 9-tailed fox nodded slightly, saying, "Go ahead. And if Enoi inquires about me, speak the truth." Hushime and Lady Yu exclaimed, "Speak the truth? Are you truly courting death?" Meanwhile, as Enoi summoned the myriad demons, the Moonlight Star and Yueshi began to expound on the doctrine, with the concept of Tao Heart as the central theme of the day. Yueshi's voice, cool and serene, resonated. She then proceeded to call out several names, stating, "You are perpetually bound by your own hearts, overly concerned with the gaze of others. Whenever someone makes a demand, you feel compelled to comply. How then can your Tao heart be clear, and how can you speak of cultivation? Master, we are of humble birth and lack in talent. We must endure." One individual replied. Another weakly added, "Master, I am quite ordinary, with low cultivation, to survive. One must conform." As these voices fell silent, Yueshi calmly replied, "Rather than depleting your spirit within, it is better to expend your energy externally. In the path of cultivation, the clarity of Tao heart is paramount. Only then can one progress with remarkable speed. Whether you are human, demon, or divine, the essence remains. There is no need to be overly conventional." The assembly of disciples looked on, bewildered. Observing their expressions, Yueshi posed a question. "If you were to serve in the heavenly court, and your superior were to command you with arrogance and maltreat you, how would you respond?" One disciple timidly answered, "We would naturally endure, for they are our superior. To offend them would be." Before the disciple could finish, Yueshi coldly interrupted, "Stop. Though you may not match them in strength, must you endure in silence? Listen well. You ought to not heed, not act, nor change. Uphold the policy of 3 knots and thoroughly implement the approach of provoking others. Fully embrace the clarity of Tao heart to foster a healthier psyche. Do you understand?" The disciples, still in a state of confusion, nodded slightly, sensing that it was indeed right, yet not fully comprehending. Yueshi continued, "Rather than harboring self-doubt and harming yourself, it is better to inflict harm on the ordinary. Instead of elevating yourself, blame others. Instead of transforming yourself, compel others. I reflect thrice daily, and I have done no wrong." Upon concluding her words, one disciple timidly suggested, "Rather than improving oneself, it is better to slander others. Instead of resolving issues, it is better to address those who are problematic." Hearing this, Yueshi slowly nodded. "Indeed, you possess some understanding." In that instant, the remaining disciples seemed to grasp the essence. And throughout this process, the entire Moonlight Star radiated an infinite brilliance. Even under the daylight of the mortal realm, the splendor of the Moonlight Star was visible. Outside the Moonlight Star, the laws of the universe flowed ceaselessly, the resonance of the Tao was supreme, and countless pure white lotuses bloomed. The celestial energy from the myriad stars converged upon the Moonlight Star, which, having not yet fully repaired, was now entirely restored. In the vast expanse of the void, behind the moonlit star, an immeasurable ethereal form coalesced, its gender indistinguishable, and its visage obscured. The depth of the void was profound, seemingly incapable of containing such an infinite presence. The formless silhouette raised a solitary hand to obscure the sky, defiantly gesturing with a middle finger towards the boundless heavens. The assembled sages were left bewildered. What does this signify? The celestial sphere seemed to respond. Though its meaning eludes me, it certainly does not convey goodwill. The revered beings, apprehensive yet curious about the discourse, recognized the ominous nature of such an extraordinary manifestation. The implications of such teachings, if heeded, could entangle them with the sect of separation, leading to troublesome consequences. At the Golden Tortoise Island, within the celestial abode, the Lord of Heaven suddenly opened his eyes and erupted into laughter, fully enlightened. To his astonishment, the stagnation in his cultivation had yielded a breakthrough. At this rate, it would not be long before he could overpower the Tao ancestor with ease. Consequently, the Lord of Heaven felt an intensified desire to locate the leader of the sect. His intent to abdicate in favor of another solidified. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned the formidable strength of the sect in the future. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of Chaoga, a minister rushed in with urgent news. Your Majesty, Yuan Fudong from the North Sea has conspired with the 72 lords of the North Sea to rebel. The traitor Yuan Fudong dares to claim the throne of Chaoga and assassinate your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian remained indifferent, secretly mocking. Nuwa, do you still wish to pursue the path of the past? How laughable. The tides of divinity have already turned against you. To insist on following the predetermined course is utterly absurd. When Zhou and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the unspoken agreement among them, indeed, it was as the emperor had anticipated. The rebellion of the 72 lords of the North Sea was a perfect opportunity to test the might of the newly forged divine artillery. At this moment, one Zhou stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Emperor Xian. Your Majesty, I humbly request to lead the army to quell the insurrection in the North Sea. Emperor Xian replied. Permission granted. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not fail in my mission. Within 3 months, I will return victorious. When Zhou declared, the other ministers were left astonished. What audacity! Are they truly capable of such feats? Chapter 70. Your Majesty, are you allergic to sentimentality? At that moment, the ministers maintained a skeptical attitude. Though when Taisher was formidable, the 72 lords of the North Sea were not to be underestimated. 3 months? That was excluding travel time. This proclamation seemed rather exaggerated. I eagerly await the triumphant return of Taisher. Emperor Xian remarked. The majority of the ministers exchanged dubious glances. Who dares to speak? And who dares to believe? Despite their skepticism, they chose to passively accept the situation. After the audience dispersed, Huang Feihu gazed enviously at Wen Taisher. Were it not for your leadership, I would have truly contested for the chance to witness the power of the divine artillery. Do not rush. Everything is now in place, and the king is about to earnestly implement his new policies. The nobles and feudal lords are certain to resist. And this will be your moment of command, laughed Master One. Just as the two were conversing, an inner attendant approached with great respect, declaring, Master, General Huang, the king requests your presence. Upon hearing the king's summons, Huang Feihu and Wen Zhong wasted no time, hastening to meet his majesty. In the royal chamber, they respectfully greeted. We pay our respects to the king. The emperor, with a calm demeanor, replied, there is no need for such formalities in the absence of others. To this, Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu merely bowed, understanding the gravity of the situation despite the king's words. Your Majesty, you have summoned us for some important matter? Wen Zhong inquired. The emperor replied, it is nothing of great consequence. I possess 2 spiritual fruits that will benefit you. Master One, you are to lead the campaign against the 72 lords of the North Sea, and I intend to vigorously advance the new policies. Rebellions will undoubtedly arise in due time. And you have sufficiently laid the groundwork. It is time for your strength to be enhanced. With that, the emperor presented the 2 spiritual fruits to Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu. As they beheld the extraordinary fruits, both men felt an innate power emanating from them and, without hesitation, consumed them. As the fruits entered their bodies, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through them, the forces of the laws of nature becoming faintly discernible around them. Steady your minds. The emperor's voice resonated. Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu quickly focused their thoughts, while the emperor lent them his support. At that moment, the entire imperial palace was enveloped in golden light, as the wondrous forces of the laws swirled, illuminating the heavens. This spectacle did not provoke much astonishment. As they had witnessed the emperor's divine prowess in battle not long ago, such minor disturbances were hardly remarkable. When the golden light dissipated, the forces of the laws coalesced within Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu, enabling them to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Upon opening their eyes, they exchanged glances, each astonished by the other's expression. They had consumed a single spiritual fruit and achieved such a monumental breakthrough. What manner of divine object is this? Immediately, they knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this spiritual fruit is truly extraordinary. How can it be bestowed upon us?" Huang Feihu added, "Indeed, Your Majesty, you humble us greatly. Such a supreme treasure should be consumed by the king to elevate your own cultivation." At that moment, Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu were filled with trepidation and profound gratitude, wishing they could offer their very hearts to the king, never having anticipated such generosity from him. The emperor responded, "Master, General Huang, please rise. These are merely ordinary fruits, of no use to me. Had I not feared you could not bear it, I would have given you 2 vials of spiritual liquid that could directly elevate you to the threshold of sainthood." Wen Zhong, Huang Feihu. Ordinary fruits. Can mere ordinary fruits enable them to transcend into a grand realm, directly entering the domain of the immortal? Your Majesty, do you truly lack a definition for the term ordinary? Moreover, is there a spirit liquid capable of elevating one to the threshold of a quasi-saint? My goodness, Your Majesty, you are indeed putting on a fade. I was quite moved just a moment ago, and now, one must wonder, are you perhaps sensitive to sentiment? Even so, would it not be more prudent to keep such thoughts unspoken, thereby better guiding your subjects? However, upon reconsideration, it seems they are even more touched. Which sovereign possesses such a genuine heart as yours? In truth, it is not that Emperor Xian lacks the cunning of a monarch, but rather that he has risen to a level of power that renders subterfuge unnecessary. Absolute strength is sufficient to crush all schemes and machinations. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu spoke in unison, bowing in gratitude. At this juncture, further words were superfluous. Language would only seem inadequate. This was sufficient. Simultaneously, Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu harbored increasing curiosity and reverence towards their sovereign's mentor. Upon exiting the royal chamber, Wen Zhong swiftly mustered the troops, preparing to depart immediately. He must resolve this rebellion swiftly and decisively, for he could not bring shame upon the emperor. Meanwhile, before Nuwa Palace, a multitude of demons gathered, reverently paying homage to Lady Nuwa, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they instinctively felt it was a fortuitous occasion, an opportunity to alter their fates. Observing the congregation, Nuwa quickly pinpointed the positions of Hushime and the favored consort Yu, but did not detect the 9-tailed fox, causing her brow to furrow slightly. She then gently waved her hand, summoning Hushime and Yu to her presence. In that instant, Hushime and Yu were momentarily taken aback, only reacting when envious murmurs arose from the demon crowd. They hastily bowed in respect before Lady Nuwa. Her voice, authoritative and cold, resonated. "Do you hail from the Xinyuan tomb?" "Indeed, may the lady see clearly." Hushime and Yu responded with utmost reverence. Nuwa's voice continued. "There should be another from the Xinyuan tomb. Why have I not seen them?" Both Hushime and Yu's hearts paused momentarily. "Curses, she has indeed inquired." They stammered in reply. "She has been unwell of late, and in a state of madness. It is truly unwise for her to approach the lady." Hushime stuttered. Before the venerable Nuwa, fabricating lies made her heart race with anxiety. "Is that so?" Nuwa's tone remained indifferent. This caused both Hushime and Yu to tremble slightly. Their heads bowed as if seeking refuge in their chests, attempting to suppress their racing hearts. "The truth?" Nuwa inquired coolly. Despite their trembling bodies, Hushime and Yu steeled themselves, asserting, "It is indeed the truth. We would not dare deceive Lady Nuwa." At this moment, Nuwa directly extracted the memories of Hushime and Yu Guerin, and everything became crystal clear. What of the sage? All beings are equal. Why should it not be Nuwa who meets me? Fragments of memory and the words of the 9-tailed fox flooded her mind, and Nuwa had comprehended it all. Chapter 71. They can block the sun above. After reviewing the memories of the two, Nuwa's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a fleeting sensation of disquiet washing over her. Something was amiss. The words and actions of this 9-tailed fox felt eerily familiar. Had the 9-tailed fox infiltrated the sect of interception? This required testing. However, she could not act in her own name. Instead, she would transform her essence, disguising her aura. The saints had lost their dignity. She could not afford to repeat that folly. With this in mind, Nuwa manifested a clone and swiftly made her way to Xinyuan tomb, dispersing the myriad demons of the Nuwa palace, save for Hushime and Yu Guerin. The myriad demons? Is this it? Has it all come to an end? Were we merely used for diversion? How utterly excessive. Who could blame them for being saints? Even if they were to toy with them for a day, they must acquiesce. Moreover, while there were no benefits to be gained, they had also not faced calamity, which was, in itself a form of fortune. At this moment, outside Xinyuan tomb, Nuwa's figure emerged, draped in celestial garments, her beauty rivaling that of the heavens. With each graceful step, she captivated all beings. Then, Nuwa's voice resonated. I have heard there is an immortal here, and I have come to pay my respects. As her words fell, the gates of Xinyuan tomb swung wide open for Nuwa. Observing this, she entered the tomb with measured steps, where starlight swirled and the essence of Tao resonated, as if an entire cosmos existed within. This sight startled Nuwa subtly. It was the handiwork of the nine-tailed fox. If this were true, she must have indeed infiltrated the sect of interception. What brings you here? Echoed the voice of the nine-tailed fox. Nuwa replied, I have heard there is an immortal here, and I have come to discuss the Tao. At this moment, the figure of the nine-tailed fox appeared, her form exquisite. Skin like cream, her alluring presence seemingly capable of captivating even the treasures of the universe. Rarely seen in the world, her beauty was unparalleled, and with each gesture, she exuded an innate charm that ensnared the hearts of all. Who amongst the world could possibly withstand such allure? Chuan proclaimed. The heavens did not give birth to me, Chuan. The path of righteousness is as long as the night. The nine-tailed fox. Chuan, cough cough. As the nine-tailed fox scrutinized Nuwa from head to toe, Nuwa felt an unexpected tightening in her heart, ripples of emotion stirring within her. She felt as though the nine-tailed fox could see right through her. Discuss the Tao? Whose Tao shall we discuss? Inquired the nine-tailed fox. Nuwa responded. Let us discuss yours. My Tao? You cannot fathom my Tao. You do not comprehend it, nor can you emulate it. Perhaps we should discuss your Tao instead. The nine-tailed fox retorted with a hint of disdain. Nuwa, sensing the nine-tailed fox's scorn, countered, if you do not speak, how can you know that I cannot learn? The nine-tailed fox scoffed with a chilling indifference, proclaiming, my path is one of equality among all beings. Can you replicate it? Nuwa's expression darkened slightly. Since the time of Pangu, when the heavens were separated from the earth, there has been a clear order. Rulers are to rule, and subjects are to serve. Fathers to guide their sons, and sons to honor their fathers. This is a predetermined decree. Who decreed it? The nine-tailed fox challenged. Nuwa remained silent, prompting the fox to sneer. Is it not the definition imposed by the powerful? If I possess sufficient strength to slay sages in the heavenly realm, I shall be the architect of the world's laws. Humph. Let me ask you, if the heavens are severed from the earth, can they still be called heavens? If a ruler is estranged from their subjects and the common people, who then shall be their sovereign? The sages, perched high in the celestial realm, regard all beings as mere pawns in their grand strategy. Should all life extinguish, what then remains for the sages to manipulate? My master once uttered a profound truth. They may obstruct the sun above, but they cannot dim the brilliance of democracy. The sages, devoid of compassion, treat living beings as insignificant insects, toying with their lives at will, pursuing only their own schemes and interests. Have those lofty sages ever contemplated that one day they too may fall, to be vanquished by those they deem mere ants? Never underestimate the humble ant. A spark can ignite a vast conflagration. As the words hung in the air, Nuwa remained speechless, unsure how to counter the fox's assertions, her heart rippling with turmoil. After a brief silence, the voice of the nine-tailed fox rang out once more. What? Do you, Nuwa, also find merit in my words? Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt a weight in her heart. Her earlier intuition had been correct. This nine-tailed fox had seen through her guise. Though she was but an incarnation, she possessed strength surpassing that of a quasi-saint, and even with her true self concealed, the fox had pierced through her faade, revealing its formidable prowess. Have you also joined the sect of the? Nuwa inquired with a hint of gravity. The nine-tailed fox replied with a dispassionate smile. As you can see, Nuwa, have you ever considered that one day, your pawns may leap from the chessboard, no longer under your control? Leap from the chessboard? Nuwa retorted with a cold laugh. Let us see if you possess the ability to escape. At this juncture, further pretense was futile. The fox's assertion held truth. Those in power define the rules. For a pawn to leap from the board, it must align with the will of the player. However, Nuwa was uncertain of her victory against the nine-tailed fox. Indeed, she feared she might lose. Yet this confrontation was inescapable. Let us battle. We shall know the outcome. Nuwa, your chessboard shall be devoid of my presence, and in time, you will find yourself within my game, declared the nine-tailed fox with a smile. With those words, both figures vanished harmoniously from their location, and in the next moment, they ascended into the chaos. Instantly, within the void, spatial ripples began to undulate. At this moment, the power of laws radiated from Nuwa, a flash of brilliance illuminating her form, as a rope spiraled around her. The nine-tailed fox recognized it immediately, murmuring, "The binding rope of monsters." This artifact had been forged from the essence of the ancestral dragon, the nine-clawed black dragon, during the time of mending the heavens. And it served as the bane of all demonkind. Knowing that the binding rope of demons is at hand, I shall not waste my strength. Nine-tailed fox, at this moment, you still have the chance to find your way back from the brink of folly. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate of death and destruction, your soul scattered. The voice of Nuwa resonated. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox sneered disdainfully. Find my way back. Nuwa, is it truly I who should turn back, rather than you? Nuwa, I acknowledge your beauty and strength, yet if you were to reconsider, I could recommend you to my master, allowing you to serve as a foot attendant. Many would covet such an opportunity. I advise you not to be ungrateful. If my master is pleased, a few words of guidance from him could bring you immeasurable benefit. Even a few centuries of service to my master could easily annihilate any foe, even the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Is that true? Nuwa exclaimed. Bah, wait. Why am I even tempted? Indeed, I feel a stir, not because of the thought of vanquishing Master Hongjun, but due to the sheer power. Cease your nonsense. Nuwa rebuked. With that, she summoned the binding rope of demons, directing it straight at the nine-tailed fox. Observing the unparalleled might of the binding rope, which specializes in subduing all demon kinds, the nine-tailed fox felt no fear. You think to control me with this? Nuwa, you are overly naive. With a tone both commanding and contemptuous, the nine-tailed fox unleashed an awe-inspiring aura, its body adorned with mystical Tao symbols. In a flash, it charged directly at the binding rope. In an instant, the binding rope transformed, coiling around the nine-tailed fox, enveloping it entirely. As it tightened, the nine-tailed fox was naturally ensnared. The binding rope inherently restrains demon kinds, and wielded by Nuwa, its power was extraordinary, ensuring the capture. Witnessing this scene, the other saints felt a twinge of joy, albeit slight. In fact, they harbored a hidden hope for Nuwa's defeat, especially the primordial supreme being, who would lose face if Nuwa succeeded in capturing the fox. Nuwa, brimming with confidence, declared, "Nine-tailed fox, I grant you one more chance. Do not bring about your own downfall." The nine-tailed fox chuckled derisively. With such meager tactics? Nuwa, even if your true form were present, I would not fear. If your true self dares to come, I shall show countless beings how I, amidst the chaos celestial hall, can slay a saint. Nuwa scoffed, such arrogance. In that moment, the binding rope radiated brilliant light, intricate golden symbols becoming visible as it began to tighten, seeking to bind the nine-tailed fox securely. Meanwhile, the fox revealed the symbols of the Tao surrounding it, the force of its laws surging forth. The space behind it fractured, becoming void, resembling a black hole where laws intertwined, gathering like an ocean. I carry the weight of the abyss, devouring all laws. Even if a saint were to enter, they would be reduced to mere bones. As the resounding voice echoed, Nuwa was taken aback. The power bound within the binding demon rope was entirely consumed by the so-called heavenly abyss. If this continued, in no time at all, the binding demon rope would also be devoured by the abyss. In an instant, Nuwa unleashed her power, myriad stars whirled, and the symbols of the great Tao flickered into existence, attempting to sever the connection to the abyss and reclaim the binding demon rope. However, to her astonishment, she found herself unable to halt the force of the abyss, and the rope could not be retracted. This turmoil churned within Nuwa's heart, a tempest of confusion. What manner of divine art was this? The saints were equally astonished. The nine-tailed fox's method was unprecedented to them, devouring all laws, with the power of its principles coalescing like a vast ocean, creating its own world. Even as they stood atop the primordial realm, their saintly status would be swallowed and extinguished within the abyss. Who were these extraordinary beings from beyond the realms capable of producing such prodigious entities? The calamity of the canonization of gods had become a farce. Even if they were to locate the so-called leader of the separated sect, the momentum of canonization was irreversible. Western sect, my brothers, it appears the tide has turned. How shall we choose? Asked Zhou. After this battle, we shall enter the Purple Cloud's palace and seek counsel from the Tao ancestor, replied Jie. Indeed, that seems to be the only course, Zhou responded. This sentiment was not limited to just the two from the Western sect. The primordial heavenly sovereign and the supreme old one had long contemplated this. After this battle, it would be the time for all saints to gather at the Purple Cloud's palace. In the midst of chaos, the scornful voice of the nine-tailed fox resonated. Is this mere frayed rope truly worth such exertion? Nuwa retorted, frayed rope? This is the nemesis of the demon clan. Even a grand Luo golden immortal can wield it. capable of binding even the pinnacle of quasi-saints among the demon clan. How dare you call it a frayed rope? Your dismissive tone is profoundly insulting. Do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe you are beyond my reach? Nua's voice was cold and authoritative. In the next moment, a stream of violet mist surged forth, enveloping the chaotic heavens for thousands of miles. A brilliant, icy light illuminated the firmament, causing the heavens to tremble. In Nua's hand appeared a small vessel, a mere 3 inches tall, yet resembling a precious artifact from the human realm, exquisitely crafted like a walnut boat. Countless intricate patterns adorned its surface. This was none other than the treasured, refined demon vessel. Even from beyond the chaos, the gods could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the vessel, filled with a unique energy akin to but far more potent than that of a black hole. Nine Tails, if you remain obstinate, I shall draw you into my refined demon vessel, where your soul shall be shattered. Nua proclaimed. The nine-tailed fox scoffed, really? I do not believe it. You should be wary of your treasure. I sense a connection with it. Nua replied. What you say strikes a strangely familiar chord. Zhuanti and Jiejing echoed. Indeed. It feels oddly familiar. Wait, is this not our line? Can one still seize the lines? At this moment, Nua let out a cold snort. Summoning the cauldron of demon refinement, its emanating power seemingly capable of annihilating the world. The chaos for miles dissolved into nothingness, and the very fabric of space collapsed entirely. The cauldron of demon refinement generated an immense gravitational pull, eager to draw the nine-tailed fox into its depths. Within this cauldron lay a peculiar space capable of devouring entire realms. Thus, Nua harbored confidence in her ability to consume both the nine-tailed fox and her so-called abyss. A feat not easily achieved even for a sage. With such limited means, do you truly wish to capture me? The nine-tailed fox scoffed. As the words fell, the abyss behind her seemed to expand to tens of thousands of zhong, devouring heaven and earth. Had the nine-tailed fox desired it, countless stars would have long been consumed by the abyss, and in the face of such power, the cauldron of demon refinement appeared somewhat inadequate. Nua's elegant brows knitted in concern, as ethereal purple mist flowed toward her, augmenting the cauldron. Mystical symbols coalesced upon the cauldron's surface, the power of the laws surging forth. Under the combined influences, the binding demon rope suffered greatly, fragmenting inch by inch, igniting Nua's ire. Such a treasured artifact, reduced to ruin. Yet upon reflection, it was perhaps for the best. Destruction was preferable to allowing the nine-tailed fox to seize the binding rope. Should she refine it, Nua feared she too would fall victim to its restraints. With the binding rope shattered, the power of the cauldron of demon refinement was evidently no match for the abyss of the nine-tailed fox. At this moment, Nua had lost the will to continue the battle. Pressing on would result in catastrophic losses. With the binding rope destroyed, were the cauldron to be consumed as well. The consequences would indeed be dire. Just as Nua's thoughts turned, the nine-tailed fox, bearing the abyss, charged toward her. Simultaneously, a voice echoed, though merely a projection. It would forever linger in this chaotic realm. When I am in a foul mood, I shall seek you out in the Nua palace to alleviate my spirits by giving you a good beating. The other sages. The pantheon of gods. By the heavens. Such words make it sound as if Nua is merely your human punching bag. How can one of the esteemed sages be reduced to the status of an ant in your speech? Nua? This was a clear disregard for her. How can a dignified sage endure such humiliation? You vile creature, do not be so audacious. Nua commanded. In an instant, the chaotic celestial realm was ablaze with radiant light. A myriad of auspicious colors illuminating the heavens. A terrifying force surged forth, manifesting a lamp of pure ice and snow, standing 9 inches tall, its entirety pristine white, shaped like a blooming lotus, resembling a grand sea bowl, with the core of the lotus serving as the wick. This was indeed one of Nua's supreme treasures. The lotus lamp, forged from materials gathered from beyond the heavens during her repair of the sky. The flames within exceeded even the 4 great heavenly fires, its might surpassing the confines of the world itself. It possessed the power to shock the heavens and reverse the cosmos, ranking as the foremost among the 4 divine lamps. Upon witnessing this, the nine-tailed fox remained indifferent, uttering, "Is this it?" Chapter 73. Nua. I have been insulted by my pawn. Nua. Is this still insufficient? The other sages, the pantheon of gods. However, the Bao Yin lantern possesses unparalleled power, further reinforced by the suppression of the demon refining pot. Is this all you can utter? Are the teachings of the Yin so formidable? At this moment, the Nua Bao Yin lantern blossoms, sending ripples through the chaos. Intertwining myriad laws, as ethereal purple mist envelopes a fragment of the profound truths of the Tao. Such tremendous might, even a mere wisp could reverse rivers, shatter mountains, pluck stars from the sky, and annihilate immortals and Buddhas with but a flick of the finger. In response, the nine-tailed fox remains unfazed. The abyss it bears, a vast sea of condensed laws, tilts as if a dam has burst, revealing boundless chaos where myriad laws surge forth and splendid runes coalesce. Akin to a mighty river in full flow, converging into the form of the nine tails. Where these laws traverse, space shatters, and the entirety of the chaotic heavens seems on the brink of annihilation. In the midst of it all, the true form of the nine-tailed fox solidifies within the chaos. The limitless void appears incapable of containing its boundless corporeal essence. Its 9 snowy tails sway, and even one is sufficient to obscure the heavens. The might of the abyss manifests fully, its overwhelming pressure permeating the chaos, capable of reducing even a Deluo golden immortal to mere dust beneath a fraction of its weight. All spectators are left in awe, their minds shaken, unable to find tranquility for an extended period. At this moment, Niwa is particularly astonished, despite the power of the demon refining pot and the Bao Lian lantern. It is all in vain. With a mere thought, the 2 treasured artifacts vanish, returning to the realm of the Niwa Empress. Though her avatar must inevitably dissipate, she cannot allow these treasures to fall into the hands of the nine tails. With the treasures withdrawn, Niwa will not sit idly by, defeat or not. If she lacks the courage to confront, what worth is there in being a sage? In an instant, her divine form reaches to the heavens and the earth, gathering all her available power. Yet, to the nine-tailed fox, devoid of the treasure's enhancement, Niwa's attack is pathetically weak. Resplendent light pierces through the chaos, shattering countless spaces. As hurricanes sweep through the void, when the brilliance recedes, the fragmented spaces begin to mend themselves, leaving only the silhouette of the nine-tailed fox within the chaotic heavens. As Niwa's manifestation has long been consumed by the abyss. At this juncture, the voice of the nine-tailed fox reverberates throughout the chaos. A sage, is this all you are? Niwa, did you not claim that I, this mere pawn, could not escape your chessboard? Huh. It appears your board is far too small to accommodate me, and your power too feeble to grasp me. You, the sages, reside high above in the celestial realm, toying with the lives of mortals, desiring to consume them, yet lurking in the shadows, plotting in secrecy. How utterly laughable. From this day forth, I shall establish the teaching grounds at the Shenyuan tomb, imparting the profound truths of, let it be known to all beings, we are free, not slaves, progressive, not conservative, pragmatic, not superficial. As the proclamation echoes, countless lotuses bloom within the chaos, the profound truths of the Tao manifesting, and the entire cosmos appears to undergo an inexplicable transformation. Faintly, a presence even more majestic than the true form of the nine-tailed fox gradually emerges, embodying myriad Tao rhythms and boundless mysteries. Niwa, I have been humiliated by my own pawn. Cursed be it. At this moment, Niwa was on the verge of crushing her teeth in frustration. Her face had been swollen by her own peace, reducing her to a figure of ridicule. Yet, she found herself powerless. Truly, she could not prevail. Even if her true form were to descend, she would not dare claim victory. The myriad saints exclaimed, "This is excessive. How dare you humiliate Niwa and involve us in this? Free and not enslaved? Humph, a mere swarm of ants, capable of being crushed at any moment. What right do they have to cry out for freedom? Thunder and rain are blessings. Those who fail to recognize their fortune shall face countless methods of annihilation." Simultaneously, the saints exchanged messages, preparing to journey to the Purple Cloud Palace to meet the Tao ancestor. Meanwhile, in the lower realms, in the North Sea region, the armies of the 72 lords, led by Yuan Fudong, were rapidly besieging the city. Halt! Will the gatekeepers still fight to the death? The mandate of the Shang dynasty was nearing its end. Our master Yuan Fudong is the one destined by heaven. If you surrender now, I shall grant you a path to survival, allowing you to serve under me as a marquis and commander. Otherwise, the city will fall, and you will have no place to rest in death. You, a traitor and usurper, I remain loyal to the great Shang. How could I conspire with you criminals? I advise you not to be obstinate. Otherwise, when the heavenly soldiers of the Shang arrive, your regret will come too late. The gatekeeper declared loudly, pride etched in his stance. Humph, stubborn words. Soldiers, scale the walls and bring me his head. The enemy commander shouted. The united forces of the 72 lords in the North Sea held an absolute advantage in numbers, even if this pass possessed geographical benefits. It would be difficult to withstand the siege, especially since the defenders had been holding out for days, their ranks diminished and weary, making it truly challenging to fend off the advancing army. General, we cannot hold any longer. We should temporarily retreat and wait for the main force to arrive before reclaiming the city. Indeed, General, let us fall back. On the city walls, the soldiers voiced their concerns. The general rebuked, "Cease such foolish talk. Do you know the consequences of demoralizing the troops? We must hold our ground. This is the land of the great Shang. How can we surrender it to the bandits? To the death." After a brief pause, the general bellowed, "To the death. Whoever dares to speak of retreat shall be executed." Time flew by, and it was unclear how long had passed. The enemy had already scaled the walls, and the defending soldiers were drenched in blood, their eyes bloodshot. In the midst of the chaos, the enemy commander, who had been watching the battle on the walls, now drew his bow and shot an arrow that struck the gatekeeper. At that moment, the gatekeeper felt no pain, continuing to fight with all his might, wielding his sword to slay his foes. The enemy commander furrowed his brow, a glimmer of respect flashing in his eyes, and he drew his bow once more, this arrow finding its mark in the gatekeeper's throat. With this shot, the gatekeeper's eyes grew even more crimson, devoid of any strength to continue fighting. Yet, even in such a state, he would not fall, standing firm with his sword planted in the ground, his body unyielding. At the same time, the city gates were breached. The gatekeeper, clinging to his last breath, was filled with unwillingness and sorrow. Just then, the roar of battle echoed, as Grand Tutor Wen led his forces to arrive. In this moment, the gatekeeper summoned his final ounce of strength to turn his head, tears streaming down his face, a faint smile gracing his lips. He would not fall without a fight. The rebels were caught off guard, retreating in disarray, only to fortify the soon-to-be breached fortress once again. The army ascended the city walls, reclaiming control and driving back the enemy forces. Observing the undaunted commander, Wen Zhong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, proclaiming, "This is the steadfast pillar of our great Shang." Simultaneously, Wen Zhong called out to those below, "I, Wen Zhong, Grand Master of the great Shang, have come at the behest of the king. You treacherous rebels, why do you not surrender at once? Those who yield shall not be harmed. Those who yield shall not be harmed." The army echoed his command in unison. How could the rebels be unaware of Wen Zhong's formidable reputation? Upon hearing his name, fear took root in their hearts. The enemy general hastily declared, the army must retreat to inform the king. Upon receiving the news, Yuan Fudong and his camp were equally apprehensive, yet Yuan Fudong concealed his trepidation superbly. He proclaimed loudly, "What of Wen Zhong? Can our coalition of 72 lords not subdue a mere Wen Zhong? Humph. Send orders to gather the army and continue the siege. Let us attack in rotation without pause. Within 10 days, I demand to see Wen Zhong's head." Chapter 74, Wen Zhong. This time, I shall orchestrate a grand performance. Meanwhile, within the fortress, the divine artillery was already prepared. Following Yuan Fudong's command, the coalition of 72 lords from Beihai launched another assault on the city. Fire! At Wen Zhong's command, the cannons roared to life, their thunderous echoes reverberating. As the artillery unleashed its fury, the rebels suffered heavy casualties, and in their panic, many perished underfoot as they fled. "Beware the demon weapon. Run!" cried the rebels in terror. At that moment, the defenders shouted, "Do not panic. Do not panic. Continue the assault." A group of soldiers responded, "Are you even listening to yourself? You are the first to flee, yet you urge us to charge? Are you mad?" The rebel forces swiftly disbanded, and the news of the battlefield's chaos reached Yuan Fudong, inciting his wrath. "What nonsense is this about a demon weapon? I shall oversee the battle myself and see whether it truly is a demon weapon. Gather the army." As his command echoed, Yuan Fudong personally led the troops in another assault. They were met with relentless cannon fire, witnessing the catastrophic devastation, with soldiers falling in droves. Yuan Fudong was astonished by the power of the artillery. What manner of device was this? He had never seen nor even heard of such a weapon. How could the great Shang possess such a formidable artifact? A gift from the immortals? Send word down. Do not panic. That demon weapon cannot reach the city walls. We must storm the ramparts, and then the weapon will be rendered useless, Yuan Fudong declared. With the military orders issued, the soldiers tested the waters and found it to be true. Observing the situation stabilize, Yuan Fudong's spirits soared. If he could seize these demon weapons, combined with the forces of the 72 lords from Beihai, he would have a greater chance of annihilating the Shang and establishing his own dynasty. Fire! Upon the city wall, the voice of Wen Zhong resonated once more. The soldiers, well prepared, unleashed a volley upon those below the ramparts. Hand grenades. Under Wen Zhong's command, the grenades cascaded down the walls, claiming countless lives. In this turmoil, the rebel forces fell into disarray, scattering in a frantic retreat. Yuan Fudong, taken aback, wondered what manner of devices these were. When did the great Shang possess such demonic contraptions? At this moment, regardless of Yuan Fudong's orders, the soldiers below were engulfed in panic, consumed by fear. All they desired was to survive, rendering his commands meaningless. At this juncture, when Zhou led his troops out of the city, first unleashing a barrage of grenades, the casualties unknown, followed by a relentless hail of gunfire. The rebel army was already in disarray, while when Zhou's forces moved like a pack of wolves among sheep. Yuan Fudong was thoroughly rattled, yearning to flee. Yet at that moment, the other warlords exchanged glances, sensing the tide had turned. To preserve their lives, there was but one path forward. In an instant, the warlords drew their blades, encircling Yuan Fudong. In a state of dread, Yuan Fudong stammered, "What are you doing?" One of the warlords spoke, "We are bound by fate. Brothers in arms, now that our cause is lost, you surely do not wish for us to perish, do you? Thus, we must make use of your head." Before Yuan Fudong could respond, the warlords attacked. However, Yuan Fudong was no ordinary adversary. He retaliated with fury, and despite the warlords' combined might, they struggled to gain the upper hand. Had Yuan Fudong's mind not been in turmoil, the overwhelming numbers of the warlords would not have sufficed to deter him. Yet, in but a moment, when Zhou arrived, the warlords exclaimed, "Master Wen, you have arrived. This villain has coerced us into rebellion. We have long awaited your presence." Indeed, they continued, "This Yuan Fudong is a grave sinner, having forced our hands. We have been hoping for your arrival to deliver justice upon him. Now that you have descended like a divine warrior to eradicate this villain and restore peace to Beihai, we are eternally grateful." Observing the smirks upon the lips of these warlords, when Zhou felt a wave of revulsion, his heart coldly mocking them. These men were not to survive. Though not at this moment. "Yuan Fudong, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Yuan Fudong laughed, a sound tinged with sorrow. "I am innocent. I have merely faced defeat." With a roar, he took his own life, collapsing to the ground. The leader of the 72 warlords of Beihai, Yuan Fudong, fell. The rebel army surrendered entirely. The chaos of Beihai thus quelled. When Zhou found himself somewhat astonished, what was initially projected to take 3 months had seemingly underestimated the might of cannon, grenades, and firearms. Long live our king! Long live the great Shang! Upon returning to court, the expressions of the ministers were palpable with anticipation. This time, they were determined to make a grand display. At this moment, outside the Zixiao Palace, all the saints gathered, speaking in unison. Disciples seek an audience with the master. As their voices faded, Hongjun Laozu did not respond. The grand doors of the Zixiao Palace swung open, and Yuan Shi Tianzun, Nuwa, and others entered. Coming before Hongjun Laozu, the 5 saints bowed in reverence, calling out, "Master." Hongjun Laozu nodded slightly. No need for excessive formalities. In the celestial realm, the revered Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke first, addressing his master. "Master, the discord among the sects has thoroughly derailed the grand momentum of the Fengshen. What shall we do?" The voice of Hongjun Daozu resonated with indifference. "The intricacies of fate are in disarray. Even I cannot foresee the outcome. Although the momentum has deviated from its intended course, the tribulations persist. One must act as one ought, striving to realign the trajectory of the grand design. I shall bestow upon you the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Proceed with your endeavors." After a brief pause, Hongjun Daozu continued, while maintaining the grand momentum, "It is imperative to swiftly identify the leader of the sect in turmoil. We shall assess the situation as it unfolds. As for the disciples of the sect, presently, none have transcended this realm. They remain under the dominion of the heavenly Tao." Upon hearing these words, hope ignited in the eyes of the 5 saints. Indeed, there remains a chance for the Fengshen momentum to be salvaged. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Yuan Shi Tianzun was the first to express his gratitude. The others followed suit, offering their thanks. Hongjun Daozu's voice resonated once more. "Go forth, act with conviction. The heavenly Tao is with you." This assurance brought solace to the 5 saints, who subsequently exited the Zixiao Palace. Outside the palace, the 5 saints exchanged glances. Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke first. "According to our master, there is still room for maneuvering within the Fengshen momentum. Henceforth, we must collaborate earnestly. Otherwise, should the grand design collapse, not only would we fail to reap benefits, but we might also face dire consequences, even death." Taishang Laojun added, "What you say is true, junior brother Yuan Shi. We must unite and strive to amend the established momentum." Nuwa, Zhuinti, and Jian shared no objections. Given the circumstances, they would act with a united front. However, Despite their outward agreement, Nezha, Zhou, and Jian harbored their own secret agendas. As the saints dispersed, Nezha did not return to her celestial domain, but instead headed towards Zhou. The nine-tailed fox proved to be an uncontrollable piece on the board. Thus, directly controlling Su Daji would suffice. After all, Su Daji was also a predetermined piece, albeit the nine-tailed fox was more pliable. Henceforth, she resolved to manipulate Su Daji directly. Chapter 75. Yuan Shi, are you thinking of inviting me? Meanwhile, outside the golden light cave of Qinyuan Mountain, Shi found herself restless, having refrained from action for quite some time. She felt her skills might be waning, and she longed for the pure essence of power. Thus, she arrived. As the surrounding space shimmered, Shi stealthily entered the golden light cave. Unnoticed by Tai Zhenren, who remained wholly focused on alchemy, crafting potent elixirs. This delighted Shi. Such potent concoctions would surely restore her vitality to its zenith, perhaps even beyond. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she chose to remain hidden, biding her time. She intended to savor the thrill of the game, wary of provoking any rebellious sentiment in her target. When Tai Zhenren successfully completed his elixir, he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "This pill, once consumed, will undoubtedly unleash tremendous power, securing an everlasting vigor." As he spoke, Tai Zhenren swallowed the elixir and began to refine it with great enthusiasm. Shiji's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was an excellent opportunity. With a casual wave of her hand, Tai Zhenren fell into a deep slumber. In the next moment, Shiji appeared, beaming at the unconscious Tai Zhenren, retrieving her set of tools. It was time to showcase her skills. During the process, Shiji furrowed her brow. Indeed, her master had been correct. Skill was like rowing upstream. Without progress, one would inevitably regress. It had not been long, yet her techniques had already become somewhat rusty. Meanwhile, Tai Zhenren remained blissfully unaware of Shiji's actions, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he fantasized about a future filled with glory and boundless joy. Within the confines of the golden light cave, Yuan Shi sensed the commotion. Even as a sage, his lips twitched in disbelief. Why was Shiji so infatuated with that matter? After all, she had already taken enough vengeance on her disciple, having been trapped in the bone cave for so long. How could this be endless? A flicker of anger ignited in Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes. Now, with the Tao ancestors' decree allowing them to act freely, he could seize this opportunity to eliminate Shiji through the hands of his disciple. With that thought, under the influence of Yuan Shi Tianzuan's power, Tai Zhenren awakened. While Shiji remained calm and continued her work, Tai Zhenren felt an oddly familiar sensation in his lower back. When he turned to see Shiji, he was struck dumb. Muttering to himself, "A nightmare, I'm actually having a nightmare." He then tightly shut his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Though the slight tremors of his body revealed his awareness that this was no dream, but a harsh reality. That wicked woman had returned to torment him again. Why had he ever provoked her? Just as he had repaired his injuries, they were now undone. He pondered whether her technique had become less adept recently. Could it be that she was focusing solely on him? This was going too far. It was utterly intolerable. As Tai Zhenren submitted passively to Shiji's whims, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's anger flared. How had he ended up with such a spineless disciple? In that moment, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's voice echoed in Tai Zhenren's ears, "Wretched disciple. You possess no backbone. I shall elevate your realm to enable you to confront her." Tai Zhenren was bewildered. Hadn't his master previously ignored him? What was this sudden change? Did he not understand the ferocity of the? Even if he were to enhance his strength, would he truly be able to overcome her? "Master, I believe this matter is not urgent. Even if I were to gain power now, I would still struggle against her. What shall I do if I find myself unable to contend?" Before the voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign could resonate, Shiji unexpectedly interjected into the group chat. "It's no great matter. Death will suffice. Primordial heavenly sovereign. Tai Zhenren. She can actually hear us? How is this possible?" Such a mysterious power only deepened Tai Zhenren's trepidation, prompting him to stammer. "It is all the Master's intention. I had no such thought. Primordial heavenly sovereign. Is this truly my disciple? What use is there in keeping such a disciple?" In a critical moment, she is quick to betray her master. Shiji, with a calm smile, proposed, "Primordial. How about a wager? If I win, you shall allow me to take your kidneys. If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish." Primordial heavenly sovereign. Still fixated on my kidneys. This wager feels strangely familiar. Indeed, how did the incisors of Zhou and Jian meet their fate? As a dignified sage, if she were to take my kidneys, it would be an even greater jest than what befell Zhou and Jian. Moreover, barring any significant new events. The topic of conversation would be my kidneys being taken. Humph. Who would bet with you? Sure, Ji, you wreak havoc upon the world and are guilty of heinous crimes. I shall undoubtedly subdue you. Upon hearing this, Sure Ji scoffed. What a masterful play of false accusations. Primordial. Do you believe that your exalted status as a sage grants you dominion over all? Do you think your formidable cultivation allows you to trample upon countless beings at will? You, the lofty sage, are merely upheld by the multitude of sentient beings. Do not remain deluded, otherwise, in the future, when the masses unite to slay you sages and recreate the cosmos, it will be too late for regrets. As her voice faded, Primordial Heavenly Sovereign disdainfully retorted, no matter how many ants there are, they remain ants. Let us see if you can survive today. At the moment those words were spoken, Tai Yizhenren's eyes glazed over, and soon his spirit was bound and taken away, leaving behind a shell entirely under the control of the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Observing this, Sure Ji remarked, even if he is your disciple, your methods are truly ruthless. Such a wayward disciple deserves to be taught a lesson. He is merely a shell. Come, let us battle. Instantly, the power of Tai Yizhenren surged to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and the golden light to shatter into fragments, clearly unable to withstand such force. At the same moment, a golden radiance illuminated Tai Yizhenren, and his overwhelming might radiated forth. The Qianquan circle was summoned. As previously noted, it is an indestructible treasure of utmost hardness, capable of altering size and delivering devastating blows to all things, wielding immense divine power capable of stirring the seas and shaking the cosmos, with lethality varying according to the wielder's cultivation. Now, the Tai Yizhenren possesses a power nearing that of a sage. As he cast the Qianquan circle, the heavens and earth dimmed, the universe turned upside down, and the space within 100 miles shattered entirely. All due to the control exerted by Tai Yizhenren. Were it not for this, its power would suffice to leave no survivors within 1,000 miles. Sure Ji, why do you not confess? Sure Ji spat disdainfully. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Humph. Yuan Shi, await your fate. I shall surely extract your kidneys. Mark my words, no one can stop me. Chapter 76. A sword that seems capable of severing the river of time. Yuan Shi Tianzun. At this moment, the power of the Qianquan circle has reached its zenith, the forces of the laws swirling about it. As the Qianquan circle approached, Sure Ji unleashed a fist, causing the space to tremble, the laws swirling around her. With a resounding bang, her force exploded, halting the fierce assault of the Qianquan circle, preventing any further advance. In that instant, Tai Yizhenren summoned the Hong Tianling, its dazzling red light illuminating the mountains and rivers, vibrant in hue and elongated in form. Gentle yet fierce, enveloping the enemy. Its might could cleave through the chaotic sun, moon, and stars, as well as the rivers and oceans. The power unleashed by Tai Yizhenren was formidable enough to encompass the heavens and the earth. However, Sure Ji did not linger. The space around her trembled and shattered, her figure vanishing from sight. Tai Yizhenren, fleeing in the heat of battle? You are running away. Isn't the Jie Sect rather formidable? This is but a soft persimmon. At that moment, Sure Ji's figure reappeared outside the Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, and she declared boldly, Yuan Shi, come out. I have made my decision. There is no better day than today, and today, I shall claim your kidneys. Yuan Shi Tianzun, a soft persimmon? This is clearly a tough opponent. Sure Ji must be the first to invade the sanctum of the sages. How audacious. How reckless. Fellow brothers, eradicate the evil. As the last echoes of his voice faded, countless figures soared from the Yusu Palace, like streaks of light racing towards Sure Ji. In an instant, as Sure Ji waved her hand, the disciples of the Yusu Palace, who had ascended, plummeted back to the ground. Yuan Shi Tianzun was nothing more than this, relying on his disciples for protection. How pathetic. Yet, your sanctum is quite impressive, and I find it fortuitous. If you willingly yield to me, I shall spare your kidneys today. Sure Ji's voice resounded. Arrogant and brazen, Yuan Shi Tianzun shouted. In an instant, the primordial supreme being acted within the Jade Void Palace, as laws flowed and space collapsed. A magnificent aura enveloped the universe, and brilliant radiance erupted above the palace. At this moment, filled with righteous fury, the primordial supreme being unleashed a devastating force aimed at Sure Ji. Observing this, Sure Ji remained unfazed, her garments billowing gracefully. As the power of the laws intertwined around her, mysterious symbols of the great Tao flickered into existence. With a mere gesture, countless stars seemed to freeze in time. Crimson light converged from all directions, and upon closer inspection, One could discern the flowing runes within the red glow, resonating with the essence of the Tao. The myriad streams of red light converged, completely thwarting the primordial Supreme Being's strike, yet Shiji found herself at a disadvantage. The primordial Supreme Being tore through the void, plunging into chaos, while Shiji ascended to the chaos celestial gate in tacit understanding. Had they not entered the chaos, their duel would endanger countless primordial beings, shattering the heavens and the earth. At this moment, disciples from the Jie Sect gathered at various locations, such as the Tying Star, Guanjinku, the Dragon Palace over the East Sea, and Shintang Pass, all cheering in admiration. They were astonished by Shiji's formidable cultivation, recognizing her as the first among them to confront the saint in their domain. What bravery and skill she possesses, they exclaimed. It had been some time since they last saw her, and they noted her significant progress in cultivation. In the Chaos Celestial Gate, Shiji stood resolutely against the primordial Supreme Being. Shiji, do not mislead yourself. It is not too late to awaken to the truth. The primordial Supreme Being admonished. Nonsense. Shiji retorted disdainfully. In an instant, the vast expanse of chaos shattered, and a long sword, radiating a deep crimson hue, emerged from the void. Grasping the sword, Shiji positioned it across her arm, ascending to the pinnacle of the sword's true essence. The sheer might of the blade caused the primordial Supreme Being's expression to shift, and he felt compelled to act with caution. Subsequently, a terrifying aura emanated from the primordial Supreme Being as he summoned the Panga Banner, possessing the power to rend the primordial chaos, shatter the temporal dimensions, and embody the boundless Tao of creation, mastering the profound principles of all laws and the ability to shape the universe. Previously, the primordial Supreme Being had summoned the Panga Banner, but not through his true form. Now, wielding it directly, its power was undeniably amplified. The faintest breath of that energy leaking into the chaos altered the very colors of the cosmos and shook the universe. He swung the Panga Banner, unleashing the technique of heaven and earth in mourning, instantly flooding the chaotic space with annihilating force, capable of silencing all existence. The fabric of space crumbled, yet even in the face of the Panga Banner's terrifying power, the tempest could not rage freely. Submit now, and it will not be too late. The primordial Supreme Being proclaimed coldly. Shiji, with a scornful huff, disregarded his words and struck with her sword. This single blow was not inferior to the technique of heaven and earth in mourning. It was a formidable strike, seemingly transcending all, condensing the essence of myriad laws, capable of severing the river of time itself. The myriad saints were astonished. Even Nuwa, who had been poised to strike in Zhou, found her attention captivated by the battle at the chaos heaven's threshold. The other deities were equally horrified, for this disciple of the was indeed an extraordinary being. The countenance of Hao Yan was rather grim, as the presence of increasingly formidable individuals made him doubt his capability as the sovereign of the three realms. Even if he were to force a resolution, it would merely be a hollow title. At that moment, the clash between Shiji and the primordial heavenly venerable caused the very fabric of the chaos heaven's threshold to collapse for 100,000 miles, with the residual force even causing stars to plummet. In this fierce exchange, not only did Shiji remain unscathed, but she also steadily gained the upper hand. A mere saint? Such is the extent of their prowess. If I were to train further by my master's side, I would slaughter you as one would a pig or a dog. Shiji's voice resonated. The expression of the primordial heavenly venerable darkened significantly, while the other saints wore somber visages. A mere saint? How audacious! Just then, Shiji's figure flickered and appeared behind the primordial heavenly venerable, her sword poised menacingly at his waist. The primordial heavenly venerable, startled, summoned his protective golden lotus and the celestial auspicious clouds, doubling his defenses, which granted him a measure of reassurance. Does donning a turtle shell truly make one invulnerable? Shiji scoffed. In an instant, both Shiji and the primordial heavenly venerable unleashed their spatial abilities to their utmost, with Shiji's sword aimed unerringly at his waist. Consequently, the primordial heavenly venerable found himself at a disadvantage. The situation was rather bleak. Should this confrontation drag on, it would not lead to Shiji's demise, but even a minor injury would result in a significant loss of face. At that moment, within the chaos heaven's threshold, spatial ripples began to undulate, heralding the arrival of the Supreme Old One, who proclaimed, "Let us cease this conflict." The primordial heavenly venerable was overjoyed at this intervention. It was not merely the arrival of the Supreme Old One. The figures of the Zhou and Jian were also manifested in the chaos, summoned by him. Having just spoken of unity, it was imperative to demonstrate it. One could not merely speak of solidarity without action. Although gathered together, their thoughts were divergent. Zhou and Jian harbored their own agendas, aiming to merely make an appearance without engaging in battle. Nezha, however, felt a sense of dissatisfaction. She had been on the verge of executing a significant plan when this unexpected interruption occurred. Observing the assembly of the saints, Shiji disdainfully remarked, "What is this? Are you all going to join forces?" Chapter 77, Magnificent, Brother Primordial. At this juncture, the disciples of the bore grave expressions. Humph, are saints truly so shameless? Relying on their numbers? Excellent. In an instant, the space within the chaos heaven's threshold quaked continuously as the figures of Yang Jian and Yang Chuan emerged. Simultaneously, Yang Jian's voice resounded, "What? Are you bullying my senior sister due to your numbers? Is this the level of shamelessness among saints?" The figure of Nezha also materialized from the chaos. "So it's a matter of numbers, is it?" At this moment, the cool moonlight cascaded down, and the moonlight maiden descended gracefully, proclaiming, "Let us see just how powerful these saints can be when united. Are they daring enough to bully my junior sister?" Humph. The figure of Kong Shen also emerged. Subsequently, the figures of Shun Gongbao, Yuan Hong, Jin Chanzi, and the nine-tailed fox emerged, and in a fleeting moment, the disciples of the encircled the esteemed saints, each one poised with predatory intent. At that instant, Zhou and Jian exchanged glances, their scalps prickling with unease. What was their purpose here? Alas, they found themselves besieged. Jin Chanzi bared his teeth, remarking, It seems the two of you old relics have grown back your fangs." Upon hearing this, Zhou and Jian's lips twitched slightly, their expressions darkening considerably. The voice of the nine-tailed fox rang out, "Nezha, you've been given an opportunity, yet you fail to cherish it? To launch an assault on my junior sister? Humph, I am quite displeased. Are you prepared to face the consequences?" Nezha, at this moment, felt the weight of immense pressure bearing down upon the five saints. With this throng attacking, they might very well face annihilation. "I apologize for my tardiness." The voice of Xin echoed at that juncture. Zhou hastily interjected, "We merely intend to dissuade, not to engage in conflict. Do not misunderstand." Jian added, "Indeed. We are here to counsel, not to attack." Taishang Laojun and Nezha wore grim expressions, remaining silent. What difference was there between such words and surrender? Is that so? Of course. Do I even need to ask? Do you have too much to say? Silence yourself until you are spoken to. The nine-tailed fox retorted coldly. She continued, "Nezha, I am addressing you." Nezha's countenance darkened, remaining unresponsive. Saints possess their own dignity, and moreover, with the support of the heavenly Tao, they would not truly perish and could still be reborn. "Are you deaf or mute?" The nine-tailed fox questioned icily. Nezha replied darkly, "Do not overstep your bounds." "Is it us who overstep, or is it you?" The nine-tailed fox shot back. Taishang Laojun stated, "If a great battle were to ensue, let us not speak of our immortality. What price would you pay? And what cost would it exact from the beings of the primordial wilderness? This matter should end here." "And here?" "My junior sister has declared that today she must have the kidney of Yuan Shi. How? Do you wish to make her break her word?" Kong Xian spoke coldly. "If you provoke Yuan Shi Tianzuan's wrath." Before Yuan Shi Tianzuan could finish, Kong Xian interrupted indifferently. "What? Do you believe the disciples of are lacking in number? Shall I summon more? You think you cannot be killed? Then let us see how many times you can be reborn." At this moment, Zhou and Jian had already begun to retreat, exchanging glances. Jian, with a glint in his eye, remarked, "It is not about life and death, but rather concern for the beings of the primordial wilderness. Since the great war between the witches and the demons, the current tranquility of the primordial beings is hard won. Though we reside in the chaotic heavens, a great battle would inevitably implicate the three realms. How many lives would be lost, and what karmic burdens would we bear? Brother Yuan Shi, you do not wish to witness the talented and the masses of the primordial wilderness facing catastrophic disaster, do you?" Thus, Jian's words remained unfinished. Yet the implication was clear. If it meant conceding the kidney, so be it. They would yield. Certainly, on the surface, it may appear as though this is an act of cowardice. However, it is, in truth, a consideration for the well-being of all living beings. One cannot deny the adeptness with which Jingying and Zhou have seized the opportunity presented by the momentum of the divine investiture to bolster the Western teachings. Their rhetoric is indeed quite eloquent. Beyond their reluctance to engage in battle, both Zhou and Jingying harbor ulterior motives. Previously, they had suffered the humiliation of having their front teeth knocked out, which is a profound disgrace, and now the entirety of the primordial realm is ridiculing them in private. Should the primordial supreme being face a similar fate, would their predicament still hold significance? Certainly not. As the saying goes, a friend's death does not concern a poor monk. At this moment, the countenance of the primordial supreme being is ominously dark. If he were to be humiliated, how could he maintain his dignity? Would he be willing to sacrifice his saintly authority to become the laughingstock of the primordial realm? Absolutely not. With gritted teeth, the primordial supreme being exclaimed. Instantly, Kong Xian, Yang Jian, and the other gods, their expressions unfriendly, were poised to take action. In a hurried tone, Zhou interjected. Brother Yuan Shi, I have always known your heart is with the populace. Should this battle erupt, we are certainly unafraid. But what of the common people? Brother Yuan Shi, among us, I have always held great admiration for your character. In my view, during times of peril for the common folk, you will undoubtedly rise to the occasion without hesitation. I believe that the people will forever be grateful for your sacrifices. Jingying also bowed in deference, stating, Brother Yuan Shi, your presence in the primordial realm is a boon for countless souls. Your noble intentions are truly commendable. Magnificent, Brother Yuan Shi. At this moment, the primordial supreme being appeared perplexed by their words. These two are not to be trusted. Taishang Laojun and Inhua expressed their disbelief. Indeed, Shiji, Kong Xian, and others echoed in astonishment. According to our master, it seems they are engaging in a rather novel endeavor. Chuan exclaimed, Good heavens! I am utterly astounded. Who would have thought that these two are the progenitors of such antics? They are merely products of their era. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be masters of their craft. TSK. Zhou and Jingying, truly the sovereigns of rhetoric in the primordial realm. At this juncture, the gaze of the primordial supreme being turned towards his elder brother and Inhua. Filled with anticipation, Taishang Laojun and Inhua exchanged glances, struggling with their thoughts, yet the current circumstances compelled them. After a moment, they spoke in unison, Junior brother, your righteousness is unparalleled. Magnificent. The primordial supreme being thought to himself, I feel as though I have been struck with 100,000 points of damage. They are truly bullying me, far too much. This cannot be allowed to pass without resistance. Tongtian, Tongtian, the primordial supreme being declared loudly. At present, the only thought that occupied his mind was summoning Tongtian, hoping for a turn in the tide. Within Jineo Island, Tongtian had also heard the call of the primordial supreme being and was taken aback by the chaotic scene unfolding in the Chaos Celestial Pavilion. What in the world? What is happening? Am I somewhat bewildered? Are those disciples of the encircling us? At this moment, Nuwa called out to Master Tongtian, as she was eager to resolve matters swiftly and proceed to Zhou, where she had significant affairs to attend to, unwilling to waste time in this place. Chapter 78. Tongtian. I have some prestige in the branch sect, but not much. After a brief interval, the Master Tongtian descended from Jineo Island to the chaotic celestial pavilion. Having grasped the essence of the situation, as he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a group of Jie Jiao disciples scrutinizing him, which inexplicably made him feel somewhat anxious. Since achieving sanctity, this was his first experience of such an encounter. Before Tongtian could utter a word, Kong Xian's voice resonated. Are you the head of the sect? Tongtian nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed. Kong Xian furrowed his brow slightly and dismissed. The strength of the sect leader seems rather unimpressive. The other branch disciples nodded in agreement. Tongtian. I have been looked down upon, even by the branch disciples. Goodness. This was quite hard for Tongtian, the head of the sect, to accept. At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzuan coughed twice, gazing at Master Tongtian with earnest anticipation. The look in Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes satisfied Tongtian's vanity, bringing him a sense of delight. Yuan Shi had always positioned himself as the elder brother, maintaining a rather lofty demeanor. Such humility was indeed rare. Is the master seeking to intercede on his behalf? Kong Xian inquired. Master Tongtian replied, For the sake of my reputation, let it suffice with just one. Yuan Shi Tianzuan. A peculiar feeling of humiliation seemed to intensify. Very well, for the sake of our master, I shall grant you this favor, Kong Xian decisively stated. Currently, Kong Xian was the most formidable among them, and naturally, the others acquiesced to his word. Shiji responded, We shall all heed Brother Kong. Master Tongtian. Yuan Shi Tianzuan hurriedly addressed, as he had never been so humble before Tongtian. Before Tongtian could respond, Kong Xian interjected, Do not overstep. Were it not for your status as sect leader, who would dare to make a fuss? I would have dealt with you as well. Tongtian. It sounds as if I possess quite the stature, but it feels a bit strange. After all, I am the head of the sect, and yet I find myself pleading to a branch leader. Sister, take action. Kong Xian then commanded. At that, Shiji slightly nodded, and with a wave of her hand, weapons materialized. Yuan Shi Tianzuan clearly did not wish to remain idle. while Kong Xian's brow furrowed. In that instant, Kong Xian unleashed his formidable presence, causing the chaos to tremble, and the very fabric of space began to collapse. Yang Jian, Yuan Shi, and others also unleashed their might to the utmost, signaling unmistakably that should Yuan Shi Tianzuan dare to make a move, they would collectively retaliate. At that moment, Kunti hastily exclaimed, "Brother Yuan Shi, all for the sake of the common folk. If Yuan Shi Tianzuan strikes, a great battle will ensue, and if we stand idly by, it would be inappropriate. Therefore, we must not instigate a war. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, that scoundrel, what common folk? He is merely afraid of attracting trouble. Brother." Yuan Shi Tianzun gazed at Taishang Laozi and exclaimed, "Are you presenting me with a challenge?" Taishang Laozi responded, "As sages, we must always have the welfare of the world and its beings at heart." Yuan Shi Tianzun retorted, "We spoke of unity, and yet here we are." At that moment, Shi Ji approached with an indifferent demeanor, stating, "Do not worry, it will be utterly painless, and I shall act swiftly." Yuan Shi Tianzun's lips quivered slightly, his teeth nearly grinding, yet the circumstances compelled him to comply. Then, Shi Ji commenced her actions with remarkable speed, precise and decisive, leaving no trace of discomfort. Her technique was indeed remarkable. It was unexpected to witness such mastery from Sister Shi. If the master were to see this, he would undoubtedly be pleased. Sister Shi is truly formidable. The other sages felt a chilling breeze at their lower backs. The deities were astonished, exclaiming, "Incredible! She has indeed extracted the sage's kidney." The division of teachings was fearsome indeed. Yuan Shi Tianzun thought to himself, "I feel as if I could die. My body feels completely emptied." As the kidney was removed, the pure power within it illuminated Shi Ji's gaze. Indeed, the quality was unparalleled. Noting the avaricious glint in Shi Ji's eyes, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt a twinge of anxiety, his heart racing. At that moment, Kong Xian remarked, "Sister Shi, you must absorb that power quickly. It will enhance your cultivation further." "Thank you, Brother Kong, and thank you, fellow disciples." Shi Ji replied gratefully. Kong Xian and the others readily expressed that no thanks were necessary, for as fellow disciples, they were bound to support one another, a teaching that their master had instilled in them and which they held dearly. As the situation settled, Zhou and Jian busily assisted Yuan Shi Tianzun, with Zhou saying, "Brother Yuan Shi, your endeavors for the well-being of all beings shall not go unrecognized." Jian concurred. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression remained somber. Yet he refrained from erupting in anger. At this point, it was futile. He mentally noted this grievance, resolved to reclaim it in time. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Subsequently, Yuan Shi Tianzun departed, followed by the other sages as they left the chaotic celestial realm. At this juncture, it was imperative to console Yuan Shi Tianzun, for today's events had indeed been significant. However, it was all for the sake of the world's welfare. Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed, "Ha." Kong Xian and the others exchanged glances, pondering. His resolve is truly unyielding. As the master would say, when one dies, the body becomes soft, yet the mouth remains obstinately firm. At that moment, Tongtian Zhou remarked, "Have you not visited the main teachings yet? Would you care to join?" "Not necessary. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another day." Seeing that the others were inclined to postpone, Tongtian Zhou sighed in resignation, contemplating how splendid it would be if they were all disciples of the main teachings. "By the way, what is your master's name?" he inquired. Not only was he curious about Yuan Shi Tianzun, but he also wished to know who the leader of the branch teachings was. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian and the others fell silent. Tongtian remarked, "I possess a modicum of prestige within the subsect, but it is not substantial." He then turned to Kong Xian and proposed, "Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Kong Xian responded with disbelief, "Are you certain?" Yang Jian and the others exchanged glances, incredulous. Isn't this merely seeking punishment? And he dares to challenge senior brother Kong. Truly audacious. Tongtian, sensing their expressions, mused, "Have I uttered something so astonishing? What are these reactions? I am a dignified sage." He sighed, "Well, even the likes of Yuan Shi and Laozi have suffered losses at their hands. It's merely a friendly exchange, nothing more. Or perhaps allow junior sister to compete with you instead." Kong Xian interjected. Tongtian retorted, "That is rather insulting. Am I not the supreme leader of the sect and a sage of the heavenly Tao? How could I possibly be outmatched by the youngest disciple?" His frustration grew. "No, I merely wish to spar with you." Kong Xian, resigned, waved his hand. "Very well. For the sake of our master, I shall afford you some leeway. After all, you are akin to our venerable elder." Tongtian's eyes widened. "I sense a profound malevolence. This insult is rather excessive." In this battle, I must exert 120% of my strength. Even if I were to lose, I must do so with grace, lest I suffer great humiliation. The leader of the sect cannot be bested by a disciple. Suddenly, Tongtian regretted his suggestion to spar, cursing his own tongue. Chapter 79. The promised spar turns into an attempt to seize my treasures. Subsequently, Tongtian and Kong Xian assumed their stances as Yang Jian, and the others retreated to clear the battlefield. At that moment, the air was thick with divine might. Mystical runes swirled around Tongtian, bolstered by the power of the cosmos, as torrents of law surged forth like 1,000 rainbows racing towards Kong Xian, displaying immense might. However, Kong Xian regarded this with indifference, unleashing a single punch that collapsed the space around him and shattered countless laws. This was merely a trivial test of each other's capabilities. The true battle was yet to commence. Both Tongtian and Kong Xian were supremely powerful beings capable of plucking stars from the sky. The residual force of their clash resonated through the chaos, echoing across the three realms, causing wails of despair, dimming the heavens, boiling rivers, and shaking the earth. Be cautious. Tongtian's voice rang out. Kong Xian remained silent. There was an odd dissonance in his words. At that moment, Tongtian summoned an object that gleamed with golden light. Upon closer inspection, it was a golden lock, adorned with strands of Taoist rhythm. The heart-piercing lock, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure originally belonging to Hongjun Laozu, which he later gifted to Tongtian. Since then, Tongtian had worn the heart-piercing lock around his neck. The lock resembled a longevity lock, its body shimmering in gold, with mysterious inscriptions of the heavenly Tao etched along its sides. Once the heart-piercing lock is unleashed, the afflicted become ensnared, their 3 flowers extinguished, and the 5 energies within them dissipate. Their 3 souls and 7 spirits, along with their 5 viscera and 6 bowels, are firmly imprisoned, rendering them incapable of seeking life or death. As a resplendent golden light erupted, the Master of Heaven cast forth the heart-piercing lock, a majestic beam of gold traversing the chaotic heavens, akin to the sun plummeting, wielding unmatched might. Now this is truly intriguing, Kong Xian remarked nonchalantly. The Master of Heaven, taken aback, mused, is such a statement entirely appropriate? I insist you retract it post-haste. At that moment, an unparalleled power erupted from Kong Xian's being. As if capable of collapsing eternity, a solitary figure dominating the river of time. The Master of Heaven felt a slight tremor within. Ripples of apprehension stirred by the overwhelming force exuded by Kong Xian. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao's eyes sparkled with brilliance, proclaiming, Master Kong is magnificent. The heavens serve as the crucible, creation as the artisan, yin and yang serve as carbon, and all things as copper. The hue resembles that of red copper, flames roaring above, reminiscent of molten copper depicting the dualities of yin and yang, ceaselessly swirling, creation as the craftsman, transforming the heavens and earth into a furnace, creation as the laborer, with yin and yang as carbon and iron, refining all into copper, rendering notions of capacity obsolete. As the furnace operated, streams of red copper surged forth, all things being refined, the heavens and earth ablaze, obscured in the tumultuous flow, which reformed into the crucible, enveloping all entirely. With a single punch, the vast chaos was rendered void. Only the formidable cultivation of Yang Jian and Yuan Shi prevented them from being annihilated by the residual force of their clash. Under the might of this punch, the heart-piercing lock was sent flying. The Master of Heaven had anticipated such an outcome. In the next instant, a dragon's roar resonated as 9 dragon energies coiled around the Master of Heaven, and a diminutive cauldron materialized in his palm, the 9-dragon cauldron. This vessel bore 9 strands of primordial dragon energy, destined to absorb the essence of its master to enhance its power. Crafted from the primordial yin-yang dragon and the essence of the ancestral dragon, a fusion of the primordial dualities. This cauldron is remarkable. It seems to share a bond with my little junior sister, Kong Xian remarked nonchalantly. The Master of Heaven, perplexed, thought, what happened to our friendly spar? Why are you now coveting my treasure? If you can snatch it from my grasp, then the 9-dragon cauldron shall be yours, the Master of Heaven declared. Though Kong Xian's prowess was formidable, and the Master felt himself outmatched, the theft of the treasure in his possession remained a daunting endeavor. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is. In an instant, Kong Xian surged forward, intent on seizing the 9-dragon cauldron. The Master of Heaven summoned the cauldron, with its 9 dragon energies coalescing into a palpable force, surging towards Kong Xian. The power of a single dragon could rival that of a peak quasi-saint. And the combined force of 9 was far more than mere aggregation. It represented an escalating state of potency. With myriad techniques at my disposal, I possess a singular punch. A voice of indifference echoed from Kong Xian as he unleashed a powerful punch, causing the cosmic river to tremble and the very fabric of reality to reverse. With a resounding crash, 9 golden dragons shattered beneath his might, proving to be no match at all. Witnessing such a turn of events, the Heavenly Lord of the Way sought to retract the 9-dragon cauldron, determined not to allow Kong Xian to seize it, while he was willing to part with it. Surrendering it so easily would be a blow to his dignity. However, before he could reclaim the cauldron, a radiant multicolored light illuminated the mountains and rivers, casting its glow across the universe, and under this divine light, the 9-dragon cauldron in the Heavenly Lord's grasp was effortlessly whisked away. The Heavenly Lord exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth? You had this up your sleeve as well. With no time to ponder, he summoned the Qingping sword, which instantly emanated a brilliant azure light, illuminating the chaotic expanse of the celestial realm. Even before the sword was drawn from its sheath, its unmatched sword intent was palpable. The Qingping sword, once wielded by the venerable Hongjun, had been bestowed upon the Heavenly Lord, measuring 3 feet and 6 inches in length. Its blade and sheath were pitch black, adorned with intertwining blue lotus petals, crafted from the leaves of the 36th grade pure world blue lotus, one of the 3 innate treasures of virtue. At that moment, Kong Xian's voice rang out once more. This sword is remarkable. It resonates with you, Nezha? Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheered. Go for it. Brother Kong, how magnificent. The Heavenly Lord interjected in frustration. We agreed to spar, not to covet my treasures. Is this how it's going to be? One might think you're here to stock up. In a flash, he withdrew the Qingping sword and coughed lightly, saying, Well then, let us conclude our spar here. Your strength surpasses mine. Continuing this duel would serve no purpose. Not yet. This is just the beginning. Kong Xian insisted. How about we visit the main temple? It would be impolite not to accept such a warm invitation. The Heavenly Lord was taken aback. You want me to invite wolves into my den? I can't afford to deplete my resources like this. Perhaps another time. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, he vanished from the celestial realm. Fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, he might end up relinquishing his 4 swords of celestial execution. Seeing his departure, Kong Xian smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he suddenly realized something amusing. After a brief pause, he handed the 9-dragon cauldron to his little junior sister, Ao Tingxin, who quickly protested. Brother Kong, you needn't tea. You don't possess any treasures yourself. Keep it. To this, Kong Xian gently shook his head, replying, Take it. I have no need for treasures. I am the greatest treasure myself. The onlookers gasped, feeling the sting of envy for being outshone by Kong Xian. Thank you, Brother Kong. Ao Tingxin exclaimed joyfully. Kong Xian waved his hand dismissively, assuring them it was a trifling matter, adding, In the future, if you desire any treasures, just let me know and I shall procure them for you. Thank you, brother. They chorused in unison. The assembled saints and deities exchanged bewildered glances, pondering. If he continues to speak in such a manner, how shall we ever dare to venture out again? The treasures are no longer dared to be used. If they are noticed, would that not be a complete waste? Meanwhile, in Zhou, chapter 80, Nuwa, continually bewildered. In Zhou, at the Su residence, the figure of Nuwa materialized before Su Daji, her robes flowing elegantly, surrounded by an ethereal aura. Su Daji, you are destined to meet me. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Nuwa inquired. Wait a moment. This line seems somewhat off. Upon hearing this, Su Daji, engrossed in her reading, lifted her gaze. Her eyes sparkled with a timeless brilliance, complemented by her exquisite visage, rendering any description of beauty insufficient. As her gaze descended, she concealed her capabilities, pondering the grand spectacle before her, inadvertently recalling the phrase, euthanasia. As she continued to observe, her slender waist gracefully formed a rounded curve, and regarding her legs, one might say that not pedaling a tricycle would be a lamentable oversight. This was no mere mortal. This was a celestial masterpiece, astonishing to any who beheld it. At that moment, Su Daji regarded Nuwa with a glimmer of ambiguous mischief. As my master, what can you teach me? Nuwa responded, to traverse heaven and earth, to pluck stars and seize the moon, to preserve eternal youth, and to share longevity with the heavens. Su Daji replied nonchalantly, I do not wish to learn. Nuwa exclaimed, What? There exists someone who does not desire to cultivate, who does not yearn for eternal youth and longevity. What, then, do you wish to learn? Su Daji queried. Do you know physics? Nuwa responded with confusion. What is this physics? She had never even heard of it. Observing Nuwa's bewilderment, Su Daji continued. What about chemistry or mathematics? Nuwa shook her head in confusion but replied, perhaps the names you speak are unknown to me. Please describe what kind of powers they possess. Daji coolly responded, are you familiar with the law of free fall? Nuwa shook her head. The law of free fall states that the speed of an object in descent is proportional to time. The distance fallen is proportional to the square of the time. And the acceleration of a falling object is independent of its weight and mass. Nuwa? Is this some celestial script? Each word is comprehensible, yet when combined, I find myself utterly perplexed. Noticing Nuwa's expression, Daji scoffed. This is the most basic concept, and you do not comprehend it? TSK. Observing Daji's disdain, Nuwa hurriedly retorted, are you certain you are not spouting nonsense? Daji replied coolly, do not measure others by your ignorance. Nuwa grew angry. Ignorance? Me ignorant? Unfazed, Daji interrupted her, standing at a height, and simultaneously dropped 2 copper balls of differing weights and sizes. Tell me, which copper ball will hit the ground first? The heavier one or the lighter one? Nuwa paused momentarily, reflecting before declaring, naturally, the larger copper ball will fall first. Daji. Nuwa? What do you mean by that look of astonishment? I just informed you of the law of free fall, and this is all you have? You possess no discernible wit. Nature falls together. If you do not believe it, you may as well try. Thus spoke Daji. Nuwa's expression darkened, understanding the futility of it all. Can one attain immortality? Absolutely not, replied Daji. Then what purpose does it serve? Nuwa inquired. Daji answered, it blesses the world. Nuwa scoffed. Observing this, Daji continued, do you know what the associative property of multiplication is? Nuwa? When multiplying 3 numbers, one can first multiply the first 2 and then the third, or multiply the last 2 first and then the first, the product remains unchanged. This is known as the associative property of multiplication. This is the most elementary of mathematics. Are you truly unaware of it? Daji stated, her tone laced with disdain. After a brief pause, she elaborated. The flat Euclidean perspective of a round sky and square earth can be vividly expressed as gazing into the boundless starry sky, the heavens round and the earth square. The allure of linear thought and the infinite quest for the area of a circle. I presume you are even less familiar with this fundamental law of the universe. Nuwa, not only am I unaware, I can hardly comprehend it. Yet Daji pressed on. Surely you must know the law of chemical equilibrium. At a certain temperature, when a reversible reaction reaches equilibrium, the product of the concentrations raised to their respective coefficients is a constant. This is known as the law of chemical equilibrium. Are you ignorant of this too? And the law of conservation of charge, you must know that. In an electrolyte solution, regardless of the number of ions present, the solution remains electrically neutral, meaning the total negative charge of the anions equals the total positive charge of the cations. Nuwa continues to be bewildered, observing Nuwa's expression. Daji smirked with a hint of disdain. Surely you jest. You do not know even this. You are utterly clueless about physics, chemistry, and mathematics. Yet you presume to be my teacher? Go back from whence you came. As her words fell, Nuwa remained perplexed, sensing a vague realization, as if on the brink of enlightenment. Instinctively nodding, she contemplated leaving, but suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, what am I doing? Why am I here? Although I do not understand these concepts, I shall impart to you the celestial arts, granting you longevity equal to the heavens. There is no need for refusal. You shall indeed be my disciple, whether you accept it or not. Thus spoke Nuwa. Daji's expression darkened. What? Do you intend to force me? And if so, what of it? The powerful define all. If you are stronger, I cannot coerce you. Thus, your words are utterly meaningless. Strength is paramount. Nuwa retorted coldly. Is that so? Daji scoffed. Nuwa replied icily indeed. As she spoke, she waved her hand, a beam of light piercing Daji's brow, making it impossible for her to willingly accept the position of disciple. Thus, direct control ensued. In the next moment, Nuwa was taken aback. Are you unscathed? How is this possible? The voice of Daji resonated. Nuwa, since you assert that the powerful define all, then so be it. From this day forth, you shall serve as my maid, and I shall properly train you. Thereafter, being a foot servant to my master would not be a bad fate. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's pupils constricted. You, too, are a disciple of the Jie Sect? A swirl of turmoil erupted within her, and she silently chastised herself for her earlier naivety. It should have been obvious, aside from that so-called Jie Sect, who could comprehend these bizarre matters. With Daji also aligned with the Jie Sect, was there truly no hope left? In that moment, Nuwa ceased to linger, her figure flickering as she vanished amidst the fluctuations of space. Attempting to flee? Humph. Even a sage can run? How amusing. But can you truly escape? With a single step, Daji created ripples in the space around her, disappearing from her original position. In the next instant, she appeared before Yuan. Where do you think you're going? Did you not intend to become my master? Humph. A mere sage dares to make me a pawn, and you brazenly wish to be my master? I shall not let you leave without a swollen mouth. I would be ashamed to face my master otherwise. Yuan lamented, what a calamity. Chapter 81. Yuan, do not believe in rumors, do not spread rumors. Despite her trepidation, Yuan maintained her dignified composure, coldly declaring, that depends on whether you possess the ability. The other sages mused. This is the first time we've realized how stubborn Yuan can be. Yuan replied, what nonsense are you spouting? I am quite pliable. Do not believe in rumors. Do not spread rumors. Let them cease with the wise. The sages remarked, it seems we are not aligned in our discussions. Your pace is rather swift. Daji's voice chimed in, is that so? Then let us see just how formidable you, as a sage, truly are. With that, Daji waved her delicate hand, causing the surrounding space to shatter violently, dissolving into nothingness. The laws of the universe swirled, enveloping Yuan and drawing her into the void. As the space began to mend, both Yuan and Daji found themselves within the chaos celestial palace. At that moment, Yuan's heart surged with tumult. Daji's prowess was undeniably overwhelming. As a sage of the heavenly Tao, she had been ensnared, and this manipulation of spatial power surpassed even that of a sage. The other sages were equally astonished. From the Western Church, Zhou remarked, Master, it seems Daji has also aligned with the Jie Sect. The momentum of this divine sealing will certainly not follow the previous trajectory. Although the Tao ancestor has provided assurances, I believe we should lean towards the Jie Sect as much as possible. Jian nodded slightly, indeed. Let us first seek out that transcendent being beyond the realm. Should you encounter them, we may shift our allegiances. Zhou smiled knowingly, excellent. At Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun remained unexpectedly calm, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. In the Daoyuo Tianxiandu cave, Taishang Laozi exhibited a trace of helplessness in his eyes, but remained silent. On Jinao Island, Tongtian Jiao Zhu grinned widely. Another supreme powerhouse has joined our Jie Sect. Henceforth, our sect shall flourish in the Hongwang. Yunxiao stood aside, exclaiming, congratulations, master. The Lord of Heaven inquired, Yunxiao, how is the investigation of the branch sect progressing? Replying to master, it is already more than halfway done. It will not be long before we uncover the truth. Yunxiao responded. The Lord of Heaven nodded in satisfaction. Good, do strive to hasten the pace. Yes. In the chaos celestial pavilion, Yuan unfurled her saintly form, towering at over 100,000 zhang. Although the chaos celestial pavilion appeared boundless, it seemed unable to contain her divine stature. An overwhelming aura of sanctity reverberated through the heavens, the power of the laws coalescing like an expansive sea. The true essence of the great Tao radiating around her. Purple energy surged from the east for 90,000 miles, with countless lotuses blooming. The might of the saint manifesting unmistakably. Meanwhile, Daji also condensed her divine form, slightly surpassing Yuan in height, surrounded by mystical symbols of the great Tao, exuding a terrifying aura from the power of the laws. In that moment, Daji resembled an ancient being birthed before the creation of the world, should she desire it. She could collapse the resplendent rivers of stars with a mere gesture, and with a thought, plunge the primordial realm into eternal ruin. Yuan exclaimed internally, cursed be it. How is it that each of the disciples from thee is stronger than the last? This seemingly frail Daji is even mightier than the nine-tailed fox? At this juncture, Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Given the circumstances, even if she were to falter, she could not afford to retreat in fear. Nor could she allow her momentum to wane in the slightest. She had initially intended to suppress Daji, yet as she grew, so too did Daji's power, still leaving her at a disadvantage. Yuan thought, was it not an insult from the beginning to deliberately suppress her? Her divine form had reached its limit. To continue would only lead to her own humiliation. Consequently, Yuan waved her hand, summoning the brilliance of the stars, mobilizing the powers of myriad celestial bodies. A long whip descended from the chaos celestial pavilion, aimed directly at Daji. This was the Seven Stars Moondraw whip, crafted from the essence of the Yin and stars, refined within the celestial furnace, harboring the utmost power of the Yin and celestial forces. Should it strike, no matter how great one's magical prowess, their connection to the Tao would wane, their spiritual sensitivity dulled, and the Yin and celestial forces would act like parasitic maggots, devastating one's potential roots of spirituality. and ultimately obliterating their foundation in the Tao, a truly ruthless assault. As the whip fell, Nuwa unleashed a ray of rosy light from her hand. Akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, this was yet another treasure, the ethereal binding ribbon, possessing immense power to restrain the body, regardless of one's mastery of spells. It would ensnare them, rendering escape impossible. Observing this, Daji scoffed disdainfully, a mere trifle. At the moment her words fell, the power of the laws surged around her. The mystical symbols of the great Tao coalescing within the force of the laws. Waves of this power surged forth like colossal dragons battling in the heavens, an awe-inspiring might. Both the long whip and the ethereal binding ribbon were repelled in an instant, and under Daji's strength. It seemed as though the 7 stars Moondraw whip and the ethereal binding ribbon were on the verge of shattering. This revelation sent tumultuous waves through Nuwa's heart. The sheer magnitude of Daji's strike was astonishing. At that moment, the voice of Daji resonated. Nuwa, why persist in this struggle? The outcome will remain unchanged. Come over and allow me to give you 2 slaps. I might consider being gentle. However, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Nuwa retorted. Are you suggesting that I approach you to offer my face for a slap? Huh, you truly dare to think such a thing. To kill both body and spirit? Presenting my face to you is no better than admitting defeat and inviting punishment. A sage possesses their own dignity. Furthermore, how can you be so certain that I shall falter? Humph, such audacity. If you now plead for mercy and bow before me, I may show you leniency. Nuwa's voice echoed through the air. Daji disdainfully replied, You, an illiterate, know nothing. You cannot even grasp the fundamentals of mathematics, chemistry, or physics. You are utterly unworthy. Nuwa's expression darkened. What does illiterate even mean? Though I do not comprehend, it surely cannot be a compliment. Daji continued, Not understanding the term illiterate, I see. It means one cannot read. Nuwa responded, Do I need your explanation? Thank you very much. Who cannot read? It is you who cannot read. This is a blatant slander. However, for some inexplicable reason, the term illiterate coupled with Nuwa's supposed lack of literacy began to spread widely, igniting fervent discussions. Hey, have you heard? Lady Nuwa is illiterate. What does illiterate mean? Goodness, you do not know? It means one cannot read. Is it possible that Lady Nuwa cannot read? That cannot be true. You may not know, but my uncle, a celestial soldier, descended to the mortal realm on business not long ago and returned with the news. This is absolutely true. Good heavens. I never expected that Lady Nuwa is just like me, unable to read. I am utterly astonished. How could Lady Nuwa be illiterate? Unbelievable. Hey, from now on, my father can no longer scold me for not being able to read, for even Lady Nuwa cannot read. I shall learn from Lady Nuwa. Hee. Thank you, Lady Nuwa. Finally, I can escape punishment for this. Nuwa interjected, Do not believe in rumors or spread them. Rumors cease with the wise. Chapter 82, Tongtian. One wonders if the teachings still require followers. At this moment, in the Chaos Celestial Hall, Nuwa was consumed by fury. The entire Chaos Celestial Hall trembled incessantly, and the 3 realms were shrouded in darkness, filled with the wails of spirits and deities. Truly, she was worthy of being a saint of the heavenly Tao, standing at the pinnacle of the primordial world. A thought of joy brought forth auspicious stars. A thought of anger summoned thunder and torrential rain. A thought of compassion brought gentle breezes and sweet dew. A thought of severity summoned scorching sun and autumn frost. In an instant, a crimson glow surrounded Nuwa, tearing through the very fabric of space wherever she passed. The red embroidered ball was summoned. As previously mentioned, its power immense. No matter how great one's magical prowess, there would be no escape. A hit would mean death, and neither flesh nor spirit could endure. Even a saint of the heavenly Tao would suffer significant loss from a single strike. In the earlier confrontation with the 9-tailed fox, it was not the true form of Nuwa that manifested. Now, the power of the red silk ball has grown immeasurably stronger than before. A mere trickle of its force is sufficient to upheave rivers and seas, to rend the heavens themselves. With a radiant crimson glow and a wisp of ethereal purple energy augmenting it, the ball hurtles towards Daji. As the red silk ball traverses the space, it causes the very fabric of reality to collapse, rendering all laws impotent, instilling a profound terror. Observing this, Daji responds with a nonchalant smile, remarking, How intriguing. Is this not enough to tarnish the name of a sage? Nuwa retorts, Thank you. I feel somewhat insulted. With such a strike capable of reversing the cosmos, dimming the stars, and eclipsing all laws, you dare to call it merely intriguing? It is an affront to the heart and soul. Thus, Nuwa channels an even greater force into the red silk ball, intensifying her assault, as if seeking to shatter the very path of heaven. In stark contrast, Daji remains unperturbed in the face of the rapidly approaching red silk ball, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing gracefully, radiating a brilliant light that enhances her unparalleled beauty. Standing amidst the chaotic heavens, she resembles a supreme deity wielding dominion over the world, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. With a punch, the vast chaos transforms into nothingness, brilliance shining forth as if illuminating eternity, the divine light everlasting and indomitable. With a resounding thud, the atmosphere of silence spreads through the chaos, as Nuwa's red silk ball is effortlessly repelled. In the same breath, Daji's transcendent form appears before Nuwa, delivering yet another blow. Nuwa barely manages to defend herself, her divine form retreating hundreds of miles. Before Nuwa can register her astonishment, a radiant light bursts forth, resembling a torrent of meteors cascading from the heavens. 90,000 miles of purple energy coalesces, enveloping Nuwa's supreme form in a gentle layer of flowing purple light. The might of the laws surging to their peak, the symbols of the great Tao flickering into existence, poised to dismantle the divine light unleashed by Daji. However, to Nuwa's astonishment, Daji's techniques systematically dismantle her arcane arts, while her own strength continues to wane. What manner of sorcery is this? Nuwa cannot help but marvel. Daji replies calmly, "It is the 10,000 transformations sacred art. This is the supreme technique I comprehended while listening to my master's teachings. This art is ever-changing and devoid of fixed patterns, possessing an incredible power that can dissolve the world's secret methods, infinitely weakening the combat prowess of opponents, rendering all extraordinary techniques mundane. Hence, it is called the 10,000 transformations. The 10,000 transformations sacred art counters all manner of divine techniques. Standing unrivaled throughout history, its enigma is utterly unfathomable, terrifying in its essence. Even though Nuwa is a sage, she cannot withstand the diminishing force of the 10,000 transformations. At this moment, it is not only Nuwa who is astonished, all the sages are equally taken aback. In the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the eyes of Yuan Shi Zun brim with astonishment. The 10,000 transformations sacred art. What manner of divine power is this? Capable of continuously eroding an opponent's strength? Not to mention crossing realms. In the same realm, it is absolutely invincible. In the Deluo Tianxiandu cave, Taishang Laozi is equally astonished, his lips twitching, as if he wishes to speak but cannot find the words, ultimately remaining silent, at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. In the Western Church, Yuan Shi exclaims, "Senior brother, this technique is utterly terrifying. If we could learn it." "Senior brother, I am eagerly anticipating my joining." Jian nodded slightly, pondering the formidable prowess of that senior, perhaps surpassing even the Tao ancestor. As they exchanged glances, Yuan Shi and Jian shared a mutual understanding, having essentially resolved their intentions. "Junior brother, we must swiftly locate that esteemed senior and pay our respects without delay." Jian continued. Yuan Shi concurred, "Indeed, senior brother. I have instructed people to remain vigilant regarding the movements of thee and have dispatched numerous individuals to search. The heavens have shifted. Those who resist shall inevitably perish." Jian spoke gradually. On Golden Ao Island, Tongtian was taken aback, truly astonished by the overwhelming strength displayed by what was merely a disciple of the branch sect. "When did a supreme being hide among my disciples? And I remained completely unaware. I wonder if the branch sect is still in need of personnel? I must seek an apprenticeship." At the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun Daozu maintained an expression of indifference, though a flicker of subtle surprise glimmered in his eyes as he murmured, "The tides of fate have irrevocably changed." How could this be? In the heavenly court, Hao Yin was on the verge of madness, a pent-up frustration within him, as the master of the three realms. He ought to be the sovereign, yet the disciples of thee are growing increasingly formidable, leaving him questioning his claim to such authority. At this rate, he might not even be able to maintain his position as the ruler of the heavenly court. No, this cannot stand. I must regain control over the situation. I have sages standing behind me. There remains an opportunity. At this moment, within the chaotic celestial pavilion, Nuwa unleashed her full potential. Even at the cost of her foundational integrity, to block the myriad transformations sacred art, her strength no longer diminished. Observing this, Daji remarked coolly, "Indeed, you possess some audacity. I find myself somewhat admiring you. Nuwa, regarding what I previously mentioned about training you to serve as a foot attendant for our master, do not squander this opportunity. Should our master be pleased and offer you a few words of guidance, you need not find yourself in such a precarious predicament. Nuwa, I must admit, I am somewhat tempted. If I could receive guidance, my cultivation could soar, acquiring various divine abilities. Yet, as a dignified sage, too many eyes are upon me. If I were to acquiesce, what face would I have left to retain my position as a sage? Impudent. What nonsense is this? Today, I shall ensure your suppression, Nuwa declared. Daji retorted lightly. Your tongue is quite resolute. Our master shall not take a liking to such obstinates. Strangely, this statement inexplicably spread, escalating into absurd rumors. Shockingly, there are tales of a relationship between the goddess Nuwa and the leader of the. Astonishment arose, claiming Nuwa was forsaken, allegedly due to her stubbornness. Is this true or false? Shall Nuwa emerge to clarify? If not, I may have to spread rumors. Should you spread rumors, I shall disseminate them further. If you propagate them, I shall believe them. It is likely true. Hiss. Nuwa, have I not even met the man? Yet I am said to be involved with him. Chuan, I remain within the confines of my abode, a paragon of virtue. Yet I find myself besieged by rumors descending from the heavens. How outrageous. At this juncture, Nuwa once again intervenes, unleashing a terrifying force that blossoms into myriad purple lotuses. As the lotuses unfurl, an inexhaustible power relentlessly converges upon Daji. Chapter 83. Nuwa, my lips are swollen. Observing the tempest of purple lotuses, Daji remains unfazed. Amidst the countless lotuses, her hair dances wildly, and her aura intensifies to an alarming degree, instilling fear even within the hearts of the saints. Fear. A ripple of trepidation courses through the minds of the saints. For the first time since their ascension, they experience such a sensation. In an instant, the multitude of purple lotuses halts 3 feet from Daji, unable to advance further. Then, an ancient aura emanates from Daji, reminiscent of the primordial deities. As she voraciously absorbs the power of the myriad lotuses into herself, Nuwa exclaims, "Who am I? Where am I? What is this extraordinary technique that can devour the strength of others for one's own benefit?" The saints are equally astonished by such an unparalleled method, which is astonishingly powerful. Tongtian and Jian's eyes shine with brilliance, yearning to join the sect immediately. Daji, employing the indestructible heavenly art, contends with the very fabric of the universe, capable of consuming the essence of others and harnessing all forms of energy, thereby seizing the forces of creation and converting them for her own use, ultimately achieving a state of primordial chaos. At this moment, within the sect, Sister Su exudes magnificence. After a prolonged absence, Sister Su's indestructible heavenly art has evidently reached new heights of mastery. Nuwa, in her bewilderment, realizes she has provoked Daji, for among her peers, few can rival Sister Su in prowess. She eagerly anticipates Nuwa's swollen lips. In the chaos celestial palace, witnessing the myriad purple lotuses she had conjured fail to bring about destruction and instead nourish Daji, Nuwa hurriedly withdraws the lotuses. This action darkens Daji's expression. How rude. I was absorbing them splendidly. Why withdraw them? For this, I shall deliver you a resounding slap. Nuwa retorts, is this courtesy? I invoke my powers, and I am entitled to retract them. You overstep your bounds. Enraged, Nuwa exclaims. Daji scoffs disdainfully, saying, what of it? I am indeed deceiving you. You saints, perched upon your lofty pedestals, speak of the world's multitude, yet to you, they are but ants, never truly cared for. Instead, it is you who revel in mockery. And it is you who are being deceived. Nuwa's countenance darkens further. She falls silent, yet an ominous power surges around her, interweaving sword energy that shrouds the chaos celestial palace in dread. In an instant, a long sword materializes in Nuwa's grasp, imbued with an unfathomable force, the primordial sacred sword. This is the treasure of her enlightenment, a companion artifact, a creation of immense power that embodies the essence of all existence and the void of all things. As Nuwa initiated creation, the primordial sword transformed into 3 great innate treasures. The hilt became the celestial furnace, the blade morphed into the 4 treasures sword, and the sheath transmuted into the divine cauldron of creation. In the celestial furnace, Nuwa forged the 5-colored stones to mend the heavens, creating the divine cauldron for the evolution of all beings and the crafting of humanity. In this present day, the 3 primordial treasures of Nuwa have been reconstituted, manifesting the Hongmeng sacred sword. Although this sword no longer possesses its original might, it remains extraordinarily formidable. This has become Nuwa's most potent weapon. With a single strike, It appears as though the vast chaos may be cleaved in twain, capable of severing the very river of time. How intriguing. Quite impressive. Daji remarked with a hint of indifference. Nuwa responded with astonishment. Do you realize that your words are unbecoming? The saints acknowledged. It cannot be denied that you are powerful, yet the strength of this sword is such that even the most cautious among them may meet their demise beneath its blade. At that moment, Daji unleashed a punch, with the essence of the great Tao swirling around her, mystical symbols coalescing, and myriad laws converging. A single punch was sufficient to obliterate countless stars and shatter the river of time itself. With a resounding boom, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed. As 1,000,000 miles of chaotic heavens dissolved into nothingness, with tempests wreaking havoc, affecting even the three realms. Fortunately, the gods united to withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, the consequences for the realms would have been dire. Meanwhile, the saints and gods were preoccupied with the ultimate outcome of the battle. Who would emerge victorious? As the turbulence subsided and the chaotic heavens began to mend themselves, it became evident that Daji stood resilient, her 3,000 strands of hair as pristine as ever, exuding an air of calm. In contrast, Nuwa, though unharmed, appeared disheveled and overwhelmed. You have lost. Daji's voice rang out coldly. Nuwa's expression turned blank. She had been bested by her own pawn, a reality she found hard to accept. In the next instant, Daji's form flickered, appearing before Nuwa without warning. Before Nuwa could react, a sharp slap resounded through the air, sending her flying. The saints gasped in shock. How ruthless! Exclaimed the gods. Did she truly strike? That is Lady Nuwa. With a swift series of slaps, Nuwa was left dazed, her mouth swollen. Once again, I have been humiliated by my own pawn. As the tumult quieted, Daji ceased her assault, imparting a lesson. The force exerted is reciprocal. When my hand impacts your mouth, both your mouth and my hand feel the pain. Understand? Nuwa, bewildered, felt her humiliation multiply. Yet, at that moment, she could not muster any resentment. Her mightiest strike had been shattered by a mere punch, and had Daji not held back, she would have perished. Leave now. Reflect upon this encounter. And when you are ready, seek me out for guidance, Daji stated indifferently. With that, the space trembled, and her figure vanished. Nuwa, regaining her composure, hurried away, her dignity utterly shattered by the day's events. The saints lamented, alas. The tide has turned. Tongtian, trembling with excitement, proclaimed, what a magnificent spectacle. I shall take pride in this. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, the imperial palace, the recent return of Zhou from his expedition within 3 months sent tremors throughout the court and the populace alike. The prestige of Emperor Xin reached new heights, and the court had nearly transformed into a realm where his word was law. The sovereign expressed his intention to establish an academy, ensuring that every citizen of the Shang dynasty would have access to literature, and to implement the imperial examination system, from which future officials would be selected. This proclamation stirred a tempest of discontent. What place would this leave the nobility? Presently, officials were chosen from among the aristocrats, and such a move would undoubtedly disrupt their privileged status. Your Majesty, this cannot be. I beseech you to rescind your decree, should you persist in this course. The Shang may face dire consequences. At this moment, Emperor Xin let out a cold snort, and then inquired, what do you believe to be the foundation of the nation? The ministers fell silent. Emperor Xin continued, I contend that the youth are the cornerstone of the country. If the youth are wise, the nation is wise. If the youth are prosperous, the nation is prosperous. If the youth are strong, the nation is strong. If the youth are independent, the nation is independent. If the youth are free, the nation is free. If the youth progress, the nation progresses. If the youth excel beyond their peers, the nation excels beyond its peers. If the youth are formidable in the cosmos, the nation is formidable in the cosmos. As the red sun rises, its path gleams with brilliance. The river surges forth, cascading into the vast expanse. The hidden dragon ascends from the abyss, its scales and claws soaring. The cub roars in the valley, sending tremors through the beasts. The eagle tests its wings, the wind swirling around it. The wondrous flowers begin to bloom, resplendent and magnificent. The swordsmith sharpens his blade, crafting its edge. The heavens wear their azure mantle, and the earth bears its golden hue. Regardless of the passage of ages or the vastness of the realms, the future resembles an ocean, and the days ahead are long. How beautiful is my youthful Shang, ageless as the heavens. How magnificent are the youth of Shang, boundless as the nation. My resolve is firm. Those who oppose shall face no mercy.